greatest city in the world.
Welcome to the long-awaited home series. Look how close it is.
New York go up 2-0 over your reigning victors.
Look at that kill feed, man. This is disgusting from Atlanta FaZe.
FaZe, this is their moment.
Huntsmen can work on it, they can improve, and they can get back to that level.
Scum finds another one. He's still going. Huntsman, what a round. Props to the Guerrillas. You're going to Sunday, boys.
An absolute rampage from Decimate right now.
No one is untouchable and no one is undefeatable.
It's too quick. It's too clean from the Royal Ravens.
Come in and dominate the respawn. The Røkkr are lighting it up. It's all Minnesota in the kill feed. They've got a home. Røkkr, get it done.
You never know with Paris. If they get back to that form that we saw early in the year, this could go the distance.
Kismet, absurd plays to keep his team going.
Toronto Ultra destroyed them.
Toronto Ultra, get it done.
Champs is not that far away. What will our next home series bring us? We're gonna have to find out. Hello folks and welcome to day 2 of the New York Subliners Game Fuel Home Series. You can see the beautiful New York City and we all wish we were there in person, of course, celebrating this incredible day at the Call of Duty League. But we're not, we're at home chilling out, and I'm chilling out with my friends online right now, and that of course is Miles and Chance. Gents, we have day 2 here. We know that day 2 is always a little bit wild at the Call of Duty League, and I think things will get a little bit wild because we've got some potential for some serious games on our hand going into Sunday. But first of all, how are we feeling, Miles? How are we feeling here? Day number 2 here.
Day number 2, always the most exciting and long of the days. I'm very, very pumped to get into this one. Yesterday was a rip roarer, not gonna lie. We had some very cool games, and I'm honestly expecting a whole lot more today, like in every regard.
Absolutely. I mean, Chance, also, I've got a bone to pick with both of you, actually. Are you guys wearing exactly the same thing as me? Like, did no one communicate this? Why are we all... Wait, like, this is not okay. Like, how are we all wearing the same thing?
I just heard you wearing the shirt, and I was like, well, if Lottie's going to be wearing it, like, I can't look like that much worse than her, so I got to try to put something nice on just to attempt to compete.
Hey, no, we all look absolutely fine in these incredible t-shirts, so thank you so much, New York Subliners, for sending those to us. Now, we have a series on our hands a little bit later on, so we'll talk about that in just a sec, but I want to talk about, about what we're going to be seeing potentially here today. So will we actually see an Atlanta versus Chicago matchup on Sunday? That is the question. It's not going to happen today, but it could happen in the finals. So what's more likely, Miles, do you think, of us seeing an actual Atlanta-Chicago matchup here today?
You're right. It's the only way we can actually see it happen this tournament is if they meet in the finals. If they both win their respective groups and they make it through to the semis, they will meet in the finals for the very first time in Call of Duty League history. We've been looking forward to this since day 1. We've been teasing it. I don't know how likely it is to happen because they have to win absolutely everything. But I mean, of all the things there, like what we're going to see first, I mean...
Chance, go on.
Dude, that is a dagger of a graphic. Like Manny Pacquiao is a politician in the Philippines, and Floyd only gets out of bed if he can make like $500 million. So like, that's not super likely. But the Khabib and Tony Ferguson breaks my heart. How long must I wait? I want that to happen more than anything. I really do. They've tried to fight 6 times now, and I know it's not an MMA show, but like this one hurts. It is painful for me to look at.
It's
Miles,
Khabib.
I want you to show off here. Go on.
It's
Habib.
Okay,
It's Habib.
Say his last name.
Go on, show off.
Nurmagomedov.
Oh my
I can't get
days.
his patronymic name in there though. His dad's name, which is the part in the middle, that's the tough one. That's for the super fans.
Yeah, that's insane. Well, Miles, that was incredible. You are the wizard of words, though. But gents, another hypothetical situation I want to talk about as well is, of course, if the season ended today, this is what it would look like. Now, I just want to ask you guys, would you have thought this is what the vision would be at the beginning of the season? What's really sticking out to you here that you maybe not have predicted previously?
For me, it's the Mutineers. I would never, ever, ever have put the Mutineers in the top 2. Even if it were to end today, even if it were the stage we are now, I know that there is a chance the Huntsmen could overtake them, but just to see them in the top 4 is the most ludicrous thing for me, based on what we believed at the start of the season. But that is the most incredible thing about the Call of Duty League, is everything has changed so much. You know, the teams we didn't think we were going to do great aren't at times, and the teams we expected great things of, they have not delivered.
Oh, absolutely. Let's take a look at our CDL points right now. So, Chance, I got to ask you as well. Anyone there sticking out in terms of haven't done so well this season that maybe you predicted to be maybe in the top 4, top 5?
Well, I mean, Seattle, I guess, is the easy answer for that, because you got a couple world champs they started their roster with, and being at the bottom is not ideal, but I will say in terms of potential mix-ups of what we might see, everything is kind of stagnant. I would say there's an opportunity, though, towards that bottom 4 for one of those teams to try to leapfrog out, find themselves in the sort of middle of the pack, and avoid the losers bracket. But outside of that, I think everything is pretty much where it's going to be, at least in terms of where the champ seeding is going to be at.
For sure, we do also have the money here that is at stake for champs. There's a lot on the line, as you can see. I mean, 2 milli for the first place there is crazy. Second being 1 mil. It is wild to actually see the payout structure on your screen right now. But you know, there's a lot on the line, and these teams. Is there things that you think right now these teams need to do to maybe prepare for this a bit more? Are there teams that need to make changes right now? I know it's very late in the season, but are there these teams that maybe do need to switch it up?
I think so, like.
I mean, this is one of those things is like, I think so, but at the same time, it also might just be too late, right? Like, now all these teams, including this one, would have 2 tournaments left to play. I don't know how much you would really want to risk making a swap before the final tournament of the year and just kind of like fingers crossed, hope it works out. So maybe that's on the table, but I think at this point, bog down, figure out what game modes, maps you're going to play, game plan for matchups, just get into the nitty gritty of it.
Hey, it's high risk, but with that prize pool, it's high reward, let me tell you. We're going to have a look at the US Army schedule right now to see what we've got coming your way today. Plenty coming your way, of course. It is Saturday. It's our longest day here at the Call of Duty League on the weekend. We're starting the day off with Atlanta FaZe versus Toronto Ultra. Serving you up New York Subliners taking on Chicago Huntsmen. Then we got LAG versus Paris Legion, and to finish things off, Minnesota Røkkr take on London Royal Ravens. And then for the rest of your evening, we have our 2 knockout matches, and the rest is up to our teams here to see exactly what's going to be happening. We have our bracket also for you guys who, if you're just joining us here on Saturday, this is what went down yesterday. We got Ultra and FaZe waiting in the wings there to play, and then we've also got Huntsmen and Subliners coming up as well for you. And then of course we have Ravens, Røkkr, we've also got Legion and Guerrillas facing each other as well. So we're going to talk about our first match of the day, which is Ultra versus Atlanta FaZe. Now, with these 2 teams here, you probably do expect, and I'm sure our fans can also chip in here with our fan bracket challenge too, but FaZe are probably most likely to win this matchup. Actually, let's take a look right now at what our fans think about FaZe and their journey through this tournament as well. Second, they have them at second right now. You guys have a lot of faith behind the Huntsman too. I'm liking seeing that one. Hopefully we'll get that matchup a little bit later on. But gents, are we kind of feeling what the fans are thinking?
I think to a degree, yeah. I think the Subliners coming in at a 9.5 is quite low based on just, you know, the stock continually rising. I think it's obvious at this point in time that there's a 2-horse race in terms of where the fans believe, but who can actually cause an upset genuinely and take the event? I think Subliners are definitely the squad to do it. They're the only team I think right now outside of FaZe and outside of Huntsman that could reasonably upset and go the whole distance.
I didn't exactly see where the fans put Toronto, but I think it was down probably in the lower part of that list. But you know, you never know. They could upset. We've seen it happen before, so you never know. Let's take a look right now at our game fuel keys to victory, though, and see exactly what these 2 teams need to do to bring this one over the line. We're going to start off with Atlanta FaZe with you, Miles. What do these fellas need to do and embrace? Obviously, the new meta there. Again,
the new meta's been it's been very, very beneficial for the AR players at this point in time. We've seen a lot of great KDs coming out across the board for those guys, but for Simp in particular, right now sitting at 1.35 overall, but he's very, very dominant right now. Yesterday we all saw it. It was like, wow, Simp can literally do it all, and with an M4 in hand, he has been outstanding. But the squad overall, they look fine. It's not like the shaky phase we saw at the previous few home series. Priest is also playing fantastically, so Atlanta, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, and we also had some pretty star performances from Methods and Cammy and the likes of the Toronto Ultra. So game fuel keys to victory for Ultra, Chance. What do you think this team really needs to focus on here to take a good game to FaZe or even win it?
Well, I do think it's a bit of a sales pitch, but if you want to highlight Methods and Cammy, it's a good thing to do because this is one of those teams, and granted, there's quite a few, but you would expect the meta change to help out, right? They've had role issues from the start where it's like, all right, you guys like Methods and other players on the team that do effectively the same thing. Well, now you can get 3 M4s on the map. Every single player is going to be able to be comfortable. And of course, last time these two teams played, it went Game 5, Round 11, as close as it could possibly be. Maybe the meta shift is just enough to put Toronto over the edge.
What are we thinking right now of FaZe's gameplay? I think it's been a hot topic for the past couple of events, and we've seen them kind of have their struggles, but their struggles weren't half bad, were they? So how are we seeing, after seeing them yesterday, Miles, what are you thinking about Atlanta FaZe and where they're at in the structure of their gameplay?
I think just overall they look a lot stronger than they have recently. When it comes to the way their gameplay looks, they're strong where they should be, and the areas where they're a little weaker, they're definitely trying to improve. The Domination's starting to improve, the respawns they're taking a lot more seriously than they have done before, and the search and destroy is still razor sharp. That's the most exciting thing I've been looking forward to this event, is seeing how FaZe improve upon what they've already got and try to address those weaknesses. So far so good. It's a worry though for me, because like Toronto, of all the teams to come out with a crazy upset, I still think New York can do it, but right in this series, Toronto, man, you can never count out the Canadian squad. They have got something up their sleeves in every single series. I'm really excited to see where this goes.
They've got something ultra about them, man, I'll tell you. They've got something ultra about them. Chance, just picking up on FaZe just once again here, looking at the way that they play, the game, Simp obviously was really enjoying the meta change, and it was really suiting him very well. Do you think this is actually going to play into their abilities? Do we see other teams also kind of absorbing the meta change and becoming maybe even more better, even more dangerous to some of the other teams trying to rise up to the top for the seeding?
Well, I think generally all the other teams are going to see what sort of success is going to work. It seems like for the most part, it's going to be a triple M4, 2 MP5 kind of meta, and maybe there's other teams that make slight adjustments, pulling out the growl. But in regards to Simp with the new meta, he could run a pistol for all I care, and I'm expecting him to drop at least a 1.3. So nothing but great things out of the young man. Absolutely.
Well, gents, we do have a fantastic game to start the day. Let's see exactly what FaZe can do and see if Toronto Ultra can upset the boys in red. I'm handing it over to you.
Thank you very, very much, Lottie. What a fun of us. I maintain my chance that I think Toronto, if anyone's going to upset FaZe, God, it's going to be Ultra. It has to be. It simply must. Very, very keen to get into this series. But alas, let's get into it, mate. Ramaza Hardpoint, map number 1. Let's go.
And I'm excited for Ramaza as well. Taking a look at actually maps throughout the series, I think we start on Ramaza, finish on it. A lot of these maps, with the exception of Gunrunner Hardpoint for map number 4, FaZe hasn't had a ton of repetitions on it, and I think this is maybe a glimpse of watching FaZe try to broaden their map pool just a little bit more, getting that prep work in for
We touched upon it yesterday, though. This is almost like a practice tournament for FaZe. It's not like they can change anything points-wise, but being able to get a couple of reps on maps they may or may not have got a great practice on is a great opportunity for them now. And here we go, straight into the hard point. FaZe doing what they can up top. Classic trying to clear up his rafters, and then that hard point, the bridge, not an easy one to control, not an easy one to get to, let alone even get players into it. Right now you can see Bance laying prone, picking up the time. He was a fantastic player yesterday. Some very, very powerful highlight plays. Now with an M4 in hand, we'll see what he can do. Trying to take the lead for the time being. Rotation's now already set. FaZe looking to get the next taste of the hard point.
Yeah, pretty solid start. You're getting a little bit of clearance, trying to push in past construction. Looks like FaZe doing a fairly nice job on the defensive end, but all of that time going to be soaked up by Toronto. So one of the better opening breaks you're going to see. And again, just to give you the stats to highlight of how little FaZe has played on Ramaza, they are 0-2 on this map. So just not played it a ton, and then if we see a Ramaza Game 5, they're 0-1 on that one. So not a ton of repetitions. This is a brand new look of a FaZe team from us. And, well, Toronto taking full advantage. Perfect rotation, perfect first hill. Bance in the new
So sneaky from Bance as well. He really played that very, very cautiously, and rightfully so. Now he's in the point. Hipfire comes through. He catches the shins of that player. Celium, though, a little too fast on the trigger, will get the quick retribution. Now 40 seconds remain on this hard point. It was a nice start for Toronto Ultra, but once again, FaZe, an effortless break. Time and time again. They may not get the rotations, but boy, they'll get the kills. Now, the counterattack begins from Ultra. In they go. Avizi up first. Lovely shots. Gets himself a second there on point. But once again, FaZe still trying to maintain that presence. I will say, the contest being there, not a huge amount of time garnered from FaZe here on second.
Yeah, considering the rotation wasn't there, sort of that damage mitigation kind of factor of doing a decent enough job. But the issue is, well, I was going to say the issue, everyone's going to spawn right on top of each other. Nice little squad spawns to make sure FaZe clean and easy for the rotation. They're going to be able to get the setup. Simp does get chopped down for the front, but tunnel is just a little bit open. Major Maniac trying to cover it.
You see the migration now of these players as they make their way across map. They're going to be cut down by FaZe, who have now got control of the hardpoint. The players trying to make their way through ruins, not going to be found. It's going to be number 5, Bance, once again trying to find those entries, but he's actually slipped through Abizi. Now from behind, Bance is going to extend to the back. Abizi is going to cut through the reinforcements. FaZe, they may not have got the rotation, but they're still trying to work on that hardpoint time. Celium still on point, guns up. Has a bit of help from Major Maniac now covering that left-hand side. And what do we want to see now from Toronto? We want to see them get in there, find those kills quickly, but then also try to maintain some form of mid-map composure, because that's what's going to be getting FaZe, not only this time, but the next one as well.
And I will say, something Abizi did that was actually kind of slippery as well. You saw him, instead of trying to hold the spawns and stay in the back and slay out in that regard, he went to push to middle of the map because he was actually trying to force his team to spawn out. He didn't want FaZe to get spawn trapped in the back of the map for the rotation. So now they've set themselves up where Simp is all the way tucked on the left side of the map. Abizi is now the roaming slayer to effectively try to keep Toronto away from the new rotation. So this is a very long-term play getting set up by Abizi and the rest of FaZe, who of course, well, don't end up getting the spawns, but still full control.
Speaking of spawns, here comes Ultra. They spawn very, very close. Priest is going to be the first line of defense. Holding on as best he can. Abizi, once again, that roaming slayer, the demon barber of Ramaza, keeps finding those kills. Now FaZe take the lead. They take control, and they're still holding on to this hardpoint. Ultra not really able to make an effective break here. Abizi locks him down from top stairs. Another kill goes the way of the young Abizi. Sells Simp. They find theirs. Bance from upstairs, not able to do too much. Classic now. He's going to take a swing of the ring, and it's not going to be a whole lot as he hasn't checked his corners. And Atlanta FaZe, once again, on construction, putting in the work.
Oh yeah, you talk about checking quarters, you gotta take your pick, right? Slide in, there's 18 directions, you gotta look and hope for the best. But I will say, beautiful rotation and a beautiful hold on this hill by FaZe. That was a nice little stretch for them. And of course now, you talk about the next rotation. Look at the setup they have. Simp letting the players run past before he gets the shots in. You got Major Maniac posted up inside the tunnel. And well, FaZe, I would say, in a pretty good spot. Kleenex though, trying to make it messy.
Yeah, the last 3 hard points of Middle FaZe, they're looking fantastic so far. They managed to get out of the blender, and now they're very much the ones pushing the buttons. Celium on Ruins now. Ruins another difficult hard point to break. That trophy system is going to help, and again, you want to be seeing Toronto throw as much utility as possible at this hard point to try to break it, whether it's smokes or stuns. There's so many angles to work from here, and you really want to eliminate that large, long line of sight that the assault rifle players can just absolutely go to town on. Cammy tries to get up close and personal there with Celium, but he says nay. Cuts him down once again. Kleenex, you see that angle is so hard to break, whether it's the lighting, you know, it's the situation, you know, with shots coming from either side. There's so many angles to work from. It's a difficult hard point to break, a wonderful one to hold. And right now the contest, this awkward little fight between Cammy and Celium. And Celium wins it again. That's his 6th kill in a row. And Atlanta FaZe have just completely put the brakes on Ultra. They've been stuck on 70 points for what? 3, maybe 4 hard points now. This is getting out of hand.
Yeah, it's been a thrashing, and Celium again getting the hot hand. He's going to be on a 6-3 for the rotation. He, by far, has the most kills while prone in the game. Lacefield might have been his competition if he was able to stick on the roster, but Celium in a category of his own, and it can be annoying to play against and tough to deal with. But either way, you talk about not getting any points in the past couple hills. P1 was where Toronto honestly had their most success in the entire game. They're back towards the hill. They got to contest in and around the point. It does not survive in FaZe, making the adjustments.
What could Bance do now? Nothing. Major Maniac, top of construction, full control. Cammy now, he's going to go for it, finds one. Is there many more to be found? Perfect pre-fire there, sadly not able to penetrate on towards Celium again, who is prone. Can he find another kill in this prone position? Not today. Cammy says, no way, man. As finally, Ultra start to get on the board. They start to get some more points here. 3 in a row now for Cammy. And this is what you want to see. They've sort of reset themselves somewhat, but as you can see on the minimap, 4 members of Atlanta FaZe geared up on that left-hand side hardpoint in towards second. Methods now. First time we've really given him much love here on the stream, and he's already dead. So there we go. Towards the back end of that hard point, we're going to have full control for FaZe. We have seen Ultra now break on through into the store. They do have control for now, but for how long? Because here comes Simp.
Right now, Sint, the man on the back, is working with his teammate, and actually Sint doesn't need to do a single theme. Celium still with the hot hand was able to pick up 3. Simp is there for the cleanup crew, and that was a perfect hold. I will say FaZe, they gave up a ton of pressure towards the front to make sure that they secured the spawns, and that means they have to retake the hill once they executed perfectly. Simp now goes on a 3 or 4 spree in Toronto on the retake. Good luck trying to get past those 2 ARs, and well, they succeed. Methods able to pick up 3, the perfect bounce back Toronto was going to need. If they weren't able to get that, the game, well, it would have been close to being done and dusted.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy with that 20 points as well. Classic now trying to fight his way out. Nice tags, not quite enough to get it done. Major Maniac, quick reload, reposition. Great win from Classic. Now keep that momentum going forward. Ultra now starting to build pace. Bans can't quite clean out the back. Simp's going to be there. So the battle for the barbershop now begins. Simp with a lovely 2-piece on a Cami. That's delightful. Going to give the control to FaZe for now. They've made the ruin safe. That means the only way that FaZe have to really look now is sort of bottom mid, maybe top mid of the map, because they have got full control. Funnel those members of Ultra into a single space and turn that kill box into a lovely spot for Atlanta FaZe. 3 kills now go their way, and we're starting to get away with this one. Chance over 200 points now for FaZe.
And this is horrific news for Toronto as well, because you look at Major Maniac's positioning. He is so far pushed up the map that really he doesn't even want his teammates to be spawning in the back of the hill. He wants to make sure he can rotate towards construction. And with 25 seconds left, Toronto can't let this happen, right? Like, they have to fly and have to fight for this time and try to get this scrap, but that means long term they are in a horrific spot to try and mitigate this damage. And even still, 12 seconds left, it's the last ditch effort towards the hill. Toronto still sending bodies to try to fight for that time. Meanwhile, FaZe on the minimap, 3 players already towards construction.
Celium once again, I mean, it's a really demoralizing performance from him for anyone else other than his teammates. It's just absolutely destroying right now. Bans dead silence from upstairs. This could be a real hero play just to stop the bleeding for now. 20 points for the win for Atlanta FaZe. And Bans once again, there's so many angles to check. Anyway, oh, he just about catches Major Maniac. And now the hardpoint flips into the control of Toronto Ultra. Better late than never. They may have just saved themselves a world of hurt. And if they can maintain this hold now as the push from FaZe starts to develop, Toronto may be able to get back into this one.
Oh, one player's going to fall Classic on the back end, but FaZe, they're just going to try to flood into the front. Cam, you can see in the corner sitting there waiting for him to make that adjustment. Priesta might be that first man in. You got to get the timing right. Abizi's there. They're ready for the trades, but maybe a little bit too slow, but Abizi able to connect.
Kleenex keeping the kills coming. This is still working out right now for Ultra. 15 seconds remain. They have to make the rotation. It's going to be Classic. He's going to be leading the charge. He's about to go toe-to-toe with Celium. The one player right now you don't want to be fighting on the rotation as Priesta tries to take care of mid-map. Cell, he's going to do what he can now to lock this one down. Up against Cami. Cami will get the better of him there. 17 for Celium right now. It's 25 and 18 for Methods on the other side of the board. He's actually sprung alive. We haven't seen too much of him, but he's doing a great job. Here comes the break, though, from FaZe. Cami, oh, he looks left when he should have looked right, and he's going to be cut down. Bance, what have you got? Nothing, oh boy! Atlanta FaZe, they're starting to pull away with this one once again, and that's a great-looking hold here from the Hardpoint. Still, we have got Toronto nipping at the heels. They're very, very close. If they can keep FaZe out, they can keep the game alive. It's only 10 for the win now for FaZe.
This is not the time to slack off for Toronto. They have to have all the pressure in the world towards the point. Contesting is fine. It's not ideal, but hey, they're not going to lose. They get the clearance phase. You can already see a couple players, number 6 and number 7, Major Maniac and Celium rotating. They have given up this tunnel hill. This has been 3 or 4 hills back to back to back. Toronto has managed to survive, and well, FaZe actually trying to fight and get this sneak. 10 seconds at the end. Now Toronto, they got to flood. They got to go back for the contest.
They have to go. They got to go. They're going to break Simp up top, but this is going to be it. What a play in the final moments from FaZe, whether they were going to win it here on the old one or set themselves up for absolute greatness over by the new Hardpoint. They played that one fantastically. Atlanta FaZe, they win it. Toronto only sit at 197, and what a hard-fought battle that was. FaZe, fantastic control in map number 1.
And it really was beautiful stuff. Like, I can see all 10 players on the minimap at any given time, and even that play towards the end caught me off guard of like, all right, Toronto forced to rotate. We've already called out the players on FaZe and made the adjustment, and then the smokes come out. 2 players from FaZe sneak in, take down, I think it was Cammy in the hill, and then that's the flip of like, oh God, now we have to go back to this hill on top of making that rotation. And that's the situation where Toronto, like, if we could listen to their comms, it's going to be chaos. It is so complicated to deal with those situations in the final moments, and obviously they weren't able to figure it out and sort of crack the code to make sure to get that win. But realistically, that's just FaZe keeping the ball rolling from this weekend.
Yeah, FaZe, honestly, that's fantastic looking work from them on a map that they have not had great success on in the past. There's the stats on screen. Kills department all round looking very, very good for FaZe. 30 and 20 for Celium, slaying his heart out. 2 minutes on the Hardpoint as well. 32 for Abizi. No massive surprises there. But again, for everyone else on Toronto Ultra, it's not like they're being outslayed tremendously. It's not like they're just, you know, getting an absolute smack in here, but it's the way you play Ramaza. FaZe really had that one down. The transition from barbershop towards construction site, they had that fight won every single time. They were outmaneuvering Toronto Ultra every sort of step of the way. And Toronto, it's very, very difficult in Ramaza to get back into, you know, the sort of accumulation of points. It's real tough on that map. When you start to get pushed back, when you're losing the rotations, it's a tough one, dude. I mean, I don't know how to break it in terms of as an individual player. I'm like, okay, we have to worry about 3 or 4 things right now. Everyone's got to be playing their role.
And I think of long-term implications for that map as well. Keep in mind, FaZe was 0-2 on it. It's their least played Hardpoint map. They hadn't gotten a win. And it's one of those things where maybe the meta shift has a lot to do with it, but it also might be them broadening their map pool before champs and showing off and be like, hey, if you think we're only going to play Gunrunner every single series, we'll show you something new. We'll give you a different look and just give you more cause for concern.
Here's the quick scope brought to you by the US Air Force. And again, you're looking at one of the top teams in the league versus one of the bottom at this point in time based on the standings. And again, at this point in time, of a massive change there in the Hardpoint records and the S&D records, 25, 11, 29, and 17 for FaZe. They're 2 of their finest game modes. Very, very dangerous stuff. And again, chance for this series, we're going to have a look at the maps and modes now. Again, brought to you by the US Air Force. So the Ramaza Hardpoint is now finished, but a Piccadilly Search and Destroy coming up next.
And again, this is a look that, you know, FaZe, we're used to seeing them on it. We know they're comfortable, but I still think long-term, the Ramazas are the easiest example of it. They're 0-1 on Ramaza S&D. It is just really FaZe, in my mind, taking the opportunity of like, hey, this is a series we're expecting to win. We're at the top of the standings. We're trying to think long-term. And again, the phrase I think you've been using is like, it's sort of like a practice tournament for FaZe. They're not desperate for points. They got 240 on board. They're pretty much a lock for the top 2 spots. So try to get as many reps in on as many different maps as possible, and that's good beneficially long-term for FaZe.
It really is very beneficial for them. We're going to have a quick look now on our Grubhub picks of the day. I know some of you were wondering, those foodies out there, what kind of pizza will Chance have today? We'll tell you in a moment, but these are our picks. I went with Cammy, man. I thought Cammy's performance yesterday was outstanding. Merc also went with an ultra player, Bans. Bans had some standout moments, but dude, talk to me about a Beezy. Why'd you pick a Beezy real quick?
I mean, so the first 2 series we saw yesterday, I think that was really the first glimpse of like, all right, bunch of new ARs. The AR players are having a lot of success, and I was looking at Beezy, and I was like, he's talking about using the Yogg. I'm giving him the focus, and then nope, we saw the MP5, but then more importantly, the first map, he comes in and drops 40, and he was just thriving. Like, he is one of the SMG players that didn't have to make the adjustment, that stayed in the same role, and even with the nerf, for him, it does not show in the slightest.
Indeed. Let's have a quick look at what I had for dinner last night. It wasn't today's lunch, but last night I had a great Indian. Of course, I'm a British male. I love my Indian food. Now that I'm here in the United States, every now and then I get a real craving for it. Had a little bit of everything there. I did share that with my wife. Don't think I had that all to myself, although I could quite frankly do it. The naan was great. All of it was pretty sweet, actually. And again, it's not the same as back home. I'm not going to lie. For the Brits watching right now, it's not quite what it was, but it was still passable. It was fantastic. What am I saying? Chance, tell me about that pizza.
It was delicious. Like, you like the Indian food, you get the spice, you get all that extra flavor. I'm a bit more basic. I just like pizza, and you can get it in all different kinds. Like, there's so many debates, I think, that are going on in the pizza world. I think the pineapple on top is the most prolific discussion that has ever had. But for me, I'm a pizza lover. If you like it on the pizza, that's just how good of a food it is foundationally. You can throw whatever you want. Eggs, doesn't matter. It can taste good. Ranch dressing, I've seen that done before. Ooh. Delicious as always. Pizza, you can't go wrong.
There you go. Don't forget to support your local businesses again. Use the Grubhub app again from the times of 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. your time zone. Grubhub are offering you $10 off orders of $30 or more. Head to the app, go to the perks section, and it's all in there for you guys. But do what you can to support local businesses. COVID's still kicking, boys and girls. Wash your hands, wear a mask, do what you can to socially distance. Stay indoors and play Call of Duty. Watch the league. Buy the Champs pack. It's dope. When you aim in on the M4, it says Champs 2020 on the site. It's super cool. Let's get into this one though. Piccadilly Search and Destroy. Terribly excited about this one. Hey, I've actually got I did go all in on my Champs pack. I've got the Lost Full chalked as my as calling card right now, because that's how I feel about life sometimes. In we go though to the AX50 of Sim, trying to end a life or two with that powerful weapon. So far, so good. Also, big shout out to Peter Smith, helps us out with his Grubhub codes. Our lovely producer, also a massive Toronto Ultra fan.
Well, hope for his sake that maybe Toronto can turn things around in the first blood. Might be able to be the turning of the tides, will you say? Because Bance gets that first blood, but of course, bomb still in hand. Potential for it to go down, but CleanX, he's going to be causing a lot of problems. Now Celium, well, he's off in La La Land. He's by himself, but he is dragging the attention of 3 Toronto players.
He's about to do a little bit more than just drag their attention. He's starting to rack up the body count. Finds CleanX. Keeping himself alive right now. Major Maniac just rattling a few shots off there from top construction, trying to get some attention. But Celium is the real danger right now. He's still there in position. Major Maniac making his way out now. Celium is about to find himself in a little bit of trouble. Cammy peeks at the right time. Beautiful shots from him. Major Maniac recovers the bomb, making his way in towards that B site. The A site, excuse me. This Methods takes the tippity top of his head. And this is a nice hold. Very slow play from Ultra. And it's going to be that final bullet from the HDR of Cammy that gets the round.
And I will say Cammy is definitely going to be the pinpoint guy to identify for Toronto that needs to go big. Obviously, Piccadilly, Sniper's Haven, he was able to get 2 picks that round, but the one he picked up on Celium was the more important one because, again, Celium was dragging the attention of 3 different Toronto Ultra players. And not only that, though, I will say on the flip side, Methods has his mix amp cranked. As soon as Major Maniac took a step, Methods is like, I know exactly where you are. You're going to die. And, well, it means dead silence. Very important playing against Methods.
Very important. That mix amp is cranked. Shout out to Astro, providing tournament audio for the entire CDL. Great use from CleanX now, no dead silence to be found. He dodges all the metal detectors. Major Maniac with a lovely poke onto the bomb planter. It does go down though, so not quite the greatest timing. He will be traded out. CleanX managed to slip through. MP5 from up high gets the job done. Now you're going to see the streets littered with FaZe members as they try to now get back onto that site. They have to do what they can to break in, and Simp with a delightful shot onto Cammy sitting at the back of the bus. Not a cool kid anymore as he's dead. CleanX now still from up high. Finds his second kill. There's going to be kill number 3. CleanX, what a round this has been. Zabisi now tries to keep his squad in this one, trying to fight through that lineup of Toronto. And there it is, the shots from the side, and it's from the underground. As CleanX now, can he find his 4th kill of the round? And it's done. Will he get the kill, though? There's a BC's right below him, and he's dipped out. Nope, goes for the bomb. It's not going to be there. Still a great round from Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, BZ just a little bit too short on that jump. You gotta, really stretch for it to make sure you get that mantle. But it's a situation where if you're on offense and you get the bomb planted, and let's say you still maintain the man advantage, or you just keep it at a 5v5, you have maybe a 60% chance of winning the round, something like that. As soon as Cammy gets in the top shop and gets in that power position, that 60% jumps to 95. If you let someone on offense get into there and the bomb gets planted, that's almost just a guaranteed round win. So beautiful stuff coming out from the Ultra.
Yeah, good stuff from Ultra. And again, against a squad like FaZe with such a deep playbook when it comes to search and destroy. Good looks. Sim now on the AX50, just trying to find something here as he looks across the currently very dangerous streets of London. Crossfire comes through. Ultra find their first kill, and it's going to be at the hands of Methods. Classics can get the assist, and now see if they can't find any more here. And this is so tense. There's a lot of very, very tight lines of sight to work with here, and Methods knows back on out, make a bit of noise, make them look upstairs. But as his squad now trying to slowly but surely envelop these members of FaZe as they make their way in towards that bomb site. Maniac catches a couple of shots. Actually, Cammy off camera does manage to get one with the HDR. So Toronto Ultra picking apart FaZe player by player. There's not a whole lot they can do here.
The opportunity might be Celium going on a very wide flank, but frankly, 30 seconds, you're not going to be able to plant that bomb. It's a near impossible spot. Major Maniac is going to fall, and then Celium has to kill 4 people, cross the map, plant the bomb, and he's got 13 seconds to do it. He is going to get absolutely just demolished towards the end, but that is just a massive clash over towards the A site, right? The dangers of the streets of London, and right now Toronto way more acquainted with them. I think CleanX has been going on a tear. He has maybe 5 or 6 kills just in the past 2 rounds.
Yeah, that was great. It's a real clash of styles right now. We're seeing FaZe really play this individual, going to go on big flanks, try to catch angles, try to create opportunities, where Toronto are, right now they're a firing squad. They're moving very tightly together. The communication's clearly on point. And it's really working out from 3-0. As we're going around number 4, Methods on screen, trying to make his way forward. The HDR of Cammy has been delightful so far. BZ will get first blood with an exploding car there. The Classic, with that bomb, he's well and truly in enemy territory right now. Waiting for an opportunity now to maybe catch someone as he's crept forward. There's players all around him, just on the other side of that tarp. There is a player. Cammy's going to get the fight started with a lovely snipe, and here comes Classic from the shadows. He pounces. Priest is going to trade immediately. As Atlanta FaZe will start to find the kills, but Bance now in a 1 versus 2 situation. Now armed to the teeth. Good shots against Simp, but not enough. I say good shots, he didn't land a single one. What the hell am I talking about? Good round from FaZe. I was hoping for the tags, but no, that police car took it all.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, nice little bounce back round. FaZe, you can really tell, just trying to rock the Casbah. Make sure you get back in the swing of things. Don't let Toronto just kind of run you over, and really just nice aggressive positioning coming out from both teams, because it's one of those moments you see Classic pushed up that far and he's picking up kills with Bomb, and then turns out Priesta was well behind enemy lines as well for the trade. So the aggression was a key thing, a key factor, I will say, for the success of FaZe.
Shout out the clash. Sim now making his way forward. This is the bounce back now for FaZe. Quite an aggressive round for them, trying to make their way in towards B. A lot of gunfire now, just circulating across the map. Celium, he doesn't know that there is a sneaky Benjamin Bance right behind him. Tags up, finds a couple more shots, not too much more. Can he go up against Sim once again? Nap Simp's got his number 2-0 so far in the 1v1 gunfight. Sim still has the bomb, so he's going to continue to make that transition across towards the B site. Got a little bit more space to work with now. There's nobody there in the bookshop. Bomb's going to go down. All into Kleenex to try to make something happen. Oh my word! The shots from Sim. Good round from FaZe.
Beautiful round from FaZe. Like the way it started, right? Bance makes the hard read. He knows Salim's been going on the super wide flank round after round, plays it perfectly, lets the man walk past, pick up the first kill, and then unfortunately, the strategy was great, and then every single gunfight after that, FaZe just took it to him. And Simp, of course, not a stranger of the M4. He is very comfortable with the weapon. I think that's the second time this series we've seen him just absolutely gun somebody. And of course, that time had the cover of the car, and it was an impossible situation, but nonetheless, things looking crispy.
Ooh, classic singe there. A couple of nades managed to make his way past. It's a heavy commit towards A, and Priesta in the mix he goes. Sadly, looks just the wrong way before Methods can get the trade. They're going to retrieve that bomb, keep the player A alive. However, you have to be mindful. Kleenex, he's on an assassination mission now. He knows he has to take care of the player above him. The dead silence is about to run out. You can't really plant towards A unless you know you've got that top window covered. Major Maniac just watching across sight, hoping for somebody to be caught in the transition from cover to cover. As Simp, though, he's going to be the difference maker right now. And just, oh, wow, Kleenex, Jack the Ripper right there. Who knew he was a Dane? Lovely kill. Bance now, he gets involved as well. That's a really great turnaround from Ultra. They've managed to retake the power positions, and now Kleenex, he's on a mission. He's certainly going to be going for the kills. Major Maniac. Oh, the shots are there as Kleenex gets it, and now it falls to Celium. Can't quite get it all done on his own, but admire Kleenex for trying. Now Celium in a 1 versus 3. 25 seconds to get the bomb. And this is going to be ugly. The guns are trailed on him. What can Celium do? It would have been a true testament to his individual skill, but Toronto Ultra with another banger of a round.
And I swear to God, Salim, excuse me, he's like permanently on the ground. He is always prepared for the going from the prone to the stand-up jump shot to mess with the character model. Salim, you talk about a man that pays attention to details, but they, of course, lost that round, and that is 2 times we've now seen Kleenex be the hero for Toronto, where he gets behind enemy territory, he gets control of top shop on offense, and again, as soon as you get the bomb planted, if you get a player up there on offense, that is almost a guarantee that you're going to win the round.
Yep. Beautiful stuff already. 4-2 for Toronto Ultra again to take a team of FaZe's caliber and search and destroy the distance here. Great stuff. Priesta just able to get off the dirt as quickly as he can to kill the Classic there. It's that first blood once again. Now quickly maneuvering across map. This is outstanding from Priesta. What a move this has been for him as he rips his way forward. 3rd kill of the round. Methods is the only player left as Abizi managed to find it. Major Maniac's going to get it done, and FaZe, what an answer back that was.
That's a very impressive round. You talk about FaZe trying to go the distance, while Priesta, he's going for speed. That is just straight up the middle of the map, pick up that first blood. 0 time wasted. Doesn't want to back it up and play for picks. He says, hey, we have a slight advantage. Let's press it as hard as possible. And he is just hunting those players down, getting the shots in the back, and just, again, making it look easy. Like, I don't even know if anyone really attempted to shoot at Priesta that round.
It felt like he managed to just slip through those angles. The timing was impeccable. Silent approach from Priesta. Ultra now. once again making a heavy push towards A. We've seen them do this before, but they absolutely needed to maintain that top shot control, and that's where it falls to CleanX once again. He's got himself through there. Prime position to be in now. If he can just hold on, maybe find the angles, but has to be very mindful of players coming up behind him. That's his job right now. Don't let that top shot position go, and his teammates could potentially get the bomb down at A. And there it is. He does get the kill. Abizi goes down. But now for FaZe, they definitely have a little bit of information to work with there. You can see the transition happening. They're making their way across map. Now trying to reinforce the A site. Bomb has not gone down yet for Toronto. That hesitation could prove to be a little difficult, as FaZe starting to reinforce this point.
Smoke is the attempt to try to push forward, but again, FaZe, they cannot let this bomb get planted. CleanX is up top again, so Priest of the aggression, he's able to find one, tries to fly forward for the second, but does get chopped, but still at the bomb, not yet down.
Priest is that guy. As soon as the smokes go down, he's going to charge through. 25 seconds remaining. Cammy does a Priest of his own. Makes it a 3 versus 2. Now it's a 2 versus 2. The shots are there from Major Maniac. He's actually going to make it a little bit more dangerous in this 1 versus 2. Cellium surrounded. Less than 10 seconds. Bomb's going to go down quick. Cellium could maybe make the play here. Oh, good timing from CleanX. It's going to allow the bomb to go down at the very least, and there's the kill. Delightful work from Toronto Ultra. Map point. And I must admit, Chance, it got a little shaky there.
I absolutely got shaky. I thought there was an opportunity, like, even though the smoke got down, just try to get the plant off a little bit quick, because honestly it could help you with cover, because as soon as the bomb doesn't get planted, you see CleanX is now forced out of his power position. But either way, they made the plays. Cammy made the read to try to pick up Priest off the flank, and of course CleanX again has been consistently the hero for the team. He always, it's just crazy that he's consistently able to get those first bloods and get up the top shop, and FaZe, they just don't have an answer for him.
Not at all. Priest to see what he can bring here. Again, we haven't seen too many snipes since those opening rounds. CleanX from top of the buses. Not exactly the most orthodox way of using that form of public transport, but he really made it work. Good stuff from him once again. Outstanding so far at 10 and 6. And FaZe, I mean, they have barely left Shaftesbury Avenue. They have barely left their spawn, for those of you wondering what I'm talking about. They're real tight on the defense here. Not on the offense, I should say, not really willing to let much happen, and they've got to make something happen soon because they're running out of players to throw at those bomb sites. 4v3 right now. Cellium, Simp, Priester trying to keep themselves in this. And right now, I mean, you have to assume if you're Ultra, FaZe haven't moved. They have to be close by. Cellium's trying to get something here in this 1 versus 2 situation. It's not going to be enough. Cammy cuts him down for the 9th kill of the round of the game, sorry, and he gets himself 5 in a row there. So now for Simp and Priester, 2 versus 4. They've tried something different, and man, it's not working out. Cammy is just cutting them to ribbons. Simp, you want to call it now? There it is. Toronto Ultra, 6-3 on Piccadilly. That was a dominant surge.
It was a fantastic search. I mean, I'm voting for Cammy for president, voting for CleanX for prime minister. They just took it to him. I mean, CleanX had to have gotten maybe 3-4 first bloods. He was the guy consistently on offense, getting in those power positions, making sure he could be the hero in the round. And then Cammy, the entire game, whether or not the snipes were on point, I think he was able to pick up maybe 3 that game, even with the M4, always in the power positions. And it really just seemed like a game that Toronto never lost control of. Confident from start to finish, and just really fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it was from start to finish. There was a couple of rounds where FaZe did what you would imagine FaZe to do and be super aggressive and catch every single individual gunfight that goes their way. But at the end of the day, that was a Toronto map from start to finish, man. That was really, really well handled. That's a search and destroy map I'm going to look back on and go, nice job, Toronto. That was great. And again, it comes down to a few real key moments. CleanX, I found individually, the timing, you know, the pressure he would apply at times. He is going to be the recipient of our US Army tactical play. This was from round 2, actually. We talked about how important it was to take those power positions, you know, his timing, you know, his pressure, his attention to detail when it came to those plays. CleanX was outstanding.
And I think what he showed off in round 2 is sort of the teaser for the main course that was the entire game. It was just the clear cut. I can only say it so many times of, like, he was the guy that somehow managed to put himself that aggressively into the shop. And sometimes he was doing it by sprinting straight in. Sometimes he was doing it by sneaking up behind Simp and, well, maybe not getting the assassination, but the easy kills as well. But really just a performance. He was the man on offense. Cammy was the man on defense from the side of Toronto. A very well executed map number 2. And of course for Toronto, keep keep in mind the broader scheme of things. This is one of those teams that we have to pay a great deal of attention to make their way out of the bottom 4. And if they're able to take FaZe down right here, get those extra 10 points, make it out of bracket play, this is a team potentially, if they can go on a run, could start mixing those standings up.
I hope so. I mean, this was the upset for me. Toronto to take FaZe, that could be it. But very, very exciting stuff so far. And again, that play from Kleenex, man, so he won them the round. You look at the end of that, it was the final moments. You know, BG knew he couldn't hit the bomb whatsoever because you got Kleenex upstairs. But that's that. Atlanta FaZe, they are tied up 1-1 in the series now. They lose Toronto lose the Hardpoint. FaZe on your screen, a team that has gone from, I think, strength to strength. The only time we've really seen them not exactly look their strongest, I think they dipped out in the semi-finals at the LA home series, and they took a very uncharacteristic loss in the last home series, the Paris home series, against the Florida Mutineers. But now for Toronto Ultra, a chance to turn this series around. Can they find something special in the Domination coming up just after this break? Or will Atlanta FaZe walk through this as so many have expected? Well, we'll find out after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment we've all been waiting for.
Toronto Ultra destroyed them.
Kleenex right through the wall.
As Methods was a monster for Ultra. 4 go down medals. Lucky 3 in a row. Oh boy.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless.
Christmas certainly has come early for Call of Duty League fans, and again, the Call of Duty League Champs pack is available. New blueprints, guns, sprays, stickers, charms, you name it. The calling cards are particularly funny as well. Be sure to jump into the store and have a look at those. Gear up like a pro. The Call of Duty League Championship 2020 pack. I've got it. It's hilarious. Everyone's creating little memes with it because some of the player logos and the calling cards, you can literally tell a story with them, and it is very, very fun. Please hit us up on Twitter with your favorites that you've created so far. Also, the F spray, amazing. F's in the chat. Yeah, but that's going to be very fun. Now, every now and then on the Call of Duty League broadcast, and we have a lot of fun. I hope you're having a lot of fun as well. And sometimes some of that fun is captured off camera. We have a little piece here which we like to call AstroComs, which is going to be coming up in just a moment. And it's when the cameras stop rolling, we know we're on a break. We like to do and say things, and sometimes they're mistakes, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Sometimes there's people on our timelines letting us know what we think about their favorite teams. We hope you enjoy this piece. Well, it should be coming up in just a moment. But Chance, I mean, I think you've got a couple of them. You've walked off camera a few times.
I mean, look. Yeah, I maintain that the single best thing we would ever do for content-wise is put out all the behind-the-scenes stuff. Like the dinner for champs that we did, if we could air that entire thing unedited, oh god, I think that would be a shining light.
And that's going to be that. We're just going to cut that one right there. We're going to roll the package. We hope you enjoy AstroComs.
I am a giant 6'3", 240-pound idiot.
I think you should lose points, by the way, if you don't understand how logic works.
Yes! Acting together as long as we have you and learn some things. I mean, obviously, I was the host of Trading Shots. I gave you a lot of pointers before that one. But being on this side of it, man, I was 1 for 1 in Trading Shots.
Look at these guns, man. Like, literally.
I have no idea what I want to say. No, does anyone ever know at this point in the show?
That's a hot take.
That's a hot take.
Chance, you are the winner of our Astro Listen Up moment this week. A champion once again. Do you have anything you would like to say to the people?
I am over the moon. I'm going to make sure I go call my mom and tell her the good news.
That was CasterComs presented by Astro. Check out some of the highlights from this week's Contesting the Point presented by Astro and head over to the CDL YouTube for the full episode. Oh my god, man, when I think about Contesting the Point, because obviously it takes us a while to put those shows together. There are so many moments where we get caught off guard and even in you're putting the arguments together and stuff like that, and the final 60 seconds when you get to say what you mean and mean what you say is just oh boy, there's a lot of fun in that one. So do head over to the CDL YouTube channel, check that out. Lots of fun to be had. Man, the season's flying by, right? The year has flown by.
I don't know. It seems like now that everything is past, it seems like it all happened so quickly. But dude, living through it, it felt like it was pretty slow paced.
Hey, I know what you mean. Time flies when you're having fun, but when the world is doing all sorts of weird stuff around you, you tend to
crashing and burning.
It tends to feel a little different. Either way, here we go now into a domination on Petrograd. And we've seen a little changes to the way Dom plays, thanks to the new meta, but there's a lot more assault rifles at play now. Everyone's rip-roaring with those bad boys, and let's see how we go. Ultra spawning towards the seaside. FaZe will have control of A, and it looks like there might be a bit of a clash here towards the River Street. First of many explosions now on this map. CleanX can't quite find everyone there in mid towards that B flag, and again, we're going to be watching a lot of action onside this B flag. This is where the most of the engagement should be taking place. Everyone battling for that one, but keep an eye out for the traps, man. We've seen some real effective spawn traps take place here on Petrograd. Spawning towards the very bottom of the map, not where you want to be.
And something interesting as well, Method's going on one of the fastest flanks of all time, and of course, Method's not a speed demon, it's just he spawned there, but it looks like Simp knew what was up. He was able to take him down, but of course the spawn outs are being a little bit consistent for Toronto, who are now literally spawning on top of the A flag. They're going to be able to get that, and of course, CleanX, his job, try to hold C, and he just doesn't want to throw away his life. They just need to keep pressure. That's Toronto Ultra on that side of the map.
Yeah, it seems classic. He decided to spawn, bottom bar side, and he just walked straight over towards A, and I know I think about that, but let's find out what Atlanta FaZe think about that. Now it's time to go into a quick Astro Gaming listen-in with Atlanta FaZe.
What's top kitchen?
On team tracks, on team tracks.
I'm hopping C, I'm hopping C.
Yo, one's out on me.
Camping B.
Yo, he's top restaurant, top restaurant, top restaurant. Top right restaurant.
I don't see him. Top tracks, dead.
I'm B done.
It could be Water Street.
Answer's top.
I saw me. Yo, they're spawning deep A.
Top blue, Cammy.
Okay, yo, spawning deep A now.
Top kitchen.
Go top
top
kitchen.
kitchen.
Get the Cammy.
Yo, they're spawning deep.
Nice, I can see water dead.
I'll spawn BSD.
I'm holding water,
I'm
I'm these guys, bro. Listen, I'm holding water. Yeah, back L. One shot back L. Classic.
Yo, they're spawning deep.
I have top left has. I have all top right. I'm gonna go top right.
On the has hop. MC, I have your bar push. I have your top bar push.
I have your top. Bottom out weak. Classic.
I'm gonna go top half.
Double Jenny one shot.
Top kitchen right now, right side.
Top kitchen right now.
Went towards you. Went to chow you, I think, MC. Top kitchen, band's weak.
I can't chow B. I'm chow.
I from bar.
Nice. Band's top.
Nice.
Nice. Good shit, MC. Good shit.
Yep, I from
MC, I have your cross. I have your cross.
I'm slaying blue core. I'm slaying back bar phones.
Yep.
I'm holding blue core right now. They're
bar
gonna be left.
From our bands, one tracks.
Nice.
Yo, top blue,
Characteristic coordinated comms there of Atlanta FaZe as they try to maintain full control here of Petrograd, and that could have been it. That was the makings of something special. They tried to get A, but they weren't quite able to trap the members of Ultra towards the south side of the map, towards that loading dock. Still though, a good look so far for Atlanta FaZe, approaching that 50-point mark. Toronto catching up there at 28.
And busy, by the way. 11-2, and you try to call it out, immediately gets smoked by Kleenex, who is able to pick up 3 on the exchange. And, well, frankly, that'll be the moment for Toronto where they get the B flag back and start chipping away at this lead.
The PIP showed us another lovely moment there, brought to you by the Modern Warfare sprays. I believe that was the A flag. A lot of love being shown towards A. You can see everyone loves that A flag. They really do want to get over there. And now FaZe have managed to neutralize it for the time being. We're going to see Toronto get back onto that one now, try to get back into the swing of things. A bit of love towards C as well. Can we see a bit of a flip here now from Ultra? Major Maniac trying to go tete-a-tete with Kleenex, but he's going to be brought down eventually. Here comes the flank. As you know, Major Maniac, he's just dipsy-dood all the way out and about. Kleenex can't get a thing. C's going to be now going back into the hands of Atlanta FaZe. B still theirs. However, we do have Ultra now with that spawns towards A.
That is the most FaZe play I think I've ever seen in this game, of Major Maniac, who's only had 5 engagements this entire time. Spent maybe 30 seconds in the gunfight, basically just dodging whatever player that was, and Major Maniac doesn't even get the kill because Priestahh was there for it, and that is just picturesque of sort of the style that FaZe has. If you got some guys making sure you do the right thing, some guys making sure they kill everything in sight.
Oh, it's such an annoying thing to watch, man. Like, and to stay alive like that, it's not easy to do, especially in this game. Nonetheless, we're still going to see the surge now from Toronto Ultra, trying to get some semblance of control there, just an iota of control, that top restaurant position, so they can get in towards B, but it's very, very difficult to do so. They're having much more luck holding that C flag, or at least trying to poke the C flag while maintaining control of A. So at this point in time, that's where Toronto are trying to garner their points from and at least slow the advance of FaZe right now. They do have some mid-map control. It's going to be number 8 though from Sim. He's going to try to find himself a few more. Here comes the pinch. They're doing what they can on the B flag, and it was going to be Priestahh for a brief moment there, but we may have just seen it. There is a trip cap. Now, wait a minute. Can we see Ultra try to pin FaZe in towards that loading dock side? Can they keep these kills coming? This could be an incredible turn. No, wait, number 4 spawn there as well. What is going on? Can we see Ultra try to find something here, pin FaZe in, and maintain the trip cap for much longer? The answer is no. But for a few moments there, it was not bad.
I mean, even still, you got FaZe, maybe 5 seconds left, like have just captured the A flag. So if you get a triple cap and you get about 30 seconds on the clock, that's good for like an 18-point swing. But of course, FaZe with the neutralization, they're going to cut that to maybe about, I don't know, 14 or 15 that Toronto was able to pick up towards the end. So that is called making the best of a bad situation. They could have gone into the half down by what, maybe 35, 40 points. Instead, still not the best spot in the world, but hey, you're only down by 20, no big deal. Have a nice break off the opening, and you should be in a good spot. But of course, a lot easier said than done, and I'll be interested to see exactly what Toronto has cooked up to try to make this approach.
Spawning A side now, going to be seeing a push towards the River Street. Again, this is not what FaZe did on their opening round. They sent 2 players River Street to find those kills. We're going to be going in towards the restaurant now for Ultra with that top control. The Kleenex now with the MP5 in hand. Maybe not the weapon of choice. That looked like a stick. It was indeed. Major Maniac. He lands one, and BZ gets the stick right on top there. Now Bant's got to try to clean these 2 players off of the B flag. Lovely shots at that point in time. Any more to be had? Power positions at hand here on Petrograd. It's a lot of windows, right? Those apartments. It's a lot of windows. It's an anxiety-provoking experience for playing clubs.
Yeah, so you got all the windows to watch, and then of course selling, you just know it's going to be laying down in some random spot. And of course, the windows are a big concern because you got guys like Simp up top who are just making easy kills. And of course, this is a situation where FaZe, they don't need the B flag, but if they're getting kills like this, they're surely going to be able to lock it down. They have all the clearance in the world. You got the window control, you got the power positions, and you got Priestahh that's going for the spawn kills. He's the cutoff man. That is secure. That is job done. You had the 20-point lead at the start. FaZe, enough pressure to start running it up just a little bit more.
Yeah, that was it. They just managed to find that opening. Now FaZe going to control of B. What can Kleenex do? Slip slides right through the middle. There's an enemy on B. 2-piece. No, got a quick reload, get himself back into the fight. Not enough to get the kill there onto Celium, and now Methods has to try to pick up where his teammate left off. FaZe have swarmed like bees all over that sweet B flag. Methods not able to do much against Celium, who has once again been an absolute titan. 14 and 8 for him. 20 and 11 for Abizi, the man on your screen. There's number 21. He's been absurd so far, making sure that top restaurant position is secure. Now going for the spawn kills. FaZe, I mean, when you take the smacking from Florida Mutineers, you know there's something wrong with your domination game. You're like, all right, we need to fix this, and fix it they have. This is starting to get ugly.
Yeah, I don't know how much of this is just like the meta change potentially helping out FaZe, or maybe it's just an early 2 series, but they have been phenomenal in the respawns. It seems like a completely different team potentially than we have seen a few weeks prior, and they have returned to the dominant form. And again, it was mentioned yesterday, a lot of their fans getting those cardio workouts, watching all the Game 5s. FaZe apparently not super interested in that. You got Celium on a 6 spree, 19 kills. Abizi has been feasting. He's got 24 in the triple feed, and this is FaZe trying to shove it down their throats. All the pressure towards this A flag. They're going to try to keep the triple cap, and now you got Major Maniac, who is going to be bored. Feed up. He is literally only here to block spawns while his teammates run a rampage in the spawn of the Ultra.
This is the old FaZe, the smashing through doors FaZe, the jaws on the floor FaZe. They're just outrageous right now. And this is honestly the FaZe of old, man. This is like first week we saw him in the launch weekend. We were like, sweet Jesus. I mean, may God have mercy on the league. This team is here to play, and they're really looking like that old team now. 150 and climbing. Ultra. With a lot to be left desired right now. They've certainly got to try to get out of this trap in towards A, but it's very difficult to make it out of that small courtyard by the blue building. Now, Celium's in restaurant. Oh, wow. He actually he bites off way more than he could chew there from Kleenex. It may not be enough to really keep them back into this game, but damage is being served. Kleenex at the helm, trying to make his way forward. Classic's got some mid-map control. Bant's there to his right. Here we go. Method's trying to make something happen. Toronto's not out of this yet.
My math ain't great. I'm pretty sure it is mathematically impossible, though, even if they're able to get the triple cap. It's just too much, and with a minute left, that is definitely a good old GG.
Throw in the towel.
If you want, Miles, I can tell you stories. Like, we got time.
At this point in time, you're throwing the towel. For God's sakes, you're killing him! You're killing him in there! Stop it! Throw in the towel! But we can't do that. We don't have the ability to do that. But a 60-point lead at this point in time with a minute left, I mean, there's nothing. There is simply nothing on earth that we can do right now for Ultra. We may as well just give this one up. If I were these boys, I would be having a slight conversation about what maybe went wrong there. But in all honesty, you're looking to the Hardpoint right now, right?
Yeah, you're talking about map 4, and something that's interesting, and of course we did the Astro Gaming listen-in already earlier, but I would be curious about FaZe's comms in situations like that, because I'm going to throw this back to World War II CTF. Do you remember how there would be those times where there's a stalemate and you have one guy in the map holding the flag that's basically doing nothing but letting his teammates like run around? I was watching Looney in that situation where he had the flag, and what Looney did that I haven't seen very many other players, if any, do at all, he would pull up his mini-map and just sit there with the scoreboard up. So he's not prepared to take gunfights at all, and he is calling out to his teammates and orchestrating and saying, here's where they're spawning, here's where this player needs to go, and he literally turned into a general. So you have a situation like this where Major Maniac literally feet up in the back of the map. He doesn't have anything to do. I'm not sure if he's doing it, but it'd be super interesting to see what kind of like his comms are like, because he could literally pull open like the press the start button, pull up a whole mini map, and just become like the general.
Become like
officiate everything, tell your teammates everything they need, and just be that calm voice that has nothing else to focus on.
I really like that, man. I do like that a lot. 2-1 to FaZe now in the series after that domination in Domination. We like that one a lot. FaZe looking untouchable, quite frankly, on that map. Dude, you think about Major Maniac in that situation, he becomes like TACCOM. You know, you bring up the mini-map and he's just like 2 plus foot mobiles coming down River Street, like calling out the spawns and trying to make sure they're all good. But yeah, there is no Burger Town there on Petrograd. There is a commercial for it, so we won't be calling that one out. But yeah, stats now for that last absolute bloodbath, and 33 and 16. Beezy, he's looking real disgusting. Apart from that, his teammates, there weren't a whole lot of kills to be found, really. But again, look at the interactions there on the flags. I mean, these boys were pole dancing from start to finish. That was disgusting.
Yeah, too easy for Abizi. I think he was my Grubhub pick, because I was like, he was frying yesterday. He hasn't seemed to take in a hit in the slightest with the MP5 nerf, and well, he feasted that game. He was 12-1, I think, effectively off the first minute and a half, 2 minutes. So he's having himself a great time. His stats look absurd, and of course, in dominations like that, the only point of it after the final couple minutes is purely just a stat pad. So we'll see if he can kind of continue that destruction in the response.
He has been destroying, quite frankly. Abizi has been a standout so far here at the New York Subliners Game Fuel home series. I mean, yesterday he brought up a 40 bomb, man. I mean, I think it was the first 40 we saw of the day, of the weekend at the very least. So Beezy has been once again running amok here in the Call of Duty League. And I think for me, always a dangerous FaZe is a wounded FaZe. When you give them any reason to truly play for their pride, for the adoration of their fans or their colleagues or whatever, that's when they start to get real messy. And the smacking they received from Florida at the Paris home series finals, I think that was enough fuel for the fire chance.
I would definitely agree with that. And of course, the fire doesn't need to be fueled apparently because they are just on a tear right now. I will say though, just to make the argument for like Toronto Ultra, if we go to a game number 5, if they pull off this next Hardpoint, it's one of FaZe's least played maps. They're 0-1 on Armaza S&D. And not only that, FaZe has played a ton of Piccadilly search and Toronto looked phenomenal in that regard. So it is that desperation time for Toronto. They gotta just dig deep, figure out some way to take him down on Gunrunner because obviously FaZe looks a little bit different. The respawn's a bit more buffed out, a lot less mistakes made, we could say, and the slaying power has been ridiculous so far this weekend.
Yeah, it feels like they've been lifting, right? They've been putting in the work. And so far, so good for Atlanta FaZe. Again, I think a couple of question marks for their fans. Not necessarily we all are thinking like, FaZe against Smoke, they absolutely have to make a change. No, they just needed to make some adjustments, and those adjustments have been made, and they're really feeling those upgrades right now. So coming up next, we have a Gunrunner Hardpoint, and again for this one, it's a very, very good. It's a solid pick either side. I think. I mean, it's going to be more fun to see how we go. But this is the overalls of the most played Hardpoint maps in the CDL, and Gunrunner, a clear favorite. They're at 122 Gunrunner maps we've seen in the league so far. Oh my God, when you put it like that. Petrograd's not getting as much love as I would hope so, and I feel like I can't remember the last time I saw an Azir Cave. It was a long time ago, it feels like.
Yeah, there's it's like we always have like the tides turning with certain maps throughout the year. The most favorite example I have is like London Docks was a map that every single team loved to play back in World War II, and then Team Caliber was the one that was like, nope, we hate it, we're gonna ban it every time. So it turned into one of those things that every single team had a comfort pick. For this game, it would be Gunrunner, and the one team that just finds a way to get better at every single other map and can get this ban out of the way might have a slightly small advantage they could take into a series.
Well, an advantage and an advantage. Let's get into this one. This is going to be map number 4 in this series. Atlanta FaZe, Toronto Ultra. FaZe leading the charge. One more map's all they need. They can put another 3-1 under their belt. Or will Toronto be able to find something magical here? Let's find out as we get into this one. The most popular, by professional vote, Hardpoint map in the CDL, Gunrunner. Opening kills going the way of FaZe. Smokes now for Priester. Lovely work from him, finds a second, and now the Hardpoint.
And interestingly enough, just something to pay attention to in the feed, potentially Simp actually started off the break with the MP5 in hand, and we saw him yesterday, including on this map. He was throwing up, I think it was the 1.35 with the M4, so maybe he saw something he didn't like for whatever reason, or maybe he's going to go back and forth, but of course, any gun that is in this man's hand, you know he's going to put in work, and frankly, the MP5 might literally just be about, I need to be fast to try to flip these spawns, I need to get in their face, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. CleanX eventually shuts him down, but a very strong start coming out from
good start. Got to watch number 7 now. Selim try to make something happen there on the top side of the map, but he's going to be toasted. Now the battle continuing to rage for mid. 15 seconds remaining on Hardpoint number 1. Toronto Ultra now in a solid position to pick up a lot of time here on the second, but they have to maintain the hold. Do not let FaZe break the lines. Cammy trying to find something here. Dead silence at hand. Unlovely one. The second. Oh no! And it's only going to be a Beezy, of course. Tyler Farris not going to be felled there. Bounce now lines up, a very popular spot here, just beneath the rails. Catches a lot of ankles now, the players of FaZe. Finds the first. Major Maniac goes down. Can he find any more here? Doesn't want to overextend at this point in time, you know. Oh boy, he may have been gifted a couple. No. Once again, Abizi will not be two-pieced. He says no, once again. But the good time here, working out for Toronto Ultra. FaZe still mounting the attack.
And something just to keep in the back of your mind, Miles, we casted FaZe on this map yesterday, and it was they got out-rotated to maybe 80-85% of the hills, but their slaying power is just too strong. And I got word from our stats guy, sent me a delightful DM. So far, just this weekend, FaZe has already outslayed their opponents. And keep in mind, this is the second series they have played. They're plus 85 in kills. It has been every single respawn. It's just the gunny. Way too strong from the side of FaZe, but maybe the tide's potentially starting to turn because Toronto had a very strong hold on that B2. They're going to have a 20-point lead, but now for Toronto, it's about finding a way to get to the back and take those gunfights to FaZe and turn up the slaying power just a little bit more.
You heard the man. Can they get to the back? Can they take the fights to FaZe? Toronto now with the lead, but for how long? Let's have a quick Astro Gaming listen in with Toronto Ultra.
One on point.
Simp one shot was stunned. Simp absolute in time behind the heady.
To die.
Shit, nice.
Push outside someone.
Could be green hand ball.
Lay down,
Throw
that shit, throw shit.
Got one.
Major weak,
Could be a mid. Try and get a trophy on for me. One more cam.
I'm looking over you on hill.
Top green hop. You might go back. One more. Dead here, guys.
Under that side.
It's 2 there. 13 seconds.
Yeah.
Go news.
Jumping on the back. I'm heady. I got heady south. That's heady major, yeah.
One more here.
Yeah, major there.
He's flying. Major's old. Try to soak this time. Yeah, one in the new hill. In open crate,
Push up, crate. We're going back last time.
Behind hill. Went hill. I spawned P2.
I needed you right.
Major. I got naded.
Rock, BZ, absolutely rock.
Dead of hill.
We kill major. Rock.
No, I don't think we did.
No, he's mid-tracks, one shot.
One shot, major.
I need deep left.
Trophy by hill.
Can be in bathroom.
We hear the comms from Toronto. We heard Bance calling for his teammates to throw as much ish as they possibly could there at those trophy systems, and I wonder, is that a lethal or a tactical? I think it all depends. Answers on a postcard, please. I will say, Chance, all things considered, you talked about the gun skill, you talked about the rotations. Toronto Ultra are keeping this super tight against a squad like FaZe, who really know what they're doing on this map.
Absolutely, but these are the moments, right? You're going into a money hill. You got FaZe that has the clean and early setup. You have all the pressure in the world. Like, you got Major Maniac posted up all the way past Forest. You got number 8 Simp. He's watching the lane over by a track. So these are the moments where if you're not outslaying your opponent, it is so difficult to break into this hill. This is where it's real for Toronto. They don't want to give up a full 60 here. They got to find a way to get in.
Simp's already there. Nice tags, trying to keep his players back at range. Then playing forward's really been working out for Chris Lair. Simp on your screen, one of the world's greatest players without a shadow of a doubt. An incredible run in Black Ops 4, turning nothing but heads so far in Modern Warfare. Easy trying to cut these players out from the side. We'll find one, but the MP5 ain't quite what it used to be at range. Thank God for that nerf. But hey, Selim now lining this one up. In from behind, lovely bit of work there. Catches just the silhouette of Bance, who goes down. 20 seconds remaining on this hard point. We will see a solid amount of map control now for Toronto Ultra going into the next few hard points. And they're really playing the long game here. Going to take the next hard point, number 1 in the rotation, and then taking control of number 2 as well. But they have to hold that for essentially, I don't know, a minute and a bit of combat now against the Lantern FaZe.
And it's going to be super tricky for him because, again, it's the same story we saw yesterday of, like, FaZe gets out-rotated every single hill, but they're so good enough and so much slaying power, they find a way to, like, keep it messy. And then the one hill that FaZe is able to get that early rotation to, boom, full 60, and now the game is just that much more difficult for Toronto. But right now, FaZe, they're able to get inside showers. Once again, this is what Simp was attempting to do the last time around. They want to keep that pressure and try to flood past if they ever get the opportunity, and it's Beezy making moves while Classic is sitting there looking around. Nothing for him to shoot. He gets chopped down, and Toronto, not the best start to this P1 hill.
Great, we're going to see FaZe get a decent amount of time here, and that's going to be a bit of a stinger. I mean, it's 20 seconds at this point in time. For Toronto, I think they have to just weigh the ops up. Do we go for the push? Do we try to stop that 20 go their way? Or do we just make sure we do not lose control of the next hard point? And it looks like they're going to opt for the latter. Cammy trying to find something here, but he's just getting duped again. Major Maniac, the hardest kill in the league right now, it feels. As FaZe have managed to get themselves a little bit closer, 2 of them now, making their way in from the side. The kills go through, there's the trade. Wonderful defensive work now from Toronto. And I think they may have just been able to buy as much time as they possibly can. Priester still very, very close by. The 4 remaining reinforcements now working their way in through the south side of the hard point, trying to make the break work out. Priester going for the wall bang, sadly nobody there. And looks like the spawns have started to change now. Toronto Ultra spawning towards the top side of the map. Good for the next, not so great for the next 35 seconds.
Well, 35 seconds, though, that is just an opportunity for FaZe, who, again, have been on point in the slaying category, to try to find their way in. There's a couple players that were able to step a foot inside, but they got eviscerated the moment they got there. And you have the cover. It looks like Toronto on this P2 hill, they got the setup they want 2 times around. They've had a great deal of success and maybe a minuscule amount of annoyance that FaZe is able to provide. This is maybe 10 seconds of contest time that they were able to get through. So not a terrible hill by Toronto. And, of course, you're talking about that rotation. You got Kleenex that's trying to put in work with his teammate that's trying to come in through tracks, and right now you got the duo, Bance and Kleenex. They made it through.
In. This is a good look for Ultra. Can they hold this? Priester, I think he was like, I'm on rotation. No, wait, they've got it. Backs on up. Spawns, though, for FaZe, close on the left-hand side, so they don't have much of a journey to get into the fight on the hard point. Bance just be covered in coal after all those shots, laying there prone for a while. Kleenex, he's going to be up next, goes up against the BZ. Lovely shots. Perfect position to be in. He and Cammy now, brothers in arms, trying to hold down this line as FaZe continuing to push, and it is an aggressive push. This is just a never-ending fight, it feels like. Classic, lovely angle as well. Toronto Ultra have done a magnificent work here on the minecart. Cellium finally able to do some damage. But again, for the Ultra, this has been magnificent, man. What a hold this has been. Already start looking towards next. The rotation's underway. Kleenex, Cammy, Bans, what a play to get a huge amount of time out of this hardpoint.
And all of this came down to the tacticals too. It was Kleenex and I think Bans that we actually saw slip through the smoke, and that's how they got past Priestess. So that is them using Dead Silence so Priestess couldn't hear him, using the smoke for cover to get towards the hill. And then you got the Trophy Man Classic that came in as sort of the reinforcement who not only goes on a 6 spree, which was definitely more impactful, but the trophies inside the hill keep you live, make sure you're not one shot, and have that nice little stretch for Toronto to be in. And now, of course, 10-point lead in a decent spot for this hill potentially as well, because we already know FaZe doesn't want to be too aggressive. They want to make sure they lock down those spawns, and that's exactly what Major Maniac is already doing. With 40 seconds, he is already waiting for the rotation. FaZe playing it a little bit passive on this hill, but of course, they're racking up the time, and they're setting up for rotation. They're going to be in a good spot.
Great spot indeed. They're keeping the fight now to FaZe. FaZe will lose the lead for now. Toronto Ultra well and truly back into this map. However, you do have to worry about the next hard point. Far left-hand side of the map. Cammy now trying to make what he can of this top position. Beautiful shots, and somehow gets away with his life. Cammy! Oh my word! If he had the magazine in the gun a second before, that could have been his. Still, you have to be looking towards the rotation. For FaZe, we're not out of the woods just yet. Now we should be out of the woods, so you want to be getting towards the next hard point. Major Maniac's going to be in there first. We've got 2 members of FaZe on defense. Kleenex, though. Can he be the tip of the spear? Charging forward. Here he goes. He's going to find the first. Can he find any more kills here? Kleenex, the young Dane, has managed to slip through the net. And oh boy, a slippery fish he is. He finds 2, and he's going to allow his boys to flip the hard point.
Kleenex has been the hero for his team this series. If any guy's going to be it, maybe Cammy on the flip side can be the man that follows him up. He did it in the S&D. Cellium is going to drop him there, but you talk about a job well done. FaZe got the full 60 last time around, but this has been a tear coming in from Toronto, who now are going to have a 40-point lead. They're set up and poised to get these final 20 seconds. Maybe Major Maniac can contest for just a bit, but he gets wiped out. You talk about the tides turning in a series. Toronto have completely gone full Ultra.
Can they go the distance? We're not done just yet. Back to the center of the map we go. 20 points now for the win for Ultra to force the game 5. Methods. Nice shots. A little bit of anti-air there onto Sim. Oh, can't quite get the next on the Cellium again. This is good pressure now from Ultra as they make their way forward. They can get it done here. BZ will get the kill. The trophy does not quite go down. And spawns for Cammy. They've spawned on the other side of the map. This could be it. This could be absolute glory for Ultra. A big, big win and an upset here in the hard point, but it's not over yet. Still have to get into the numbers now onto that central hard point. Bant's trying to find the kills, but no one able to find the time. Priester with that Dead Silence cut down. That could have been the dagger. That could have been the decider maker, but at 237, they've not gotten the hard point in ages. The kills just keep going.
You got Toronto right now. They're just playing the long game. They got a little bit of time in hill, which makes their job easier, but they know what the setup is. They know they're just making sure they win the rotation. But frankly, if you pay enough attention to the kill feed, Toronto's starting to get enough kills that they might be able to pick and choose where they want to win this game. FaZe, they got to trek all the way across the map. Major Maniac, that's a nice entrance kill, but now you got to get past Cammy. Major Maniac, the only one for FaZe nearby. He has to win 17 gunfights to get to the hard point. Cammy just keeping him at bay, and it looks like job well done. 250 on the board in Toronto Ultra, forcing the map 5, looking to do the impossible.
They go plus Ultra to force the map 5, and now we've got a search on our hands. The upset is very much a potential now, but no one has managed to take FaZe in a game 5 for quite some time, if ever. I could be wrong there, but what a stunning performance from the Toronto Ultra. I'm a fan. You should be a fan after that one, and now we got a game 5.
And just to answer your question, at the very least, since we have flipped to online play, FaZe is 8-0 in game 5s, and one of those wins is against Toronto. Again, the last time these two teams played each other, went game 5, went round 11, but the massively beneficial thing, at least in my mind, I would imagine, for Toronto, this is a map that FaZe has not gotten a ton of repetitions on. They are 0-1 on the year. They have only played it once. It was an L, and maybe behind the scenes this has been a secret map they've been working on, but that would not necessarily be my expectation. So this is the best case scenario right now for Toronto, who again are trying to dig their way out of the bottom 4.
This is a run in the back, friends. The last time we saw these two teams play each other, it was also a Game 5, and now we're all tied up going into what will be a very, very exciting map. After the break, the exciting conclusion to this series, Ramaza Search and Destroy, Toronto Ultra, FaZe, who comes out on top? We'll tell you in a second. Don't go anywhere.
Want to play Search and Destroy like a pro? Here's some S&D recon from the U.S. Air Force. This time, we're scouting out Ramaza, the last map in the competitive S&D pool. On the ground, it's a maze of buildings and broken structures, perfect terrain for close quarters specialists. This maze sits under multiple rooftops that connect the main lanes of the map. Jumping on the rooftops is a great way to cut across the map quickly, or to secure power positions to pick off opponents from a distance. Bomb Site A sits on the bottom floor of the construction site. It's a tight, claustrophobic space, so expect any gunfights in here to be chaotic. Meanwhile, Bomb Site B is much more open. It's right in the middle of the plaza, surrounded by a ton of hiding spots, a scary site to take or retake without proper utility or team support. If you're on offense, put some early pressure on one of the bomb sites by taking a power position quickly. If you want to hit Bomb Site B, try pushing the ruins right away. This position gives you a ton of information on Bomb Site B. You can catch anyone in the house and anyone pushing from the lane or buildings on the right. If you're on defense, a smoke grenade is the best way to counter this position. Grab an SMG and smoke off the tunnel as you approach. This will buy your team the time to set up around Bomb Site B and even give you the chance to push for the kill. If you want to play a more passive defense, climb up the ladder on the construction site. This is a standard position to catch any attackers pushing the scaffolding. You can also jump down to keep an eye on the alley. But if you jump onto this spot, you can even get an angle across the rooftops and catch anyone pushing through the other side. If you're on offense and want to contest the high ground for yourself, check out this spot from CDL Pro, Pharaoh. As soon as he spawns, he runs right into this little room, hops up on the table, and peeks through this little window. Your vision's limited, but this is a super sneaky spot to catch any defenders pushing the scaffolding or pushing through mid-map. If you're on offense and want to do something extra cheesy, run through the ruins, into the alley, and jump on top of the barbed wire fence. This wide open position makes it a pure surprise play, but hey, if it worked at a pro match, it might just work for you too. There's your S&D recon for Ramaza. Good luck down there.
S&D Recon sponsored by the US Air Force, and you know exactly what that means, friends. It is going to be a Ramaza Search and Destroy for Game 5. What a series this truly has been so far. And again, this is for a spot in the semi-finals. The loser of this one will move down and face the winner of Legion versus Guerrillas a little bit later on today, but... Gentlemen, I say that, it's just you and me, Chance. I'm very excited to get into this one, dude. I mean, this is going to be a cool one. There's no doubt about it. FaZe, deep breaths now, boys. Deep breaths for Ultra. The opportunity for a fantastic upset and some much-needed CDL points.
I was going to say, like, it's calling it an opportunity is the best possible scenario. Toronto have put themselves in a situation where, yes, they are in the bottom 4, but it is a super tight race. I think from anyone from the 8th seed, I think, to the 12th, or no, like a spot above that. I don't know. They're trying to leapfrog Optic. Optic has like 10 points on them right now, or they're tied. And yes, Optic gets an extra tournament towards the end since they're not into this one. But this is the moment where if they get out right here, not only do you get the massive win, massive confidence boost, you start to leapfrog the teams, you avoid the losers bracket. It would be the beautiful culmination of the 5th roster from this team that we have seen to be the one that gets the job done.
Ultra come so close so many times. Oh boy, a little too close for Methods there to taking out a top team. And Simp with a nice explosive start there for Atlanta FaZe. Trades come through though. Abizi, heralded as one of the meanest players here on Ramaza, will not be in this round. Bomb now making its way towards A. Relatively clear journey now. It's going to be Priest on the staircase. That could be the foil right now. Bance has got to be careful. He's making a lot of noise, and there's the timing. Magnificent work. That's going to be a clear sight. The numbers now working out in their favor. Atlanta FaZe now have to breach the gates, and this is not going to be an easy task for them. Dead Silence not quite ready yet. But they do have utility to work with. So here we go. Sim, what can he do with that smoke? Oh no, absolutely nothing. Beautiful trophy. Maybe the opportunity to pick up a snipe here, but has to watch out. You know that there's going to be players all around. You know that you've got 4 members now of the Ultra who are going to be in positions to catch you out. CleanX is going to make that even harder for them. A nice trade for Major Maniac. Sim trying to bait the player at the top staircase. As the entry's now on, and there's the tag. Sim manages to get in alive, and he gets an M4. He gets a kill. Finally, Ultra snuff him out and take the round.
And that's almost like shades of Piccadilly in a certain sense of just you get the players for Toronto in the right position and then they just don't make mistakes, right? Like you had Simp who's waiting for the player to peek top ladder. You had Major Maniac waiting for the exact same thing. Cammy, too smart for it, waits to make his move. As soon as FaZe start pushing in, that's when the challenges started to come in from the side of Toronto. So no mistakes made. You make sure you get clearance on the site, you get the setup, you get the man advantage. Don't collapse, and that is job well done. First round on board, and maybe like the 4th or 5th round in a row of S&D from Toronto.
Now FaZe with an offensive round. And it looks like they're committing towards B. 2 of them trying to battle for control of mid-map. They may be top and bottom. BZ just about wins the gunfight against CleanX. They're up close, and that's going to give that window a perfect perch to Perv over that bomb site. Cammy now trying to make his way from behind. Cammy finds 2. Is he going to be able to get the 3rd here? Cammy, you animal! That's a lovely 3 kills. Ultra as frankly whatever you want. Give him the round. Beautiful stuff from Toronto.
Okay, Miles, would you like me to break down that round for you? Super complex stuff, and only people with the most astute observational skills are going to be able to figure out what the winner was. And, well, frankly, it was all because of Bance. No, really, Cammy picked up 3, goes on the flank as easy as it could possibly be. So someone right there from FaZe either dropped the ball or the timing was just perfectly executed. And then to get that 3rd kill is just the cherry on top. Did the exact same thing. I mean, the man dropped 10, I think it was, on the Piccadilly. He was right next to CleanX. This time you can see Cammy has not slowed down at all.
It goes back to the idea that because you have a 10-man roster, Ultra can practice so much more search and destroy strategy against one another and really try to level up the game. And I suppose we're getting some more signs of that as the league goes on. Still, FaZe have yet to really get involved. Early tags from Bance as they make their way back in towards the A site. Top construction is going to be all Simp for now. However, there's not a tremendous, thought here in the mind of FaZe that they could still be coming in towards B. 2 defenders still here. Methods not going to let the Cammy happen. I think we call this the reverse Cammy, but the reverse Cammy is now going to become maybe the Celium, and this is awkward, and that's going to be that. Methods goes down. The trade immediately there. The man's namesake there, 4 versus 2 now as Cammy finds that kill. Major Maniac and Simp on the retake. Where is the bomb, though? They have got no idea. They've got no idea what's going on. And Cammy continues to slay his way through the map.
Yeah, it's just a full spread map rotation, just perfectly done by Toronto. Again, the execution in S&D has been nothing short of perfect. A dominant round towards the end, and again, you get the first blood, great. You get the second. Are they going to make a mistake? Not at all. And even for the final thing of Classic getting this kill, they knew the entire time exactly where Simp was likely to be. He's going to be the lone man defending over towards construction. You make sure you don't try to challenge him. You rotate the bomb over, but you leave someone behind just to make sure that either they get the kill or they watch the cross and you keep the information game on point. This is everything being done about as clean as you possibly could on Armaza, which again, FaZe right now 0-1 on the year on this map.
Getting some practice in for champs, but an upset from Toronto
would
would
be
be
thrashing instead of the practice.
It's not great. I mean, you know, losing is teaching. Or winning is teaching, I think Ray put it, but again, all these losses do help. But VZ and Priest are going to start the round off very, very well. A couple of kills. Kleenex looking now to find something. Lovely job before the bomb goes down. That's an incredibly annoying kill. FaZe have got to now commit to hitting the bottom of the site and trying to find the bomb. Toronto now stacking up. Two-man push, working the buddy system. Cammy's actually going to find one with a nade, so that's a delight. Kleenex now at the end of his dead silence. Just trying to make sure that site is entirely safe. And it is going to fall down to Bance right now. He's got to make sure that the kills come the way and no one manages to grab that bomb. But Major Maniac holds his line. The guard post of the flank. 3 versus 2 right now. Bomb has been recovered. And we'll try once more for FaZe.
Very nice. Just get Bob for the old wall banging out Bance in the 1v3. He's actually able to pick up 2 kills. All of a sudden, 1v1 against Celium, who wastes no time to make sure that he can put the stamp on the round. And that was what I thought was going to be impossible. And just for a moment, Bance might have been able to pull off something crazy, but you talk about the important and nice bounce back round for FaZe to be able to pull off, and frankly that's not as clean as Toronto has been able to make it done, but still you get the first blood, you get the pressure over towards the site, and then I think Major Maniac making sure that he takes care of the flank, make sure that Cammy doesn't roll through and pick up 3. A little bit different of an adjustment coming out from FaZe to make sure they get the win.
3-1. Better late than never to really try to stop the bleeding here. That's Ultra. Walking all over him here on Ramaza. Slower round now from Ultra. Bance still making that characteristic push in towards A. 2 members of bottom mid now, just below Kleenex there for FaZe, and maintaining that low ground position again gives you complete coverage of that bomb site if you have that doorway covered. But Ultra, they're opting towards A. Now if they can pull enough of the defenders here, oh, brilliant job from Abizi. Checks those corners every time. Dead silence, just about catches Kleenex unaware. Sim got caught there by Bance. Lovely timing from Benjamin Bance. And here comes the gunfight on the other side of the map as well. There's going to be a bit of a duel in towards A, but we're still going to try to maintain some presence here for the B site, again, for the plan to work out for Toronto. And there it is, Cammy. He wins the fight against Major Maniac. You can call A site clean now, as the remaining 3 members of FaZe now have to traverse the map and now lay siege to that construction site.
Good luck, have fun. They got a little bit of aggression, but still, you got to get past Cammy. Not an easy thing. Priest opening the door for a little bit of bait, but now the move is here. Try to go on site if Beezy's going to fall.
The defenders take 1. They lose 1. 2 versus 2. Cammy wins a huge fight against Priest. They're now going to quickly move now to the outside of the map. Celium, 13 seconds. He could maybe get this done. He has still got to watch the bomb. Bance watching the staircase. Celium could get the kill, but the time's not going to work out. Simply not enough to get it done, and the kills come through. 4-1. Ultra. Keep going. Just keep going. We've seen crazier comebacks in the past. Toronto have had numerous Game 5s against some of the highest caliber competition here in the CDL. Chance, is this their one?
It very well might be. Trying to get revenge for that old Game 5 round 11. I will say, I mean, Cammy for Prime Minister, like if I could vote in Canada, I'd give him it. I don't know what Scotland has. Whatever type of parliament system they've got, I would give Cammy my vote. He has been on point. 10 kills, like methods. 0-5, and it doesn't make a single bit of difference. Cammy is just not even throwing the team on his back. He's just throwing the lobby on his back effectively. Tearing through for the moment, so FaZe, they're looking for an answer, this time going towards the A site. Bance down low will at least be able to get the information on all the players running up just above him.
And again, you could possibly find something through the floorboards, but FaZe are in. They're like, yo, we're going for it. We're going for the bomb site. They charge through. Cammy can only find 1 on the trade. Bance now full awareness that those players are all above him. I'm not sure how many Cammy would have been able to identify on the push. Could be more than 2, could be less than, but Bance now, the assassin. Cellium can't get the bomb down. That's a very, very handy kill. Priester may be able to find something here on the rotate, and Bance, the shots were shaky. Didn't really matter. Priester had his number from start to finish there. 3 versus 3. And silence fell across Ramaza. Major Maniac now just waiting for an opportunity to find the kill. Priester gives his team the advantage. There's the shots. Wonderful work from Major Maniac. And a round from FaZe that they will be very, very grateful to have won.
And that is purely just patience is king towards the end. Priester with the massive kill towards the end. He found the floater that was on the team. I think it was Methods that he cleaned up in the middle of the map. And not just that, Major Maniac knew he had a player pinned down in the corner, and you hear that time ticking, and you feel the pressure get on more and more if someone's got to grab the bomb and plant. But he was patient, nice and easy on the L trigger. Make sure you get the clean and easy kill towards the end. Don't throw anything away. And again, nice little bounce back around. They figured out the key, by the way. Triple challenge Cammy. At least one of you is going to get the kill. You'll be good to go for the rest of the round.
Nades up. Methods eats it. Abizi with the first blood. No kills from Methods just yet. Currently sitting in the classic 007. I take that back. He may have assists, but you know what I mean. And this is going to be a slow one now. Toronto now waiting for their field upgrades to get ready. Cammy's dead silence now at the ready. Abizi also able to use his, and he would have heard that slight creak of the door. The exchange now. Room to room. Toronto now. There's the gambit. They're in. Kleenex finds it. Bang, and the dirt is gone. Cellium and Priester, however, he will take care of his teammates. Now Cellium a quick reposition to the top side of the map. Sim watching the flank, making sure that no one makes their way through. Quite an unorthodox position. He does open himself up to the opportunity for someone to slip through the back of Barbershop, but we'll see how we go. Kleenex. Shots from behind. FaZe. Patience wins them that one.
Okay, we got ourselves a game, Miles. I was definitely getting a little bit concerned. The 4-1 lead starting to look like a little bit of a blowout every single round going by way of Toronto. But Abizi, first blood king, or first blood or first blooded king, I guess I should say. But he was able to clean up Methods. You're able to get that control off the start of the round. You got the mid-map presence. You don't give anything away. And frankly, now it's at the point for Methods. He was 0-5. Things were going great. 0-7. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned.
Who knows? And that one kill from Methods could be the one they need just to win the map. But we'll get there when we get there. Quite actually very sparse defense now from Toronto Ultra. Trying to watch every possible angle. This is a bit of a mental reset for them. And that's not a good start. Priester's going to get the kill. Keep his dead silence alive and kicking. Toronto now trying to reinforce the bottom side of the shops. Methods anticipating that first kill, and he's put himself in a lovely spot to maybe get it. Oh dear, he's just ants in his pants. Priester wins another banger. And Methods now, he's staring down the barrel of death number 8 if he's not careful. Bance unable to get too much more out of that one. The shots are there. This is a nice nade over the top, but he's going to have to contest with now a Priester. Lovely throw from Bance. Sim gets the, I suppose, express delivery of that. Semtex nade, and now Sim, he managed to slip past. He didn't get the kill. He gets taken up by a teammate. Bance lives to fight another day, and look at this rotation. He's going all the way round. Methods in on site. 30 seconds. FaZe have not got the bomb down yet. And here comes Cammy to reinforce. Methods gets on the board with one kill, and it was an important one. 2 versus 2. They now have the opportunity for something special, but Cammy, he shows up late to the party. A very handy nade, but it may have just given his position, but a stun! Oh my word, it lands, he finds the first kill, now a 1 versus 1. Cammy, he may have just done it. He's only gone and done it. Cammy, you cheeky bugger. Oh boy, Ultra now. It's gonna be map point chance.
Oh, God. Dude, Cammy's a genius. What that is, he's throwing the nade in the stun because he knows someone has to go plant the bomb. He's not expecting to get the kill, but if you get behind the cover, maybe you can get 1 bullet in the foot. It's normally not enough, but the nade and stun are enough damage to at least help him with the gunfight. And then that's confidence. That's saying, Abizi, plant the bomb if you want. I trust myself to win this straight up 1v1 after that. And Abizi, win for the hard read. Cammy does not read challenge, so he has been, talk about a man on a mission. 13 kills. Destroying the lobby, at least for the moment.
It's not over yet, though. 1 more round now for Toronto Ultra, and we can call it done. But Abizi slays his way through the bottom of the map. A fantastic start. Trying to keep his squad in this one. Kleenex, what have you got? You've been a hero for Ultra all series long. Vance, he gets involved. A lovely kill on the Simp. The top mid control almost lost to Priester, but he will be the dagger up there. Methods now looking for another one. Why not, mate? You've managed to get yourself one. Sky's the limit now in the 1 versus 3. And that's going to be that. FaZe bite back very effectively.
Another one of those super complicated rounds that is really difficult to break down. And it was, Abizi got first blood and then fried Cammy for the second kill. And again, I think genuinely, if Cammy has died, FaZe has won the round. Maybe like one extra time Cammy's died and they still get the win, but he's only got 4 or 5 deaths, and that is the game plan. Find Cammy, kill him, not a problem after that for the Atlanta FaZe. Let Methods be the last guy alive.
Yeah, he did get another kill, but for Toronto fans now, just breathe. It's not over yet. Just breathe. Another round, and you're done. For FaZe fans, still climbing that mountain. Easy, not in a position to necessarily get the first blood just yet. Priester from down low. You can hear that gunfire in the distance echoing out across Ramaza. Kleenex, there's the nade. First blood goes his way. And with that, we have top control now. Kleenex and Classic. Bomb has been dropped by Rugs, so we have to see someone from FaZe go across it. I'm not sure if Kleenex is aware that's the bomb. And now Abizi on the prowl, on the hunt, trying to find something. Simp trying to recover the bomb. Will he be able to do that one? Is Toronto watchful enough right now to not let that happen? Simp and Major Maniac now just trying to teeter around these positions, trying to identify somewhat of these angles that... Where the hell are Toronto?
Yeah, and keep in mind, 30 seconds left. They gotta go. They've lost so many rounds of search in the past couple of events of just wasting time. 25 seconds on the clock, and Toronto is 5 players alive.
Kleenex, what a kill that was. Beautiful work there. 20 seconds now to go. Simp's trying to maneuver the bomb as fast as he possibly can. Major Maniac goes down. Methods gets on the board, baby. He gets himself 2 more. He doubles his kills here in Toronto. They've done it. They've gone the distance. They have taken out a top team, and boy, what a way to get it done. Game 5 versus Atlanta. There's your first upset of the New York Subliners Game Fuel Home Series.
Oh my God, Methods. You talk about the man on a mission in round 10's on point, but another one of those rounds, man, for FaZe where they get first blooded and they're just waiting for Toronto to make some sort of mistake, and Toronto just doesn't. Played it perfectly. You had Kleenex. He knew the bomb was down. You're hanging out waiting for it. Everybody's set up. No one's overcommitting, and then the gunny from Kleenex is gonna help the round as well. Fantastic stuff and a fantastic game. It was a Game 5, round 11 last time for Toronto. They exact their revenge. They get the extra CDL point bump. They're going to see Sunday from a very comfortable spot, and frankly, they might start leapfrogging some teams and get out of that bottom 4.
I mean, for the Toronto fans out there, you've waited long enough. I know. I feel you all. You've waited long enough. There's been heartbreak after heartbreak. That is a semi-final guaranteed there for Toronto Ultra. What a series that truly was. The first series of the day was a marathon. What a fantastic start to Saturday here. The New York Subliners series, home series brought to you by Game Fuel, has been a banger already. Right. Let's get on with business. The scuff play of the game, it comes from Cammy. The man was a wizard, a god, if you will, an absolute demon. Chance, what more can we say about him?
Nothing but good things. Again, the man's got my vote for whatever type of office he's going to run for. I imagine the play of the game is him just getting at least the freest 2-piece off the flank of all time, and then the gunny. I think he killed Sim for the 3rd kill as well. So big plays on there, but it was every single round. If this man was alive and didn't get first blooded, he was at least finding ways to trade his own life out, getting kills consistently. You finish with 13 in a 10-round game. That is beautiful stuff coming in from the young Scotsman. And funnily enough, as good as FaZe has been in Search and Destroy the entire year, Toronto just took them down in both the S&D. So that is one of those things that will sort of stick in the back of my mind next time we're casting a Toronto series of like, they're a legitimate threat in S&D. They have clearly put in some work in the game.
Very, very much. And whoever it may be on the squad today, it was Cammy, both those maps. Wow, what a fantastic, fantastic series that was. But we have some news for you, Call of Duty fans. Ultra, with that victory, are now in the winners bracket if the season ended today. That win has put them over Optic Gaming. That is a huge turn. If they can keep the run going, they still have one more event after this to get as many points as possible, but they will now start, if the season ended today, in the winners bracket. Changes, Chance. Changes here in the CDL.
Absolutely, and of course for Optic, they're like, all right, well, we still got 2 tournaments left. Already Toronto's halfway through their own, so it's not necessarily the worst spot for the team they're leapfrogging to be in, but it certainly cranks that pressure on. And keep in mind for Toronto, obviously still potential, well, obviously more Call of Duty left to play, CDL points, still more potential. They start getting more, that pressure just gets cooked up a little bit higher and a little bit higher, and it's going to be exciting stuff towards the end of the year.
Very, very exciting series to start the day indeed. When we come back after the break, we've got Rich chatting to Kleenex, who will be breaking down that incredibly exciting series. I love talking to Kleenex. He's always fun. Something great to say. When we come back, PlayStation Instant Reaction. Don't go anywhere.
The US Army. What's your warrior?
Save money at the restaurants you love with Grubhub Perks. Use code NYCDL at checkout to get free delivery.
PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
Folks, it's time for your instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation, and I'm here with Kleenex, and talk about a roller coaster ride of a year, my friend, and definitely on the good side of that ride right now. If the season ended today, you guys would now be in the winner's bracket. So how much did that series actually mean to you?
It meant a lot for like our overall confidence going into like the next 2 home series we have and the next few matches, because we need a lot of points here. For the last 2 events to actually make it out of the top spot we've been in for the whole season now.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about that tough spot. Obviously, you guys have constantly been iterating upon even what the roster looks like. When you have all of those pieces and you finally start to settle down and you see a big meta change like this, what actually goes on for a squad like yours? What actually happened for Toronto when this big meta change popped up?
Honestly, I think the meta change helped us because, I mean, we're a pretty aggressive team, but like the whole meta changed to like 3M4s, and that allowed some of our players to play like they actually wanted to. Like Bance is one of the fastest ARs, and then we have Cammy, who's a little bit slower, and then Methods, who's the slowest one. So it kind of like fit into our team, like composition, if that makes sense.
Now, you already started talking about thinking ahead a little bit and what you guys actually need to do, not only in this particular weekend, but in the weekends to come as well, to try to grab as many points as you possibly can. When you're thinking about that next hurdle and what the team really needs to do, is there anything particular that's jumping off the page that you're like, all right, if we manage to do this well, we're going to find ourselves in a good spot this weekend?
Yeah, I think if we get our domination sorted out, like our map leaders have been pretty slow, and we've got like a lot of things in Dom that we aren't really comfortable with at the moment. So I feel like as soon as we like fix that up, we'll be sweet because our Hardpoint's pretty good and our S&D's pretty good.
All right, so putting the pressure on the Dom,
Yep.
You guys feel like naturally the meta is going to be working with every single player on your roster, and already we're starting to see the results. I do want to say congratulations. Obviously a big jump for you guys after you pulled down this series, and we got plenty more Call of Duty action coming up for all of you folks at home. We are going to jump to a quick break, and then when we return, we're going to be jumping right back into the action. We'll see you after that.
Thank you to Xperia by Sony, official mobile partner of the Call of Duty League. The new Xperia 1 Mark II smartphone brings you the ultimate mobile gaming experience, with a cinema-wide 4K OLED display and more technology to enhance your gameplay. Tournament audio and team chat listenings are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and pre-order the CDL A40TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League.
New York are managing to turn a bad season around in the most difficult time ever in esports.
Damn. Unbelievable.
Brilliant stuff from the New York Subliners. But is this enough?
The New York starting five is Zuma, Attach, Accuracy, Temp, and Mac. I think when you look at New York Subliners at the beginning of the year, with 0 on this roster instead of Mac, there were a lot of big names. We expected these guys to compete.
They had 0 and Accuracy, who are typically really good AR players, and 0 wasn't fitting the team. They needed somebody who was super aggressive that allowed Zuma and Attach to go off. So they had to sub him out, not based on his individual performance, but the way that he fit onto the team.
First and foremost, what Mac Melts has added to this roster is firepower.
Mac puts him in the blender.
He's given the New York Subliners the ability to breathe. They were struggling so much against other teams, man. Mac comes in and it's just all good.
Mac! The Mac attack!
He's one of the few raw submachine gun players who only runs a submachine gun, who puts up stats like he's doing. The pressure that he's applying on the map, he makes everybody's life easier.
He's fit into this team perfect. It's like a hand in a glove. This guy was made to play alongside Zuma and Attach.
Attach lights it up. Him and Mac able to take down 4.
So when the league began and we finally got to see the reuniting of Attach and Zuma, I think for a lot of fans it was a very, very good thing.
Just insane stuff from Zuma. Attach! Can he find one more? He does!
When they weren't able to qualify last year, they had to go their separate ways. Zuma goes one way, Attach goes the other way. And every time like a duo like that separates, typically that's a bit of a growing period. You learn something from other perspectives. Then you come back together the way they were able to under the New York banner.
They have found their home, and what a performance again.
This is the return. This is Pam and Jim. They're meant to be together.
And it's such a strong chemistry move for the New York side. That's why they had such high hopes, because these two are back together. You had Accuracy, who's been a Call of Duty champion before, Temp, who has so much talent, and we were just hoping that if these guys could click, they could be one of the best teams in the world.
New York is already a dangerous team going into playoffs and champs, but can they win? That's the question. If Temp becomes that superstar that he was in Black Ops 4, they can absolutely win it. If accuracy continues to drop 1.4s like he did at the last few tournaments, they can absolutely win it. This is a dynamic team full of a ton of talent that if they put it together, they can win on any given day.
New York are managing to turn a bad season around in the most difficult time ever in esports. I think they've got the ability to go all the way. You cannot count out the New York Subliners.
Welcome back to the New York Subliners Game Fuel Home Series. It is day 2, and Subliners getting ramped up for their next match. But before we get into that, boys, I kind of want to talk about the last one. Someone finally able to beat FaZe in a Game 5. It makes things interesting for a potential FaZe Huntsman matchup, which we've all now been wondering if it's ever going to happen. But Nameless, for you, quick, what were your thoughts on that last series?
They just look way better. And I think that series was huge for Toronto, and the fact that it now puts pressure on New York and Optic to win, right? Because Toronto has now, they moved up into the top 8 in the standings. New York's right above them. Optic's right next to them. Like, that is huge for the standings and going to make these next 2 tournaments way more intense. So, huge win for them.
Joe, what about you?
I just think you look at Game 4. I think that was a throw by FaZe. More problems on Gunrunner Hardpoint. Still one of the maps that they go to, but not fixing simple mistakes. Then you look at the Search and Destroy vetoes. Why are you playing Ramaza's Search and Destroy against Toronto? That's a big question mark for me.
Yeah, that's been one they've been playing a ton all year and been solid at for sure. But now let's move forward to our next series. This is going to be Subliners Huntsman, one we've been incredibly excited about since we saw the matchup coming in last night. This should be a battle. Absolutely 2 extremely talented teams with this new meta. Joe, just opening thoughts kind of about this showdown that's about to go down.
Should be a banger. At least that's what we're hoping for, right? But you talked about Mac being so good yesterday, running that third M4. But really, the discussion point for New York, we had this discussion yesterday about London. It's the ability to beat those top teams, and you're going to see it right there. 2-9 overall versus the top 4. It's just, can they close one of these big series out? Will that give them momentum, and can they win a home series?
We'll see if they can make the run. Maybe this is the time to do it. It's their home series, right? Maybe now they can get it done. But Nameless, take us through the Game Fuel keys to victory. We're going to start off with Subliners.
Yeah, I mean, the Hardpoint looked extremely dominant yesterday. That was the best well-rounded team effort we've seen out of New York ever. You know, the lowest individual KD was a 1.11. You saw Temp going off as well. That's a player at the last time we saw them play, I highlighted in that he needs to be a star again for this team to ascend to that next level, and he did it, man. Mac as well. Every single player on this team was on point, and that's the respawn we expected out of New York going into the season. And, you know, finally it seems like it's just commanding and on point. So try to replicate that performance going into today versus Chicago, you know, one of the other strongest respawn teams in the game.
Well, quick question maybe before we hop to the Huntsman one. A lot of the subs have been struggling, right? Like, there weren't many standouts from yesterday. Joe Zuma was one of the subs that did really well with this new meta. Anything in particular? Like, you think why he can do that?
Well, I just think we know how talented he is, but yeah, he has a 1.5 like in Hardpoint, which we were talking about Scump and Envoy having around 0.8s and how tough this meta can be. I think the only other sub that really sticks out that was playing that well was Abizi in those respawns, but it's just going to be an adjustment period for a lot of these subs.
Well, let's go to the Huntsman Game Fuel keys to victory. Nameless, take me through it.
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret that it was a 4-1 RSD show yesterday, and their respawn seems to be even better now with the meta change, you know, benefiting them even more. But, you know, Search and Destroy is what really impressed me. I expect them to continue to play well in Search. I think that that's where they win championships, and going forward, that's the game mode that they have the most room for improvement. So I'll be looking at their Search and Destroy today to see if it's consistent.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep that going. Joe, what's more important to you? Because with the meta change, there's kind of 2 sides to this. There's more pressure on the ARs. There's more ARs on the map. But the SMGs are now playing a different game entirely in a way as well, and they've got to learn to kind of adapt to this new meta. Which side of that's more important?
I think it's a good question. I would probably go with the sub side, right? Just because like who can be a little bit more impactful. I think the M4s are gonna find their kills, and they're gonna have a lot of more one-on-one duels, which will be interesting to watch. But who's gonna be more comfortable with the MP5? You know, that could be the team winning the home series this weekend.
Okay, well, time to get into map 1. Nameless, thank you for joining us, buddy.
Enjoy, guys.
We shall. Yeah, dude. The other thing that stood out, like on the AR side of it, I think it was Blast that tweeted yesterday. He's like, It's weird as a main AR because usually you kill the other main AR and you think you have some sub-gun fights, but now you kill the main AR and you've got 2 more on a lot of these maps. So it's definitely interesting how things have changed from every point of view for this, but now it is time. Map 1, Subliners, Huntsman. We expect this to be a battle, especially in the respawns. 2 of the top teams in those modes, as we'll kick things off with Mac.
Yeah, and just looking at the records for Ramaza, 5-1 for Chicago overall, 5-6 for New York. So a lot of repetitions for New York, but we've talked about just how good at respawn the Huntsmen have been. But off the start, it's going to be New York with that early time. Envoy just locking down middle of the map. He wants to make sure they have those rotations early on to electronic, but you see down below, Attach is going to spawn up, try to hit that right away.
And he might have found a great timing to get on through. At number 1 on the minimap, already set up at the next hard point. The rest of his team kind of flooding through mid-map, but he's in a sneaky position for sure. Do you see Huntsman still spawning up towards that hard point? I just don't know if they have any idea he is here. Now, can they catch him? Pristini's going to be the first one in. Attach is already tucked away in a corner. Zuma here as well, but Pristini able to find the kill. Attach hasn't made his presence known yet, and there he is. Attach is going to pounce. What does it do now to the spawns? It looks like it's going to be parallel, at least for now. Huntsman going to be fighting over the top. Tim spawns out pretty deep, but he's trying to get back in.
Yeah, I think they knew that Zuma was there because he was able to find a kill, but they weren't able to find Attach. The gunfights inside. 3 go down for New York, Chicago. They have the spawns. They have control. Taking a look at the early scoreboard, we talked about Temp, and I thought this was going to be his meta. He had a great day yesterday, struggling here early on, 0-6 for Temp. And maybe that's just due to Ramaza, where he has to run that MP5 instead of the M4. A great time for Chicago early on. You see Formal continuing where he left off yesterday. He was on a 5 spree, just gets taken down, but this is going to be a 60-point lead when all is said and done.
Yeah, great job here from Huntsman. The streak drops for Formal, but RC is now 6-3. He's got 3 in a row. They'll get the remainder of that time, but you can see Subliners layered across mid-map very well. We'll go over to Zuma's POV near the bomb site as he's in a position to slow down this transition from Huntsman. We'll see if he can get the shots in. He cannot. It's RC's that's put him down. Accuracy then tries to pick it up. He will drop as well, and here's the flood. Now flying on through towards ruins is going to be Huntsman. You see the picture-in-picture. There's no action in the hard point because Subliners got the setup they want, but this is the big moment now for Huntsman. Can this push on through the back work? And what a kill for Pristini that was.
Yeah, Huntsman sticking with that 3 AR setup. Remember, we saw Temp. He had an MP5. Mac able to find 2, so we'll keep an eye on that and what he wants to switch to do. But yeah, I mean, they had to peel it back layer by layer. You saw the first gunfight by Ruins, then the second one on the spawners. Then they're finally able to get in. They will find the first 20 seconds, or the final 20 seconds. But what this does is this puts Chicago in a bit of a trap back here. They have to find some kills to get out of this barbershop setup. You do have Zuma, who is trying to work the flank. He gets taken down. You see where these spawns come in. They're going to have 1 player back all the way up for New York as we rotate over to construction. But Chicago, they got another hike across the map.
Let's see if they can get their early kills quickly like they did in the last transition. Pristini says hi at top ladder, but somebody else is in position to take him down. Can he get it now into double digits? Is Pristini going off? Can the streak stay alive? 14-3 start from Pristini. What a stretch this is from him, but he's going to get caught on the cross. Zuma puts him to rest. Now into the hard point we go. Formal has gotten in. The early break is there once again for Huntsman. How much time can they turn this into? Off the top rope comes Accuracy as he breaks on through. Subliners are going to get right back into the point and try to chip away at this early lead. You mentioned Tim's kind of woes early in the game. They're continuing 2-12 for him so far.
Yeah, but this was a good hold by New York, so they're still within striking distance. I still just wonder, like, around the meta, right? Like, with the fact that he hasn't pulled out a third M4, I can see Ramaza being a good sub map, right? There's a lot to finesse with in and out of the buildings, but it feels like the M4 right now still showing its dominance. You see it all in the kill feed. Arcides and Pristini, the twins, going off. Envoy, he's going to find the 4th. Arcides with the 5th, so this should be a clean hold. But yeah, 2-13, and maybe you're just not taking a lot of the gunfights that you would like if you are Temp.
Yeah, the Twins are like plus 20. You kind of nailed that there. The combo, their firepower, absolutely frying. And I saw Pristini tweet last night, like, He used to run AR. You might not remember it from Black Ops 3, he said, but it's a role he is comfortable in. It's just crazy to think about with relation to the last couple of years and the speed of his gameplay, but he seems to be comfortable for sure in this role, and he's getting it done as Huntsman look to open it up to their biggest lead of the game. Now right back over to Mac with Subliners we go.
Well, I was going to say, you talk about the speed of Pristini. Don't forget about the speed of this guy as well. Mac, he's running the second M4 for New York. And I think just with the weapon, the sort of do-it-all weapon that it can be, the speed can absolutely still be there. You can take a lot of close-range fights. So it's almost like the roles are a little bit same. It's just they're doing it with a different weapon.
Yeah, and, you know, with the removal of Merc foregrip, you probably have even a better chance now against an MP5 at close range compared to what it would have been, you know, a couple weeks back. But Zuma, little snap-a-doodle-doo as he's able to take out Envoy and Formal as he makes the play. They need an ice hold here with 30 seconds remaining. They've got great coverage on the map. It's attached top cafe. It's trying to stop any movement towards the hard point. A team kill from Envoy, but he does take one down with him as well.
I mean, this has been such a good hold, though. I mean, you look at the scoreboard now. It's about a 70-80 point lead. Cut down to 30. You have spawns for Electronic. If New York come back and win this, you might look at this as the pivotal moment for them. This bridge hill is just so darn good for New York. Yeah, well, we keep talking about Temp, but you know what? His team is still in it.
Yeah, you got to feel good that this is the scoreline when he is 4-18.
There's the M4 as well. There's the switch that we talked about.
Okay, so the switch comes in. How crucial will it be for them? Can they string together two solid hard points here? Look at everybody that's outside for Huntsman looking for a point of entry. Can they find any early picks? So far, the answer is no. One of the greatest duos of all time, and Attach and Zuma able to lock it down. Accuracy and Mac then back it up. Everybody from Huntsman is dropping. It's another sensational hold from Subliners and a chance at their first lead in what seems to be forever. What a stretch this has been for Subliners.
And just after Ruins, where Chicago, they started so well, you go to that bridge hole. And we see this a lot on Ramaza because a lot of the hills, you really do have to just fight so many different angles and fight for power positions. In New York, they were able to hold on. Now they have this lead, but Chicago, a chance for them to get right back into it as they get set up for Barbershop.
We know Huntsman can be great at breaking hard points, but Subliners, that early setup, not allowing them to do it. But Huntsman, can they answer? Nice snap from Pristini, takes one down. Scump with a double through that as well as they look to retake the lead. It's Scump still lurking towards top rugs as he rotates over to bottom cafe and just takes down two easily. I like that back down against the M4 and Temp. Right across from him, they've got to worry about his position. He's really got the cross, almost able to take down two more, but it was 5 in a row before he fell. Now Huntsman, a chance not to close it out, but they can put a ton of pressure on Subliners here, get right around that 240 mark with the rest of this time.
It looks like Zuma's going to go for this time. Zuma, yeah, Zuma's going to sneak on through. He spawns up Ruin side. On the other side of the map, it's Arcides, who's trying to get across. He wanted to get inside of construction for that final hill. So Zuma, he's able to disrupt some time. Now it's New York's chance. If they're able to lock this down, they can win it. They only need 53 seconds. You have one player here in Scump. Attach is going to win that one-on-one. You see the positions of Chicago. They have to get carpet control. They have to get across that bridge, and here they go.
What a big push this is. Can they get it done? Through the smoke they go. Arcides, the point man with the M4. Mac, ready and waiting, but Pristini, the other side of that twin duo, able to take one down as Formal finds two entries as well. This could be the break, and it is. Huntsmen are able to get in, and what a massive one it is. Subliners now have to do everything in their power to try and get in. Just 5 points from victory. Our Huntsmen, what a much-needed break it was at the tail end of this game. There's a contest for just a moment, but it's not enough, and Huntsman take the map one. Pristini closes it out with some great plays. Him and Formal with those M4s really find, what, 3 or 4 of the key entries to get in and take it. And it's just wild. You're so used to, you know, thinking about kind of those MP5s, need to find those aggressive entries, but it's all behind the M4s. And they get it done. They close it out in construction.
Yeah, a lot of Ramaza sort of, all right, your turn to get 40 to 50 seconds. Then it's our turn. It comes down to who's going to be able to find that break. And it's Chicago in the end, over towards construction. They did a very good job at the end of Barbershop as we take a look at our stats here. At the end of Barbershop of just getting pushed out a little bit. They didn't get locked in back barbershop. They were able to get some pressure towards Bridgeside, and that opened things up for them.
Yeah, and it just seemed like a couple minutes ago we were talking about how good Subliners were with early control. I mean, we saw a couple hard points in a row where they got set up, they were able to lock it down, but not that time. Huntsmen, they're known for some incredible breaks, and there they are able to do it. What did Temp end up? 10 and 23, so yeah. Not a great mapping. Even once he switched to the M4, things didn't flow that much better for him. Scump really picked it up. Scump, because I thought when I looked at it at one point in that game, Scump was like 8, 9 and 9, somewhere in that ballpark. He ends 20 and 14. So, in the crucial moments over the last 3 hard points or so, Scump goes big. And yeah, that was actually when I was thinking about key players for Huntsman for me. I was thinking a lot about Scump and Envoy. I mean, Scump had a 0.8. I mean, it's not often you see those type of numbers for him, but this is a hard meta for MP5s, and he bounces back with a big map there. But a quick look at our U.S. Air Force. This will be the quick scope, and it's a big event for Subliners, right? Like, you know, they're still floating in that top 8. They're trying to get some separation or move up as much as they can. It's going to be an interesting weekend for them for sure.
Yeah, they have a chance. I mean, they win a very solid matchup yesterday over Minnesota, where they looked great in hard points and that search and destroy. And I think what's scary for New York is, you know, you lose to Chicago. Well, yes, even for Chicago, it's like you go to that losers bracket, you still have 2 very solid teams in London and Minnesota. But you can see at our U.S. Air Force maps and modes, we're staying on Ramaza. And really the tale of the 2 search and destroys in this matchup. So you look at the records for New York on Ramaza search and destroy, it's 6-1. But later on, say we go to a game 5 on Gunrunner, 0-5 for New York. Wow. So if it goes to a game 5, it is, you gotta favor the Huntsmen. But right here, 6-1, this has been their playground.
Yeah, this is like the big test, right? Because we only saw 1 search and destroy from Huntsman yesterday. We were really, really impressed with their performance on Piccadilly, but we're headed to a new map, trying to see if that was, I don't know if fluke's the right word, but if there is some sort of consistent improvement. I don't know, even if they don't take this with it being one of Subliner's best maps, I guess we were really impressed with their offensive breaks yesterday. They seem to be a much better cohesive unit. Even if it's a loss, do we see a lot more of that today from them?
Well, I just think a lot of the times what happens, especially early on in a season, is a team gets comfortable with their defaults. They very rarely switch things up. They stick to their guns, right? And you don't see a lot of different looks, especially offensively. And I think what we saw yesterday on Piccadilly was that they tried switching things up. So yeah, I think if you look at Ramazan, and they do lose this map, but how did they look? Did it look a little bit more cohesive? Were their offense a little bit more different? So yeah, that's the big story for Chicago.
Well, we'll now take a look at the top 5 overall KDs from day 1, and you see 4 out of 5 are from this matchup. You have Mac at the top, Arcee's Informal in the mix as well, and Temp, despite the fact he had a rough map 1, he was brilliant yesterday. So a lot of these guys, and to be fair, you know, they had pretty comfortable wins, right? I know there were some close maps in the Huntsman series, but they take it 3-1. Same can be said for Subliners, where they were taking it 3-1, but pretty comfortably over Røkkr. So they breezed through some series to open this up, but still 4 out of the top 5 looks pretty darn good.
Well, and one of those top 5 was Temp, right? And he has a 0.5, or well, under a 0.5 in that map number 1. So again, I think these teams still trying to feel out this meta, because you saw what the MP5, that third MP5 was doing. It was getting crushed.
Yeah, no, it really, really was. That was the tale of like everything yesterday, is who was going to be running 3, who was going to be running 2, and you talk about M4, or MP5, what the balance was going to be. But now to search and destroy we go. One of the best maps, maybe the best map out of all maps for Subliners. And Huntsman, they're 1-2 here. They've had a weakness all year in search, basically. But can they continue some of the brilliance we saw yesterday? Because it was a 6-2 win, and they look so good in a lot of those rounds. Excited to see what they can do this time. We're going to start off with Envoy, who has kind of been the miracle worker with them in search at a lot of these events. Like, his crazy performances are what gets them through. These spots attach off the opening break.
Yeah, he's been so good for them, just so clutch. Just feels like he reads the map a little bit differently than other players. Like, he just understands search and destroy and where he needs to be. But while attach, he's holding down the flank. The push is over towards this B side. Arcee's trying to lock it down, but the plant is going in, and now it is a 5 versus 5 retake. I think Envoy, he knows that attach is around that rug side, so I think he's giving this call out to Formal. They're going to try to isolate him, but he is deep in a pocket. And well, Envoy's just going to go. So it's going to be a 3 versus 4 on the site. And he's going to pop the dead silence. He's going to find 1. Pristini's going to find 2. Now they have a 4 versus 2.
All on accuracy and attached to now lock this down for the next couple of seconds, and it's not going to happen. Envoy and Pristini, I believe, combined for 4 out of the 5. Pristini.
No, all 5. That's it.
Oh, is it all 5? Okay, all 5, yeah. Oh, yeah, now that I see Pristini has 3. A brilliant round from those two.
But it's just a decision making, right? Because what I think a lot of players probably do in that situation, if you're Envoy, is go back and help formal. But he knows that I'm about to get dead silence. I'm going to hit an opening. But also, this gives us a 4 versus 3 on the site. We can deal with attached later on. Let's just focus on the site. Let's use our man advantage. He's able to do it there.
Incredible retake. Now, what do they try to do in the offense? Sensational start from Pristini and Envoy. Pristini's POV to kick things off. M4 in hand yet again. Mid-map and B dominance looks to be the play. And I guess they double nade that, and Tip is going to get caught. So the first blood comes in. Pristini's streak continues. Nice little opening, get some information on accuracy top, and he's getting pushed from bottom. He's got to react. He's got to try and snap back in time. He's not going to be able to do it. Formal is already there. Envoy in the kill feed yet again. New York just getting picked apart as Envoy goes huge again. Give him another one. 3 in a row for Envoy to close it out, and the round is not close. And I'll tell you what, if it continues like this, and they come out and smoke them on one of their best search maps, yeah, it's tough because, again, it's like Subliners aren't a great search team. They aren't by any means, but they have at least been here.
They're a great Ramaza search team. Right?
Yeah, but if you get these back-to-back wins...
I think even just looking at that offense, though, like, it looks a little bit different. Like, Chicago knew exactly what they wanted to. We talk about their steps and layers to an offensive round. What was step 1? It was, all right, we're going to nade out top window. Step 2 is Pristini's going to throw the smoke out. We're going to execute from bottom cafe. They're just on point right now.
A 9-0 start for Envoy and Pristini combined. And it looks like you might have an early flank developing. It's Envoy that's starting to work through back barbershop. We'll see if he gets there in time because the flood from Subliners is here as they work to move into the house. Max should have an easy pick. That's going to be the case. Can Scump get the trade? He can. Big gunfight win for him, and he's able to dip away with his life for now. Attach, though, will hunt him down. Envoy hasn't gotten the mix of the flank yet, and you see that number 4 in accuracy. He's kind of holding it from back ruin, so you've got a lot of different angles for Huntsman right now. Nobody's really grouped up. Envoy's going to head towards Cafe, maybe to work together with Formal, see if they can push this break.
Oh, this could be the play. Pristini, I think he finds an opening. They were closing off all the doors inside of B, maybe trying to work this bomb, but Pristini, he gets into a great spot. With the dead silence, he uses the MP5. He's able to reset it. He can keep it going, but accuracy does take down Formal to make this a 2v2. And look at the New York players. They dip. They just go straight to this A site.
Oh, so they both have to have dead silence because Envoy didn't react at all. Yeah, Envoy was like sitting kind of bottom cafe, and he didn't even turn when they pushed through. So they both must have popped Deddy to fly on through. Now, Envoy will be here first. Pristini tracking across mid-map. It's another retake situation. Last time they did it in 5v5 fashion. This time it'll be a 2 versus 2.
I think that would have been a great nade. It just goes a little bit too far. Well, temp and accuracy are here for the crossfire. Just playing together.
Can Envoy clutch. 15 seconds to go now. 1 versus 1. He knows where Tim's at. Is he going to bait it for just a second? Tim yet to peek. There comes the peek. Able to make the play. Subliners get a much-needed round victory. His Envoy nearly pulls it off, but not quite able to do it.
A nice teamwork out of New York and great decision making. They knew that the rotation was over. And when we watch a lot of Ramaza because of how split the bomb sites are, like a lot of it does come down to retakes. We see a lot of defensive teams stack one side, which may open things up on the other side, which comes down to those 5 versus 5s like we saw in that first round. But nice decision making out of New York. They're able to play it together and get on the board.
See if Pristini and Envoy can make some magic happen yet again. Over to the defensive side of things, as Temp is playing close on the site. It looks like they're going to smoke out, like there's still some progression here, and then they're going to wrap back to the other side. Zuma, though, in a position to get some kills. He only gets one before he drops the smoke, enough cover that he can't get a second. Oh, Scump had no right winning that gunfight, but Mac gets cooked. 3v3. Scump with another one. That looked insane.
Yeah, I don't know what
his
that
aim
was.
assist like dragged up when he
jumped. I think Attach jumped right at the end, which brought his aim assist up.
Yeah, that looks so awkward, but he gets the kill. Accuracy with dead silence spot. That's going to be the bomb carrier. Can he get away with his life? He's going to be able to finesse for now. They're in a much better position than they were a few seconds ago.
They're trying to find him. They have no idea where he went. Actually just goes right to the lane. Look at this. Formal's looking for him. Temp with some beautiful MP5 shots on a Scump. Now it is all down to Formal.
Let's go to Formal's POV. See if he can get it done in the 1 versus 2. Temp beaming again from top. Trying to get away. The flank comes in, but he reads it. What a read from Formal. 1v1 now. 30 seconds to go.
Temp has Daddy. He's trying to track him down.
Formal wins it. What a clutch. The beautiful read onto the flank from Accuracy. The drop shot on point, and the positioning here pays off. Temp right into the trap, and what a clutch it was.
I think that's where you see the MP5 nerf come in, because the shots on a Formal, he's probably dead a couple of weeks ago, but he's able to stay alive, play his life around that setup. And yeah, you could just tell that Temp was just trying to buy time for Accuracy. Formal was ready for it.
3-1. Now to Huntsman. Subliners back to the B pressure. Pretty aggressive defense out of Huntsman, not really playing from the house. They pushed up to the site. It's going to be Arcides and Scump working together. There's the first blood. Accuracy is going to drop, and what a snap there from Accuracy onto another one. He opens things up beautifully for Huntsman. Scump still lying in wait. No Merc 4 grip, but the hip fire still going to be able to hit enough. Advantage still to Huntsman.
And you see Temp knows he has to reposition. I don't know if he spotted him. Formal did, though. That's bomb carrier as well. So Zuma, not only does he not have dead silence, he's got to track all the way back. Not going to happen. Well, Chicago are rolling on Ramaza.
Rolling on Ramaza. I like that, Joe.
Yeah?
Not good.
I'm trying to get my wordplay up, kind of like Miles, you know? I'm trying to... I don't think I'm ever going to hit that level, but,
no,
you know, the guys inspired me.
Yeah, you got to, like, make some, like, comments about a Greek god or something. He had, like, an Athena line the other day. Like, I don't know, some of the stuff that comes out of his brain and mouth, I don't quite understand, but he's brilliant.
Yeah, and there's some things that's kind of right on the edge that I would never say, but he gets away with it.
Oh, we love you, Miles. You beautiful bearded beautiful man. Oh, 7-2 from Prestini to get it rolling. 2 rounds away. Now from the map 2 victory and a 2-0 edge. Temp, though, with the first blood. Numbers to Subliners. How to Huntsman opt to play this down a man. Envoy almost evens the odds, but Scump that's able to finish the kill. They get the pick towards top bridge, towards top rugs. Now it's Daddy for Envoy. Can he sneak on through? No, he headbutts the door. Less of a sneak, but the smoke will get out. And he's just trying to play the distraction. I thought he might try to make this play towards B, and they'd take bomb A. For now, it looks like they're still going to favor that B site, but bomb is still just sitting, I think, bottom cafe.
Well, I think because of Arcides' position, they're going to end up going towards B, yeah.
Yeah, I thought for a second they were rapping, and Envoy was kind of playing on an island, but... not the case. Attach up top, able to get the kill, able to pick him off a bomb. He will get wall bang, though. It's a big one from Arcides. Now going to be 1 versus 2. 1 versus 1, sorry. As Arcides able to win the gunfight with some lovely beams. Hops off the plant for just a second and hits the shot. Couple clutches now for Huntsman.
And I think he hears that door and his teammates are giving the call outs. It's the one to your left because he's looking bottom cafe. He thought it was that one. But yeah, I mean, you talk about the 2 1v1s and the difference that it has made. If New York's able to win those, this is a 3-3 game. But it comes down to those clutch moments. And right now, Chicago, they're running away with it.
6-2 victory on Piccadilly yesterday. Looking to close this at 1 out. 6-1 if they can. What an opening to search and destroy that would be. Scump torches Zuma. Attach does get the trade with the Simtex. 3v3. And there's still 2 players at A on defense for Huntsman. They're going to have to start working over. Because right now, it's really just going to be Pristini by himself. But sometimes all you need is yourself. Pristini able to get 1 kill and still finesse towards Cafe. It slowed down the push from Subliners massively.
And they've just sort of given up. They know they have man advantage. If it comes down to a retake, they'll take that man advantage. But you see Formal's working all the way back ruins. Pristini does use dead silence. I don't know if I love that play. Your teammates weren't quite there yet, but he's going to find some information. Formal's going to take down Temp, and now it is all down to Mac. We have seen some beautiful clutches out of him this year on this map. He's able to find one, forces the 1 versus 1, and it comes down to another one.
Yet another 1v1. It's Formal yet again. Just has to stop this plant.
Does he even have time to get this?
I don't know if he does.
Doesn't even matter. I think it's done. Yeah,
it was close. It was close.
I don't think he did.
Not gonna happen, and it's a bit anticlimactic, but Huntsman able to take it 6-1 through their first 2 search and destroys. They've only lost 3 total rounds. Some clutch moments, some brilliant retakes, some nice offensive strategies, and it looks to be a newly reformed Huntsman search and destroy lineup, because that was fun to watch yet again.
Well, it's just the way they're able to do this too. I will say, like, it does come down to 3 1v1s,
true,
right?
True.
And you're not always going to guarantee you're winning that. But I think key things to look at for Huntsman is just sort of their situational awareness, how much more comfortable that they're looking. And it's a lot of those little decisions, and it feels like right now they are on point with those.
Well, we're going to take a look at the U.S. Army tactical play, and of course it is going to be the 1v2 clutch that comes in from Formal towards Construction. A brilliant play, a brilliant read. We'll see it one more time in just a moment, but I mean, they were already kind of in control of the game, but this is where they really started to run away with it. Let's watch it one more time.
Yeah, and again, I think accuracy is just trying to play for information. There's just so many different routes that he can go, but you see those shots come in, and he's just trying to play his life. And I think maybe these shots right... Okay, so he actually didn't hit him. He only hit him 1 more time, so maybe he doesn't make him that weak with that MP5, but yeah, you see the dead silence, and with dead silence, Temp absolutely has the advantage in this situation. But he runs right into it. Formal is ready, beautifully read by Formal.
Beautiful win, and yeah, you kind of mentioned the change to the MP5 might have hurt him there, but also, like, talking about 60 hertz and how it's helped the M4 when you're pre-aimed holding an edge like that, it gives you a bit of an advantage there too. Yeah, maybe not a gunfight he's gonna win a month ago, but that's not the case. He's able to get it done in a massive clutch and a big search and destroy victory yet again. There's a look at the full Huntsman roster that seemed to be firing on all cylinders this weekend.
Yeah, you got the twins back together, and ever since then, I mean, they've had one bad home series, but they were able to win one. They're trying to get a second.
We'll see if they can do it. Subliners, they made it to some semifinals, but yet to take a home series. You thought maybe this is where they're going to make the run, but doesn't look to be the case right now. They're down 0-2. They've got to run it back. They have to find some sort of life, some sort of strength over these next couple of maps. We'll be right back with the Dom after this quick break.
This is dangerous. He's going to get caught, but they line up for Scump. And Scump, the king.
Envoy is going off.
Pristini gets the kill. They're going to keep on charging straight into Osities. Formal hits the shot. Chicago can't dominate.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless.
Welcome back to the Subliners Game Fuel Home Series event. Joe, we got to talk about the incredible new team supporter pack for CDL champs. It's amazing. You got blueprints, sprays, skins, and I think the coolest thing about it, and you can find all these in the store on Modern Warfare, but the coolest thing about it is like we have a lot of new teams and new brands, and it's awesome. I think what Call of Duty has over a lot of esports is our players have a lot more personality, and trying to grow these brands is very cool. Like some of the stickers, dude, like the chalked and like the Empire having the router thing on it. Like it's cool. I love seeing I don't know, it's just stuff I wouldn't have expected to happen. It's very, very awesome to see some of these teams and player personalities. The signatures are dope. Buy them immediately.
The only thing that I want, Clint, is your signature. That's all I want. If I can get yours on my guns, I'll be the happiest person in the world.
Imagine this, just bald head, like as a charm, just like this.
Yeah, just as I gotta look. Let me see.
Yeah. Dude, imagine your enemies in Warzone, the fear they would have as they saw that. Maybe they wouldn't be scared. But one thing I do want to touch on, and we didn't really get a chance during kind of the pre-show for this matchup, is we obviously have hyped up and talked a lot about Huntsman FaZe and the fact that it may never happen based on how things go down. But now that FaZe have lost, right?
Yep.
If Huntsman win this, they would come out as the 1 seed and be on one side of the bracket. If FaZe then are able to win their next match since they lost, they would match up in the semifinal. I guess there was part of me that was hoping that it would either they would both lose and come out number 2 seed, or both win and come out 1 seed, then match up in the final. But now I just need to see them play. It just hasn't happened. So I'll take a semifinal. And with FaZe losing and the way this match looks so far for Huntsman, we might be getting there, Joe.
Maybe. I don't know, dude. I don't want to talk about it that much because this series isn't done yet. New York has had some reverse
sweeps. Did I just jinx it?
And you never know with Guerrillas. Like, yes, Guerrillas got outclassed yesterday. Well, Legion as well. But Atlanta, they still have to win a match too. So I don't know. I just don't want to. I would love to see it. Do I want to see it? Yes. Does everybody at home want to see it? Yes.
I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it, Joe. I'm going to say it, Joe.
No, don't do it. Don't stop. No, don't.
As the head
don't do it.
As the head of all thing Call of Duty.
Oh no.
As the commissioner.
No.
I guarantee that FaZe Huntsman is 100% happening at this event.
Why did you say it?
Here we go into map 3. Domination on Hackney. We'll see if Subliners can start to make a run in this best of 5.
Yeah, a very solid map for Chicago. 7-5 for New York. 5-9. So a lot of repetitions for both of these teams. You're going to have Chicago starting on that A side, what we consider the strong side. Not able to fully complete the B cap, but they are fighting for map control.
Formal, some nice shots over the top. That's a Simtex directly on the back of your heel, so his feet are blown off and obliterated. He'll drop. 3 kills now through for Subliners. They're going to be able to get this B site. See how long they can get the hold. It's Huntsman with the preferred side, but They've got to work for this 2-cap. Number 7 on the minimap is going to be Arcides, who's trying to work in through green. He's going to get caught. His accuracy is able to take him down. Zuma goes through the smoke directly by a couple of players. It looked like, at least through the X-ray. But as the dust settles, it's still Subliners here on top.
Well, Pristini actually does a great job. He finds 3 kills. If he goes down there, those 2 players flood through that door, and the other 2 flank through. You still have pressure here at A. But if Pristini's not able to get those kills, it absolutely flips. Now there's still a chance for Chicago to hold on to it. He's going to get his 5th. Scump's going to hold on to A. You got the neutral at C. He's trying to secure it. He has the 1v1, but Mac with the M4 able to win it. But that would have been much cleaner for New York if it wasn't for Pristini's play.
But the end result is going to be a flip. Yes, you'll have the 2-cap for Huntsman, but we'll see what they can do with it. Subliners, though, you know, they're down 0-2, and it hasn't been pretty. They just got smoked in the map, too. It's their Game Fuel Home Series event. They've got to bounce back here. Let's go to an Astro Gaming listen-in with Subliners.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm getting on it. They're going to hit you, though. Yep. Going on me. Good job.
Nice, big win. One's their door, one's their door.
Trying to get to green right now.
Near their door, careful.
I'm always their door.
And hit him. Top stack, right side. Right side, top stack. Scap weak, scap weak.
Scap is big as shit. Scap is big as shit. Bottom green down. Bottom green down. Alright, I hear you, bottom green.
Scap is dead, no one in P1.
Can we go to B? Top green dead.
I can push up their
door.
door.
Let's go to B.
Yeah. He's in the corner. He's
spawning on me green probably. Where'd he go, man? Gotta keep camping.
Top P or some shit.
Top green dead.
P1 dead. I'm going back to get B. I'm helping down.
One square dead.
See me, one more still see me.
I'm looking mid array. I'm looking mid array.
I'm gonna see him close to you.
I'm gonna go top B. I'm pushing green right now.
One just went back in the B down spot. Go into VC, hold on.
I'm looking top L. I'm looking top L.
Look low.
Okay. I'm going top P2 to look mid.
We're low.
Top slant. Top for you. Top slant.
I'm going C. Actually, no, I'm coming back. He's got graffiti.
Where'd he go?
One shot low.
Top right.
Yeah, he slid back.
I'm top P2 right now.
Watch.
I'm top L.
Look
right mid.
Low L again.
One mid crate.
I
need reload.
Dead.
Mid. Groping max. I got top L. Pristini weak. Oh, and mid crate.
This is what you were worried about once the flip happened. Eventually, Subliners were going to get the 2-cap control, and how hard could they lock it in? They're doing great now, and Mac rips off 3 as he was on a tear. 12 and 3. Quadruple positive from the Mac attack early.
And I honestly love that listening. It was just very calm. You know, Attach made great plays at C, getting the capture, just causing a lot of chaos over there. You know, you just heard 10 play. All right, I think this is when we go B. They were able to do that, and they go to that position. So just very calm, even down 0-2. Didn't seem too tilted. So I like what I heard from New York.
Well, you said it. They've had some reverse sweeps, and you know, kind of Crowder talking about how important someone like accuracy is to this team. Like, they're gonna have the ice. They're going to be calm. And a lot of times they're going to clutch up when they need to, but the problem here is our Huntsman just too good. Might be the problem, is now Huntsman able to battle back for B. They're down 21 points with 45 to go. But what's tough about this is you're spawning C if you're Huntsman to start the second half. So you're going to have to basically do exactly what Subliners just did. You're going to have to get the flip at some point and lock them in.
Yeah, and teams have gotten much better at that. So it's something teams work on. And a lot of it comes from like the CB hold. And when the team at A tries to go for B or tries to work mid-map, that's when that team sort of just flies out of the B doors, is able to execute on A. But it's looking like it'll be around like I don't know, 15-point lead when all of this is done. So a solid half from New York, but nothing crazy to worry about for Chicago.
Time will run out, and now we'll shift our focus to the second half. Can Subliners string together another second half to extend this to a map 4? It's tough, though. If you go back to your point kind of before the map 2, it's tough to see them pulling off this reverse sweep based on their search, like the map 5, like how bad they've been at everything but Ramaza, and they got torched on Ramaza. I know anything can happen in a game 5, but it certainly looks like a massive uphill battle for Subliners.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, game 5's worrying, but I will say if they're able to win this, you go to a Hackney Yard Hardpoint, where if they just won a Hackney Yard, could be pretty comfortable on that one. but very fast out of the second half. They go right to A, right to B. They get the 2-cap hold that they want. You do have Arcees, who is trying to work the top side of the minimap, but he gets taken down, and you get the 2-cap hold early.
Number 2 on the map is Mac, who's trying to work a flank, I believe, from top L. He's not even going to be needed.
Already. This could be bad, though. This might flip spawns.
It did.
Attach has to go big. Yeah, Attach has to go big. And yeah, the pressure just right through the middle of the map is going to give Chicago A. And now what do they decide to do? They're going to leave C for right now. They want to go back to A, or at least lock down B. You still have Attach who's alive over by the firehouse. He's just trying to play his life. I just love how both teams are just avoiding C. They're like, I don't want that flag. Leave it be.
Well, especially if you're Subliners with this lead. Like, screw it. Leave it neutral. But now eventually Huntsman to get a forward. They got to make sure they have a lot of personnel towards that A side so nothing wonky happens with the spawns. Get C and get out as quickly as you can, as now they'll try and pinch and wrap back towards B.
New York's got to be a little careful here because, yeah, you see where they're spawning. They're spawning off his side. Here comes the execute into B. This could be a 3-cap as RC is able to snap onto the second one. He's on 4 in a row. Well, New York, they're going to have to settle for that Charlie flag.
And that was the moment. That was the big break. Those last 60 or so seconds, and I don't know if it was as much Huntsman doing it as it was maybe the aggression from Subliners over towards C, but the end result is the same. Huntsman get the A side of the map. Now, can they secure B? Envoy with 1 kill through the smoke. All the presence on B is going to be Subliners for now, and they still have a pretty healthy lead. So as long as they can hold off this 2-cap from Huntsman, the better it is. There's still a lot of pressure on Huntsman.
Here's a big moment, though. You have, I didn't see, it's RC's on C. If RC's on C, one player does spawn behind him. That's going to be temp, but it's just going to be a neutral, which is fine for New York, but the pressure is elsewhere. So you're going to have the B flag captured in. Okay, so they're able to find Arcees. But now, that alleviates some pressure towards that B flag. There's still a lot of time. 12 points when you have that 2-cap per minute.
And with the difference there, it's like when Huntsman sends somebody through C, they made sure they had somebody like holding that brick wall, right? Like all the way towards the A-cap, make sure nothing fishy happens. And now they can do it with a solid hold here. They have all the firepower they need towards this B point. Zuma with Dead Silence pop. Can he maybe play some kind of disruption towards top L? Should be able to get a freebie or 2, but will that be the difference? Over towards Smokestack. The spawns get a little interesting because spawning up towards C is going to be Envoy. Subliners kind of all over the map. This is likely going to be a neutral. Pressure now to RC's to hold at the home cap. Can he hold? Can they wrap back and deal with it? RC's with 1 big kill. Able to get it done. Now going to be a 3-cap. The lead will disappear so quickly for Subliners. They're going to get in onto A. Now it comes down to these final 90 seconds with the flip. Can Huntsman hold on to this 2-cap?
Yeah, well, there was 1 player left at A, but you can see B's wide open. Huntsman, they're going to be spawning back C. Temp just trying to play his life. He needs to stay alive. That top L position will cut off the reinforcements towards B. We are all tied up into our final minute. Temp's able to find 1. The pressure, though, coming through the middle of the map. 2 of his teammates are going to be able to get to B, and it all comes down to the final 60 seconds.
This has just been an insane 5 minutes of Dom. This second half has been nuts. But the pressure on Huntsman, all of it, as Subliners have the 2-cap, and every 5 seconds, that lead just growing for Subliners. Verstini tries to get in, trophy out, not able to do it. Tip has gone so huge over and over again towards B, just multi-kill after multi-kill. The neutral coming in towards C as well, as Subliners will get that done as the pressure towards A now from Huntsman. This one might be done, barring some sort of miracle. Maybe the miracle happens now. They're going to get C back. They get picked off of B. It's Tip again. Tip gets 2 at B again. He gets the player off the cap. He gets the player pushing towards Smokestack. He goes absolutely huge. And with this B secure, Subliners get it done. They extend this best of 5. But, man, that was a Dom second half filled with wild moments.
Yeah, just a lot of like situations that were created by going for that 3-cap at C, right? Like that's just sort of what stems from that, and who's able to just sort of rebound. It felt like Chicago was going to be able to hold down that 3-cap for some time, but then all the spawns come towards the middle of the map for New York. They're able to find those kills. They immediately get back into that AB hold. And then you talked about Temp, just time and time again. And that would have been a heartbreaking one because New York, they were in control for most of it. It was just like yesterday against their series versus Minnesota, where they had a very close Hackney or Dom that they ended up losing.
Yeah.
But Temp, a much better respawn performance, 25 and 16 for him.
No,
he does it with that M4.
10 of those were in the final 2 minutes. Like, I'm probably exaggerating, but like he got, I think it was like 4 doubles over towards B in the final stretch of that game. Like, he went insanely huge. Spots where he was by himself because everyone else was scrambling towards A or trying to deal with a neutral at C. But yeah, it was what, 2 big moments. Like, there was the moment where Subliners went for the neutral and the flip happened. Then it happened with Huntsman, and it was weird with Huntsman because with Attach, like, it was very obvious he was trying to push towards that and get the neutral. I think with Huntsman, like, somebody was kind of mid-map towards Smokestack. I think just trying to hold the cross in towards the backside of B, but then somebody spawned up like backside Smokestack almost on Charlie. At that point, you're like, okay, I guess I go for the neutral.
I go for it. Yeah, I didn't know it was Envoy, yeah.
But then things just kind of go wild from that point forward, and it's hard. I mean, you got to be very disciplined, and just the timing of things didn't work out, but Subliners get it done. Give me a map 4.
Yeah, it's almost like at times when the map is that chaotic, like you just need someone to just sort of like just stop and hide in a corner and just sort of communicate what's going on, right? Like, where are we? What's the situation? Where are we spawning? What do we want to do? Because it's just a couple of those small decisions, and yeah, it's like you saw it multiple times where the teams, they wanted to push the C neutral, they wanted to push the C3 cap, and of course you do. That's how you get the most points, but what came out of that most of the time was typically an AB flip. So it's a scary decision.
It absolutely is. But let's take a look at the damage dealt leaderboard. This is going to be from our map 1, Hardpoint. I believe it was Arcedes that led the way. I believe that was the same narrative for him yesterday as he was near, like, what was it, 4,200, 4,300 in damage. Yeah. Arcedes has been a beast. Him and Pristini, the twin duo at the top. The ARs clicking for them, but that is, again, our damage dealt leaderboard from map 1 presented by PS4. It's been fun to watch those two work for sure over the course of this weekend, even if it's a small body of work thus far.
Yeah, and now we go to Hackney Yard, Hardpoint, and well, for Chicago, this is a 6-3 map for you. For New York, 3-5. But the big question, of course, is always around sort of which side are you spawning on.
Can someone, if there's somebody watching though, I need someone to do it. I know one viewer will do it for me. Can you tell me over the last like 2 minutes there when it got crazy, how many kills Temp actually got towards B? I want to know what the number was because
let them do it after this match. Let's finish this one and then
they can just tweet it to me. I just want to tweet it to me. Yeah, that's all. Just tweet it to me when you get a chance. People can multitask, Joe. They've got 2 monitors. People are very talented nowadays, Joe.
I mean, I get that, but like they want to watch.
I know.
It's a good match.
You're right. I apologize to every single viewer for asking you to do work for me. That wasn't right of me. It was very selfish. Joe, thank you for calling me out when I'm wrong.
You're welcome.
That's why I love you, Joe.
I love you too.
Map 4 now. Subliners trying to get it to a 5th and final map at the Subliners home series event. So we stick it on Hackney. It's Formal trying to get some shots in over the top. Temp able to stay up. Well, I lied to you. Temp is going to be obliterated.
Yeah, he gets blown up, but Mac can attach. Locking things down, and Zuma's just going to spawn on up and get inside this hill. This is what you want. You're the team spawning on the left side of your mini-map. It's just try to earn as much time as you can. Just sort of deal with the lead that you know Chicago's probably going to have coming out of Tire Shop.
Huntsman, one big play for maybe closing this out in a hot 3-0 fashion, but they have a chance to now do it here. Let's head right into an Astro Gaming listen-in with Huntsman.
Our side, accuracy.
I have green. Need to beat him, Nice, Bill, good job.
Okay, one middle.
Last guy's on you.
Another one shot.
No, he killed me.
Inside. There's 2 inside.
He's top square.
Is he?
Yeah, one top AC2. I'm gonna get an initial.
Yep, beat on.
Hold right.
I needed our door.
Up middle, 2. Mid-L, one shot.
Middle. Twin time. One's gonna push out our door right now.
They're gonna push out our door.
Push out our door.
Door guys.
Top cut already.
One up middle, no one middle. Give us right.
I went back low. Come back low. I'm looking shaft.
Up our middle. I got another one.
Our door.
Yeah, I got
needed in. Shaft one shot. Yo, mid crates on you.
I got needed. There's our pocket in middle.
Top AC and mid crates, bro.
We gotta stack.
Pocket weak. They're smoking.
They're hitting tires.
Three tires right now. Stay alive now.
I got
one.
Watch out.
Slow garage.
Back left weak. He's tired. He went cop cut.
Yeah, he got me cop cut, guys. And one top jumped off scaff and one push tower. Push door.
I'm no garage.
Yo, I'm getting out. You guys spot that.
Window.
Bottom green. Attach. He's going top window. Going top green.
No, don't have to.
Bully inside together. Bully inside.
Top green hurt. He's dead.
Top green dead.
Let's go left. We're going left or what?
Okay, go left.
I needed our door.
And beat on.
They like playing our pocket. They like playing pocket too, guys.
Don't bleak.
Top AC dead.
See that? I'm looking middle. On your set.
Yo, he's
on him, Shack. I didn't hit him.
Back on time. Absolutely. Yeah, he's pocket, guys.
We're good.
Top L.
Just go first.
And we are back, and I know it didn't pan out, but I like that call. Like, bully a side together. They didn't care what side. Someone make a call. We're going left, we're going right. Let's just work together. And Subliners able to hold on, but I do still like that. It's like, sometimes it's not even about a right decision. It's just about doing it together. Now we'll see, though, if they can do it in the second wave, as Subliners are able to get in the smokestack. They've got a solid hole, but it's a triple from Arcades. That might be the opening they need, but Zuma and Temp respond in kind. Pristini looking to pick things up as he's got a 4-11 start. Accuracy and the boys locking it down.
Yeah, you heard that they wanted to get that first hill control so they could jump out of top L. They could jump out of L. We saw yesterday Envoy, he could throw the smoke out, put pressure on this smokestack kill. For right now, New York doing a pretty solid job, and it's something we've been talking about, that meta. So right now, Pristini has a third MP5 out. We're on the other side. Temp, he's got a third M4 out, so we'll see how that plays out. Will continue to be a discussion, but in the office we go. Accuracy versus Formal. He's going to win the first one, but Envoy there for a very quick trade.
He's going to drop almost immediately after as the pinch comes in from Subliners. Attached stun, smoke out, bullets everywhere. Scump and Brasini take care of everything inside of green. Now can they work on the flip? There's still a ton of time here they can earn. Temp from top green. Trying to open up this hard point. They're in great position for the next, and he's doing a lovely job just picking apart Huntsman players one by one. Gets the person out of the hard point that was picking up that time. They'll transition right back into it, but just look how deep they're spawning out from next. A lot of work to do to get towards docks.
So you had two players, though, playing pretty far back for New York. That's going to be Attach and Mac. They're just trying to guarantee that they have these spawns. So what does that mean? You're going to have a very early, quick push for Chicago towards that top parking lot side. Brasini has dead silence. He's trying to make the play. Some shots are in, but the smoke is down, making things chaotic. Inside, though, it's Attach and Temp who are able to find three. Formal going to be the last one alive. Can he find anything? I don't think so. New York, a very first good hold.
Yeah, and you had a really good chance there. You know, you broke it down perfectly. Huntsman had the opportunity, but Subliners clutch up, and just killing that first wave gives them so much more breathing room, and it's going to make these next 40 seconds or so much easier. Now you have to worry about not losing spawns for next. That's a big gunfight win from Scump, who's able to take out Zuma, who I think was trying to leak through to tire side. So you'll give this time up, but now a chance to answer as we head into our second rotation. And Temp starting to heat up, 17-11. He has really bounced back from that poor map 1. Great map 3. Great map 4 thus far.
And you needed that from him, right? Like, that's what we talked about. We're just waiting for him to hit sort of that superstar level. And throughout this map, he's been continuing to switch it up. MP5, M4, maybe a little bit. Just depends on the hill. Yeah, having a great game here. Attach as well at 16-8. On the other side for Chicago, not like the best first half, but you're only down 10 points, right? So still very much in it. We'll see if that Pristini from game 1 can heat on up.
I received an update on Temp. He had 10 kills. Pretty wild.
You're just a prophet. You really are.
I just knew it was a lot, dude. He kept popping up. But 20-point advantage. What can they add on to it here? They get the rest of this time, then a great tire shop hold. We basically have a tie game as we head out. And one of the big points of contention for me might be if Huntsman can rally out of tire shop a little bit better than they did last time. But Subliners firing on all cylinders now. Mac and Temp taking down 3, holding down this hard point. Here comes the next wave from Huntsman, though, as they're able to get in.
Big set of kills.
Because, well, the big thing, not the time, right, but how far they're going to spawn out Subliners. Yeah. Just makes it that much harder.
yeah, you're able to hold this position, right? Like you have scum top scaffolding. The shots did come in. Yeah, 10 seconds already off, and you haven't even had a first push. Here comes the first push now. The spawns, we know they're going to be right there. You see Temp trying to get on that brick wall. He gets beamed by Arcides. And we saw the first time that we were here towards Tire Shop, New York, they put some pressure on. Like there was you know, some smokes near the front of the hill, which I will say that's a success in itself.
Yeah, no, really. But yeah, that's like worst case scenario for Subliners, right? When you have like that 4 or 5 down situation with like, let's say 10 or less seconds on the hard point, it's like it doesn't give yourself a chance to really make noise early on the hard point. Brilliant from Huntsman. And it's tough because Subliners were so good up until those couple of seconds. But now this is where Huntsman kind of got locked in, right? They didn't get a very good transition out of Tire Shop. They couldn't get in towards the first hard point and get that smoke out and work towards smokestack, as you said. Can they do it this time around? Is it a little bit cleaner? There's the kill already in the first. I mean, it's already better.
Yeah, it's already a little bit. It was actually these set of kills they couldn't get. I think it was accuracy multiple times. Top L who was finding, you know, these kills, because this is what they want. Yeah, they want Pristini to come out here, but it's Zuma again. Yeah, they find 4 kills. You have 1 player left inside of office. This execute through this first hill, it's just not really working for them. They're not able to get set up. It almost reminds me of like a Ramaza construction to like barbershop hill, where you're just spawning them just so far away. It just takes so many layers to even get to the hill, the way that New York is setting up for this. I mean, we talk about how strong Tire Shop is, but New York has done such a beautiful job here at Smokestack to give them this lead.
No, that's probably the single biggest thing that stands out from this game thus far. Like Smokestack control. They have put Huntsman in the dirt when they try to push towards this. Look at the minimap though, that number 8. Envoy is tucked towards back parking lot currently. He's got a chance to make a play for green and maybe influence these spawns for Docs as well. And we'll see how this plays out. Huntsmen are still spawning out, but as the next hardpoint drops and the next wave of kills come in, that should now be spawns for Huntsmen. But can they get into office? Because the problem is Subliners can close it out here. They might not get to Docs. Look at the kill feed. It is all gonna be Subliners pushing their way towards a map 5. One final break opportunity for Huntsmen. And Zuma says, no, sir, not on my watch. Subliners go back to back and they get us to a map 5, and man, what brilliant holds they were at Smokestack. That is how you get the victory when you've got the poor spawn on this map.
That might be the biggest victory that we've seen when you've lost Tire Shop every single time. No joke. 58 points. It's probably up there. And again, we keep talking about the meta. We're going to take a look at our stats. We talked about Temp, how he kept switching it up, but for the most part, he was really rocking that M4, 27 and 16 for him. But on the other side, that flex player, that person running the third M4, Pristini 15 and 30. We didn't see it a lot. For the most part, it was the MP5 from him. And that's just going to be the discussion. You know, maybe next time they keep 3 M4s out the entire time.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot from him. I thought that might be the case here, but it wasn't. And yeah, Pristini, that was not a fun map for him. I mean, there's not a lot of positives you can look at. 15 and 30, barely got the objective. Woo!
Remember what you said, Clint. You guaranteed it, and now we're going to a game 5.
Joe,
so I just want this to be known that if we don't get Atlanta versus Chicago, it is you are to blame. You are to blame, Maven.
But if they lose this and then win, we might get it in the final. It's a Maven guarantee. Okay. It's happening one way or another, Joe. I'm getting a little bit nervous, I'm going to be honest with you. But it's map 5 time. S&D, Subliners, Huntsman. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Mr. Ice in his veins. Bongo top. He gets the damage in. He can't miss it. It's accuracy. Engage. Here we go. Zuma. 1 versus 3.
Now attaches the man to make the play. It's via attach. Locking it down.
And Mac with the snap. Come in and dominate the respawn.
Want to play Search and Destroy like a pro? Here's some S&D recon from the U.S. Air Force. Gunrunner. It's an industrial maze of dark alleys and warehouses that connects 2 bomb sites on opposite sides of the map. Bomb site A is right outside of the mine shafts, in between the rows of rail cars, while bomb site B is nestled in between the forest and the cargo crates. These 2 bomb sites are each surrounded by a bit of high ground, great for securing long sight lines with snipers and assault rifles. Meanwhile, the many tunnels and buildings connecting the 2 sites offer plenty of close quarters chaos for those with the guts to hit a full speed rush. Whether you're on offense or defense, we've got the recon to help you draw first blood. If you're on offense, securing quick control of mid-map can be huge in opening up a bomb site early in a round. For aggressive early rushes, an SMG is our weapon of choice. As soon as the round starts, run straight for the building in the middle of the map. There's a good chance a player on defense will try and take control of this building for themselves. But if you're on offense, you can get there just a bit faster than your opponents. Let's see how a pro like Scump rushes mid-map on offense. If you want to put pressure on both mid-map and bomb site B, check out this creative route for pro player Hoop. If you're trying to get somewhere fast, try running with a knife equipped. This will double your tactical sprint duration and shave a few seconds off your opening routes. If you're on defense, there's no need to go crazy and run at them. But if you still can't help yourself, check out how Vivid rushes mid-map on defense. If you want to take it a bit slower, try starting at bomb site B and use the terrain to your advantage. If you jump on top of the crates, you'll be able to spot anyone pushing through the forest to bomb site B. If your opponents push up the dirt path, you might not be able to spot them from atop the crates. But check out how pro player Skies catches them with a grenade. After taking his time to line up the grenade, Skies waits until the game timer hits 123, so the grenade lands right on top of the enemy. There's your S&D recon for Gunrunner. Good luck down there.
Welcome back to the Subliners Game Fuel Home Series event. Myself and Joe Handsome Merc have an incredible Game 5 coming for you now. Subliners, Huntsman. I can barely stay seated, Joe. I'm so excited.
I am too. We don't get Game 5s often, Clint, so
I can't wait.
I feel like when we get them, like it's a celebration.
Yeah.
Like we need something. I think when you and I get Game 5s, I think we're gonna create a new segment where somehow we get a lot of food or something. We have a party.
You've just convinced me and given me permission to order an entire large pepperoni pizza to eat by myself tonight. Thank you, Joe.
Well, it is the New York home series, and I feel like you want some pizza, dude. Like who doesn't want some pizza?
I absolutely do. But it is time for Game 5. Huntsman dominated the Game 2 Search and Destroy. They won it 6-1 on Subliner's best map. Now, we head over to Gunrunner. You saw the S&D recon. It was a fantastic breakdown of some of the spots of this map, and now you get to see it live in action. New York 0-5 on this map. Huntsman 5-3. Let's get it underway, Joseph.
Yeah, and this is kind of what it comes down to for Chicago, right? This is your map pick. Can you execute? Did great on Ramaza. We've seen some great search so far from them this weekend, but at times you are going to get pushed to Game 5. There are so many talented teams, New York being one of them, and here we go.
First blood for Envoy as he is going to push up and work that flank. They've got 3 players really in and around vent room, and now the plant does come in. They had a brilliant 5v5 retake in our last map. Can they pull off the 5v4 here? Mac with the red dot M4 is backing it all the way up towards back warehouse. So it's really kind of a 5v3 towards the site. Now the collapse is going to come in. It's dead silence pop for Envoy. as they're looking to work around. 20 seconds on the clock. Mac's position now going to be given up. They know they have to deal with him. Everybody else has been cleared out. Mac at a 1v4. Stun comes through. Kills on in. Another brilliant retake from the Huntsman as they take round 1.
Yeah, but it starts with Envoy, right? Just getting that first blood in. Well, Mac then has to worry about him. He has to worry about his position. He can't watch over his teammates. And guess what opens up? The flank in the green. And guess what? Envoy, he has a free kill in the green. So it starts with him. For New York, you had a player inside a bathroom. I believe it was Temp. If he gets a kill or two, maybe there's a chance you can win that round. But when accuracy goes down on the flank, Mac then has to worry about himself. Can't watch over his teammates. First round to Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, it relies kind of on a multi-kill for Subliners in that position to come back, and no opportunity given. That's for sure. Basically everybody involved from the Huntsman in that opening round. Now what can they do on offense? Scump is going to get caught. Zuma very aggressive in towards green. Mr. First Blood himself able to pick one up.
Yeah, a lot of the times it feels like this skirmish middle of the map with the submachine gun players is what it comes down to. The fight for green, the fight for bathroom. Mac, though, he's a little aggressive, a little cocky. Goes for the peak formal there with the sniper, and you can already see the rotation is in.
Feels like you didn't like that when you're up a man.
No, I did not. But Envoy is the bomb carrier here. So you can go A all you want, but you need to plant the bomb, and he's got to try to play his life. Zuma might have heard that rotation. He might give his call out to his teammates. He's going to peek green, not see anything, and there goes the cross.
So now they'll get this planted in a 4v4. Make it a 4v3. Pristini able to get yet another pick. Zuma not able to make the play. Arcides cuts him down. Accuracy gets some shots in, but can't finish it. Now his position is given up as he just tries to get away with his life. 2v4 for Subliners. Nice shots from Accuracy. Gives them a chance in this round. Eventually that fight between Pristini and Attach is going to be a big one, and Pristini is able to take it. Oh, onto Accuracy. Envoy with the chow. 2-0 Huntsman.
And again, just that quick little decision of, hey, we can't really fight for this. If we fight for this, we don't have green control. Scumps down. We have Formal with a sniper. Let's just go A. Let's just risk it. Let's go A. Let's try to catch them on rotations. They did just that. They are just there are a few steps ahead, and that's the difference right now for Chicago.
I was worried for a moment with how far Envoy was behind the rest of the squad, but they get all that information. It's a safe transition over for the plant. Zuma, first blood again. Arcides almost obliterates him from that spot, but it's back-to-back first bloods for Subliners and for Zuma in particular. Can they turn this into a round win?
It seems like the Huntsmen, what they're trying to do is really work the flank. That flank player, if they can find that kill, you see the positions of them, and it feels like if they want to try to retake B, that's where it's going to come from. They're all going to back up now. Formal has this snipe again. We'll see if he's able to find any picks to make this a little bit easier. Mac just prone. Hello, Mac.
The flinch.
And well, the flinch comes in. The man advantage is in. The M4s come through. New York on the board.
If this time they can't work the flank, this time they have the numbers with the first blood from Zuma, and they can close out the round. The final moments here from Attach. That's a big one. Don't want to be down 0-3 in this game 5. They get it done. A map that we talk about how hard it is to defend at times. Huntsman can't do it again. Now, last time they get first blooded in green and then wrap it back to A. This time it's a heavy hit towards A. It looks like almost instantaneously. You got 3 players pushing this side.
Look at the bomb. This is a fake. This is a fake. The bomb's all the way back spawn. I mean, they're just going to rotate off this. You see what this does, though. Look at the B site. Look at how wide open it is. Something new from Chicago once again. And this gives them vent position. You see outside of green Scump. If he wants to go bathrooms, he can. Pristini gonna end up getting caught, but the bomb is being planted for free.
You love the look from Huntsman. We talked about it all day yesterday. Their offensive hits and how they're mixing it up. This time the fake pays off, but you are down a man, so someone's gonna have to go big, and Formal a chance to maybe get 1 or 2. Does get dropped. Now 30 seconds to work with. 3v5. Can Huntsman pull this out? 3 players stacked up and pushing over towards those pipes. Envoy's gonna get caught with dead silence through the smoke. It's all gonna come down to Arcides, last alive. Can he get him off the bomb? Not able to do it. Subliners with the brilliant retake. Kind of give him Huntsmen a little bit of their own medicine from round 1. That'll tie us up 2-2.
And I love what I saw from Huntsman. I think Pristini's position inside events is good enough. I don't think he has to jump out there. I think that position, really what you're trying to do from that point on is catch the players rotating back from A towards B. I don't think he needs to jump out of the window there. I think his position was good enough where no matter what, he's finding a free kill in that window. Instead, he gets picked, and then that opens up vent for New York to rotate back.
Nice breakdown, Joe. And now to round 5. See if Attach can get the first blood. Not going to happen. Envoy pulls the Zuma. Gets right into that green window and gets the kill. Pristini on the flank. There's an easy pick. Massive numbers now to Huntsman. Zuma wins a crucial gunfight to give them a chance in the round, but the trade is there. Envoy ready and waiting in depot. Now what do you do in a 2v4? And the pressure on you to get the plan in.
Yeah, another interesting offense where, I mean, mainly what Zuma and I wasn't sure who was on the stairs who got shot in the back by Pristini.
It was accuracy.
Yeah, it was like a 2-3 split. You still had a lot of players towards B just watching the flank. You were just hoping that Zuma and accuracy could work some magic. But Pristini, he was able to find the opening. Well, now it's a 1 versus 4 for Mac.
Oh, he hears those footsteps loud and clear as he's stomping through. Oh my God. Mac, I thought maybe he makes some magic happen, but the trade comes in. He will drop, and a round win now to Huntsman. You'll see RC's angle to close it out. Thank God he gets there in time before Mac can finesse away, maybe get a bomb plant, and who knows how it plays out from there.
Yeah, and who knows if Temp's still alive if he can get those 2 kills, right? And then it's a 2 versus 2 instead.
Envoy really doing it all for Huntsman right now. He is 6-4 in this map 5. We'll stick with his POV for now. Dead silence out, smokes out, hits the edge, but Temp reads it. Nice Simtex over towards Formal to keep him back as well. The bomb is in bathrooms. Pristini has just pushed all the way through, and he finds the pick. Now, can he stay up? Because he is on an island in a triangle of Subliners players.
He has the bomb.
Yep.
Yeah, he has the bomb, too, which is scary. Like, he needs to try to get out, and he does, luckily. I mean, he plays it very smart, but Zuma's still in a great position inside of green, at least able to find one. To give his teammates the information. Now a crucial 3v3 retake situation.
It's a bit of a risk, but now maybe you reap the reward if you're Pristini. Bomb all the way in the back bathrooms, but he gets the kill. Mac wins a big one. Scump there, though, for another trade. He traded out in green as well, as his position has been crucial. 2v2 with 25 to go. Both players from Subliners start to push up. Formal with the chow. Formal with the chow. He'll get both kills. 4-2 now for Huntsman.
Yeah, and Scump just has all the information. He's watching the cross, giving the call-outs in. And, well, Temp, I think the shots were coming in. Yeah, you see the bullet tracers coming across. So Temp was trying to hope that Attach wins his one-on-one. He's trying to switch over targets to Scump. Formal, though, he's able to stay alive, and that's all he needs to do.
Two rounds away from Huntsman making yet another semifinal. That's the same gunfight we saw earlier where RC's almost beamed him. That time he does it. Zuma gets smoke, just holding that angle. But yeah, not the first time we saw it. Just goes a little bit different this time around.
Yeah, I love the confidence, though, from RC's. Let's do it again, right? Like, I
you
live for
dance?
these 1v1s.
You want to
Let's
dance?
go again. Yep. Let's go for it.
And the first bloods have been huge, right? Like, what a big gunfight it is. Both teams have had some nice retakes with numbers onto this B site. Huntsman's turn to take a crack at it yet again.
There they go on the flank. This has just been such an important aspect to their retakes. One New York sort of all over the place. Where do we want to deal with? You see how spread out they are. Temp, though, inside of pipes. He's just trying to play his life. play the finesse. Envoy able to get around one, takes down Mac. It looks like there's still a player sneaking. That's Accuracy. He's being patient. Able to find one. Accuracy can watch the bomb. Needs Temp to stay alive, and he does. And there we go. They're able to win it. Temp this time stays alive. The Chicago push just a little bit too slow. Here comes the knife. In New York, able to win the 4 versus 5.
Yeah, there weren't the early deaths like there were the last time around in the retake, right? Like, it's just by time the collapse was coming in from Huntsman, there was 25 seconds when like the gunfights really started to go down. And they just ran out of time to the point where you're having someone in a desperation trying to get on the bomb.
That's where you would love just that smoke to be held on, right? Like, cause panic for New York. They could be on it. You saw where New York was set up. Well, there was no way anybody could check the bomb if there's a smoke on it. You get them out of position.
The smoke came on the flank, and there was panic on the flank for a while. But yeah, like there's just nothing around the objective. A patient offense this time around from Huntsman as they look for an opening. Not sure if Formal still got the sniper out, but maybe looking for him to get a pick. But the pick is going to come from Accuracy. Arceus is down. Envoy looking to get the trade, but for now, just holding the angle. We'll see if Accuracy can win another gunfight.
And it's more about maybe just causing a trade. Like, Accuracy knows that he's probably dead in this situation, but can they keep the man advantage off of his position? And there we go. Temp's able to find one. They're just so worried about Accuracy. There's the trade I was talking about from Zuma.
2v3. Now for Huntsman. Envoy and Pristini looking to clutch up, but it's just a brilliant job from Accuracy to get the first blood, stay alive that entire time, and as you stated, the help comes in. Attach gets a lot of information on the cross. Big win from Envoy, though. Still a chance in this round, 2 versus 2, but not a lot of time to go. The pre-fire there for Pristini to win it, and he's just going to go ahead and shell it. Tim's going to re-shell out. Pristini gets the angle, but can't win the fight. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 1. 10 seconds to go, but Envoy has wrapped to A. There's going to be the plant. They both have dead silence to work with. What a crucial 1v1 this is.
Temp popped his. Like, he's going to be... His is done now. His is done. Yep, and it pops right there. There we go. As soon as he gets the trade on a Pristini, he pops it right away. And you see what it does. If he has it in this spot, maybe there's a chance, but Envoy hears him last second.
Yeah, I don't think Envoy had it. I thought he did when I looked at the top right banner, but when we went to his POV, I actually don't think he had it. But yeah, Temp just runs out of it a little too early. And Envoy able to clutch up. Now a round away from a semifinal. And one step closer to maybe a play date with FaZe.
Maybe.
RC's now with the first blood onto Zuma again. He lost the first one, but he's now been winning that fight consistently. Pristini
trying to punish Accuracy.
Gets away with his life.
They've been trying to do this every single defense, and they do it again.
His foot is sticking out, and Pristini shoots it off. 5v3 for Huntsman. Subliners desperately trying to work forward and get this bomb planted. Maybe give themselves some sort of edge in the 3v5. But now can they lock it down? Not looking like it. Envoy with another kill. It's all Attach and Temp. Can he even get away with his life? Here comes the flood. Formal takes him out. Attach now on an island. His position has been given up. They're going to fly at him, and there is the victory. Both search and destroys go to Huntsman, and it seems something that was impossible a month ago, that they'd win a 5-game series by taking both the search and destroys, but they do it. They're 3-0 in search to start this event. They're looking so much more cohesive and confident on the map. Huntsman move on.
Yeah, I mean, just you got to give a lot of props, obviously, to the players for putting the time in, but also the staff, right? Sender, Tupac, I saw tweeting out as well, you know, one of the best S&D players of all time. So they have the utility, they have the tools to get better at search and destroy, and it feels like they finally done that.
It absolutely does. What a win it is, and what impressive moments from them in search. You know, you think back to what the Formal clutch in map 2, some of the retakes they have in map 5, the one-on-one for Envoy, just moment after moment, and clutch moments where they go huge. Because, I mean, Envoy loses that map, or that 1v1, who knows? Who knows how it goes? That was such a big round. The difference is what? 4-4 or 5-3 or something like that at that point. Like, it is a big, big round.
I'm thinking about the 1v1s in Ramaz as well. Well, there was 3 of them.
In a row, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the scuff play of the game, and yeah, it's the 1v1. It's going to be Envoy wrapping out to get the A plant and then get the clutch. He's able to do it. And yeah, I mean, their search looks better, but you said it kind of in the map too. It's a lot of crazy clutch moments that are getting them these wins. Can they keep doing it?
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, you're putting yourself in those positions where even if you don't win those, you're still okay. But yeah, I mean, there was a lot of momentum at this moment for New York. I think they won 2 rounds in a row at this point. They had the man advantage in this round, but it was a Pristini Envoy 2 versus 3 clutch. And I want to give props to Pristini as well in that position, because he just took so much out of New York to where you saw where Temp was nervous that he was going to get pushed right away. He almost, takes him down. He has to pop the dead silence, but there you see the Huntsmen. They move on to the semifinal. Ultra on the other side, and well, we still got a lot of matches left to go.
And we are going to have a little bit of movement, I believe. This is before. So before the match, this is how it stood. FaZe and Mutineers were in the top 2 spots, and now with a bit of magic, Huntsmen, with that win, they're going to take over a top 2 position in CDL points, and well, they have a chance to earn a lot more points this weekend. But FaZe, Huntsman now in the top 2 positions. FaZe, Huntsman with a chance to face off at a semifinal. If FaZe can win their next match, it's all coming together, Joe.
You want to hear something nuts as well? I got to give a shout out to Tyler, our stats guy. This is only the 2nd time that Chicago has won both Search and Destroys and the Game 5 win. The only other time was versus Paris Legion, so it has been a while.
That's what I said after. I was like, you never would have thought that was possible with how they've been playing in that mode.
Only happened once.
They get it done. The Search looks improved. Now, can they win the event? Can they make the run? But we've got Rich with Envoy coming up next for your PlayStation Instant Reaction. We still have a ton of matches to go. It's the Subliners home series. We'll be right back.
The US Army. What's your warrior?
Save money at the restaurants you love with Grubhub Perks. Use code NYCDL at checkout to get free delivery.
PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
It's your instant reaction, brought to you by PlayStation. We got Envoy here. Let's actually talk about that series because it was a bit of an interesting one. I mean, you guys start off incredibly dominant, then suddenly it looks like they're really going to be able to come back in the series. They managed to get all the way to the Game 5. Was there a point in the series where you guys felt like you just lost control?
I don't think so. I mean, our S&D has been much better than it was in the past recently. So we trusted ourselves in the game 5. But I mean, the map 3 and 4, Hackney's are really punishing maps. So we made a couple mistakes that we're very aware of, and yeah, that's just ultimately what ended up costing us those maps.
Yeah, I think yesterday I got to talk to Formal a little bit, and he said a lot of interesting things, and I know not everyone at home actually got to hear them. I want to hear more about how this dynamic shift it feels on the team now that you do have this new meta coming into play. I mean, obviously you have a player backing you up like Alec. How has it felt for you guys?
Well, I mean, it's just been really good in practice, at least recently. Alec and Matt finally get to run like 2 ARs on every map, and even Preston gets to run a 3rd one. And I told the guys after this event, like, I'm trying a 4th AR. Like, there's no way I'm not. Yeah. So, I'm excited to maybe get to run that, but otherwise, I mean, the meta's been doing great for us. So it's a little harder for us subs now. We have to be a lot more cautious of what gunfights we're taking, but I'm liking it a lot.
All right, well, there's something that I feel like a lot of people are going to like a lot if it does actually happen. It seemed like it might be impossible for it to happen throughout the entirety of the year, but now, you start looking at the bracket, there is a chance that you guys could play against FaZe. What do you actually think about that series if you manage to get it?
I mean, I've heard this, what is it, like 3 or 4 times now, so I don't think much of it. We're just going to go in every series with the same mindset, study up on them and, just do our best. So, yeah, I mean, people have anticipated it for a while, but it's just going to be another series for us.
Definitely a good mentality to have, right? Not really looking at the other teams that you're going to need to be playing besides putting in the prep for them and just tackling each obstacle as it does come your way. Is there an obstacle in particular that might not be team specific, more just on your end, on the team's end, that you feel like you guys really need to be paying attention to throughout the rest of this weekend?
Keeping up our search. We've obviously won these last 3 searches we've played this weekend, so we need to keep that up, and I think the respawns will come, or at least we'll get a respawn a series, because every team is getting really good at Hardpoint, and even Dom now with how slow the game is. So yeah, I just say keeping up the S&Ds will be our biggest priority this weekend. All
right, well, congrats on the win. Hope to talk to you very soon. Folks at home, we're going to be jumping to a quick break. You don't want to go anywhere, because after this, we got plenty more Call of Duty.
Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. The COD just keeps on coming, and while we look over that beautiful New York skyline, one of the finest cities on Earth, probably one of the most famous cities on the planet, I think, without a shadow of a doubt, and while I sit in my home in Los Angeles, thanks to good old COVID, we welcome you to the show. We hope you're enjoying yourselves. The New York Subliners Game Fuel Home Series Day 2 is underway. It has been absurd so far. I think I speak on behalf of everyone here on the talent team when I say it's been crazy, it's been everything we hoped for, and we are barely through the day. We hope you are very, very comfortable. My name is Miles Ross, I'll be one of the commentators taking through it. The man to the side of me over here, Chance, he's going to be my boy from now on, and Nameless on the end. Never get bored of the squad. Nothing but love for the team. And yeah, man, I'm really excited to get into this one. This is going to be a cool series, actually, a very cool series. Paris versus the Guerrillas is going to be a good one. We've got some fun graphics for you, friends. So if you're if you like your numbers, you like your stats, you're going to really enjoy this one. But Chance, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing swell. I think, like, my expectations, honestly, like, the first series, I thought FaZe was going to kind of walk over Toronto. And so, like, I came in today kind of low. Then they blew them out of the water, clutched up in the game 5. So, like, I've slowly been working myself up to everything exceeding my expectations.
And what do you think of that last series, man? That was quite a good one as well.
Yeah, it was definitely a good one. But I'm just, like, looking at that graphic on the screen. Do you guys see that? They haven't won a match since April 10th. The Dallas home series versus the Surge. And other than that, you guys know when the last time they won like a legitimate match outside of Surge? February 22nd was the last time that Paris has actually won a legitimate match.
Well, Nameless, in case you wanted to dive a little deeper into the fact that Paris have had a bit of a struggle for a while, Paris haven't won since April 10th, and during that time, 6 quite remarkable things. We'll just go through these from top to bottom. Florida have managed to double their points. The PS5 was revealed. Spring changed to summer. There are 32 million babies born. That is, of course, an approximation. Coming in at number 5, this is an absolute doozy. The U.S. national debt increased by $3 trillion.
Sorry, $3 trillion.
I mean, if you go from the February stat, it's likely a lot more than that too. So, I mean, it's just like, what's going on?
3.5 trillion.
And if that Paris camp, dude.
If that wasn't insane enough for you, Maven has managed to drink 380 game fuels. Now, I think that is actually correct based on the number of game fuels that production have sent him. So I think, to be completely honest with you, all of that stuff is actually real.
Yeah,
I'm more calling
our
that
stats
one
guys are on point, by the way. They know exactly how much Maven drinks. They know exactly how many babies have been born. Like, they've been putting in some serious work to figure this sort of thing out.
Yeah, so this is a big day for the Paris Legion. A win here would be pretty tremendous. I think to honestly change that one would be pretty good. Let's have a quick look at the game fuel keys to victory now. Nameless, walk us through this one. Paris have got to change something. What's going to happen for them, brother?
I mean, like, in a lot of these series, the respawns are still pretty close, and they're just getting outslayed. Like, it's a different player that's just getting clapped, like, to put it bluntly, in each series. And, you know, in the last one, I know that the meta's changed a bit, but you think it could help them a little bit? You have maybe Dens and Shocks both run AR, Luca as well. Like, it's just tough. They need to slay a lot better. Each player on the team individually needs to step up. We saw Luca have a good performance on one of the respawns, but all 5 of them need to be consistent, man. It's just been terrible. They need to improve quickly.
Well, a chance now for Paris to bounce back. And again, a squad like the Guerrillas, we've talked about their stock being on the rise. They've improved so much. Vivid's actually shaved. He went from a hairy man yesterday to a sweet baby face today, Zeus. But tell me about the game field keys to victory now for Los Angeles Guerrillas.
Yeah, I wonder why. Vivid, you know, he didn't play great yesterday, but you know what they say, when you get a fresh cut, your auto aim increases by 10%. So, you know, going to the keys to victory as well, Vivid and Aqua need to bounce back individually. Obviously, the teamwork's there. They're still having very close maps, and you know they've looked good in a lot of their series. They've taken some good teams all the way to Game 5, and you know I just think if Vivid and Aqua are both individually playing a little bit better, this team will have a way better chance winning the respawns.
Well, good calls there, mate. We do thank you. And I did receive confirmation from production that that Maven has indeed had 380 game fuels minimum. Nice. This is just provided by the company since the last time Paris Legion won a series. So, without further ado, we're almost ready to roll into this one, gentlemen. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, and again, a chance for Paris to right the wrongs of many, many months. The great drought Or will it be the Guerrillas to continue that run? Nameless, we thank you as always, brother. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, this could be history if Paris are able to finally get their win. So
enjoy, guys. $3 trillion, bro. $3 trillion.
$3 trillion. Anyway,
look at my bank account.
Let's just roll into this one. Oh Lord, what a day this has been. Hardpoint, Ramaza. Let's get into it. Paris Legion again for them. This is we joke about it, but they desperately need a win. This is a team that transitioned from 2 online, did not work out for them, has not really worked out yet. But let's get into this one. Kisman's going to open things up with a nice kill. Finds himself a second. Hardpoint control is going to be looking towards the Paris lineup for the time being. The kills go their way as well. And now that it's ripped wide open, we'll see Paris the first few points.
And Kismet with a nice little stretch, starting off 4-0, right? Like, if anyone is like, Nails' point was they've been getting consistently outslayed from like top to bottom every single series, but still keeping it fairly close. If they just have one guy to really start picking up some slack, really just get that extra double kill, triple kill, whatever it's going to be, and just start to get your team some of that momentum, there's going to be potential. And not only Kismet, Den's also started 4-0. Admittedly, didn't last very long. He got Guerrillas right back inside the hill, but maybe signs of life early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy hard point to hold on Ramaza's face at the top bridge. It's quite wide open. You know, it's not easy to get up there. But at the same time, trying to make it work here. Vivid, a player we saw, you know, fantastic success from in the prior weeks. Now looking at all his right to see if he can't put that baby face to good use now that he's had a clean shave and a clean sheet. Get himself back into this one. Hardpoint not quite flipped over yet, and looks like we've got numbers for the Guerrillas are on point. Paris Legion now trying to find something. It's going to be Kismet once again, the hero for the Legion. Wow, he charges forward, finds one, Decimate on the trade. Vivid there, catching those players in from behind. Perfect timing from Vivid, lovely work. Not able to get the second, but ample amount of Guerrillas there on the point, able to get those kills. And now the clock is starting to take in favor of Los Angeles.
And now you got Paris who have really just one crack at this hill. You got 4 bodies stacked out in front. And, well, the smokes are in, so the move is here. Contest all over the place. And, well, maybe one team kill coming in, but it looks like it doesn't make a single bit of difference. They had one opportunity to make the break, and they did it perfectly.
Perfect is good. 20 seconds remain now on the second hard point. Slight contest now from the Guerrillas. Last-ditch attempt to make something work out. And Kismet, whoa, it's a little windy in the bottom of the electronic shop. His shots don't quite land. And Decimate managing to survive that engagement. But now we roll across to the barbershop. Won't be too much business there, let's say, as Vivid's already had his shave, but that's the last shave joke I think I'll make. No, now I've said it, I've got a few more. Let's just keep rolling. Hardpoint now flips. We've got the Paris Legion in control. Vivid trying to cut his way across map. He's got one member of Paris in front of him with a clean kill now. There's no one actually whatsoever from the Los Angeles Guerrillas in a place to contest this one. They're already fighting for the next 40 seconds out, and I like that from both teams. Truly planning in advance, but got to divert that attention now to the hard point.
Yeah, you got Vivid just cut his way across the entire map, and, well, he's just waiting for some sort of clearance, the health regen, but he's going to explode, and now his teammates, well, you see getting cut down one by one, and the Guerrillas know now 30 seconds left. We have to give it away. Essentially, if you can contest for a few seconds, that's great. You just want to keep Paris trapped in the back of the map. Don't let anybody through, and at least set yourself up for that rotation over towards construction. So you can see no one going to be over-aggressive from the Guerrillas, so great news for Paris. Able to retake that lead, bump up the score just a little bit. Of course, though, in their future, they need to find a way to get across this Guerrillas front line.
And they're going to try. Not going to find too much here. Luca will get the second kill as he makes his way out, but now across the map they must go. Paris Legion marching forward. However, the Guerrillas able to trade out the next hardpoint time. They didn't actually get onto it that quick. They've sacrificed around 10 seconds off the rip there, which they could have had, but they're opting to try to keep Paris trapped. Now Paris pushing their way forward. Zed on your screen, making his way through rugs. Another very aggressive, brilliant player we want to give a lot of love to. But oh wow, the utility being thrown there by the Guerrillas. 2 go the way of Decimate with the Semtex, and Aqua gets one of his own. Beautiful work from them. And now the hardpoint still in their hands. Paris unable to cross that halfway line. They are truly being punished coming out of the barbershop.
Yeah, and it's sort of an interesting, like, tale of a day that me and you have had on Armaza, where we're watching FaZe, the way they play that P3 hill. They always have someone that is just massively overextended, making sure you set up for construction. Paris weren't able to accomplish that, and that turns into a construction that doesn't even come close to being touched. So 2 different kind of teams, 2 different kind of approaches to it. And, of course, Guerrillas very happy for it. A fairly comfortable lead that they've been able to build themselves.
Still shoes on the other foot now as we see Paris lining up for the hold on Ruins. Slow and steady now as we gear everyone up. So looking like a decent hold here. Positions for trades for Paris Legion. However, here comes the push through middle. Going to try and get that high ground there from the Guerrillas. No engagements just yet, because Zed's going to get the first. Here comes the second. What the timing on that one. He actually almost manages to get the second kill regardless, but the hardpoint time still rolling the way of Legion for now. They're able to maybe take the lead back, but they've got to hold this perfectly. Shocks cut down in a hail of gunfire, and wow, a clean break from the Guerrillas. That was textbook. You could barely see the dust settling there, and all of a sudden, Paris are out and about. Now they've managed to get out. However, a good 30+ seconds garnered from that hardpoint, still doing what they can to hold on to these final few moments and just getting ready for the next one. Paris Legion, not a bad look so far, but they still have their work cut out for them.
Not a bad play at all as well from Luka coming to the end. Just an extra couple, 10 seconds or so that you're able to contest, make it a little bit messier and try to make best of a bad situation. Now, of course, though, on that rotation, you see the spread Guerrillas actually have. Got a player in construction. You had 2 players over towards the rogue side of things. Once they fall, Aqua knows exactly where he needs to look, but of course, so does Kismet. There's the 5-man wipe. There's the instant break on this first hill. Paris still have a lot of fight in them.
There's still plenty of fight. You've called it. Clean 5 kills goes their way. Better make it 6. They're just keeping this one going. Paris Legion springing back to life. Saints has to go back and forth, dithering somewhat here as he's lollygagging, I think his name was put it. What a word. Here by Ruggs. Finally makes his way through. Kismet the second if he wants it. But the hardpoint time going the way of Paris Legion. Love that. Get themselves well pretty back into this one. Zed finds a couple of kills. Saints make his way forward. Still on board with Saints as he makes that run just about work out. But now, things are starting to look up for Paris Legion. They've got spawns for next. This was a great hold from them so far. This game's not over yet, Chance.
Not over yet, but Den's right now in the prime position. He's just going to be watching over all his teammates. And frankly, right now for Guerrillas, where do you even want to try to approach this hill from? You try to get to the back, you got to do with Den's. You're going to have to cross so many Paris Legion players. And, well, you try to go in the front. Kismet's there trying to be that main slayer to shoot you in the back. So really, just a fantastic spread that Paris Legion so far have designed themselves. And, well, it's been 20 seconds of clean time their way.
Not a bad shot there. Just managed to catch one shot. Spotted the player go through the smokes. The hipfire comes out. There's going to be the trade again. We're about to change hands. The lead will do. As Paris Legion now in the driver's seat. For how long? Slow, steady push now working out for the Guerrillas. 3-man through the back door. Here come the nades. Vivid. He's going to be slowed down somewhat. There it is. The kills come through from Paris. A little bit of razor burns there from Vivid. He's not able to make much happen. And Paris will start to continue to walk away with this one. Again, map control going the way of the Guerrillas for now. This is that difficult part in between 2 and 3 for the hard points, where you're going to see a lot of points change hands. Paris, a great hold so far. And the exit kills, they're working out for Vivid. Got to watch those spawns though. Paris trying to be kept on the other side of the map. This could be a great turn now for the Guerrillas.
Keep in mind, this is a situation where, yes, you do want to have the back spawns effectively to get all this hill time, but you need to make sure you have enough pressure over towards Ruggs like Aqua's trying to do, or at least up the top side of the map so you don't end up getting trapped in your spawn for that rotation. So that's why the Guerrillas pouring so much pressure towards the middle of the map. They want to be able to extend themselves out as far as possible. And of course, getting the time is nice as well. Zed, the only player near the hill. Blast is going to deal with him and get right back inside to rack up some time.
But this is the thing now. You've got Paris in the driver's seat. You've got them in the charge. Like, so what? You can let this next hard point, the next 25 points, go the way of the Guerrillas. They've got full map control. As long as they don't make any mistakes here, they're basically set up to get construction site. And again, I'm keeping a close eye on that minimap while this battle rages. But if someone from the Guerrillas spawns anywhere but the right-hand side of the map, this has been a colossal failure for Legion. But so far, honestly, they can let this hardpoint go. They can take the next one by the scruff of the neck and lock this one down. But you see that line just being drawn there, the high ground being fully controlled there by Paris. Coming out of that barbershop is a very difficult task right now, but Saints just slipped the net. He made it through. Den's got pinned down. Great suppressing fire from the Guerrillas. Luka with a lovely 2, 3 bobs and weaves. He gets a 5th, 6th kill in a row. However,
they gave him the back spawn, though. They gave him the back spawn. Yeah, Guerrillas are just going to end up right in the back. No one tried to block it off the respawn, and it's going to take them a long time to figure it out. You see the contest is through, and it looks like someone's back. Luka, though, from the other side of the map, has managed to come all the way back to the hill, get the final cleanup kill, and while the spawns were opened up for just a moment, it cost them just a few seconds of contest time.
Kids are trying to cover the front, can't quite get it done. Now it falls to Luka once again. Can he find any more kills? There's number 8 in a row. The little terrier is absolutely clawing his way through the Guerrillas, through the smoke. Doesn't even need to know they're exactly there. He finds number 9. Number 10 is out of reach, though, as Aqua ends it. However, another 10 seconds going to be going the way now of Paris Legion. We get very much into the business end of this hard point. Now we cast our eyes to the ruins. Could well be that for the Guerrillas. Luka continues to slay his heart out. 27 and counting in the kills department. Ruins now in the hands of the Guerrillas. Kismet and Shox looking to make the break. Trophies are now being set up. It looks good for the Paris Legion, but Saints finds two. Aqua now pushing his way forward. Saints with a great bit of foil play now, as Lucas do what he can there on point, can't get it done. Saints finds another golden kill, as 20 points now for the win for Paris.
Now you got Aqua just posted up. Really, the goal is just make sure you keep Paris out inside. Kismet, though, on the flank is only able to find one. Reaction time from Blast is going to be good enough, and it looks like clearance on the point. Saints again. He opened it up with 3, giving his team the time, and now the flank comes through to give him the clearance. Final 20 seconds are going to be good to go their way, but of course, you already see Paris getting players over towards construction, getting people in the new Hardpoint. They have at least a small advantage towards the new hill.
Yeah, you can let this time go. Now Paris is going to set up for the next one and just hope for the best. They've got one player below them. It's going to be Aqua down underneath the boardwalk, or above, I couldn't even tell. There it is, he's on top, so now in position the Guerrillas. Luca's got no idea, he gets stabbed in the back. Den's now in a position to possibly stop this one, but the reinforcements have got to get there as fast as they possibly can. Shox gets it done, he's going to be traded again. It's going to be back on 4th on the point now. I mean, this is it. This is for all the chips, this is for the map. Dens finds 2, still atop that perch, now has to sacrifice the position to get this final 10 seconds, and the Guerrillas are absolutely nowhere to be seen. The final 5 seconds should roll through, and unless a miracle happens, a death here, a contest, someone's got to make a grave mistake, and Kismet, will he be the player to get it done? No, he wins the 1v1 against Saints, and that's going to be map number 1. Paris Legion, they take it.
Best start you could ask for, Miles, the 250-228, making sure you get the ball rolling and respawn, because as we know, and as I have parroted many times, Guerrillas a force in search and destroy, so great looks coming in from Paris, and I will say it's interesting, you know, Nameless touched on it a bit with the meta change. You do get, I think, everyone on Paris quite a bit more comfortable. This is one of the teams, one of the prime examples. If you have 2 guys, Luke and Dens, both snail-like players, they like to slow it down, they like to have the AR, but someone had to sacrifice the role and use the MP5, and they did go back and forth on that briefly, as well as trying out 2 ARs before, but now the meta is basically where they want it to be, at least to a more degree. It certainly has been in the past few months, so maybe this is the signs of life to get them back to that April form.
That's a good call, man. I mean, the meta change, we've already seen them play Atlanta FaZe, you know, earlier on yesterday, and again, a difficult team, you know, a real trial by fire to try to work out, you know, how we can make this new meta work for us. But at the moment, a very, very solid start against a squad who could have arguably made this a 3-0 given their current form. But now we get into the search and destroy chance. Now it's a little different, right? You know, all things good and well, you win a Ramaza Hardpoint, but do Paris Legion have what it takes to take a search and destroy, and a St. Petrograd at that, against the Guerrillas?
I think they absolutely do, actually. This is the only map I would say that the Guerrillas I'm not super confident on. I think the record is 0-3 on it. So if they haven't won, not real reason for me to think that they're going to be at least spectacular, so to speak. So I think the vetoes coming in from Paris are actually pretty solid. And of course, just to take it one step further, the Guerrillas still a fairly fresh look, right? This is only their 2nd tournament they've had with this new roster. We're still not entirely sure what they're going to bring to the table. So this is the opening. I think the map set was good. The start was as good as it's going to get from Paris winning that first Hardpoint, so they might be able to go up 2-0 in the series and get that ball rolling just a little bit, because both of these teams in the bottom 4 just fighting their way out to try to make sure they don't start in losers bracket at chance.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Quick scope on your screen brought to you by the US Air Force, and again you can see the map count between either side. I mean, it's not terrible. It's the DOMs really that has to be worked on from the Guerrillas at this point in time, but mate, it's interesting to hear you say that. I know for Paris this is a very good map, you know, without a shadow of a doubt. However, going to be interesting to see whether Guerrillas can pull this one here, and we'll have a quick look at the maps on screen in just a moment. Again, brought to you by the US Air Force. Here's your maps and modes. A double dose of St. Petrograd, a Hackney Yard Hardpoint, because we know you love those, friends. And then to finish the series off, should we need to go there, Arklov Peak, Search and Destroy. And if I'm completely honest, I want an Arklov Peak Search and Destroy so badly. Translate, I think it's by far my favorite map to watch and enjoy. But alas, we'll see if we get there. A long series ahead of us we may have. I want to give a shout out to Kismet. We normally get like quite a different view of his face. I mean, this like extreme close up, like Nick Merckx V2. I'm really enjoying it, man. Like, everyone else has framed themselves quite well. Kismet was like, I'm going to give you a little bit of cheek, most forehead. You may see my mouth from time to time, but I'm loving it.
Absolutely. He's an intense guy as well. Like, that is man that does not lack any sort of passion. Every single interview has something spicy to say and is very forward thinking. I would say when it comes to a game mode like Search and Destroy, he's definitely one of the more creative players we probably have in the league. And granted, I don't know if we're going to see any shades of like a Hacienda S&D type performance out of him, but we're going to Petro. There's an opportunity to make a couple cheeky flanks here and there. It really comes down to the timing more so than necessarily having the better strategy, just making sure you hit the flanks at the right moment. But we'll see if he has anything calculated, ready to go. And of course, on the flip side for the Guerrillas, if they're 0-3 on it, but they're letting the map through, I have to imagine they've put a fair amount of work in behind the scenes, so maybe they've cooked up something special themselves.
That's what I'm thinking, is the Guerrillas have definitely put a lot of thought into this choice. You know, Paris, it's a good map for them, but for the Guerrillas now, I think this is like, all right, we have to improve a game, and a game type that the teams are going to pick against us almost every single time. I'm very, very interested to see how this one goes down. And again, a squad who we know is so brilliant, so decisive at Search and Destroy, like the Los Angeles Guerrillas, versus a team who have a solid record on it in the form of Paris Legion. We should be in for a real treat here.
Agreed. And I think just to touch on the record as well, I think if I remember correctly, including their matches from yesterday, Paris, since we've switched to online, were like 10-24 overall in map record. But the S&D was actually the most respectable out of all of them. Still a negative record, but the closest to 500 as they could be across the board. It's really the respawns they've been lacking. So again, it is a pretty big sigh of relief just to get that first respawn out of the way. This is where Paris is at least a little more comfortable. And of course, the Guerrillas, absolutely the same thing can be said. But hey, that just means we got a round 11 potentially on our horizons.
We can only hope. We've seen Luka with the HDR in his hand in this map time and time again. Not to be found just yet. And then there's an extremely aggressive start from Kismet. Rips his way across map. Oh, what a two-piece that was. Blast and Vivid. See you in the next one. I was going to say, if you can find another one out of that one, that'd have been absurd. However, the damage has been done. Both teams now down to 3 members. There's no doubt in the Guerrillas' mind that the play is now developing towards A, so here we go. Bomb goes down. Saints burst through the door. Not able to find a single thing just yet, but the shots are there. Maybe going for a quick defuse. Den's got to watch now a couple of angles. Has to make sure he doesn't let players come from behind, at the top of the apartments, and also that very dangerous lower staircase with Luka. He's on to something Z, not a clue. As he gets cut down from behind, Luka finds the first, and a delightful second. Now it's a 1 versus 1. And now, 17 seconds left on the clock. Aqua is on the hunt for Luka now. Stay alive. And this is a battle of the dead silence. Luka gets the win. The pistol out in the end. And Paris with a tense but a decisive round win.
Juke shoes OP. Luka just managed to get out of dodge in the nick of time, just doing that little slide around the van, and Aqua was just left in. I had no idea where the hell this man went. And very strange round as well, because as soon as Kismet goes on the fast flank, picks up 2 kills in the span of, what, 15 seconds, whatever it was, in my mind, I'm thinking that's round done. All of a sudden, 3v3. All of a sudden, Luka in a technical 1 versus 3, and then is able to make the big play. So right now, Luka just having himself a hell of a series.
Great start. Blast with a true over the top. Does it find much? Not really sure, but love the effort. Aqua now making his way through mid. Saints going to get that first blood. Try to make mid-map that a little more safe. We were running out of Parisian players there to defend those streets. Vivid finds another. Luka with a nice snap there onto the second player. Not able to get any more out of that one. So now it's going to be a 2 versus 3. Problem that Legion face now, though, is they're in kind of trapped in this little crossroads they're in. Decimator's looking to get involved. And who do you meet at the crossroads? The devil himself. Desi's going to find 1. Number 7 is all that's left. Now Kismet in a 1 versus 3. Bomb's gone down. But the Guerrillas answer back.
Clean stuff coming in. I think this is, like New York, this is something they did yesterday on the same thing in the map of, like, you show way off the rip, and then, well, as soon as you get the clearance, people pushed up past mid-map, you make sure you get the bomb down on the flip side, and then Decimate essentially is like the hero, the guy that's making sure you cannot lose the round. He didn't even need to really challenge the first gunfight. It wasn't necessary, but gets the kill for free, and then basically locks in the guarantee. He's made it past. You know the 2 players are trapped in over towards A. Very simple to watch the cuts on the rotation back to the B site, so clean stuff coming in.
Here we go, Luka with the HDR. We love to see it. Oh, we saw another very long, high caliber weapon down the other side of that scope. Neither player has managed to spot each other in this tense little gunfight, this duel. Luca's just looking a little wrong, and it's gonna almost be the shot. He does not have complete knowledge that there's a rifle in the end of that one. Blast peppers him up somewhat. Meanwhile, the bomb making its way across map. Oh!
Hey!
That is... Oh, you can't make it up. What a trade.
We will forever have to wonder who is the better sniper. We are not going to get our answer this round.
Tie that 1-1. Anyway, Shocks. He finds one. Aqua answers back. Blast now, the dead silence play, making his way through bomb. Immediate transition over towards A, and Blast, he may have let those players through, so no idea. Not a clue, but number 2, Aqua's on the chase, on the hunt, finds his first prey. Zed now in a difficult situation. Eyes on the bomb, 15 seconds, got to make the kills happen. There's 3 of them here. He's going to get nothing for his troubles, and after what was quite a dramatic round, fruitless for Paris Legion, sadly. 2-1 now for the Guerrillas.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, Luca's been the star player, right? He was fantastic in the Hardpoint, was making plays, had literally the 1v3 just a round ago. So, hey, Vivid, job done. Make sure you get the kill trade on him with the sniper, take out the top guy, and then it makes it a little bit easier. Also, in my mind, somewhat of a comical ending. Zed taking his time, being nice and slow with the AR, making the read around the corner, and get slide cancel, immediately killed by a much more aggressive M4. And, well, that's just the way it goes sometimes.
Some things will never change. 3 players towards A now for Paris Legion. 2 of them are going to be holding throughout mid. Luca from up high, good spot. Catches one, gets the kill eventually. Vivid goes down. What a snap that could have been. Decimate will get the kill. A nice trade once again. Guerrillas so effective on those trades. They just don't let anyone get away without at least a tag, at least some damage. They get those kills so effectively. Now they're going to make that bomb in towards B, and it's going to fall to Zed. With that M4 watching the backside of Flower Shop now. He could see something. Aqua's seen him. The jig's now up. Surely you make the call. They've made their way all the way through River Street. I've got eyes on at least one. Bomb could be here. Give me a hand, boys.
Vince actually can't finish that kill. So you have basically Paris just tucked way deep into the back of the map, and really those 2 players are just waiting for their teammates to rotate and help them out. But Guerrillas are watching that cross, and well, Decimate spots it out, kills Kismet, and again, decimates that guy, making the round so much easier.
Problem now you face with Paris Legion is they're not really doing too good a job with the numbers here on point, but the saving grace right now is the very fact that in amongst all this, Shocks never left the bomb site. He could be in a position now to find something. Oh boy, he's got the shots in on some. No, he's been cut to ribbons. The Guerrillas have skinned him alive. 10 seconds left. They're just about going to be able to get the bomb down. Zed with a great piece of awareness there to catch that one kill, but now it's a 1 versus 2, and here comes the push. Zed! It's a lot more than 2. He gets the kill. 3-1. Paris Legion are starting to look a little bit ropey here. It's got to be time to look to the playbook. Find a bit more there. Sorry, that was not a 1 versus 2. That was like 1 versus 3.
Yeah, it started as 1 versus 4, slowly whittling his way down. But I will say again, it was mentioned Guerrillas again, 0-3 on this map. Potentially they've put in some work, of course, to make sure you fix one of your worst maps. Apparently that's the case. That is 2 rounds from flip side of thing where you start the rotation over towards B, you do it nice and slow, and then someone is decisive, makes that call. Aqua, get this bomb here now, sprint straight across the map. They knew they had everything covered, and you sort of have opposite sort of scenarios from either bomb site and Guerrillas making plays all over the map.
We may not see a repeat of the snipe off as Zed just cracks the door. Can't quite catch the crack of Aqua from behind. Nice nade up the top. I don't think that was long enough, but he's going to smoke the double doors now, try to make his way through and towards that B site. The reinforcements have arrived from the Guerrillas, so there's going to be 3 of them in position to make something happen here, and the smoke may well be the decider that the play's coming down now. Decimate on the prowl, trying to find another kill here. Yeah, she may have just caught that player by the fence. No, he didn't, but Vivid upstairs. Oh, that's nasty. Zed finds it. However, the battle upstairs in the Hazmat building has been won. 2 versus 2 now. The Guerrillas. They lose 1 to Dens, but Zed still with that bomb in hand. No dead silence activated yet, but he's made his way out across map. Aqua tries to shoot him from behind. Zed just manages to get away with his life. Zed and Dens now trying to make their way in towards the A site. Have to be careful though. Decimate's still here, waiting for the play. Dens is the only player in the back of the street there. He's going to try to catch Aqua on the transition, and then it'll be a 1v1 on the site. And Decimate catches out Zed. 2 versus 1. Dens heard the clatter of the footsteps there. He's got to play this very slowly. And his ears were ringing. He had full knowledge of the players around him and just caught out in an unfortunate position there. Another good round to the Guerrillas.
And that is also another round where Decimate has effectively just been like the key guy. I mean, twice now we've seen on offense, he's the one that gets the clearance kill on the rotations out from the A side over towards the B bomb site. And this time it was on defense. He's the guy that picks up one kill over towards A, makes the hard read of, hey, it's possible they're still going to wrap this back. He played inside that useless building and had the patience. And then, of course, sound whoring the guy doesn't hurt, but still, he's making the types of plays that are effectively the key to the round to make it that much easier for the Guerrillas to capitalize. And, well, you see it in the scoreboard. Very comfortable right now. The Guerrillas seem to be on St. Petro with that 4-1 lead.
And it's again, the stats sort of go out the window when you see a squad make such a fantastic change and, you know, such a reinvigoration of their own play style, of everything that makes the Guerrillas good. Aqua now trying to find an aggressive pick towards the middle of the map. No one overextended on the defensive side, but it looks like they're very close to it. Vivid on the fadeaway. Lovely shots into Luka. Kismet now, he will overextend. He will try to find those angles from behind. So now have to clear the apartments room by room. They're going to do this real quick. They don't have their silence to work with, so now you've got high ground control over the A site. This is a good look. Decimate's shots go out. They try to reposition and find this gunfight now on the site. Smokes are going to go down on the defensive side. Desi moves forward. These are nice shots. Good positioning. Man, he is so dialed in right now. And he's out.
And keep in mind, though, number 2, Aqua's behind enemy lines. Man already has 8 kills. He's going on the flank up pop, but he can't find the first kill. Dens makes the read. Probably heard him coming, and those are the kills that win you the round.
Saints, if he peeks, he's a dead man. He's a dead man. That's going to be it. 4-1. It comes down to Blast. Not able to make much happen. Paris, they win their individual gunfights, and they secure the round.
And really just fantastic awareness by Dens. Whether or not he heard him or just had that spotty sense tingling, knew he was going to be coming up the back, but the only opportunity you saw Decimate start to wrap it out because Aqua had cleared out the rest of the map. They knew that effectively every single member of Paris Legion were in around the point, which of course is nice hard read on defense. So if Aqua had made the play, it would have been the opening, but Dens said, no, thank you very much. I live down under. I know about flanks all day.
It's like I have to check my shoes every single time I put them on. You think I'm not watching the flank? He finds himself his second kill of the game, but a very, very important one nonetheless. Now, an aggressive round for the Legion. He makes his way forward. Bomb's going to be teetering towards B, but I think, again, they just have to wait for those picks. No one from the Guerrillas too aggressive. They'll set up a bit of a pocket of defense here. Only Aqua looking towards the middle of the map. The rest of them just trying to watch the cuts in between the train cart. Meanwhile, the other 2 players sitting there on the bomb site towards A. And all this tension, all this patience, just who's going to take the bait first? Who's going to pull their forces towards B? Who's going to pull their forces towards A? Eyes on 2 on the cross from Aqua. The shots come through from Shocks. Great job to get the kill, but you can see now the reshuffle as the Guerrillas anticipate the play towards B, but the bomb is making its way towards A. Ha ha ha! Classic misdirection as I twizzle my moustache. Uh-oh, what the heck? Blast?
That is one hell of a kill from Blast.
It's a shame we didn't see it. I'm not sure what's just happened there. You're running out of defenders. A site's been wide open. Saints are going to try to make something happen, seemingly alone. Nothing to throw at these players. Bomb's going to go down. That's a nice shot from Vivid. Can he get any more out of this one? Again, the 1 versus 4. Saints loses the gunfight in the tunnel towards the bomb, and Vivid now charging forward as loud as an elephant. The Legion will cut him down 4-3.
That is a series of unfortunate events right there. Shouts to Lemony Snicket. That was so bad. I'm pretty sure that Blast was in a gunfight with Dens across the map, and who knows if Decimate walked in front of him and over-challenged, or if Blast just destroyed his teammate for no reason. But it started with that. Then Saints actually gets really bad timing because that pulled him out of the A site. He goes back to check the bomb, sees the guy on the site, but second guesses himself, so turns away for just a moment. Then by the time he comes back for the re-challenge, Luke is covering over top. So like there was 2 or 3 different things that could have gone better, but the team kill, of course, the worst of it.
I think what you're trying to say is a very unlucky round for the Guerrillas.
Yeah.
Still, you'll take them. Luck had nothing to do with that one. Vivid wins it. Kismet on the trade again. And ooh, look at this movement from Kismet staying alive. Nice shots from Decimate's going to get the kill, but again, it's trade central there in the middle of Petrograd. Arco now with that bomb in hand. He and Blast have got a bit of a mission. Going to make their way in towards the A site alone. Luka trailed on the pair of them. There's the first. The tags come through. I believe you may be running that snipe there. HDR at hand. They've got a free site for the time being, but you can see those Legion players making their way in now. It's going to be a matter of time before the pinch hits. 40 seconds now on the clock, 44 on the bomb. Blast makes this a little bit more interesting, 2 versus 2.
You can tell his spidey sense is tingling. He knows both players might be coming from there. Blast still, though, in his feet. His teammate down low. Zed is able to pick up one. Blast for the 1v2.
Still has the silence, plenty of it to work with. He could make something special happen here. Just check the bomb, I dare you. He hears the players downstairs. Lovely timing. Beautiful timing. Keeps Blast off the bomb. There's the shots, and they get the defuse. Cracked the door. Dude, I love that play from Zed. He cracked the door to make Blast look off bomb and look the stairs. Love it.
Yeah, I was about to say, he didn't have an idea, and I would assume that Zed might have been a little bit loud as well. So nice little distraction coming in, because I tell you, Blast was in by far the best possible position to try to make that clutch. Peeks out of the window for a second. I doubt Zed would be able to rip him in time, but hey, he'll take the rounds he can get. That is now 3 in a row coming in from the Paris Legion, and Luca might be able to find that opening pick to make this round a little bit easier.
That's a cerebral play, if ever we've seen one. And now Luca. An opportunity to maybe go up 1 over Vivid. Or will Vivid be our sniper to find his mark here on Petrograd? There's the first hint of the shot. And Luca, he will be our resident Vasily Zaitsev. He gets the win. We'll keep a tally of that one. I think it's what, 2-1 Luca now?
2-1, yeah. At least in the head-to-head.
And Decimate, ooh, he picks up his Fallen Comrade's rifle. Tries to answer back. We've seen quite a lot of aggression now from Paris as they slowly but surely make their way forward. Oh, Decimate, if only you knew what we could see. You may have taken that. Saints on site. Zed, lovely shots. He's got eyes on Blast as well. Blast, though, what a turn that may have been. Zed will find the kill. Now the Legion players have swarmed the A site. The bomb's going to go down, and Decimate, MP5 and an HDR in hand. Not what he was looking for. Paris Legion, 5-4. Map point to go up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, and like as soon as we start talking about like, hey, Guerrillas like 0-3 on this map, things are going great. Then all of a sudden they're team killing each other, not checking the bomb properly. You're getting outplayed by Zed with the door, like making the little distraction 4 rounds in a row. Not an easy place to kind of kill that momentum, and especially if you're not even winning the sniper battle in the head-to-head. So obviously not over yet. Guerrillas had a fair bit of success so far on offense, but a lot that they're going to have to deal with, especially with Zed really picking things up the way he is, sitting at 10-5 at the moment.
Whoa, Blast. You could just see the glint in the corner. It's like a war zone moment there. You were like, hit the deck, the paparazzi's here, and he does have to fluff the nade as a result of that one, but Kismet. The melons on that man are just fly forward like that. Great timing. Saints, though, answers back. Bomb still in hand. Got a reasonable amount of presence here on the A site. Paris' defense, though, very, very solid. Legion not willing to give this one up. Desi trying to find something in there with the MP5. Oh, no. His shot is shot. I'm glad he did, but it's not quite going to work out. Saints now trying to reposition. Legion have actually given up quite a lot of space here on A.
And the one player that's trying to flank number 9 is Denz Aqua. That is your one and only job, and Denz might be just on a perfect Aqua, though. Yep, he got the call out. Blast with the read. Nice trades coming in.
Tiny little piece of Den's head there. Just managed to make it around the corner, and now we've got the trades. 2v2. Shocks a nice kill through the crack of the door. Blast has the bomb. 20 seconds to go. Nice tags as well, and this could be trouble for Shocks. Nope, they're going to just head straight towards the bomb. They beeline it to B. Aqua's playing defense. Great play. Wonderful work from the Guerrillas. That's going to be a round 11, and we're going the distance now. You called it at the start, mate. You said we've got round 11 on the horizon. We're here now. And this has been a delightful search and destroy.
And I will say, it's another super smart play coming in from the Guerrillas with that bomb rotation. I thought Blast with Dead Silence Pop was just going to go straight for the back for the kill, but playing smart instead of playing for the what might be a risky play. And Guerrillas back on offense. We've seen them rotate bombs constantly from this angle. We've seen them watching the flanks from cheeky spots. See if they have something else cooked up.
Yeah, they're not afraid to try things. I think we may be going back to tried and true. It's going to be a headbutt on A. And here we go. They're all in. Saints is getting peppered with all sorts. Zed finds a kill. Vivid finds a kill. 4 versus 4. Saints is the only member of his team here on the bomb site. The rest of them are a little slow to get to the party, and Paris Legion have fortified this position fantastically. Shocks now looking for the angle up top. That's going to be big tags. Oh, through the window. Lovely shots from Shocks. We're trying to double down on this one now from Decimate. He tried to find his way through, but it wasn't going to be enough. 3 versus 2 now. Guerrillas starting to bleed out here.
And you see what the play call is as well. Blast is backing up. He's waiting for Aqua to try to make the play. The flank is in. You got a 2v2, and effectively, you've got the site pinched. You don't have bomb, and Blast is making the read. He has to commit.
Read him like a book. Now it comes to Shocks. Less than 30 seconds. Eyes on the bomb. The timing has to be perfect now from the Guerrillas. They can pinch him in this position. They can throw 2 players on it and go for the kill and get the win. But Shocks has to play this absolutely perfectly. Here comes the run. He can hear the footsteps. Shocks. This is for the map. There's the first. He slides on out. And he wins it! Paris Legion. It was a little ropey at times. But Shocks' resolve gets the map in the end.
Ooh. And oh baby dear, I mean $3 trillion of US debt since the last time Paris have won a series. I would love for them to potentially clean that up a little bit, and in a hell of a fashion as well. Like, talk about the good plays the whole way through. That was a 2v3 that the Guerrillas played as perfectly as you possibly could. Blast backs out of sight, gets out of dodge, lets Aqua make the play. Paris do the smart thing, you double push out one side because you don't want Aqua coming up for the flank, but Blast was there ready, picks up 1 kill, and all of a sudden Shocks is like, okay, everything has just collapsed. I don't know what's going on, but hey, I've got the bomb down. I could play a cheeky little angle and just make sure I get the reads for the kills. And that is like 3 plays from both teams back to back to back of doing the right thing in search. And I love watching good S&D. Miles, I will say, what a great map that was.
What a
Other
bloody treat.
than the one, you know, shit show of a round.
That was a treat, man. I can't lie. The end of that round will absolutely be our US Army tactical play. That was a real treat, man. I mean, Shocks, it was a 1 versus 2 situation where the Guerrillas could have thrown themselves at him, but again, they don't know where he is. They don't know if he knows where the bomb is, and at the end of the day, he played this situation perfectly. The right weapon choice, the right window to check, knowing full well that he, if he kept the door open, he could also keep an eye on the bomb, and he knew that they were going to be coming from. And at the end, the footsteps gave him away, but Shocks, what a play for the 2v1.
I mean, again, in the footsteps, too, is just a major key to that round as well. Just knowing of like, hey, I can hear both of them. This guy's closer. This is the open door. I'm not expecting Blast to come busting through the door back behind me and like slide challenge out with like the M4. Like Aqua's going to be the more aggressive guy on it. So Shocks, Johnny on the spot. The awareness again was on point. You had Dens with great awareness as well from when Aqua was flanking in previous rounds. So again, great stuff the whole way around. Double 10-digit plus kills for the old duo Shocks and Zed putting in for the team.
Unbelievable. Double digits indeed. I just want to give a quick shout out to our Australian fans. I know it's 7 o'clock in the morning now in Sydney. G'day, friends. I'm sure you woke up. You don't need your coffee anymore. I'm sure that was quite a shock to the system. Quite literally, pun not necessarily intended, but we'll go for it. Wow, what a great start. 2-0 so far, Paris Legion. The Guerrillas, though, far from out of this. I mean, Domination is by far their worst game type, but kind of an old sort of stat at this point in time. We kind of have to throw the stats out the window when it comes to what we expect here from the Guerrillas. But for Paris Legion now, with an opportunity to close this out 3-0, I think that's something that the fans will very, very much be looking forward to. Can they close out the drought? 3 trilly. I don't even know what to say anymore. When we come back after the break, Domination. I mean, honestly, could they close it out? Could they do it here? Ah! Maybe.
From Paris, France, this is the Legion. They're firing together as a unit. There's just a wall of bullets there from the Paris Legion as they will hold the line. Stand with the cluster! Luca with the challenge! The 3rd in a row for Paris! This could not have been a better setup now from the French. I love it.
Kismet is on fire.
He's in a great position. Shocks has got 2. Paris have just gone and stole another round.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless.
Christmas has come early for Call of Duty League fans, and it's time to deck your loadouts with some brand new champs, blueprints, gun charms, player signature stickers, spicy sprays, and cooling cards. Believe me, they're very fun. Honestly, this is like the greatest content I think we've ever seen in the Call of Duty League history, or Call of Duty World League history, even if you name it. We're going all the way back, baby. Get there in the gear. It's all in the in-game store. The Call of Duty 2020 Champs Championship Pack. I fluffed it, but it was worth it. You should buy it. It's very cool. No joke though, it is honestly like the most honest piece of like content we could have made for the competitive community. We always feel a little hard done by. We have done for many years, but for real, it's so good.
As soon as I saw the London Royal Ravens calling card where it literally just had the like all the way across, and I was like, we're in for a good time. Like there's gonna be some benefits down the road. Like it was just so fun.
It's such a nice thing. Like it was made for us by us. Like the fact that the Empires like support a card and their emblem is
so good. Like, it's so good.
It's so good. Yeah, I implore you to check it out. Right, we're getting into another Dom, boys and girls. This one we're staying on Petrograd. Not a great look for Paris. Will they be able to close the series out 3-0? I mean, to really do that, to end the drought, that tremendous sea of dryness that Paris Legion have gone through. Arid expectations.
Okay, so there are like 4 straight losses on this map is Paris, like St. Petro Dom. But the storyline in my mind for the Guerrillas is when they made the roster change, the entire point of bringing Saints onto the roster is like, you didn't have slaying power, you're placing a guy that was averaging like a 0.7. Now this is going to make you in better respawns. The issue for LAG is they kept playing your Atlanta, Florida, Chicago, all the best respawn teams. So the record was always the same, still not getting the respawn win. So I was thinking this is the real like test of how good or how much better is the respawn going to be. And so far, 0 for 1. Again, Paris took it to him for that first map, so this is a necessary bounce back in my mind for the Guerrillas, or else it's just kind of, I don't want to say chalked, but it just kind of ruins a lot of confidence that you might have been able to gain.
That's interesting, man. With the way that Paris are looking right now, they're quite dangerous. And you know what else is really dangerous? And listening with this very team. And with that, my friends, it is now time for an Astro Gaming Listen In with the Paris Legion.
One guy's, yeah, deep river, Nado already.
P1.
Nado's already deep.
Gonna go deep. He's flashed me.
One P1.
Yellow weak, was flash. Yellow.
Yeah, one guy's watching, he's watching P1 rush out blast.
I'm back to the head, guys.
Yeah. He got me sit on looking red.
Just making sure we don't go over. I'm over with you.
Nailed it towards A.
Back C.
Going for A. The one guy was mid-tracks, bro. Mid-tracks, blast week.
Dead.
Nice.
On blue, yeah, guys. And top blue.
Yeah, I've got you top.
Come back.
He's going AC. Wait, bottom blue,
Stop back A.
Bottom blue, aqua on A. Got him.
On top blue as well, by the way.
One shot top blue.
Just doubles.
And one is nice.
Oh, he capped that.
I need a cat.
You cap that.
I needed one cat. I hit one cat.
He's in the corner.
Yeah, bottom, push up. One shot. Weak. Not a weak.
Work our way to B, get some B control here.
He's around A court on me.
I'm just trying to bomb calf. He's top catwalk, I think. Top catwalk.
Can't see him.
Don't see him, bro.
One's bottom. I don't know where this guy's.
Nice. That's fine. Just leave him then.
One more bottom. L. Went top calf. No, he went low. Desi's on the bar.
Play low.
It's all business, very serious here for the Paris Legion. No expletives or Australian colloquialisms that we're very, very used to hearing when we do listenings with these very players. But hey, man, not a bad start for the Los Angeles Guerrillas, Chance.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the score line, I was expecting many more expletives and a little bit more like fear coming, like very calm, I would say, for being down 40 points. But hey, plenty of time for the bounce back. You got Zed with a little bit of mid-map clearance, able to find at least one. The second falls through, and maybe that's a small opening to try to hop the B flag. Of course, though, you got to dodge some nades.
Got to dodge the nades. I think he has to jump on that point, and they came so close to completing the neutral. Now you get the full cap. Good stuff now from Paris Legion, A and B in hand. Can they keep the players of the Guerrillas Indian at sea? Vivid is not having it, dude. He is knife in hand, sprinting across St. Petrograd. Be very careful when running with sharp objects, but this man, not a problem. Everyone loves A. As we saw in that PIP once again. Sprays all over it. Good job, though, on Paris on the defensive side there. They're going to actually win the fights over towards C. There's a few more players to go through. Are they going to be able to make it happen? No. It's a good defensive hold there from the Guerrillas. A and B still in the hands of Paris Legion at this point in time.
Smokes out, hop it, might not be able to get killed. Vivid knows exactly where he needs to at least get the nade out. Luca can't challenge, so might be good just to get it right back, but it looks like someone is there for the contest. Vivid feels the pressure, forced it back down, and well, now you got Decimate falling in short order. So Paris, there was a moment where the flag might have been given away, but they bounce right back, get the secure, and start chipping away at that lead a little bit more.
It's dangerous positions right now. Aqua's 10-4. He's been slaying like a maniac since the map started. Wonderful stuff from him already, but still, we have Paris Legion in full control. You know the stickies going off in the background of those Semtex, the beeping of them. Aqua now on the rotate, trying to make his way through the backside. Dead Silence popped. Nice kill. He's going to go for the high ground straight away. This is a great turn. This could be the play from Aqua. No, Dens makes the reads, keeps that power position in control. B flag should remain safe for now. Paris Legion slowly but surely getting back into this one with just under a minute remaining.
Well, Guerrillas actually get the spawn out, so basically it's going to come down to a Kismet versus Aqua 1v1 on the A flag for maybe Guerrillas to be able to get a second flag to sort of flip, and well, it looks like Kismet wins that one. On the flip side, the map hasn't done anything too crazy. Couple bodies around the point for Guerrillas trying to get that last-ditch effort out towards the B flag, but Dens, this is what you're here for. You're in the power position, you're here just to slay and get some kills, and it looks like you might actually just effectively give that up for free, let his teammates do the job, and try to hop that B flag back for the final few seconds of this round.
Yes, last 20. Zed from up high, lovely work. Good turn and burn on the Vivid. However, it was a bit of a close shave for one of those boys, and we know who came out on top. Shox now looking for the final few seconds, but again, a very, very good comeback now from Paris Legion. It was a devastating start to begin with. The lead from the Guerrillas was very, very strong. We're going to go into the second half with a slight change. The Guerrillas still looking strong, and they desperately need it, down 2-0 in the series.
And I will say, Kismet actually had quite a few big kills over towards the A flag. We saw Vivid was the man trying to make the play earlier, and then Aqua with the spawn out had the opportunity to really start to put that pressure on, run the score up. So few big kills coming in from Paris, but of course they're going to need quite a few more. Of course, now they are starting from the advantageous side, so a couple maybe small things to give them the initiative of try to take control of this half.
Now, what do you do if you're Paris Legion? You go all in, trying to get a triple cap, you go straight in towards B, try and just flood this area out. Smokes haven't gone down just yet. Gearing up for the defensive play, but now Vivid's already overshot. There he is, he finds another there on point, and this... he was lining up for number 3. Dens will eventually cut him down. Decimate, though, climbing in your windows. Nah, Shox slams it shut on his fingers. Now Aqua back in his position. Top restaurant, head chef frying up a storm. Good job, turn and burn, finds a couple more. This is good stuff out of Aqua, 15-7. B flag now going into the hands of the Guerrillas. 100 points now passed. And I will say, Chance, we're probably going to be seeing that map 4.
And this is fantastic stuff as well, because yeah, map 4 looking pretty good just because of the amount of, well, I would say map pressure Guerrillas had. It looks like they get taken out one by one. I think Saints, maybe the last player alive in sort of that, not power position, but behind enemy lines to make the hero plays over towards the B flag. He gets dropped as Dens, somehow able to find a triple kill, and Shox does get cleaned up. So a little bit of chaos all over the map. It looks like Guerrillas might be a little bit too slow to this B flag as Paris trying to get those final few ticks just to get it through. But either way, still down by 30.
Still down, but at this point, you know, they've got a little bit of love towards A. They're going for the full neutral. B and C very much in their hands. They managed to win a few crucial gunfights there. They have to worry about C, though. Oh, and I think it looks like Zed noticed him. Did he find something? There's the shots. Good job. Now, keep the Guerrillas off of the A flag. That is going to be the mission objective for the time being. It comes mostly down to Shox, who's in that position by Blue, rotating around, but no points for the Guerrillas in this meantime. This is great work out of Shox. He's now got a bit of a friend to help him out. He may go down. A finally gets brought back to the Guerrillas' control. for Shox. He's still alive when he finally dies there. Kismet finds his 5th kill in a row before dropping. But that was a nice turn of events. And again, look at that scoreline. Closer than ever before.
Not just the scoreline, look at the minimap too. Zed was setting up for like some spawn kills. You have Luca that's well up past the line. Yes, he does get dropped, but you still get players that are up top restaurant. Like these are so many power positions that Paris is able to lock down. Decimate's gonna have to take so much time to try to clear these guys out and doesn't even accomplish it. Shox is able to pick up 2. Zed off spawn is right back, putting the pressure on the A flag, and he's not really going for the capture. It's really just about bringing the Guerrillas' attention back to the A side because they are spawning so far back, tucked away on that right side of the minimap. It is a hike and a half just to get to this B flag, and frankly, only 14 points down. Paris, they have way too much map control to give this game away anytime soon.
I think so far, so good. Unfortunate timing from Kismet. The chase was on. Decimate finally gets him in the end. But still, Zed's trying to bait out the play here towards A. He just touched the flag enough. He's going to go back in for it now. Double dips. It's going to make A neutral, and once again, we could be seeing a change here. In and out he goes. The knife is not going to work out for Vivid, and Zed, naughty Zed, goes in, makes the flag neutral. A knife of his own, can't quite get one. It's going to be a very, very quick resecure there for the Guerrillas. Kismet now trying to keep that front line push far forward. Don't even let the Guerrillas near B. Keep them trapped in the far right-hand side of the map. That's what they want to be going for right now. Kismet claims 1 window invader, and now the scoreline gets even closer.
This is a 30-point comeback that Paris have been able to orchestrate themselves. Still a minute and a half, but you talk about the pressure game. Zed, again, is consistently being that annoying guy, constantly going for these overextensions. And, well, you see maybe one guy out from the Guerrillas to get near the B flag. He's going to die. If there was a heat map of this half, so much of the Guerrillas would just be stuck on the right side of the map. They have barely been able to even get to the 50-yard line.
And just watching Zed that moment there, he was number 0, the far right-hand side of the screen, down low, just in that alleyway before the A-bomb. That was where he was loving life for a moment there. Like, he was just being such a nuisance. It pulled 3 of the Guerrillas members across just to claim the kill. That's a big win from Aqua, though, up close with the M4 there. Now he's going to have top map control. He's going to be able to look over the B flag, and now we're going to see a change of hands. That is better late than never. Paris with the lead, with less than a minute remaining now. This could actually come down to the wire. We need to see that B flag change hands back into Paris Legion. Oh, it's got to come pretty soon.
And so many players just spawned out, by the way. That is the entire team of Paris now going over towards the A flag, which means Dens is by himself. He did win the first one-on-one, but he gets traded. So now Guerrillas actually have been able to flip the map. They already have B controlled. They're going to get A. They're down by 5 with 30 seconds left. They can still win this game.
Kismet's trying to fight in the mid. He's going to find a couple here. Nice set of kills, 3 in a row now, and they're going to neutralize B so quick. There's no one there nearby. They're going to be able to get the grab onto B. The grab onto B. As they manage to find this one, 15 seconds remain. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think we've waited long enough, Chance. I think enough has happened between now and the last time we saw Paris win a series. But this is it, mate. In 1 second time, we can make it official. Paris Legion have ended the drought.
First win since April, baby. Since April. $3 trillion of debt absolved. Maven can, well, I guess drink more game fuel. He doesn't want to drink less. Needs the energy, but hell of a game through and through.
The Guerrillas. Good job from there. There were some amazing moments after, particularly as an individual Series 1. We had some of those moments with Decimate, Vivid, and Blast themselves, but like, we just couldn't come together as a team.
I don't know. It was tough, and again, those rounds in S&D sort of haunt you, but the amount of big plays that Paris was having to put together, the 3.5 minutes of complete and utter domination in the second half of the domination, the 1v2 that Shocks had to get, and the S&D to win the round 11, like, it took a great deal of effort to make it happen, but hey, that is your first set of 10 points that you've gotten since the Dallas home series event, and frankly, I mean, again, all this talk about teams trying to get out of the bottom 4, I don't think anything has changed directly yet, but they set themselves up to get 10 points later on. I think they might be able to overtake Optic and maybe work themselves out of the bottom 4. And of course, Optic has a lot of Call of Duty left to play, but just to turn on the pressure just a little bit. These teams at the bottom starting to scrape together some points, and I think one of them might be able to break through and get away from the bottom 4.
There will be a change in the standings, I believe, but we'll come back to that in just a moment. We do have our scuff play of the game, and again, the final few moments chance of that map, it got a little tense, and if not for the overextension from the Guerrillas and Paris really spawning on the other side of the map, being able to flip it, this could have gone a different way.
I mean, again, it was a very dicey thing. It's one of those moments where, can you imagine how heartbreaking it would have been for Paris after just completely obliterating LA Guerrillas for like 3.5 minutes, for the Guerrillas to just get the one spawn out where they all get to go and capture the A flag. They somehow flip the map, get the BC set up, whatever it's going to be. And then with 20, 25 seconds left, Paris get that one clean wipe, hop on that B flag just to make sure they can seal the deal. So again, a ton of dicey plays, a ton of clutch things needed to happen for Paris to get it done. But hey, at the end of the day, that is a hot 3-0.
A dub's a dub, and Paris Legion were truly overdue. But now, sadly, they have to go up against Atlanta FaZe to stay in the tournament.
Hey, good luck.
Hey, I mean, good luck at this point in time. But yeah, at the end of the day, it was a 3-1 to Ultra the first time Legion met them. It was a 3-2 to FaZe. Who knows? This is a crazy, crazy event. The New York Subliners Game Fuel Home Series has been a crazy, crazy event. But we've just received news, friends. There is a slight change with that victory for Legion, and it's about time. They are now in the winners bracket if the season ended today. Do you see how important all these wins are? Do you see how important every series win is for those bottom 4 teams? We were just celebrating Toronto's, rise from the bottom there, and all of a sudden, Paris, they've snatched it right back. Oh boy, this is going to be...
I mean, of course, these teams are still in the tournament, though. Of course, there's a lot, but this is it just adds to the level of importance, right? Toronto's feeling good, they beat FaZe, and then all of a sudden Paris wins, and it's all right, back to the drawing board. We need to make sure we're focused to tomorrow, because quite a few of these teams still with the absolute potential to overtake, make some changes in the bottom 4. So it really is that time where if you stop getting wins here or get upset by the wrong team, it could be incredibly costly to your entire season.
Just think of these ones. You're going to look back and go, oh, do you remember that time, during the New York home series, that we lost that one series and now we're going to start in the loser bracket at champs? That sucks. But anyway, what a series it was. Congratulations to Paris for ending the drought. When we come back after the break, we've got Rich talking to Zed of the Paris Legion for the first time in a very, very long time. We could not be happier for them. We'll see you after the break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid. PS4, the official platform partner of Call of Duty Challenges. TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
It's another instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. We got Zed after a pretty long dry spell, to be honest. And I kind of want to ask, now that you've gotten this victory, let's look back a little bit into the past and what actually happened? What led to such a long dry spell for you guys?
Honestly, I mean, we had a few like hard matchups, but I mean, that's no excuse, you know what I mean? Like we're in the league for a reason, so we just sucked. So it's about time we got a win. Hopefully get some confidence now going forward, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, do you think that that's part of it, though, that it was just after having so many losses that the confidence was gone? Is this what you needed to actually bounce back?
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, when you lose so many times, it's like, what really is the problem, you know what I mean? So just trying to figure that out, and we're getting there, man, but it takes time, so.
Well, I mean, you talk about how big this matchup actually is, though, and now, if the season ended right now, you just overtook Ultra for that spot on the winner's side of the bracket. So it does seem like there would be quite a lot of wind in your sails. You also got a 3-0, so a pretty dominant victory, but you do have to look at the next matchup. It is going to be up against FaZe. Do you think there's anything in particular that you're looking to do in that matchup? Obviously, no joke of a team there.
Honestly, just not let Sim turn us into a montage, honestly. If we can... I mean, I scrim him like every week, and he makes me his kid. He just runs through me. So, I'm hopeful. We'll see what we can do. If we had good teamwork and stuff like that, then they didn't look too hot versus Toronto, and I feel like we should have beat Toronto. So, put the 2 and 2 together. We'll give it our best, but that's all we can do for now.
I mean, I think hearing, too, how often that you are playing against each other, even if it is in scrims, is definitely something to keep in mind for everybody when we do get into that series. But that's going to be a little bit down the line, folks, at home. Next up is going to be London versus Minnesota. You don't want to go anywhere. We got Lottie, Maven, and Merc to cover all of that action. But first, we're going to jump to a quick break. We'll see you right after that, and we'll get into London versus Minnesota.
Thank you to Xperia by Sony, official mobile partner of the Call of Duty League. The new Xperia 1 Mark II smartphone brings you the ultimate mobile gaming experience, with a cinema-wide 4K OLED display and more technology to enhance your gameplay. Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and pre-order the CDL A40TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League.
Well, I don't know about you guys at home, but I have my eye on that champs pack. You got blueprints, gun charms, player signatures, stickers, like incredible sprays, calling cards. I might actually have to run after this just to make sure I have that all up and running for me, because boy, I cannot wait to get my hands on that. Gents, what are we thinking about this champs pack?
Oh, I think when we went to the franchise model, this is one of the things that I hope would massively improve, and it did. Like, that stuff is awesome. And Miles was kind of talking about in the last series, like the personal touch to it with the teams, with the different sprays and everything. I am a massive fan, and Joe and I are going to be rocking the hell out of that stuff on Verdansk.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait to watch you guys drop into Warzone and see exactly what you do with your champs packs. Who are you going to be repping? Who are you going to be supporting? It'll be interesting. And talking about supporting, of course, you guys do know that we've had the wonderful addition of signatures also here. And there's been a little bit of, I would say, like certain opinions on certain signatures. Wuskin's signature, I would say, is probably the level of my 7-year-old niece writing that incredible
Lottie, that is in
original
the game.
signature. Yeah,
Lottie, like that's in the game. So I can't believe that, but this one's even worse. Go ahead, Clint.
Oh my god! At least he got the Disney eye in there.
I can only think of like two things that went down with this. Yes, easily either he paid like $7 to a kindergartner to do this thing, or I think more realistically, like he didn't have a signature. He asked his teammate Alex to do it, and Alex, his hand injury was more severe than we realized, so it ended up just being scribbling. That's what I think Alex is actually to blame. His hand injury must have done it.
I mean, that is a really great theory, so I love that. He obviously disagrees. He said that he had to do it digitally, so only with his mouse, and he wants a break for that, because have you ever tried to write something with your mouse? It's hard.
It is hard, but I think too, I think he thought there was gonna be like a process to this. Like, all right, we're gonna someone was gonna help him out, maybe like one of the artists or something at the studio. That didn't happen. Just whatever they submitted the first one, that was it. And yeah, I mean, there's some really cool ones. Don't get me wrong. Like, you could tell which teams went to the extra mile, got some help with it. Those two though, those are special. Those are theirs,
it's got a rustic touch to it. I think I might actually have to rock it.
Art comes in many different forms. I've been to an art gallery once in my life, and half of it was hideous to me. So in their own way, they're beautiful.
Okay.
I love that. Absolutely, they are beautiful in their own way.
Have you actually been to an art gallery before? I don't believe you at all. I do not believe you.
Absolutely not, Joe.
No.
Of course he hasn't. Of course he hasn't. Let's take a look right now at some beautiful art that Nameless has put up for us. The Game Fuel Keys to Victory. The Minnesota Røkkr. Come on then, you incredible art gallery viewer. Maven, what do you make of this?
I mean, we've said this event after event after event. GodderX needs to rise back to that kind of all-star, super MVP type performance. He struggled to do it since the transition to online. Alex, took a step back with the hand injury. He's back in the lineup, but I think he did like a 0.5 again yesterday, which mimicked his I think, result from day one of the last event before he sat out. So something seems to be going on there. Somebody's got to step it up. I mean, they're just on this massive downhill stretch, and it's gotten to a point where it's hard to actually see them fixing things.
For sure. Game Fuel keys to victory for London Royal Ravens. Merc, what are we thinking right now about this London team? Are they kind of performing averagely, or do you see them on the rise here?
Well, I think when we talk about London, it's just the struggles versus the top 4 teams. But I honestly wasn't that mad with their performance yesterday in Chicago. There was a couple of close respawns. I liked what Scraps and What's-Going were doing with the M4. You could definitely tell that they were still trying to figure out the meta with 3 M4s. We'll go with that. And yeah, Dylan had a 0.7, but even Scump yesterday in that series had a 0.8. Like, I think players very much still trying to figure this all out, but for them, it's just a fight to stay in the top 8, right? They need to earn some points. There are people chasing them. Toronto makes the semifinal. They want to stay in the top 8. They have to start winning now.
Absolutely. Well, the Twins are both performing pretty well. I'm sure it's very important for them to be on their A game. We'll see exactly what they can do against Minnesota Røkkr. Gents, take it away.
Thank you so much, Lonnie. Appreciate it. Joe, we've got another sensational series ahead of us. I could not be more thrilled for how this is going to go down. It's the Subliners Game Feel Home Series event, and it's time to get into it. Can Røkkr rebound from this skid? Because we just saw Paris, who was on an even worse stretch, one of the worst stretches we've seen in quite some time, rebound. Yep. Maybe there's some magic in the air. Maybe Røkkr can now do it.
Yeah, hopefully you would think so. But yeah, we just saw it there playing one of their better hardpoint maps. I think it's been a while since you and I have casted a 0K, but 8-5 overall. Well, Asim off the start going to be rocking that M4, and I think for you and I, it's sort of like, how many M4s are we going to see on this map, right? Is it going to be 4, maybe 5? I guess we're going to find out here.
I joked with you before this. I was like, man, we'll see 5 M4s, but I saw at least 1 MP5 out, but this already had 2 to 3 at times. We'll see over the course of it how it goes, but so far so good for Røkkr as they're getting some time here, but we'll see if they can battle through for Cave Side East. The Salt trying to look over the top of the smoke. His teammates got the cross for him, and you sort of talked about people getting more comfortable. I think it was Scraps that tweeted last night, like, basically like, I've only had the M4 in my hand a week. Just give me time. I'm going to be frying with this thing.
Well, he played really well yesterday. Him and Luskin were like lighting up the kill feed. I don't think there was just a few team mistakes from London, and there was a chance they're playing potentially in a semifinal today, not having to worry about it. Beating Chicago. So again, I thought their match for Chicago was a solid performance. Chicago just the better team, and they showed that. But yeah, we'll see if they can bounce back. Another test. We know how tough this group is. The winner's going to have to play New York. It doesn't get easier, but in the KV, Dylan, M4 in hand, he's just going to play his life, but ends up getting taken down. But both teams with some pretty healthy time off the start of that first hill.
And one thing we can kind of joke about is, if you follow Brian Saint, the coach of Røkkr, on Twitter, I think they were like 1 in 10 on coin flips over their last like 11 or whatever. And the coin flip is important because it affects what sides you get on maps, and we know how favored some sides could be. They finally won another coin flip. He tweeted out like a victory gift from Entourage with Johnny Drama. So I think they finally won one here. Yeah. Maybe that'll be the difference. Maybe it's like a mental block, and that'll get them through this.
Yeah, you imagine, losing a 50-50 that many times. That is
that's impressive,
tough, man. Heads, tail, like, come on, just go my way once. But finally, they're able to do that. But yeah, maybe a big mental win for them as they're going to rotate over towards Soccer Field and get set up early on this third hill.
Looking for a lead change now if Røkkr can continue to hold this down. The push from Ravens building up. Silly's going to get picked. Maybe the opening they need behind Shawnee. M4 all over the kill feed, really outside of Alex. And Alex does take down 2. We'll see if he can rebound from a rough day 1. Silly now into the point, collecting the time, but the contest does come in at least for a moment. Scraps will be able to shut him down. Lead change for Røkkr. Now about to change hands right back over to Ravens as Røkkr get into well and look to set up for Cave Side West. Asim is here, and Asim just did something naughty to Wuskin.
Yeah, nice little slide there. I think just catches Wuskin off guard. He was ready for it. This is going to allow them to get set up. You would love to have... Okay, so there's a player there. I would say you would love to have the player at that table, but Silly, he's there. He does get taken down. Asim dodging the nade. Well, now it's Alex's turn, but he does get traded quickly, sticking with that MP5. Another lead change imminent. But here comes the push from London. Assault watching over Asim. before we're going to go down, and it is all down to Assault. I think there was a very good pinch there by Scraps through well, but GodRx spawns up, and yeah, we've been talking about GodRx. Can he hit that form again?
Well, there's a triple. Not enough to get them back into the point, but maybe delays the push at least a bit from Ravens, but now they'll flood on through with 25 left to go on it.
Flip, though, too.
And there's the flip, as you see all those purple arrows rounding to the outside of the map. Or the right side of the map. Wuska was the one guy trying to kind of watch that cross. He's going to get caught. So they'll lock this down as we get set up for Outpost. And then look to get forward into our next set of hard points. GodRx, there he is. Beaming red dot on the M4. Maybe a little bit more comfortable there with it right now, but hitting the shots, and he's 14-7, double positive. That's the stuff we saw from GodRx for the first half of this year.
Yeah, and I love this position from Assault. This is a great setup. This started first with Alex's rotation as soon as he spawned up to flip those spawns. But Assault, he's just cutting off the front side push and cut. Oh, I thought he was going to get this second. The rest of the pressure coming through middle side came behind this smoke. GodRx trying to help his teammates out. Dylan, he's going to get nailed. That nade is going to hurt him a lot. It only takes one bullet from Scraps. And now this is where this can get a little bit messy. When you spawn near that front side of the cliff path, you can just get nade after nade, and Silly with the graw.
We saw what in Formal's hands, and he switched off it pretty quickly, but looks like he likes it from this deep pocket in the outpost. Long range gunfights is all you're going to have. Yeah, just beams at range. Now he's got to take a little bit more close range, and Zero and Scraps take down all 5 and have them really pinned in the back, which is going to give them some comfort objective time as we get into our second set of hard points. Shawnee, nothing to deal with for a while as Røkkr is trying to battle out from the last hard point.
Yeah, that was a great job by London. Not only to, disrupt that setup, but keep them pinned back there. But here comes the Minnesota push. Trap, though, he's going to take down Silly, working soccer field side. He's going to alleviate some pressure. A contest is on. Gunfight's going down, but we talked about Shawnee. He was able to win that first gunfight, but Scraps going to be the playmaker right now, but GodRx able to read it.
And that's twice now where it's been pretty good setups for Røkkr. You think at Cave Side West, and then Outpost where they look to be in good position. And Ravens at least able to get, about half of that time, or at least disrupt half of it. So
yeah, disrupt of it, yeah.
There's some good moments there from them, but still a 20-point game. Because now we go to Cave Side East, and all 5 players from Ravens really stuck together, and the push is already here from Røkkr. This could be massive from Røkkr. Like, the first step is already done. They're into the back line. The damage is getting in. Can they find all the kills? Wuskin doing everything he can to make sure that is not going to be the case. Maybe a moment to breathe before the next push comes in, but it was scrappy for a second.
Shawnee with some great positioning on those barrels. Alex there, though, for the trade. Well, while this is all going down towards the backside, London, they've just been eating up the time. And that's all they really care about right now. Scraps, he's going to find a triple. 21-11 from Maddie as he starts to go off.
Yeah, on either side, you really have one player kind of struggling right now. Shawnee 8-15. Silly 9-18. Maybe the result of his signature. We'll see if one of them can step it up. The Ravens really starting to bring it back now. Another triple on the feed for GodRx. 51-point advantage. His Wuskin looks to hold this down. Not the easiest of gunfights for either player, but he's going to back out of this situation. Look to set up towards soccer field. Zero already inside of blue.
And this could be another setup where they should have rotated early, and it could be broken early on. Down 50 points. This could be a big hold for Minnesota to get them back in the game, or where London, they're able to throw away or run away with it. 3 kills from Minnesota allows them to get a little bit more comfortable. The spawns do flip. Assault's going to recognize that now. But Shawnee and the rest of the team are going to push on through that spiral area, get on the hill.
Yeah, again, just not clean from Røkkr. Not that this is the easiest hard point to get a ton of time on, but Ravens, as they've done all game long, getting in, applying pressure early into the hard point. Who will be set up this time for Cave Side West? It should be Ravens with the early rotation this time around, and I feel like you're going to need a break from Røkkr. You can't allow them to get 40 to 50 points on this. They'll nearly put the game out of reach. You've got 2 players in Cave there as well. It's going to be, well, just one now. It's going to be Alex verse 3. I thought he had Silly there to work with him, but one by one they drop. A team will follow it up, but you just don't have the numbers. This is Ravens' point for now.
Yeah, a little staggered right now out of Minnesota early on in those pushes. You would love for those guys to wait for each other, but here they go. Assault's going to slow things down. He's going to find the first pick. Alex is going to get through. You have GodRx watching the pinch, maybe going to drop down well any moment now. And he is. Asim's going to follow that up, and there is the break. All 5 dead. And well, now you're going to have to flood through this back cave. It's going to be difficult, but okay. Dylan can see through smokes.
Yeah, and apparently it put Merc foregrip on his gun for 1 second early. I know he didn't, but it looks like it, right? The hip fire just hits everything. But that was the break I said they needed. Now, instead of being down, close to 70, 80 points, it's going to be right around a tie game. So Røkkr get the much-needed break. But because of that break, they're going to have another tough road ahead of them to get into Outpost. GodRx with a couple big wins. Scraps and Dylan both going to fall. GodRx with another multi-kill. And there's the break in the back. There's one player left really in position, and that's going to be Wuskin in a deep pocket. Wuskin has to go huge. Wuskin and Shawnee both get killed. Wuskin's still alive, but yep, still popping on top of him. Wuskin somehow still alive. Wuskin still making the plays. Finally, it's the pistol of Alex that kills them, and there's now the spawn out for Røkkr in the close side cave. It was insanity for a moment, but what a game we have. 5 points between them. 35 seconds left on the hard point. As London get back in.
Oh, I couldn't believe that. I was mind blown for a second. I thought Wuskin did all the work he needed to do, but it's just a fight now. As well, you see pushes through middle, pushes through the front, smokes down, trophies down, anyone just trying to stay alive. But Minnesota, they can take their time with this now. Just try to get the kills and set up for this center hard point.
And they locked him in pretty good last time, right?
Yeah. No, that was London.
Oh, it was London. Yes, you're right, because it was Shawnee that got in the hard point. I flipped that entirely. But now can Røkkr do the same? Assault right into the hard point. 40 points of victory. 40 points away from victory is Røkkr. 17 needed for Ravens. Røkkr can win it here. Ravens with a break will close this game out. Nobody in the hard point for now as the front line will drop. The flood now coming in from cave side east. Here come the Ravens trying to get in desperately. Alex tries to peek the edge and he's going to fall. Assault's going to get dropped from Dylan at mid-map. All the numbers there for London, now 10 points away from shutting it down. Scrambling all over the map is Røkkr to try and do something to get into this. Wuskin just wants to lock it down with 0. They've got the point. They've got the win. Ravens get it done on a Azir cave to take a 1-0 edge in this best of 5.
And it's what we talked about. It's London's ability to break. Even there at the end, the pressure's sort of on them, and they go through it. It's 3 kills from Wuskin, 3 kills from Scraps or Shawnee, and they're able to find it there. They end on a 7 spree as a squad. That's going to put the game away. But yeah, there was multiple times, especially on that first rotation of Hills, where Minnesota, they did the hard point part, right? You win the spawns, you get the rotations, just not able to execute on those kills. But a great job by London.
London go huge. Take the edge in this series and look to maybe move into another semifinal, but still work for them to do today if that's going to happen. They've got to take this and then another match tonight. If they can do it, that'd be against who? Subliners, right? Is who's waiting for these guys.
Yep.
250 to 216 the scoreline. You take a look through the stats. GodRx, big numbers, 35 and 23. That's what you want to see from them. But what's scary is that's not enough. You get GodRx in superstar form and you can't get the victory. On the other side of it, I mean, it was pretty even. Like the slaying numbers, it's a close game, I know, but it looks like it's pretty even. Like not a lot of separation between both squads.
Yeah, it's just when those kills came in, right? They came at key times for London, allowed them to break through. I think Cliff Path, the Cave West on the first rotation. There was a chance for Minnesota to really break that game wide open. London didn't allow it to happen.
Well, let's now look at the U.S. Air Force quick scope as we compare these two squads, where they're at this year, how they look in various maps and modes, and we'll check that out for you. This is how their Hardpoint, S&D, and Dom records play out. I think the thing that probably stands out the most, the S&D record, not great for Røkkr. The Dom record, really an issue for Ravens. So we'll have to keep an eye on those two modes as we move forward in this best of 5.
Well, and I think too, what's just sort of crazy is you look at these records, and I mean, it just shows you how difficult the past 8 weeks have been for Minnesota or so. I mean, you look at their last 3 events, and they've only earned 20 CDL points. I mean, they're still in 5th. They're still in a very solid spot due to their hot start. But I mean, we're talking about this team being a top 4 team in the world, and right now it's just shaky.
Yeah, anything but that, that's for sure. Now to your U.S. Air Force maps and modes. Azir Cave already off the board. We've got Arklov coming up next, which is going to be the big one. And I think for Arklov, I believe when I looked at the stats, it's like a 4-3 record for London, but they've won their last 3. So they've improved big time there. And this used to be a map where you'd like somebody like Røkkr too. I mean, any map basically where GodRx could get comfortable with a snipe, whether it was Piccadilly, Arklov, like anywhere he could snipe, like they were pretty solid. At least that's how I viewed it. I know it's not as simple as that, but he was just so dominant. I mean, can they get going through it? Can they get an S&D win here? Because Røkkr desperately need one.
Now we'll take a look at the London Royal Ravens lineup. Some changes throughout the year, right? I mean, Zero joins in, Shawnee joins in, and this is the 5 they stuck with. The first time these 5 showed, I mean, they got to a final trying to get back to that form.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make a run. Just a lot of competition here this weekend. And the other side of this, Minnesota Røkkr, Alex, Asim, GodRx, Assault, and Silly. Once on the brink of being a powerhouse. Now I don't know what you'd say they're on the brink of, but it has been a fall from form without question. And I'm just hoping they can bounce back because I know they're frustrated. You've probably been in this position in your career where you start out really strong, then for some reason you slip. It cannot be easy to get back to the top form.
No, and everybody's sort of rooting for them, right? They've stuck with this roster. They wanna stick with them throughout the entire year, and I think they're one of the biggest stories throughout our year. Just what they were able to do, get to a couple finals. It's just we're hoping to continue to see that consistency, but we'll see. Still some time for them to get back in form for the postseason.
To our club we go. 3 wins in a row for London. And statistically, I mean, most of them have been very, very good here. Jerd, wasn't great on this particular map, but everybody else, you've got like basically between like a 1-3 and a 1-5. Like they've put up some really, really solid numbers as a squad. Wuskin, shocking, will have a sniper in hand. I mean, this is a sniper matchup between 2 of the more prolific snipers in the league. And with that HDR buff, we'll see who can hit the shots. Right over to the other sniper for Røkkr. It's GodRx.
Yeah, 30 seconds already off the clock. A very slow offense from London. You can see Silly just getting so much information and more. He's going to find 2. He's going to find 3. Silly just gets into a great position. Wuskin, he's going to slow him down, take him out of the round, but it's a 2 versus 4. There is 40 seconds left. This one should be done.
Yeah, a nice shot from Wuskin, but you would have loved to be able to do that before he killed your entire team. Silly makes the play mid-map. Now, what do you do if you're Shawnee and Wuskin? No bomb in hand, no time to work with, massive disadvantage in the numbers department. Can Wuskin hit a shot? It's going to be Asim that finds him with the M4 at outskirts, so he will drop. Shawnee by himself. GodRx, long-range shots with the pistol, and his teammate will clean it up. So far, so good for Røkkr.
Yeah, and I think you just show no presence towards the other site in London. So I believe Assault, he's towards that side. He sees nothing. So I think Silly's like, well, I don't see anything mid-map. I'm gonna just try to get some information for us. Statue's still a very good position. So even if I get caught, I should be okay. I can at least lay down. You guys can rotate on over. But yeah, he ends up finding 3 kills instead. So because there was no presence towards the A site, they just try to figure out where London is.
Great stuff from Silly, and we'll start off with his POV. Rough map 1, but a great round 1. And they're aggressive right up mid-map, trying to get into that B house. The stun will slow it down. Simtex is flying in as well. Might give a little extra time for the rotation, but now they're going to flood in through the bottom door. Shawnee is ready and waiting. The trade needs to happen. It barely did, but Asim able to take him out. Zero now still here, so the B house push will be stopped for a moment. As Asim just kind of had to get out of harm's way. There's just so much help here, and now Scraps gets into the top window power position.
Yeah, because those stuns and Semtexes at the early of that push just really slowed things down for Minnesota. They had to stop, right? Asim was just so weak. The smoke dissipated, and because they went for such a fast execute at B, the rotations from London came in so quick, and Yeah, just great utility usage out of London to slow down the Minnesota push.
Yeah, it went from looking real good, like, wow, they're going to have great position in the B house in a second here, to, okay, everything stopped.
Everybody stops, right? Yep. And it's just those few seconds, those 3 to 5 seconds, that's where those rotations come in.
Yeah. Oh, and you also just get the information they're there by hitting that stun. So beautiful stuff there from Royal Ravens. That'll even us up at 1-1. Now it's going to look like an A hit. We might get that GodRx versus Wuskin sniper battle. Doesn't look like it, as no one's really at A. They're going heavy through mid. They might be flanking through that mid cut. Shawnee should be getting a lot of information here. Well, and he's getting a lot of bullets as well.
Yeah, he's spotted 2, but only 2 right now. But I imagine they don't see much at A. Silly's going to use Dead Silence, maybe find this kill on Shawnee. He's so close, just right on the other side of the wall. Dead Silence is going to run out soon. He checks down low. Shawnee now trying to play his life. Silly ended up finding him. Silly doesn't want to overcommit, go into a trap, and give London the man advantage. But, okay, every single time I think they're going to fight, they just go the opposite way.
Yeah, we're going to see how much damage Shawnee can take this round while staying alive. But he's still in it. As Ravens now work up for this plant, but all those people that hit up through mid-map have now wrapped back to a more default setup at A. Bomb going to get planted. Plant gets finished. Scraps. Little combo wombo with the first bloods. Able to take down 2. How much more damage can Scraps do in this round? Røkkr now in trouble. But Asim comes in. There's 1 kill there. The trade maybe for Silly. He's able to do it. You still have 2 players left in this 2v3. GodRx now has to get involved in the action. 0 wins the big one. And that'll do it.
They just play it patiently, right? I mean, they just play that back house. They know they have a trophy down. A smoke's not going to hurt them. They play their numbers. As Scrap's going to find a third of his round, but they just back on up, similar to what we see very early on in this game. But yeah, it could have been a little scary for London because they took their time. I think they were waiting for trophies and Dead Silence to come up before they hit that plant down. But yeah, Minnesota with that 4 or 5 man push up middle, if London commit quickly to that, it could have been very difficult to retake it, but still London able to execute.
Scrap's a monster so far. 5-1. You've got 4 people here for Ravens on defense. They have got the numbers. This is not going to be an easy push for Røkkr. 5th player might be rotating over as well.
Do they recognize it? Like, do they want to rotate off of this? It looks like they're going to continue to go. There's 3 in this trench. Scraps is going to have a surprise if he wants to peek this.
Scraps loves
surprises.
His
brother he doesn't even have his brother watching over him right now. All right, so there goes the jump up top. Scraps, well, he's going to lose that first gunfight. Any nades maybe to help them out, but it feels like a lot of the nades went off early in this round. Dylan is there for the trade.
I don't know if Scraps even lost a gunfight. He probably got a call out. There was 1 there. He peeked the corner and saw 3 and probably just shot it just about everything. But GodRx does get the pick out of the window. The defensive stack for the Ravens not strong enough as of yet. But they still have to get this bomb planted. Alex just barely stayed alive. Dylan trying to fly forward. He's able to do it.
Maniac.
But Dylan now in a 1v1 versus GodRx. GodRx has got the bomb. He found it in 4 as well.
Bullets. Only 9. He's pushing him.
He's going for it, and Dylan's gonna hit the shots. The Maniac gets it done, and what a clutch it is. What a crucial round. I think his hip fire hits too. Yeah, hip fire hit. Oh, okay, all hip fire hits. As he takes GodRx down, and yeah, I think GodRx found himself in it's a tough spot with that much time left. Like, you want to plant it, you get them 4, there's only 9 bullets in, you're thinking you need to reload in case he pushes, and I think he just got caught between a tough spot, and
but even like that kill on Alex, right? Alex is playing it patiently, just proning behind the rock. And what does Dylan do? Dylan just is like, all right, I'm gonna just jump up here, challenge you with a pistol. I really don't care. Like, I don't care if you have help. I'm gonna make sure you go down.
It works out.
Reminds me of like that Tasmanian devil, dude.
He really does.
Yeah.
Dude, we were watching his POV yesterday in the Dom or whatever. I was just like, oh, it just makes my hands hurt. Like, he's crazy. His gameplay is nuts, but clutches up in that moment. Now Røkkr. Boy, could they use around. Here's the snipe battle we want to see. Got our X holding. There's the peak. Wuskin can't get the shot off. And a haircut from GodRx. Assault able to push up to this great position at the mound, and Dylan will get shut down. The Ravens offense done before it starts. They are in a very bad spot. No time, no position. How the hell do they figure this out?
Well, so they're just going to try to get right down the middle of the map, but it seems ready for it. Silly's ready for it. Silly gets taken down, but they give the call outs. They try to rotate. GodRx has the cross. Well, that's the round with bomb down.
There is nothing Zero can do except try to world star someone, and he went for it, but can't get the shot off. It's a hard map on offense. It's like part of me feels like, all right, do 90-second rounds for every other map. We need 2 minutes here. it's so tough. Yeah, this one's hard.
Problem is with 2 minutes, it's just a lot of just prone and waiting for dead silence.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. The Røkkr get the round win, bring it a little bit closer. 6-3 start from Asim. 6-3 start from Scraps. Endgame leaders for both their teams right now from a stats perspective. Nice shot from GodRx. At the same moment, Wusky gets a headshot with his snipe. Asim aggressive up mid-map. Can he get the second kill? Finesse dancing with each other. The help comes in from Silly over the top, and Asim is able to stay alive. 3 versus 2 now, 60 on the clock. The A site opened up outside of Wuskin playing deep. Wuskin just gets spotted. That's going to be a stun. Hold that. That's a Simtex. That's a little short.
Trying to buy time for Zero.
Must have thrown that left-handed.
Yeah, Zero does get spotted. Bomb down 2 versus 3. And you're just hoping for a Wuskin pick here, because it's going to be tough for Zero to do anything without a trade coming through. So what can Wuskin find? Assault's just going to peek it, say hello. Well, he is out of there.
Hola.
Oh, that timing. The smoke doesn't help him.
And this
that's what I was saying.
It's where it's tough to have a sniper, yeah. Like, it's so difficult to be aggressive with your team. I don't know if that was just a weird timing or just didn't hit the shoot. But I thought he was at least going to get the kill and make it a 1v1, but just doesn't pull the trigger. And Assault gets the kill. Yeah, you can see how difficult that is from Wuskin's POV. Like, you just have to rely on somebody kind of giving you a chance at the snipe. Hit a shot. So what? It was 2 in a row for Ravens, now 2 in a row for Røkkr to bring us even. For a reminder, Ravens have won their last 3 searches on this map.
A lot of mid pressure again from Minnesota. This is like the New York setup they have right now, right, where accuracy just locks down the middle of the stairs, but Scraps just flies. He pops dead silence. He gets in a hotel. Now he's in such a powerful position because they're gonna have to deal with him before even getting to the bomb.
I think it was just a read from Røkkr. They stacked B, right? Unfortunately, the hit comes at A, and it comes with dead silence from Scraps.
Well, that's a great read from Scraps because he just takes the one-on-one and then hopes there's nobody else there, and there isn't. I mean, look how much time he has wasted. They are still trying to hunt him down. Already 20 seconds off the bomb. Finally, you're going to see your first gunfight onto him.
Peekaboo! Oh, okay! He hits the shots with the pistol. 3 versus 3, but so little time to go. Can Røkkr somehow pull this off? Wuskin still deep in the snipe. It's going to be a hit marker. It's going to be a hit marker. He needs his teammates to look over, but Shawnee hits the nade. That gets him off the bomb. That wins the round. I thought for a moment maybe something crazy would happen, but Shawnee...
Well, I think Shawnee hit that from middle of the map, too. So that was like a nade spot. That's
really?
Old school right there. Yeah, that's old school. He was ready for it. But yeah, London, I mean, a lot of the times, what do we see on that bomb site? Like players playing the bomb, right? You play the trench, and what happens? Typically, like there's a retake. London playing very safe with their setup there, you know, in their post-plant positions.
What's crazy to think about, too, is that nade probably isn't a kill without the hit marker, right? So the hit marker actually really helps. Who knows how that goes down if he just takes damage from the nade, stays alive. Maybe they pull it out. Asim, though, now 11-3. He's having himself a map. But they're down in this game, too.
Yeah, I think there's some sub players like Mac and Simp who we're seeing that are probably they're just happy Pristini to run this M4. I think Asim might be one of them as well.
Yeah. Alex just right on the other side of that tank. There's the peak, but able to back down. Both players just get a little bit of damage and some information for their squad. Looks like they want to wrap this towards A unless they cut mid-map.
Only one player here. And the team's just going to go for it. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Dylan, though, the fact that he gets another one, that is huge. I thought they were just going to play back like we've seen London to do, because now Asim, for the most part, is probably stuck on that bomb. Nade's going to be flying in. Assault, though, he's able to get one middle of the map. And Silly there to help out his teammate.
Alex now through on the mid-map flank. Zero and Waskin.
Waskin got
Alex
two.
and Assault. Time dwindling, though. And you're in this 2v2 again, where you're trying to retake with a sniper. Oh, well, the pistol that time hits.
Zero
Somebody's got to get on it.
Zero's got to hop
Somebody's got to go.
Assault's got to go.
Assault,
I don't know if he's got time.
Fly! Fly! You got to run!
It's done.
You got to run!
Yep.
Not going to get there in time, and Ravens get their 5th round. Assault needed a jetpack there.
He could have just went through middle. That was his only shot.
Yeah.
His only shot was going through middle. He had to win the first gunfight.
Waskin with the snipes and the pistol kill really clutches that round up. Well, gets 3 in the round. Waskin to 6-6 now behind that huge round for his squad. But was that the dagger and out of Røkkr?
Oh, you hear the smokes pop. This should be a fast B hit. Nades come in. Dylan trying to play his life. That was a lot. I think that was all the nades from Minnesota. I think we just saw 4 or 5 go off. And, well, Godorex is going to hit one through the smoke. But there was a first blood for Shawnee on a Silly.
Dylan lives in that smoke. You just always have to take the shot.
Or throw 4 or 5 nades, which we saw.
Røkkr need to rip off 3 straight. Can they hold him here on defense? Seem just trying to spot the mid-map push. Doesn't see anything when he hops up top. Zero just patiently waiting with bomb out front, allowing his teammates to work up mid-map and Waskin to work up outskirts.
You can see just how slow, because they've done this slow. Asim and Assault are worried about A through middle, but here comes the push now. Waskin with dead silence. He's going to watch his teammate and take down Godorex. Zero was on the bomb. Shawnee was behind him, but here comes Alex. Probably the last chance for Minnesota.
Now it's all on
shot in the
Assault.
back.
And Scraps is able to get the kill. And yeah, no, Scraps got in a huge position because, like you said, they were worried about that A push. So it allowed Scraps, I think, got a mid-map and just watched that cross back. He got a free one onto, I don't remember who it was, but he got a free kill in the right back, similar to what you're seeing here onto Assault. And that's now 4 wins in a row for Royal Ravens on our club Search and Destroy. They are certainly clicking there. They're clicking in this best of 5. They're up 2-0, and the woes for Minnesota Røkkr are still alive and well.
Whew, yeah. I mean, and they've had 2 solid map picks, right? Like Azir was their choice, and then even here on our club, they were 3-1 overall. But London, just win so many rounds in a row.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable, but we're going to take a look at our U.S. Army tactical play. It's just going to be the end of our last round, the conclusion for it, as they're able to clutch up and Ravens get it done inside of that B house. For the most part, they were in command of this game. I know there were some clutch moments. Waskin had the round with a couple of snipes and the pistol kill to close it out. That was probably the dagger, if anything, but they just feel like they're in control all the time. Very, very comfortable here.
Yeah, just watch. Well, we can't really see the minimap right now because it's our U.S. Army tactical play. But yeah, you had 2 players still worried about the A site. Waskin uses dead silence. if Alex can make an individual play here, there's a shot that they're able to retake this, but it's just so difficult to do. Weskin works all the way through the flank, and there is scraps on the cleanup. So just a nice job by the Leonard Royal Ravens.
I think it was a seam that he was able to get the kill on that was trying to wrap back, but it's a great performance from Ravens yet again. They're going to go up 2-0, one map away from continuing their trek to try and get into a semifinal. I don't know what Røkkr have left in the tank, but something's got to come up. Maybe God or X can bring it back, maybe make a run with them. And as we head to break, before we get ready for map 3, we're going to take a look at Scuff behind the controller with God or X.
I don't think people realize how much it takes and how many like down moments you have in gaming to get where you are now if you're a top player. My name is Adam Brown. I go by GodRX and I play for Minnesota Røkkr.
GodRX able to pick up 26 kills, trying to get a couple more. Made it look easy.
GodRX is going hunting.
GodRX, bang, bang, bang.
I feel like I've always been that underrated player who always does everything, but like no one really notices that much. But I think nowadays, I feel like people are starting to actually like see that I have the potential to be like an MVP for the season or like be one of the best players.
GodRX just slaying out this game. 27 kills to his name.
Some players who don't get the same shine as other players, they might take it as like, oh, I'm just like terrible. Like I'm just like stop playing, just like I'm just done with it. But if you take it the right way like I did, you see that and it motivates you to be even better than those players are. And I feel like that's what made me into like one of the best players in Modern Warfare.
The instant challenge, and you know that he wins those.
You see that and you just want to grind and just prove to everyone that you should be amongst the best and why your name should be in everyone's conversations.
GodRX just shuts him down.
When everything's all said and done, I want my legacy to be just that one player who never gave up. The one player who always saw through the hard times and always remained confident. I've been pretty consistent, but I feel like I would solidify that if we win an event. And if obviously we win the big one at the end of the season, then that would be pretty ideal.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless.
Silly! You're number one.
Absolutely
number
love
one
that.
spot. Oh my god, you might have just won the Barracks hipfire, like for the whole season right there.
All right.
What's going on, everybody? TP here, bringing you the next episode of the Barracks, brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile, the #1 brand in prepaid. On this episode, we're going one-on-one with Silly from the Minnesota Røkkr, one of the longest-running players in the game, 2018 world champion, and an absolutely fantastic Call of Duty player.
Silly smokes some stuffs him in the oven, puts him in a body bag, and fries him, Silly.
In this episode, we see Silly absolutely dominate the hip fire and incoming segments and have a great conversation about Alex's injury and how that's impacted their team so far.
I feel like with our team, we just all kind of like meshed really well. We just instantly kind of like clicked.
Stay tuned for the next episode of The Barracks.
That's CDL Barracks presented by Metro by T-Mobile. Silly going to be sitting down with Teep. It'll be interesting to see what he has to talk about with the situation with Røkkr. I think he discusses his MVP pick so far this year as well. I don't know, Joe, if you've checked out a couple of those, but they've been solid. It's great to hear. It reminds me of, I mean, Hot Mic was obviously a different beast back in the day where I'd have like 4 players come on, but this is like kind of a more intimate one-on-one with players. It's cool. Check it out if you haven't.
Yeah, it's always good to just sort of hear players' thoughts, right? Just go a little bit more in depth with them. And that TP guy, man, he is just fantastic.
Woo! The king of Twitch. What a dream he is. I pray to him every morning when I wake up. But now the focus to the game 3 in this series. And this is the opening, I think, for Minnesota Røkkr. Ravens have not been good at Dom, right? They have not been good at Dom. I think when you're talking Gunrunner Dom, they've lost their last 3. The main thing, though, is I believe the losses were to Empire twice and Huntsman. So that is what it is. Like, those are very, very good teams. But you saw the record when we looked at the quick scope, right? Like, what were they, like 50% in domination? Røkkr have to take advantage of this.
Yeah, a good spot for Røkkr, and you know, it's just sort of get that momentum going, right? Get those guns hot. You're gonna go in Petro, Hardpoint afterwards, so you never know. That is one where if you have momentum, you can absolutely demolish that other team. But there you see it, London 2-6 on this map, 4-4 for Minnesota. But for London, you know, they only have 2. This is interesting, Clint. Listen up here.
Okay.
They only have 2 sweeps this season, 2 3-0s. Both of them are versus New York. And if they win this, gets through, they have a date with later on tonight.
New York.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see if they can get their 3rd 3-0 of the year. Gonna have to do it on a bad mode, a bad map for them. We'll see if maybe they've seen any improvements before this event, or maybe the meta helps them in some shape or form.
Well, they are flying A.
They're getting there as quickly as they can. Asim gets the angle. There's still 2 players there from Royal Ravens. The spawn still coming in safe for Røkkr. They should be able to deal with this, and this is great for Røkkr. You get B, you're able to secure and hold on to your home flag despite the insane push out of Royal Ravens. So now back to square one we go.
Yeah, no, we've seen that tonight. It's similar to like Hackney, right? Just going for the home flag that you want. You basically just try to push all the way through, but Minnesota, they were on top of it. You have one player just rotate back in the seam, just deals with the person on the flag. It's still a 3/4 cap, but you see the pressure that Minnesota is putting on the C flag and what London has to do. And I think that was Alex that just went huge at C to get that neutral, able to stay alive. He does get hunted down, but already a lead up to 12 points.
Royal Ravens looking for that 3rd 3-0 on the year and a chance at another semifinal. Joe, I don't know about you, but I would love to hear the comms between the players. Let's go to an Astro Gaming listen-in with London Royal Ravens.
You've lost me. Okay.
One left, you know, let's go.
I see nothing in her.
Boxes in green.
One's green.
I need a green.
Boxes in green, I'm round the back A, I'm back A.
Green.
I'm going back now. We're already just back A weak. He's coming outside, doggy up front door.
Don't worry half all aggressive.
I'm running back.
Green on me, green. One shot, you don't, Sean.
I'm running back.
Yeah, go B. Yeah, they're going at weird spawns. I spawned right.
You can't pin in until you go B.
Hit a P3.
Push me.
One shot.
Oh my god. Pipe's dead. One back in me. I'm pinching now, he's coming boxes.
Close to you, brother. In you behind you.
He's P3.
Oh, like, fuck's sake, man.
P3.
One was in you, by the way. One was in you.
Wait, want me to go for the flat?
Do you want to hit the shot?
Yeah, I need to wait.
Half 40 mid.
Wait, and make sure we have 2 boxes.
Two boxes. You dead? There's 2 boxes.
What are you doing, playing B?
Yeah, looks like 2 boxes.
Yo,
green street. It could go C there.
I need help.
Charlotte, man.
Locker, he's still in locker still.
Too close, too close.
Go on, help on B. Shelly's on B.
One was rock.
Playing on it.
Last guy.
Spawn crates. Oh, you know.
Yeah, nice. I'm hitting ball.
Slide out, straight away, though. I've seen enough. I'm gonna pick you back real quick.
I'm in P3, by the way.
See that? One still.
Right back into the commentary we go. 17-point advantage for Røkkr. B control for Ravens. About to get the flip onto A. Minute 45 left to go, and now in a position to maybe make a run.
Yeah, and during that listen, I think it was Shawnee who went all the way around, and that forced two Minnesota players to back all the way up, which opened up the B hit. From the B hit, the whole Minnesota team spawned C, even though they had the A flag. Nobody was near A, but that ends up switching A over to London.
Well, for Røkkr, at least you're able to get B back with a 15-point lead, and let's see if they can hold on to this for the tail end of it and remedy any of the absurdity they might have had to deal with. Still sitting pretty comfortable, but on to the point go London. Alex, I thought, had 2 freebies, but a stun comes in, and Wuskin able to take down 3. One, sadly, though, his teammate. Nobody has B for now, so there's 1 point coming in every 5 for either side. No distinct advantage until there's the finish. They get B, but there's 2 more players here for Røkkr. Røkkr should be able to get B and avoid that situation. His flags are changing hands as quickly as I can call them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've seen, like, you know, 1 or 2 maybe split spawn C when you have someone back A, but I've never seen the whole team. When I saw, I mean, London was confused towards the tail end of that list, and all 5 spawned C, so I think London very happy with this half, considering the fact that they were pretty much locked in for most of it. It's going to be about, you know, it's maybe down to 4 points at the half, but well, some wild stuff going on.
Well, yeah, they were down as much as 20, 30. Yeah, they were down pretty big. Yeah. So nice job to bring it back in the chaos of it all. 6-point advantage now to Røkkr. Play of the half goes to Silly. Nice double and maybe a third onto Wuskin at the end. This is actually Shawnee he's able to snap onto. So nice little play there from Silly. But Røkkr in control. Well, not much control as they're up 6. But a chance to get this to a map 4. But it's A-side start for Royal Ravens. What can they do with it? Because, I mean, it was all Røkkr early in the game from that side.
Well, Zero's just going to go for it. He's going to use that smoke, get into this position. In Minnesota right now, really what you need to do if you're going to go for B is you need vent control. You have his team in that area. Well, it looks like they're going to go right for A. Basically what we saw London try to do. It's actually be it's almost like a split push here. They're going to get the neutral at A as well. They're also on B. They're winning it on both fronts. This is great for Minnesota early.
Yeah, it's like Zero's playing so patient, I think, waiting for Røkkr to hop on it and then make a play at B, but eventually he just gets on it. That's right when the push finally comes in from Røkkr. They win the fight there. They win the fight at A, and Røkkr do a good job on both fronts. At least to get started. You still have Assault inside of their warehouse, just picking them off their home flag. On the other side, there could be a neutral at C. We'll hop straight over to Scraps. He was getting close, but the Simtex from Alex will cut that short. And now if you're Ravens, you're thinking, how do we get out of this? Because you would think from that side they might have a good start to the half, but it's just a thing of beauty from Røkkr from the poor side.
Yeah, this is actually great. With Wuskin's position, you can see that he's keeping one player over here towards the C flag. It's going to allow things like Zero to get on flank. I thought they had a chance to get B, but 3 kills in a row for Minnesota. Going to stop that push. Shawnee now just trying to make sure they don't get a lot of map control. Let's see able to find only 1. Going to slow down that push. Now their lead back up to 20.
Yeah, it looked good for a moment until they didn't get a single kill, Joe.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
It's true.
That is a problem.
That is true, yeah.
Well, they're moving on through bathrooms towards C yet again. Unfortunately for them, Alex has made that bathroom his own. Got her X in through on the flank. 4 kills in a row for Røkkr. Ravens can't get anything going. Like, there's literally been someone like attacking their home flag throughout the game, but now the flip is going to come through as the neutral comes in. Everybody's spawning out for Ravens, despite the fact there's 2 players there on C, but it's read perfectly by Asim. Asim gets both players toward the top side. Well, Asim, but they spawn there again, in case you were curious, and he should be ready for that as the rest of his team is up towards back A. So they'll turn around, recenter, and this is a nice stretch from Asim. That's going to be 4 kills in a row for him. He'll finally drop a 5 in a row for Assault as well. As Røkkr have just blown open the scoreline with a great start to this second half.
Yeah, they hit that 3 cap there for so long, up to 44 points now. It honestly just feels like at times that London almost, they don't exactly know where they want to go. You know what I mean? Like, it just feels like at times to see be a little bit lost. I mean, just thinking about the start of this first half, like how they want to react with a push towards A. They finally able to deal with it. Now, you know, Weston was alive towards C for so long, and obviously they go B. They don't get the kills. It's something as simple as that. But
this might be one of the big things that's holding Ravens back from being a top team. I mean, what's one of the things that stood out for your Mutineers, your FaZe? You know, Huntsman starting to improve, Empire. Like, most of them are, if they're not great in every mode, they're at least like good, right? And they just have a big, gigantic, glaring weakness in this map 3, and yeah, they look a little bit lost at times, or indecisive, as you said. This second half has been hideous from their POV.
It has. That 2 kills might be the nicest thing we've seen.
Yeah. I think you see why they've struggled in this mode so much. Is completely outclassed here in map 3, and well, it's kind of what we thought maybe going into this. That's what's going to extend the series for us, but we do go to, it should be what, Ravens Hardpoint next. So maybe that's where they can wrap this game up. But what was a 6-point game at the half turns into a blowout.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just even from the start of the second half, like I don't know. They just didn't really know how to respond. They could never get that A-B hold that they wanted to. You know, when Minnesota does have CB, what we see a lot of the times is maybe 1 or 2 guys going towards C if you have A, and then maybe doing a bit of a split push. Well, and it just felt like that could never happen. They could never get the clutch kills at B to give them the A-B hold.
No, there was one point where I'm pretty sure they were in gunfights on B, trying to fight off their home flag, and then also trying to neutral C. Like, it's just, I don't know if it's trying to do too much or just not trying to do it together, but it was a tough half to watch, certainly, if you're a Royal Ravens fan. But the good thing, as negative as they were being about their Dom gameplay, they're going to be up 2-1 in the series, so there's a very good chance to close this out in map 4. You just hope to maybe see some progress. If these guys are going to win a tournament, these guys are going to make a run at champs, the Dom's got to get better. 179 to 124, the final scoreline. Røkkr close it out with an excellent map there and keep their dreams alive of rebounding from a very, very painful stretch in the CDL.
Yeah, and this is what we saw from them yesterday, right? Able to win the Domination versus New York. Now, what can they take going into map 4? We're headed to Petrograd. Both teams are 2-2 on this map, so not a ton of reps, not a map both teams love to play, but right around 50%.
And how big of a deal is it? Because it's not going to happen that much as we get deeper into the year. Like, how big of a deal is it now that it's July and like this is their first matchup? Like, does it matter at this point, or is it still kind of a big thing?
I mean, I would imagine like these two teams, because they're both, I think, top 8. They probably play each other very often, especially in practice. I don't think it's like a huge deal, but maybe if you want to talk search and destroy, it can absolutely help you, right? Learn people's tendencies, but yeah, I think respawn-wise, not a huge deal. Okay,
I was just curious because they scrim all the time, but it's just we're running out of times we're going to say that. We're like, these guys haven't played head-to-head, but
I was trying to find recent games. I was like, oh, all right, first time. Here we go.
You just don't expect it much anymore. Like if you feel like there's going to be some version of it. Yeah, when we got all our stats from Tyler, he said it all over with the picks and bans and what maps are going to play. I'm like, oh, there's no head-to-head stuff in here, and that's why, because the first time they have matched up. But I do want to talk Challengers briefly before we get into the map 4. I do want to talk about the postseason coming up for Challengers. I know we've talked a lot about CDL champs, but this is how the postseason format is going to work for Challengers. New Challengers postseason format will include a last chance qualifiers event and a finals event. LCQs, I know for us, have been some of the craziest events of all time in the history of COD esports. All competitions will take place online in 3 regions, NA, EU, and APAC. We've been, in that situation before. But the big one, combined prize pool of $500,000, $500,000 up for grabs for the amateur players. Now the LCQ details, it's Saturday, August 1st and Sunday, August 2nd. Open, sign up online to qualify. NA qualifier, top 24 Challenger Point teams go straight to finals event. 8 teams qualify via the LCQ. The same can be said for the EU qualifier, and for APAC, it's going to be 12 Challengers teams going straight to it and 4 going to qualify from it. So a lot of information there. Maybe screenshot that if you're an aspiring amateur player that's been competing through it. But the final bit of this we'll talk about is going to be the finals aspect. Dates, TBD, to be announced very soon. Rosters that auto-qualify for finals are based on rosters from the last Challenger event. That's going to be the Toronto Home Series event. The top 32 NA teams will play in a double elimination bracket for $250,000. The top 32 EU teams will play in a double elimination bracket for $200,000. And the top 16 APAC teams will play in a double elimination bracket for $50,000. So that's how the $500,000 will break down. Whew, Joe, we have not seen that much cash on the line for Challengers players in, ever.
Yeah, no, a lot of money on the line, but I love the LCQ bid, and obviously it's not an LCQ to play the pro teams, but a lot of the times through the end of the year, there's a good amount of players that they just haven't found the right team, right? They don't have the right organization to play under, whatever it may be, and it feels like the LCQ sometimes, like that happens. They find the right roster where their abilities are there to shine. So should be some fun events. I mean, just a 32-team, double M, straight-up tournament. Challengers Finals is going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be a wild month when all of this goes down, and then hopefully we'll have the dates out to you soon. But Røkkr, they get the Dom win in convincing fashion. Now can they take the Hardpoint to get us to another map 5 today? You said what, both teams 2-2 here?
Yeah, both teams 2-2.
Well, to the first point we go. First guy in is going to be Silly as he'll set up in the boxes and look for any kind of angles he can. As Ravens start to build the pressure in through apartments. Alex with a drop shot, not going to be able to connect. Got our X though watching the flank. 2 players spawning out now for Røkkr as the collapse comes in for Ravens.
Yeah, while the fight's going down on the hill, 2 London players try to go on a pinch right now to try to rotate towards Cafe. Our second hill will be on the right side of your map. You're gonna have Assault and Silly watching this rotation. Alex is gonna get a ton of information around restaurant middle of the map. He knows where the pressure is, but this is a lot of time for Minnesota early on. But with those 3 kills, I think spawns are gonna flip, and they do. So London, they're gonna give up 55 points, but it is to try and set up for this second hill.
What a hold it is early from Røkkr. So many points on the board. Now, can they get the early break in the second? Let's listen to the comms as they go for it. Let's get to an Astro Gaming listen-in with Røkkr.
I got top belt. Fake, you know I was there, bro. Top blue. Could be pulling you.
Wait, we got him.
I got him.
Someone kill me. That's two dead. Yellow car, naded it. One deep water. Yellow car, 2 dead. The water, outside.
Sitting on the back.
I'm dead.
Yeah, I got him. Go. I'm still weak. Nice, good job. Come back.
Please, I know ammo.
Eat him.
Nice,
Eat him. Absolute. Gotcha. One drop there. I saw one deep cell spot.
I'm going top balcony right now. Water drum.
It could be front bar. They could be front bar. I got one. Good shit, let's go.
Don't do it. Got him.
Nice, big one.
I can't stay down. Ambi now. He's holding
him.
Ambi dead. Deep back trains. Back trains western.
Top kitchen zero. Top kitchen zero.
I'm still they saw me cross.
Okay, you have a 1v1 Adam, that's it.
He's weak, Western Hill. He's outside. He's bomb kitchen train.
Got him.
Nice. He made my man. Nice.
Hey, bro.
Go for Sean after that. Sean.
Top hazard. I heard him break the door.
I'm going water.
Sean on the wall, Sean. I'm pretty sure this guy's top hazard.
One's after. Last two was after. They came back track.
I'm holding back.
Double door.
Go all the time.
Anything.
We flip? Oh my god, I got flashed.
Yeah, we did.
Grab the time when you can.
Well, give me a second. Don't leave yet. One guy, I don't even know where I died.
That's the court, isn't he?
I spawned mid.
Røkkr dominant right now. What'd you love about that listening, Joe?
I love the passion from Asim, man. He has been having such a series, even in game 2 when they lost. I mean, 13-3 right now, but he had double digits in the search and destroy. Had a great game 3, keeping it up here in game 4. And one of the highlights for us in game number 1 was the fact that London, so many breaks for them. And, well, Minnesota's doing it right there. They were able to break the setup on second hill. They're able to break through Hazmat. That is where the 50-point lead comes in right now. We'll see if they can do it again.
The part about that stuck with me, I don't know why. I know you have to tighten up callouts. They have to be quick and precise. And it's calling ambulance ambi for some reason. I thought that was so ambi. I was like, what is that? They're like, oh, the ambulance. If you're ever in a medical emergency, maybe don't refer to it as that. But Røkkr trying to hold on to the lead as Ravens are now inside pool hall and trying to get this big chunk of time to bring it close to a tie game. Zero now set up in this power position inside a restaurant, looking to finesse the bar. Maybe not as powerful now with the change of the MP5, but you can still do a ton of damage from this position. As you hop out to the third person cam, you see the flood start to come in from Røkkr. Easy pick out the gate for Zero. More starting to work their way in. Can Zero fight from this position throughout the course of this hardpoint?
Yeah, and ever since we left the listening, I mean, it was a great hold at pool hall, which we know is probably like the money hill when you talk about hills. That and Hazmat on this map, but ever since then, I mean, you thought Minnesota would have their early rotation here inside a restaurant, but it was Zero, and now they are chaining these two hills together, and now London has the lead.
Yeah, literally, like, it's like a light switch. Like, the second we came out of listen, it's been all Ravens. Got our X, that's the entire squad at the bar. Yes, no, you're dead. You jump shell that, like, good luck, bud. It's hard enough to deal with one player there, much less 3/5 of the Royal Ravens lineup. Asim's gonna go right through the smoke. Oh, the hipfire works there. Dylan just gets cut down. 2 for Asim. Good position now for Røkkr when we get into our second set of rotations. As Silly was working to try and get to top blue and get those cutoffs, but he's gonna get caught.
And here at shipping area, this was such a good hold for Minnesota. This is where they got 55 of their points right off the start of the game. Take a look at the scoreboard. Scraps continues with this M4. He's been loving it. 15-12. On the other side, Asim still having a great one. Silly, he's going to find 3 kills in a row. But London, you can see right now, I think it's Asim who's going on a pinch. He's trying to make the play inside of pool hall. He does get taken down. And London are sort of doing it again. They're giving up a ton of time. They're just trying to make sure when we rotate over towards Cafe, they have control. But Minnesota did a good job breaking.
It really did. 148, 148. Asim,
I don't think London has a second on this hill.
No, I don't think they do either, Joe. But they're still in the game, and that's all that matters. If they can make some big plays down the stretch like they did last time, maybe they can run away with this and close it out. Maybe Røkkr get us to a game 5 S&D. Asim not gonna be able to make the play. Over into Cafe. London still holding on for now, but there's just numbers that continue to flow forward from Røkkr. Can they clear them out of the hard point? There's the contest, at least for now. Alex gonna be able to get in, and there's the turn, there's the burn. Dylan, we'll see you later, pal.
And these 2 holes just haven't been good enough. If you were gonna give over 100 seconds, but you're not even contesting the hill. You're not even sending anyone. You're not even throwing grenades. Like, these holds have to be better. They are finally able to get back into it. They're going to get the final 25 seconds, but Minnesota, like, I will take that all day. Yeah. Give me 50 seconds, you know, that's it. Like,
Ravens are a pool hall and restaurant team, Joe.
Fine. That's cool.
Don't you say I don't like it. Well, that's why they're in the game. We'll see if they can get to that point and make the play, but to Hazmat we go next, and Røkkr will be set up. So not only did you interrupt a lot of that time for Royal Ravens, but now you've got fantastic position in next. Alex, that's not really realistic physics. He's just sitting on top of those hazmat trash bags.
It's fine.
Sneaky from Assault. Oh, almost a slide across to get another, but he'll take down 2. Røkkr can nearly close this out. You're going to basically need exactly what Ravens did last time, right? Like, if they get these 30 points, you're going to have to be perfect from pool to restaurant. The problem is look at number 2 on the minimap. Asim is all the way back there already. He's the first one to get set up.
They flipped due to Asim. Asim and Silly, they just left. They left it, and there we go. They actually flipped. That's a big gunfight. Shawnee trying to stay alive. And I like that. And now it is a race across the map towards Pool Hall. But you have early position for Minnesota. Got a Rex. He's going to find one. Assault with another. And yeah, I mean, that transition, if you're going to give up Hazmat, you got to be able to lock down Pool Hall like they did the first time, and that's just not happening.
And that's a rotation we've seen all year. I mean, I think back to like Envoy at the beginning of the title. You can rotate with like 30 seconds left on that and get in position for next.
35.
Yeah. Like, you can go so early, and it looks like it's going to pay off. Røkkr now just 10 points away from getting this to a map 5. Asim 24 and 14 having a map, a team effort really all the way around. Assault's got the edge. Assault's got 2. Wuskin peekaboo. There's the third as Assault locks it down. Røkkr take the map 4. Give us another. Wait, Joe. Is this 2 map 5 front run in a row?
Whoa!
What is this?
Well, remember this day, 7-11. This is a new holiday. We're gonna have to remember this one. We get 2 game 5s in one day.
Hasn't happened since Infinite Warfare. No, I'm kidding, but it feels like it has been ages. What a series this is turning out to be. Røkkr need to bounce back. They needed to muster up something, and they get it done. What an impressive win there. They win a coin flip for the first time in what seems ages, and now it all comes down to one search and destroy.
Well, it's just that second set of hills. I don't know. From London, it's just got to be better. Like, you give up all the time at shipping area. Your cafe holds have to be better. They weren't. Then you get to Hazmat, and it's like, all right, we're going to have to try to break Hazmat, and they do. But the problem is Asim sneaks through, flips for Pool Hall, and well, he basically closes out the game.
Yeah, no, I was looking at the map, and I'm like, uh-oh. I just saw Asim all the way down at Pool Hall already with so much time left. He makes the heads-up play. The route man gets paid, and Røkkr clutch up. But it all comes down to this game 5. And now this doesn't get them to a semi. They still have one more series to go, and it's got to go through Subliners. It's their home series event, so not out of the woods yet, but what a big game 5 this is for both teams. Both teams that need CDL points. Game 5 after this.
Assault, a clean 5-man wipe. Here comes Silly. Get him, Silly! His team gets the next 2. Alex can take it to him. Røkkr! They do it! The Røkkr are lighting it up! It's all Minnesota in the kill feed. Røkkr goes huge. Are you kidding? It's Røkkr with the win!
Want to play Search and Destroy like a pro? Here's some S&D recon from the U.S. Air Force. This time, we're scouting out Ramaza, the last map in the competitive S&D pool. On the ground, it's a maze of buildings and broken structures, perfect terrain for close quarter specialists. This maze sits under multiple rooftops that connect the main lanes of the map. Jumping on the rooftops is a great way to cut across the map quickly, or to secure power positions to pick off opponents from a distance. Bomb Site A sits on the bottom floor of the construction site. It's a tight, claustrophobic space, so expect any gunfights in here to be chaotic. Meanwhile, Bomb Site B is much more open. It's right in the middle of the plaza, surrounded by a ton of hiding spots, a scary site to take or retake without proper utility or team support. If you're on offense, put some early pressure on one of the bomb sites by taking a power position quickly. If you want to hit Bomb Site B, try pushing the ruins right away. This position gives you a ton of information on Bomb Site B. You can catch anyone in the house and anyone pushing from the lane or buildings on the right. If you're on defense, a smoke grenade is the best way to counter this position. Grab an SMG and smoke off the tunnel as you approach. This will buy your team the time to set up around Bomb Site B and even give you the chance to push for the kill. If you want to play a more passive defense, climb up the ladder on the construction site. This is a standard position to catch any attackers pushing the scaffolding. You can also jump down to keep an eye on the alley. But if you jump onto this spot, you can even get an angle across the rooftops and catch anyone pushing through the other side. If you're on offense and want to contest the high ground for yourself, check out this spot from CDL Pro, Pharaoh. As soon as he spawns, he runs right into this little room, hops up on the table, and peeks through this little window. Your vision's limited, but this is a super sneaky spot to catch any defenders pushing the scaffolding or pushing through mid-map. If you're on offense and want to do something extra cheesy, run through the ruins, into the alley, and jump on top of the barbed wire fence. This wide open position makes it a pure surprise play. But hey, if it worked at a pro match, it might just work for you too. There's your S&D recon for Ramaza. Good luck down there.
That was S&D Recon presented by U.S. Air Force. And guess what? We're headed right to Ramaza. But before we get there, let's take a look at the bracket. Ultra and Huntsman waiting in the semifinal. And we've got several more matches today to determine who their matchups are going to be. Are we going to see Huntsman versus FaZe? Who is Ultra going to match up against? I am very excited to see how this day ends up, Joe.
I am as well. And this game 5 is actually very interesting. So you have London, who is 0-1, and you have Minnesota, who is 0-2 overall. In Minnesota, this is actually their map pick. So I don't know if they've been prepping for it, right? Really putting some extra time into it or what. But maybe they know that London hasn't played this a good amount, only sitting at 0-1. But this might be the first time I've ever seen a game 5 with an 0-3 record across the board.
Yeah, no, that certainly is surprising, but I am going back to the coin flip thing. I mean, you get the pick of the map 5. You've been losing those all year long. Brian Sate, I know you were excited. Maybe this is your time. You got the pick map 5. Can you get the map victory now? Joe, who are you looking at to go big for either side in this map 5?
Game 5, I think for Minnesota, I want to see Asim keep it up. I mean, he's just been an absolute beast throughout this series. And then on the London Royal Ravens side, I'm going with Scraps.
All right, we'll see if either of those guys can go huge, go clutch. Game 5s are typically madness, and we've had a lot of we have 1v2 clutches, tons of 1v1s today. I want some exciting moments. The fist bumps are out. GodRx and company are ready to go. Map is loading up. Who will be king of Ramaza to stay alive in this tournament? And I know this is really important to both teams. I know it is, but I just feel like there's so much more pressure on Røkkr considering the slide they've been on. Can they get it done? Well, can they pull off the reverse?
I mean, honestly, I would actually say this would be a little bit worrying for London, though, too, to go out this way. Obviously, I mean, their last home series, they lose both to Dallas, which that's going to happen, right? But after a finals appearance to basically not make another semifinal, it's I don't know.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
Not the form you want.
So maybe not the best form for either team. But now the game 5 underway, and Asim Your man to watch is just hammering on through doors. He hammers right into Zero's MP5. Waskin hits the snipe as well, and one by one, players from Røkkr disappear, but now they find themselves in a 2 versus 3. Bomb in Godarex's hand, and now the game slows down for a moment. Everyone take a breath.
Yeah.
Oh, ooh.
I think Waskin, I think he tweeted out like hit marker king after that game too. But I'll tell you what, if a HDR shot to the face, that'll get you a kill.
Yes. It better. Otherwise, that is a significant problem. They want to wrap this back. Now this is all going to go to Shawnee. Shawnee's the man lying in wait. He's just sitting top bridge. He hears him coming. Surprise. I'm here. One player left. Free fires the edge, and Shawnee goes big from bridge. Royal Ravens take the round 1.
They have the man advantage, and Shawnee's just playing this for positioning. He has that silence pop. Allows him to find both of those kills. But yeah, he's just really the rotation man. Hey, they're over here. Plays a corner. He's hoping to hear both if they rotate on over. And well, he finds both of them.
Dylan, now with bomb in hand. What route do they opt to take? It's through bottom cafe for now. It's a seam waiting for this on the other side. First blood once again to Royal Ravens. A seam does get the kill on the push through, but Zero's pressure into that B apartment gets the kills. And it's just chaos in the opening 20 seconds of these last 2 rounds. Now a 2v2. Godarex and Silly up against Scraps and Zero. Bomb down towards the site. I think Silly may have spotted Scraps for just a moment. Godarex, though, with that dead silence pop, able to find the pick. Silly from the top window gets the other. 1-1.
And we weren't on his point of view, but I think Asim was the player on the bomb side, and he ends up finding 2 kills. So he's the one that makes this a 2 versus 2. So Silly and Godarex can rotate on over, and then it's just about playing those timings.
I thought Asim was playing from bottom cafe, wasn't he? Or maybe I called that wrong. I thought he was the one dealing with their push in through bottom cafe.
He might have been, but he found 2.
Yeah, no, I thought he killed the 2 pushing there, but I could be totally wrong. Sometimes the numbers on the minimap are small. Now, you're probably right, Joe. You 99% of the time when it comes down to me and you, you're right.
It's just honestly where I figured it happened, and with Godarex's position in bottom cafe, that's okay. Who knows? We don't know, but Asim went big. That's all that matters. Here we go, round 3.
Asim with another kill, his 3rd now of the game. All stacked up around carpets and bridge. Smoke makes that gunfight even harder, and there's an opening for Shawnee. He's been locking down this side on defense. Another key kill for him. 4v3 for Royal Ravens. Asim now looks to push bottom. Still has dead silence to use. Dylan playing from very, very deep. Watch that mid-cross.
These just beginning rounds have been so quick, where now we're in a sort of these 2v2s, these 3v3s once again. Well, Asim, no dead silence. Godarex, though, that is a big pick, and that is going to force Dylan to rotate over towards A to help his teammate. Going to open up this A site. You do have one more play in here in Waskin. Or sorry, Scraps. They're twins. I got, confused.
He gets the kill, but the bomb does get planted, but it's all to Asim. 1 versus 2. He's got dead silence to use. Dead silence pop now. About half of it left. Can he make the play? Time is dwindling. Spotted one on the right. They're both just kind of sliding in front of him, and it's so awkward for Asim. If the timing's a little bit better, they might line up for him and he gets a kill or 2 there, but just awkward as all hell and cannot get the kills. Ravens on the defuse.
Yeah, it's almost like it's tough because he uses dead silence and there's 18 seconds left. And I almost feel like it creeps in the back of his mind when he's about halfway through Deady that like, okay, I have to make a play. If I get 1 kill, it'll reset. I can run and I'm done, right? I win the round. But I honestly think he's in a situation where he doesn't have to move, right? He has upper B site control. He just has to get a kill. But I think the fact that he doesn't want to waste the dead silence, it sort of gets to him, forces him to move.
We've seen that before. I think you're probably right. Waskin with another first blood in this game. Opening 20 seconds have been chaotic. So far, only 1 down from either team. Basim patrolling bottom cafe. Assault. He's got top apartment locked down as Ravens are trying to build this push up towards B. Can Assault hit the shots? Gonna be a smoke out here shortly. Oh, it's actually a nade into top.
Great nade.
That backs Assault down, lets them get across. That's position onto the site.
Yeah, what's the movement elsewhere? You still have one player near that A site. Shawnee with some nice shots with that M4, but Gatterice is there for a very fast train. That's actually the bomb carrier, so he buys his teammates some time to rotate on over. Silly is going to join them, and you still have Assault up top. And I think Assault knows where Shawnee is. Able to re-snap onto him.
Yeah, he just got the kill right below him. He was just trying to find the angle. Easy for Wuskin at top cafe. 15 seconds to go. No bomb planted. 2 versus 2.
He's read this. But I think his teammate opened the door next to him. Can they get to the bomb? Can they get the bomb down? I don't even know if they get to it. They have to hunt Assault down. They know where he is. Assault, he's able to get away with his life, and he wins the round.
It is insane to think about that round for Assault. Like, he gets naded top, has to back down. He's in that position basically the entire time, and it comes down to him just hiding for his life. But he hides long enough. That was kind of crazy. 2-2 now. And Wuskin, I mean, he's been great. He has, what, 2 of the 4 first bloods. He's 6-1. But they can't take the round there in the final moments. It's a fast hit for Røkkr. Over towards A. Shawnee's been brilliant here, and Shawnee is brilliant yet again. The frag takes down 1. He picks another. I know he drops, but the damage has been done. You'll take that 2 for 1 any day of the week.
And I mean, he's just been switching up his angles so much, right? One time top construction, the other time, you know, second story. This time he's out by the staircase. And in Minnesota, they just can't get out. They can't get out towards A. You know, typically if you have someone peek there and someone goes across the bridge, there's a very fast trade which opens up the site. But yeah, Shawnee, he's just been doing so much work and playing his life.
Dead silence running out, so he's going to opt to just get the objective down. Wuskin's going to pounce. There's an easy kill for Wuskin. He keeps it flowing. Reads Silly. What a kill from Wuskin. 5 in a row. Røkkr all dead. Diffuse on through. And Wuskin, Shawnee, walking highlight machines in this round 5.
Yeah, we're just going to hang out now. Watch that dead silence meter pop. Zeros is going all the way down. And just going to watch them build for a little bit. It's 3 of them. They have it all. Dylan's and Zeros there starting to work their way up.
And we'll see what percentage they can get to. They get, what, 0 back to around 20% or so before that'll end. So that'll be great for them as they continue to roll. But what a early game play from Shawnee and late game from Wuskin. They've taken advantage once again in this map 5. Eight and 1 from Wuskin.
Trying to hit some early nades middle of the map. Not going to be able to connect. Well, A site's open. I mean, you have 2 players watching the cross. That's Gatterice and Silly. Silly not going to be able to do much with the MP5, so they are going to get through. Dylan has Deddy. Here comes the rotation. I think Alex is climbing the ladder, trying to go all the way top construction. He is there. Bomb being planted. A 5v5 retake.
We haven't had many of these, right? There's been so much damage early around. This will be a different look through this game. Silly now with the first blood. Dead silence pop. Can he make another play? It seems going to get caught from Wuskin as his tear on Ramaza continues. Him and Shawnee combined to give the edge to Royal Ravens. Shawnee again wins the gunfight.
He's just been so good.
Yeah, in this search, he has been fantastic. They're trying to hunt down Wuskin, but he's just back down. Shawnee, another kill for him. I gotta see what Shawnee and Wuskin are combined right now in this game, but man, it feels like they are just popping. Oh, he gets the final kill as well. Wuskin does.
Yeah, you got a nice one for a leap of faith there as he tries to jump off and get that player in the corner. Wuskin's just like, all right, well, I heard you, so I'm just gonna use high ground now.
We could take a peek at the stats. I just want to see what they've gotten up to now, because, man, they've been brilliant. Okay, they're 20 and 5. 20 and 5 is, for those of you at home, that's good. that is good.
It scraps as one death as well. So.
2-round advantage. 2 away from taking this map 5 and getting a date with the Subliners. Alex now through the smoke. Working up to that dead silence. It's very close, but they've got a 2-man push. Dylan, though, able to get a kill as they go through the cross. Dylan somehow turns and snaps onto another, but Alex at least able to finish him before the pistol kill comes in. You can't feel safe if you're Røkkr, though, because Shawnee and Wuskin are still alive. 3v2 now for him. Shawnee will be put down. 45 seconds to go. Bomb down by B. Both Ravens players have wrapped back towards those mid sandbags.
Yeah, it's almost like they were worried about a rotation back towards A. Assault working top platform, able to find one. Wuskin has Deddy popped. And I think he's worried about the A. This might actually work out. Is that player going to rotate it over? Okay, so this is just a very split setup here. You have Assault watching most of the middle of the map.
Well, I don't know if Assault realizes, but Wuskin seeing him a little bit on that cross just threw off Wuskin entirely. Like, he just thought they were going
to. Now he hears them. I mean, no dead silence. Assault's ready for it.
Nice play from Assault. They'll clutch up in that 2 versus 2 and stay in the fight here in map 5. We'll see it from Assault's POV now. Nice shots onto Wuskin, but yeah, you feel for Wuskin there because he sees that cross. He's thinking, oh, God, they're wrapping it. Unfortunately, that was not the case. And as soon as Bomb gets playing over at B, he's like, oh, well, shoot.
Especially when you have Deddy pop, too, right? It's just like, well, they're gonna hear me. This is going to make this much tougher.
Similar to what we saw in their last offensive round, a lot of utility out towards mid-map as they'll work up carpets. Who do you have there on defense? It's going to be GodRx and Silly. Going to stack around that A site. Just patience from GodRx as he's only holding one thing, and that is that doorway. Silly hears him, though. And GodRx might have the perfect angle to pick up somebody if they push lower, but now the fight going to be to Silly. Stuns up, backs up. But now the rotation comes in for Røkkr.
You have a team going all the way around, all the way back. Barbershop near the offensive spawn. Silly. Just waiting, but Shawnee plays it patiently. New players, we're going to get a little bit aggressive with this smoke. Now it is Silly's turn. Seem able to work one on the flank. Able to make this a 3 versus 3. They have to get a plant down. 25 seconds to play with. 5 seconds to plant, but it's Shawnee again. This has just been his home.
Yeah.
Inside of this A site.
It's like he's the construction worker working on this site, dude. He's built it all. Shawnee is just picking. Get the last kill. Hunt down a seam as well as Shawnee.
He's got Deddy. He's got Deddy.
Oh. Can't quite catch him. It's Shawnee again. It's Shawnee's home. He's constructed this whole damn building. He knows it to a T. He's got the blueprints. Get out of Shawnee's way. How many kills is that for Shawnee now? It's a lot.
I'm just picturing somebody photoshopping a construction hat on
Shawnee.
This mat.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going to need it. I need a construction hat on Shawnee.
Yep.
He's literally at 14 kills again construction. Unbelievable for him. 14 and 5. What a map 5. Alex right on through. I have no idea how he wins that first one. Gets the second as well. Alex, a magician. I guess his hand's okay.
Maybe with Merc 4 grip, I'm like, all right, but I mean, this destroyed Zero. Goodbye.
Oh, no! That was terrifying! No, I did not like that! Scrap probably jumped out of his seat! Røkkr with numbers, and Alex smokes another one. That's all on Shawnee. He's not in construction, so he's dead.
Yeah. They figured it out. Let's not go A. The guy with 14 kills is playing A. Let's go B.
Yep.
I think that's a good play call.
Yep. Adapting. to their surroundings.
The very good play call. Go the opposite way of the man dropping 14 kills. He's just Assault just laid down. He's just confused.
And Shawnee will
near
drop.
The A side.
Yeah,
you go down. That's what it is.
He gets extra powers there. He's a superhero.
I mean, maybe. Does it count if you only get powers in one place?
Yeah, I've been watching the Last Airbender and like the Water Tribe. They get powers like during a full moon.
Okay. All right. So is it like every construction site? Never mind. Let's focus on this.
Yeah. Ravens just need one more round. Silly spots a legion of Ravens players getting ready for the push. Shawnee's gonna drop. That's a big kill.
Nade split them up by Silly. Hey, forced Shawnee to go forward, put him out of position.
Four versus 4. Røkkr have got to take this to get to around 11. Luskin tagged up and will back up. Now, where do they want to work this bomb? There's only one person at the B site. That's Assault.
And I think they're waiting for Luskin to get dead silence. All right, so you have 3 players rotating with dead silence. They're going straight to B. What can Assault find? I like this positioning from him. They're not going to expect this. Scraps doesn't. How quick is there a trade? Pretty darn quick. They have the bomb now. Bomb going down.
It's all on this 3v3 retake. Alex, Godorex, and Silly have got to go massive for the squad or this series is over and Røkkr are out of a tournament yet again. Silly with dead silence trying to get there as quickly as possible. On the flank coming through, it's going to be Godorex. Luskin has the angle. Numbers to Ravens. It could be done. Can they close it out here? That did not work as you intended, but still going to fly out behind it. Dylan in the sneaky position, finds the first, hip fires the second. It's a Royal Ravens win in map 5. They take it 6-4 behind a godlike performance from Shawnee.
I'm actually trying to see Team B veto. So it's actually interesting. I was wondering like why we didn't go to, why we went to Ramaza in game 5, but it looks like London actually vetoed Piccadilly Search. So that's why we went here.
Well, they looked really bad on it versus Huntsman yesterday, right? So
yeah, because I was just wondering, I mean, we've seen Minnesota there multiple times. That's where we've seen London there. I thought that's why we would go there, but well, they get their first win on it.
The Ravens take it. Now they've got another date with Subliners. You said what? They've only had 2 3-0s this year, and they're both against Subliners, right? So they've had some matchups this year for sure. They've controlled that matchup, but Subliners have seemed to get better over the past month or so, especially with the addition of Mac and this meta. I don't know, looks pretty solid for them, but what a big matchup that's going to be. That'll be the closeout.
Well, remember, I mean, the first time they played was with Zero joining, right? London, when he was on New York and 3-0ing them. So I'm sure New York wants to get their revenge.
Well, that's right. It's a kind of a grudge match from both sides, right? But now let's take a look at the scuff play of the game. Of course, it's Shawnee. He's got the blueprint.
Just the construction manager,
the construction man, as he gets it done. If I go into my Twitter mentions and don't have one picture of him in a construction hat, I'm going to be pissed. But this is the scuff play of the game, and Shawnee just time and time again, he was so comfortable here. Always had the right read, the right angle, multi-kill after multi-kill, gunfight win after gunfight win, standing tall in every position. A beautiful display of search and destroy gameplay, at least when it was inside of construction.
Yeah, I mean, he basically shut down a site himself, but here's a look at our bracket. So we're going to have Atlanta FaZe taking on the Paris Legion to get out, and then the Subliners taking on the Royal Ravens to face off against the Toronto Ultra tomorrow.
Let's think about this. Last time we were close to having Huntsman FaZe, it was Huntsman, I believe, taking on Guerrillas, and it was like insane to think that Guerrillas would be able to beat Huntsman in that position because Huntsman were the favorite by a mile. Now it comes down to FaZe versus Legion.
Into the air. Just
and
stop.
FaZe, no, I already said that's 100% happening. It doesn't even guarantee. We're getting FaZe Huntsman finally in a semifinal.
Okay.
I probably won't even be casting it, too. I'm going to cry myself to sleep tonight, but we're finally going to see it. We're going to take a look at how the seeds would work for champs one more time. In case you missed it, we like to cover this throughout the day because we're getting closer and closer to the CDL championship. This is where they sit. FaZe and Huntsman now at the top.
Paris is back into it?
With that win, did they hop Optic? Really? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's gonna put some pressure on. That's gonna put some pressure on Optic, Ultra, Surge, Guerrillas to make a run. But yeah, you don't like seeing that if you're an Optic player or a fan, and you better hope this team change for Optic is gonna work out.
Yeah, you would hope so, but the pressure's on, right? I mean, just sort of, if you're an Optic fan, you are the biggest Atlanta FaZe fan in the world right now. You do not want them to earn 10 more points.
That's absolutely true. And yeah, it's tough to say right now with like recent form who to favor to come out of that top 4. If someone's going to, is it going to be Optic? It's going to be Ultra, going to be Guerrillas. I don't know who's going to be able to do it. Maybe Surge will make some miracle run, but we're getting ready to head to break. Coming out of it, it's going to be Rich with Wuskin. What a match it was. Wuskin, brilliant in Game 5. Shawnee, a mastermind inside of construction. We'll be right back.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com.
It's your instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. I got Wuskin, and let's just break down that series. The first thing I want to say is obviously congratulations, but also Shawnee went off. What are comms actually like when you guys started to get in that area when you saw Shawnee going off?
I don't know. Sean lives for a Game 5, you know. That's when Sean shows up most, is them Game 5s where you need him, so it's expected, you know. I've seen him do it plenty of times, so it's normal at this point for Sean.
My question really is that I heard the casters criticize a lot, and one of the reasons potentially even needed to go all the way to the Game 5 to actually close out that series is your domination. Do you feel like that is the weak spot for your team right now?
Definitely, but 1,000,000% that was our weak spot. We did practice it a lot, and obviously because that's what we do, and we got really good at Hackney Yard and Petrol. People knew how good we was on Petrol at one point, and then we got to the event and I don't know, everyone's just forgot how to play the game on Domination, so I just guess we got to keep winging it at this point.
Do you feel like that is what it's going to feel like, though? Like you're winging it, or do you have any plans right now to try to tweak things about the Domination as you move forward in this weekend?
Yeah, we're definitely trying. We're definitely trying like to fix what the issue is, but we seem to be struggling still, even after yesterday's loss on Domination, and before that, we've lost Domination quite a lot now, so we've been trying to fix it ever since, and I don't know, we keep finding a new mistake when we fix an old mistake, and it kills us. So I guess we just got to keep trying fixing it.
Just keep patching up those holes, but ultimately you do know the next squad that you're going to be playing against is going to be the New York Subliners. What are your thoughts on that particular matchup?
I mean, it's the same as always. You know, we're playing them again. We played them a few times this year. I know it's some cool guys on that team, so you know there's nothing bad there. It's going to be a good series, and I can't wait to play.
Do you think that Dom in particular, though, when you're going up against Subliners, is that scary at all? Or do you think that might be one of the matchups where you can actually realistically pull down a Dom?
I mean, I wouldn't say so, because even though we keep losing Dom, we're always loading into the domination, not like believing we can win it, or like we have a game plan and we feel like it will work, and then halfway through a game we'll like someone or one of us will make a wrong play, or we'll get unfortunate, and the game will just spiral out. That's what seems to happen. So I don't know. We're confident against anybody on domination as bad as we are at it, but we'll see.
Definitely an important thing. And wishing you all the luck when you do play up against New York. Congratulations on your win, folks. We got plenty more Call of Duty coming up. You already heard it from Wuskin. It's going to be Domination, where we might need to put our focus when we do get to watch them play again. But first, we got another series coming up right after this break.
Shots. This is for the...
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time. We've got another matchup here in the Call of Duty League. We've got ourselves a humdinger. Again, welcome back to the New York Subliners Game Fuel Home Series. We are working through the day slowly but surely. Coming up next, the Atlanta FaZe versus Paris Legion. But I tell you what, Paris Legion fans have been absolutely loving it. The drought is over. They defeat the Los Angeles Guerrillas. There's the first video. He slides on out from some very, very excited Paris fans, and as you can see, they saw the moment coming. The fans absolutely loving it.
Protocol, Miles. 6 feet away.
Absolutely loving it. Obviously, Paris is not adhering to social distancing rules, but hey, look. You can't hide that kind of passion. This is for the man.
Oh, bro, risking COVID for the team. You gotta love the passion coming out from the fans.
It's gonna roll.
I'll be honest. I didn't know they had that many fans. I'm just being real.
So as we talked about before, you know, the world has changed since we last looked at this graphic. In case you missed it, this is what happened prior to the Paris Legion loss. Again, they had not won a single series in the last 9 matches. That's since April 10th. Florida doubled their points. The PS5 was revealed. Spring changed to summer. We saw an entire season change. 32 million babies were born, and the US national debt increased by $3 trillion. And if that wasn't enough for you, Maven managed to get through 380 cans of game fuels. Now, we believe that is a 4.2 can per day average, which is quite incredible. Now, since Paris Legion have managed to pick up that win, the world as we know it has changed. Florida has still got 200 CDL points. The PS5 is still on its way. It is still summer. There have not been any new babies in the last hour, as long as we're aware. The US national debt has not increased, but my God, Maven has managed to get through 2 game fuels since Paris Legion picked up that win. Now, if that isn't hot news, I really don't know what is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's been quite the day here in the Call of Duty League. My name is Miles Ross. Joining me in the middle there is Chance, and the fellow in the end is Nameless. And wow, what a good day it's been! We've got another series up before you here. It's the penultimate series of the day. It's going to be a big one. Atlanta FaZe, they lost to the Toronto Ultra. It was an absolute banger. And then, of course, Paris Legion managed to get their first win in 9 series long up against, God, who was it? It was the LA Guerrillas. I can't even remember what a segment that was. But now they've got a real tough task. This is a knockout game, Chance. What are your high-level thoughts?
High-level thoughts is like, okay, I mean, the obvious expectation is FaZe versus Paris. FaZe is just going to blow them out of the water. But, like, it's one of those things that's the expectation. I go through and look at the map set, though, and I will say this is a spicy series. Like, I counted Paris out for the LA Guerrillas series. Then they ended up 3-0ing them. I'm not counting anyone out at this point.
Paris is going to lose the series.
Cool. Whoa, okay.
Whoa, okay. Hold on. We were talking about stats before, you know, going into the segment, and what was it? Their FaZe is 4-1 on Gunrunner Domination, and their one loss was to Paris, correct, Chance?
To Paris?
So yeah, like, all right, if you go strictly by looking at those stats throughout the season, like, there is a decent chance for Paris by the stats, but there's just no way Paris is going to come in here and beat FaZe with how they've been performing over the last couple of months. But, you know, jumping into the keys for FaZe, regain form and search and destroy. We saw them lose 2 searches in their last series, and that's not typical of FaZe. Seems like they lost their way a little bit, so try to get back to their roots and then take better advantage in respawns off of their kills, right? They were plus 55 in respawn, plus 45 in the series, but plus 55 in respawn in that series, and they still they had the lead on that game 4, and they came back on. So it's something that, you know, they have to take better advantage of.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that obviously the kills are really working out for Atlanta right now. But let's have a quick look at the game field keys to victory for Paris Legion. Nameless, like, you don't know if they can do it, but what do they got to do in case it can happen?
I don't think they're going to do it. But, I mean, the one big difference that we saw in the series was Kismet was a huge difference maker. I mean, he had a 1.09 in the series where they won and then a 0.7 in the series where they lost. So, I mean, obviously it's a bit difficult to run the MP5 in today's meta, but, you know, there's any shining light. He did it well in that last series. If he can do it again, he can be the difference maker.
I suppose the saving grace here is that, you know, Paris Legion have got some very, very strong ARs. You know, Den's been a great AR for a long time. He's been a real standout player for his squad. You know, we've seen Kismet be able to do a little bit of both, but like Shox and Luca, they both had a great day today. Like, they're both in good form. We saw Shox with the absolute ice to take care of, you know, LAG in the Search and Destroy. They're on Petrograd before, so I don't know. I think, like, Paris Legion, they've got everything working out from today. Can they go the distance against Atlanta FaZe? That's really the question. Nameless, thank you so much for joining us in what will be forever remembered as probably my favorite segment we'll ever do, ever. I love you, brother.
Enjoy, man.
We will. All right, Charles, let's do this. This should be a very interesting series, one way or another.
I mean, all right. It is Gunrunner Hardpoint. We've now seen FaZe play this. This is like the 3rd time they've had this weekend. How many rotations have they won? Like, on this, like, out of how many possible? They've maybe 16, 17 hills that have popped up. They've won a rotation maybe 3 times. So this is a map that, like, yes, overall FaZe is good, but they've shown some weaknesses. They're starting off bad side. It's possible for Paris. The second map, we're going to a St. Petro S&D. We literally just watched Paris clutch the round 11 earlier against Guerrillas, who are a very formidable S&D team. And then the Gunrunner, it is the best map for Paris. Legion for the Domination. They're 7-2 on it. They've already beaten FaZe. The story is here, Miles. It is possible.
Well, if you believe everything you read in the papers, we could be seeing a very exciting finish here. But let's get through it. Let's honestly get through it. I don't know. I think another interesting point here is that FaZe, they're willing to just keep playing the same maps again and again and again. Like, they're willing to try this, and that's worked out for good and bad for them in different cases. But at the end of the day, onwards and upwards we go. Paris with a little bit of time here, 20 seconds remaining. FaZe, once again, they will be holding onto that right-hand side of the map, getting ready for the second hardpoint. And while the biggest fan there falls off the top of the wall, I'm sure there's a lot of fans there in the chat, and hopefully enjoying the show. It's been one hell of a day, friends, and we're far from over.
And I will say far from over, of course, though the rotation battle FaZe is actually going to be able to clear-cut wins. So you talk about not winning a lot of rotations, well, job done early on. And, well, the fearful thing I'd say from the side of Paris is out of the 3 or 4 times FaZe has actually won rotations on this map, they've basically always gotten a near full 60. So we'll see what they can bring to the table here. But right now, the slang is going very comfortably in their favor.
Now we're going to see Legion try to make their way forward. 2 of them managed to get through to the back line. It's going to be Major Maniac trying to keep the back door safe. But this is a good-looking pinch now, developing from the Parisian squad. Can they find something here? Simp finds 2. Priester finds his kills. The fight is not quite over yet. Here comes the contest. Couple of players left. Shox is going to be one of the last ones there. It's going to come down to Zed, who can't quite get much more there, and the up-close gunfights are going to be won there by Atlanta FaZe. Still, not out of this yet. Kismet, he has a go. Not quite enough to get the job done. Rotations are underway, and it looks like only Simp's going to be in position now with Major Maniac to back him up, but he does have a couple of Legion players now making their way over towards that minecart.
Well, now you talk about the minecart rotation. It looks like FaZe decided to start to rotate this game. They got a couple players in and around the point. Zed, the player, trying to go big, but Simp, he just makes easy work of him. Of course, the smoke being used for cover is on point, so maybe that was the ultimate caster curse. Miles, you talk about failed rotations. They are now 2 for 2, and they got themselves a nice little 60-point
Whether it's a
lead.
curse or not, I mean, I just think it's testament to the fact that FaZe are quick learners. You know, they've played this map a few times today. It hasn't quite worked out, so they're like, okay, let's just try it again. Let's think about what we did wrong, and let's apply that immediately. And already, we're seeing a tremendous improvement to their game here on Gunrunner Hardpoint. But I say that, and here comes the Parisians. Here comes the Legion, riding through the front lines. They get a couple of kills. The gunfights are certainly being run on an individual front now by Atlanta FaZe, and who knows? I mean, it's not quite over yet. 20 seconds remain. Paris with a little bit of time here. All you have to do is get through that kill on Sim, and you should be fine. Unless it may or may not have worked out. So, rotation's now underway. BZ's going to be in a position to maybe get the next hardpoint times. We roll over towards those cargo containers, but Paris not out of this yet. Trying to claw back into this one. FaZe with a decent start though, and I will say, Chance, you're not wrong, mate. They're hitting those rotations, and they get a lot of kills on the way.
And this time, though, it's Major Maniac. He's actually got making the play. He picked up a double kill on the full flank. Meanwhile, Celium, well, still trying to deal with those players over towards Old. But Major Maniac, I mean, he has to be the best in the world at this, right? Trying to deal with the team, or being away from his team, dealing with rotations. Of course, though, eventually he does get chopped down. He did not get a ton of help. And now FaZe, not the best spot for them to be in. Dent is picking him off on the cross, which means Luca, he gets to hang out inside the hill, chill with the M4. And, well, hope you can take down Celium in a gunfight, but much easier said than done.
He was lined up with Major Maniac as well, like no friendly fire throughout all of that. Huge props to Atlanta FaZe for making that play somehow work. Still, over towards the next hardpoint we look, and it's going to be a lonely Dens, who's now a dead Dens, as he tries to make an impact on that far left-hand side of the map. Not able to get it done as he goes down. FaZe looking forward to that hardpoint flipping, going over towards Warehouse. Kismet getting it done there with the MP5 at range, not something we see too often, and he's got his signature on his gun as well. We love that. I know there's been a lot of chat recently about not being able to get skins and whatnot in the game, but as you can see, if you manage to grab your own pack, the Champs pack, put your own name on those guns. It's a wonderful thing to see. Spices up the broadcast, if you ask me. I love it.
Yeah. A little bit of flavor. Hey, it's always like a delightful thing. I know we want to get super flashy and see the Damascuses and dark matters of the world type deal, but we'll take what we can get for the moment. And of course, FaZe is taking more than Paris would want them to get. Of course, about a 60-point lead on board right now. Priesta inside the hill, and well, you see the feed just gets lit up by all the Parisians doing their thing, and that is the break that you cannot possibly understand how necessary it was, because already you see the lead heavily in FaZe's favor. That 30 seconds could have been a massive shift if the FaZe were able to top that. Also, solid stuff coming out from Paris again. They have had a ton of fight in them today.
Perfect push from Paris gets it done. Now we have to look towards the next. Two players make their way in through pipes. Now trying to overextend. It's that sneaky number 7, Kismet. If you can find a couple of kills in these players in bathrooms, that's a nice spot to be in. There it is. Kismet finds one, makes mid-map that a little bit more safer. As Simp can't quite find it with the knife as he whiffs, but his teammates are there to back him up. Now, you have to look for Paris now to look at overextend, try to find a little bit more out of this first hard point on the second set of rotations, but keep that eye on the right-hand side of the map. You're going to want to see that one start to develop for Paris. Can the Legion break those lines of FaZe? 3 players now committed to the defense. FaZe have started to slow this one down. They're taking this much more seriously than they were to begin with, identifying the threat that is Legion. Shots trying to find those players are on point. Doesn't quite managed to make much happen, and still you're seeing those spawns for Paris Legion trials still far out. No one's quite made an effort on the front lines.
Yeah, Denz has to be like, he's got to be the slowest player in the league. Like the ultimate metal boots. He's able to pick up 2 on this stretch, but I mean, he got a kill in the exact same position, hung out for 30 seconds before he decided to start pushing. And of course, well, now that he's making his move, he's going to need that teammate support. He's got 2 players coming up from tracks, but maybe doesn't need the help. He's on the 4 spree, starting to light up the feed a little bit, and there you see the support in the feed. Luke is able to pick up 2 and gets himself inside the
Iron boots, you're not wrong, but more like an Iron Man as he manages to put his whole team in the backpack and walk through. I think it was 4 straight kills. Big work coming out of him. Now a second hard point into the hands of Paris Legion. This could be big, but oh no, a sneaky Simp manages to walk right on through, and with that, the contest has to come down. Denz, can he keep this run going? Finds number 5. Lovely work from him, and the 6th not to be had. It's Simp once again. They're on point. Zed, oh, that was awkward, but he manages to survive for the time being. But once again, the hard points change hands. Now it's an Atlantan hard point. Luca can't quite get it done as Priester, Celium now, they're going to be in every position they possibly can be in the counter-attack now. Try and work out from Paris Legion, but the kill feed, all red. 15 seconds remain. Abiz is already on the next hard point. May have fallen apart at the seams after what was a bit of a catastrophe there coming out of Legion.
And you got Atlanta effectively trying to win that 2-front war, right? They win the scrap time at all. They're working on the rotation from new, and Major Maniac at least doing a good enough job to stay alive, to try to at least block the spawns from Paris, even if his teammates aren't going to spawn next to him. You see, job well done. It sets up Abizi to try to go through those flanks over through train tracks, and of course, now that that doesn't happen, Major Maniac knows, hey, I just need to hang out, wait for the kills to come to me, and of course, though, when the kills come to you, sometimes Kismet is able to pick up quite a few and make the break.
It's hard though, man. I mean, the kills are decent for Kismet right now, but for the rest of the squad, no one else is really able to keep pace with Atlanta FaZe right now. I mean, this is a scary phase. This is a lot of kills on the board for everyone on the squad and the rotation. I mean, this is the perfect form for FaZe right now on this kind of map. Legion have got a lot of work cut out for them if they're going to keep this going. Like, plays like that are easy. Priest are now getting involved as well. I mean, this is dangerous. This is real mean FaZe. I said it earlier, the old FaZe. This is starting to look a little nasty. Still 192. They're possibly able to push it over that 200 point mark here, but looking towards the next rotation. Major Maniac's playing a little bit of a naughty position on the other side of the map. Not able to get any more kills out of it, but it's going to fall to Celium now to take on the push from Paris.
And shouts to Abizi too, of course. Celium, well, we know he lays down, and we know when he does, he's able to get at least a couple kills on board. This is prime territory, but Abizi, 28 kills right now, leading the lobby. He is one man that you can tell has not felt the nerf to the MP5 at all. Everyone's kind of annoyed that like he's not pulling out the AUG, but he went and said, he was like, hey, I was never even using it in scrims. I've always stuck with my gun, and you can clearly see he is incredibly comfortable with it.
Celium, man, he may as well take off that Commando full grip, just put like a bipod on at this point. Like, he's always on the ground. He may as well do it. Could be even more dangerous, who knows. Priester making his way into the hard point. Speaking of danger, oh boy, he managed to get that kill very quickly. Can't find much more, but his teammates are there to get that hail of gunfire in towards the Legion players, and Major Maniac from up high now, and again, desperately trying to just find something, keeping that presence felt. 205 and counting now. Final 10 seconds of this hard point will be finished, but again, FaZe, the warehouse, we saw that fantastic break from Legion in the first set. We will be able to see a repeat here. Kismet's dead silence play comes to an end as Priester hears him out. Here we go. This could be it. The final hard point that Atlanta FaZe need.
And you got a pinch separating up right now as well. You actually have Zed that's been able to get all the way around back, but he is the lone man. He's able to pick up one, and he's going to need to pick up many, many more. The second is going to be able to come through, and maybe he's able to drag the FaZe players back just to buy his teammates a little bit more time. But actually, you had the split scons coming in. Simp, he got basically a guaranteed pinch, I'm pretty sure, because of where he is spawned. And, well, FaZe will be very happy for it. 30 seconds left on the hard point. They can absolutely win it
20
here.
for the win. There's 5 seconds to play with. Here comes Luca. First through the gates, gets shut down. Kismet will find the answer back, though, and that's going to be a Paris hardpoint just for a few more moments. Have to keep an eye on the rotation. Center of the map is where the next will be. Celium, he's in a lot of trouble out in these lonely, dark woods. If he can stay alive, this is huge, and he has. Great finesse. Trophy's going to be going down as well. Now, BZ, that could be it. 20 seconds for the win. For Atlanta FaZe. Jump on that central hardpoint. Throw bodies into it. You could get it done here. They don't have full control of the next hardpoint, though, so the second hardpoint, should we need to go there, if Paris Legion can hold off for the time being, this could be big, just to keep Paris alive for now.
I mean, this is one of those moments I would actually love to see FaZe just kind of flood the hill, right? They haven't been able to secure the spawns on the rotation. They're not going to be on the right side of the map. You just need 13 more points, and you get, what, 37 seconds to try to pull it off. So I say go for it. Don't try to push past. Just try to end the game here, because your opponent has 175 points, right? You're feeling safe. You know you can still buy out another rotation if you need to. I say just try to shove it down their throats, get in the hill, and close it out as soon as you can.
Right now, you can see these players on point. The smokes are there. It's become very, very difficult to find kills. 5 seconds now for the win. Nades, smokes, bullets, you name it, it's all being thrown at that hard point, but Atlanta FaZe, they take it on the chin. They take map 1. And a hard-fought battle for Paris Legion, but FaZe just a little too strong to start the series off.
Yeah, and maybe just a business as usual from the FaZe squad. Again, if you go back and just look at all the rotations on this map from this past weekend, they were not winning a ton of them, but anytime they do, they get a ton of time. And then this game, they open it up with winning rotation after rotation. And then I think one of the standout moments, the key moment probably of the game, was over on the second set of rotations, over towards P2. Paris is the team that got there first. Atlanta FaZe, though, they're able to fight, get the break, and they still win the rotation anew. And that was when Abizi and Major Maniac by themselves were able to hold off 3 or 4 players from Paris just to make sure you get the track on mines. That's when the game got kind of blown wide open. They took about a 100-point lead, and, well, frankly, they never looked back.
Stats on your screen. Abizi not able to replicate the 40 bomb he dropped on Friday, but still not a bad look whatsoever. But yeah, you really can see the kills department. Atlanta FaZe dominated from top to bottom. No one going negative. Brilliant stuff all around. Hardpoint time, plenty for everyone. And yeah, man, even in those moments where it gets a little bit dicey for the squad, ultimately, still, start to finish, business as usual for FaZe. And again, the old FaZe, what I'm saying, man, like, not necessarily the FaZe we've seen in the last, like, month and a half, maybe 3-4 events, but they looked very, very strong, man. That was a confident squad who, in theory, should be 3-0ing a team like Paris in current form right now, but that is exactly what you would expect as a result. Paris can still turn the series around. They've got favorable maps in the pool right now, but it's going to be tough, mate. This is honestly going to be a real tough series. I hope this is like a game 5, like, but at this point in time, the way FaZe just played that, man, they're mean.
They really are. And, like, Abizi, too, is, like, got to be the standout player in my mind for this team, because, like, it seems like every single player that we're seeing have a ton of success this weekend, at least like the not the usual suspects, so to speak. It's all the guys that used to rock an MP5 and have switched to the M4. Like Asim has been lighting the kill feed up. His KD has taken like a massive jump, let's say, because he's been performing very well, at least individually. So many of the guys, Forsini's look great with the M4. Simp, even his stats are even getting a nice little bump. But Abizi's been the one guy that has managed to not suffer in the slightest from the MP5 nerf. It has been game after game in S&D respawn. It doesn't matter. He's been lights out this weekend. Like it seems like the FaZe guys are taking turns getting MVPs, and right now Abizi just wants it.
Just seems like he doesn't really mind the change in the weapon stats. It's more about his placement. But either way, the quick scope there brought to you by the US Air Force. So again, that overall KD from the team, it's enough of a difference there, but it really is the games and the match record there that separates these squads so much. And again, recent form, definitely something to take into consideration. Paris able to get their first win in a very long time earlier today. However, whether or not they can keep the run going against a squad like Atlanta FaZe is yet to be seen. Coming up next, though, St. Petrograd Search and Destroy. This is a good pick for Paris Legion. Same with the Gunrunner Dom. One of the only teams to take it to Atlanta FaZe on that very mapman mode. We'll see if we can go the distance. But a Hackney Yard hardpoint coming up a bit later on. That could be a dangerous one for both. And we can go all the way. Search and Destroy for that game 5. Cannot wait. Shox has made a bit of a disappearance, but excited to get back into this one. Mate, I have one thing I want to notice as well. The difference between, like, I think it looks like Simp's room, like to the side of Simp's room, and Major Maniac, the massive difference between those two rooms. Like, you can tell Major Maniac, you know, he's a regimented dude. He makes his bed. Everything looks very clean. Simp's room, it looks like a bomb just went off in there, right?
I mean, at the same time, like, he's a ferocious young man, right? Like, he's got a lot on his plate. He's very, very quick. Like, you have so much time dedicated to working on your slide cancels, working on your movement. Now, of course, he has to practice with the M4 instead of the MP5. You don't got time to clean the room, bro. He's got to focus. There's what, a $2 million prize for champs if you get that first place at the end of the year. Do you want a clean room, or do you want $400,000?
I mean, I know what I'd take, but
or both. I mean, Major Maniac wants both. So, like, you got options. But
right, into the search we go, and Simp, I know what he wants. He's got his kill on the dens right off the rip. Didn't seem to be a sniper in action for Luka there. They were opting for a more aggressive push in towards A, but they're like all turned around. Hey guys, where's Dens? Weapon of Dens. Did he get off the car? Like, what's the deal? And now BZ, Mr. First Bloods himself, not able to quite get it. Luka's going to make the read. There's two guns of Paris now trailed and towards the front of the site. Simp now hoping to find one more. Very, very possible to get that done. BZ, that door will not save him for much longer, but he's keeping those players pinned in for now. I don't think his teammates are really in a position to make much of a pinch happen here, but watch where that bomb now goes for Legion.
Of course, you got Priest. His job is effectively to be the one to spot this out. He actually makes the rotation, gets it perfectly. You could not ask for better timing. Able to find the first, does the smart thing, and says, hey, we're in a 5v3. I don't need to throw my life away. That's a BZ's job. Is a BZ's going to fall? Well, Major Maniac, the great follow-up. All of a sudden, 3v3, 23 seconds on the clock. That bomb carrier needs to go.
He saw him. He managed to catch that player on the transition. A site now in the hands of Paris Legion. Simp's going to take the high ground. Watch that play over the top of the bomb. The bomb's about to go down. Can Simp get there in time? Can he get there in time? There it is. He does get the kill. He does get it, and the bomb doesn't go down. Luka's got to grab it. Now he has to make something miraculous happen, and it is not going to be the case. Simp, with a premium pistol shots, will win the round for Atlanta.
Taking his time to set that up as well. Just had a moment where he's staring at his foot, and he's like, that's a foot? Definitely foot. Okay, it's a foot, and then he killed him just to spice it up, make it a little bit dangerous, but either way, job was done effectively by Simp getting the first blood, and then, of course, Priesta sniffs out the bomb rotation, gets the timing perfect, gets the kill, and then, of course, even though Luka made things interesting, you got 22 seconds to wrap the bomb halfway across the map. It's just easy to get the timing. Simp knows exactly when he needs to peak, and pretty much a nice little 2v5. Coming in from FaZe.
Lovely stuff. It's funny to think if Simp had tried to snipe that player there, it may not have worked out. But that leg shot was not exactly going to count for the kill with the time ticked against him. Brilliant stuff. Over towards A we go. Nades are out. Major Maniac seemingly doing this alone for the time being. Simp just absolutely skins Luka. The top of that head smack bang in the center of the crosshair. The most dangerous man with a sniper rifle in hand at this point in time, and a BZ just once again from behind. Zed now trails him. This is a war zone. He'd hit up on the D-pad and marked him, and oh boy, a BZ finds himself another, and that was a disgusting round from FaZe.
That's a disrespectful round from FaZe as well. Like a BZ in the round before, I like cracked the joke about him just over-challenging for like basically no reason, no reason to throw away your life. This time again, hyper aggressive. He managed to get so far in Paris' spawn that they didn't have any idea what was going on. I assumed no one was watching it, and then I looked at the minimap and Zed was back there. Should have been able to spot him out. Don't know how BZ found the route to make it happen, but it wasn't enough just to kill Dens. Had to show Zed what was up and punish him for not watching the flank well enough.
Can Luka make the difference now and try to take care of Simp? You eliminate that sniper, you give your boys a little bit more breathing room to work with, however. Seems like another player there for Atlanta FaZe holding that back line. And here we go. Quick snap from Simp, not enough to get the kill. Shox is going to get that first blood. Now Luka, very, very tense in those little moments. Major Maniac does silence activate, just trying to watch the flank of the A site. The kills are going to be going down more towards the center of the map. And again, for Major Maniac, got to be careful right now. He's going to run right across the front line. Oh, it looks like maybe the gunfight was there. In a 1v1 against Luka now. That bomb is now making its way through mid. What a weird fight. Luka gets it. That's so funny.
It looks like the bomb actually going back towards A. So yeah, Luka on that kill on Major Maniac has effectively cleared out the site. Salomon Priest, a 2v3. It's a doable situation, but the biggest issue for them is going to be Dens. Yeah, he's going to be the potential guy to see this cross. Should FaZe ever decide to do it, because FaZe is taking their sweet time to check every corner available.
I like it. I mean, they know they've got a man down, but you're absolutely right. I mean, saying he's going to check this. He was going to check it before taking those bullets. Like, that was the mission. Dens with a nice nade. Not enough to get it done. Quick reposition from Dens. Luca's going to be there. It's a tidy 2 to clean the round up. 2-1, Paris Legion.
And I'll tell you, I think Ibizi is just fully aboard the disrespect train. When he got picked off, he was so... Like, it's another situation where even on defense, he just wants to go and hunt down those kills as quick as possible. He ended up dying out, like, right to the side of pool room. Where I'm almost convinced at this point, Paris, their strategy could almost legitimately be, let's hang out in our spawn. Eventually, Ibizi is going to show up. We'll kill him. We'll have him man advantage, and we can go about our day from there.
Here we go. Atlanta FaZe now on the offensive round. Looks like they're going in on A. They're going in. Cars have already exploded. And it's going to be a Ibizi. Tyler Barris, right on point. So aggressive. Nades your favorite spot. Gets a tag on a Kismet. Luke in from behind. Just about able to get one before going down. So, with that opening kill from Ibizi, I mean, you do have the advantage now with Dead Silence. I mean, this is it. You called it, man. It's not even disrespect. It's just a furious, confidence. It's blind faith this is going to work out. Kismet must have seen something. He must have a clue that this is happening. He didn't hear anything. We know that for certain. And here we go. That stings. Ibizi. From start to finish. That's absolutely ridiculous, Ibizi. Little bit of help from his friends, but 3-1.
And just how comfortable must this man be? Like, whether or not it's disrespect or confidence, whatever, like, especially if it's confidence, it makes perfect sense. Like, what fear does he have? Like, if there's any team you could build that is going to be capable of clutching a 4v5, which is not the craziest thing in the world at all, it would be this FaZe team. So, like, screw it, right? Like, if you somehow die, don't get the first blood. At the very least, Ibizi's going to get him information, and then he's calling out to some of the best Call of Duty players in the world, and he's like, hey, guys, this situation, good luck, figure it out. And then ordinarily, they do.
See in the next round. Sim misses the slightly sort of difficult angle of their jump shot onto Lucas, so we'll see both those snipes come to play in just a moment. But boy, howdy, it's all kicking off over by A. Kismet just about gets away with his life, and Ibizi is in the zone right now. I mean, he is on another level. The man can see sound. He's had so much game fuel. Kismet now making his way on the site. Legion now with an opportunity just to take some space. It was brought the snipe. He brought the snipe to the top of the apartments, and he's managed to find one beautiful shot just to start this off. Dare I say the chance for more, but no way, Ibizi! 5 in a row, 2 in this round alone. Like a wrecking ball, he makes his way forward, and Legion simply do not stand a chance right now.
I mean, it's genuinely just suffocating, right? Like, Ibizi, too good, simp. He's just sniping from not the weirdest spot in the world, but that is not something you see very often. Like, it's just confidence. FaZe, I'd have to imagine, they feel like they can do whatever they want. Like, we talked about the decent map set that's coming in from Paris, right? They're 7-2 on Gunner and Domination. FaZe has zero fear. They're like, we already have 250 points. We're king of the top of the CDL Points standings. We're very confident with at least our seed going into champs. Let's get practice and try to hit some very difficult shots and just get those repetitions in. They just look too good right now.
Right now, I mean, it just seems like FaZe are being driven by some kind of divine purpose. They know that after this, they finally get to play the Huntsman. And whether it's pride that's the wind in their sails or whether it is just fate, they are making this look something special. Celium, truly fearless as he makes his way forward. Ibizi, oh my god, once again. Ibizi, once again. Zed, say your prayers, man. Because Ibizi, once again!
I mean, like, is he hacking? Like, he just knows. Like, he knew where Zed was going to be before Zed decided to go there. Like, literally, he got there for a half second, and he was like, oh, Zed's not here. Must be coming through the tunnel. And then he finally comes in, and Ibizi's like, why are you so slow, man? Like, get to the spots when I want you to be there. Like, I'm making these reads. I know everything that's going to happen. Just feed me the kills, please.
I just know, I know Jane's having to work out what the tactical play is right now, and I'm just sorry. Like, I'm sorry you have to pick between one of 3. Absurd. Yeah, just any of these Ibizi plays, like Ibizi. What's he got? What does he have? What do you want him to go? He's going to do it. Dude, look at him. He's just going to run across map. He's not let go of the left stick. He's just gone forward. He's sprinting forward. Dead silence. He's like, yo, where's the sniper? Ah, don't worry, I'll get him. There he is. Found him. Instant. 10 in a row. Absolute savagery, man. It almost doesn't seem to matter what else happens on the map right now. It seems inconsequential. Next to the devastation. Next to the performance that Abeezy's putting up right now. I bet his parents are chuffed. They're watching this like, that's our boy. Shocks trying to get back into this one. But wait for it. It's a 2v2. Abeezy and Major Maniac now, Shocks and Zed. Some scattered gunfire there coming out from, I believe, what was Shocks, just to try to ruffle the feathers of these players and try to get something out. But a bomb now going down for Paris Legion. I'm not going to say it anymore. Go on, dude, just do it. Big high stun. Doesn't catch Shocks. Oh boy. Shocks, good kill. To make it a 1 versus 1 now, but for Major Maniac, oh dear, he may have seen that. I don't think Major Maniac saw it either. He didn't. Shocks can go on the very long rap. And this is a tense moment for the map.
I mean, yeah, he just got juked out of his mind. Major Maniac still has absolutely no idea what happened.
Wait, did he see him there? No, he's got no idea. He has absolutely no clue. Shocks in the 1v1 for the map. There it is. Paris will stay alive for now.
Miles, you remember the conversation where I was like, it's disrespectful, and you're like, nah, it's just confidence, and then Abeezy slide challenged out when you knew Shocks was on one of the best head glitches on St. Petro when he did that with an MP5.
Yeah,
little
so
column A,
yeah,
little column B. That's I bet a lot of column A.
The more column A is because he threw the stun. Like, he threw the high stun or high flash, like, to let it detonate in the air, because he knows he's on that spot. Like, he knew, man. Anyway, back onto Abeezy. Welcome to the Abeezy League. We're just going to be watching him roll through. Okay, stuns, nade, trying to catch him on the way out. What's he going to do? We'll see how we go. But Simpson in a prime position to maybe catch one. Oh dear, that's a very, very close shot. Nonetheless, but this is this search and destroy. It's just been turned on its head, where nothing looks like it should anymore. I mean, the bomb hasn't left Pool Hall. Like, it's still chilling there. Paris are all over the map. They have taken full control. I'm going to leave this one to you for a minute, mate.
Well, I actually love the play call coming in from Paris right there. Like, you had Abeezy that's been running the show over by A the entire game. So what does Paris do? Well, they basically quad stack the other site. And, well, Simp is able to hit one shot, but he missed the first potential collateral. Abeezy, last man alive. And frankly, if there's anyone that could do it, it would be him. But this is hopeless. The bomb is down on the other side of the map. There's kill number 1. Now 1v2. He's, of course, going to challenge. Run away. Run away, hide, or kill him. Do what you got to do. But again, perfect counter strat coming out from Paris. You know where Abeezy's gonna go. You just go the other way. Kill everyone else and just make it a show. As long as he's in a 1v3 with bomb down on the other side of the map, you're safe. It's fine. It'll be acceptable.
I'm hesitant to say, though. I mean, there is obviously a moment there, and I know the Atlanta FaZe fans are loving it, but when he wins that first kill, there's a chance he can get the second, you know, and all that is...
And the final player doesn't know that they have bomb down, so it could get a little bit dicey, but we can breathe.
Another round, though. Paris, 2 straight. How many more we got? Luca versus Sim once again. I don't believe Luca's managed to actually get this snipes just yet. It's both of them. They catch each other at these sort of slightly awkward angles. Sims does have a couple on him already, but we'll see how we go. Priest are trying to watch mid. Make sure nothing gets through there. No funny business. It looks like Sim's actually repositioned right to the very, very back of the map. Far left-hand side. The only person he's going to be able to see from that position is Kismet, but it's a decent amount of coverage over there towards the B-bomb site. And wow, is this tense. 50 seconds remain.
Still just patient stuff. He doesn't know the bomb's coming out yet, but I think he had a little information. He can feel that the cross is in, and now he certainly knows, hey guys, bomb's going to B.
That's another kill. Shocks is going to find one there on the Priester eventually, and they expended quite a lot of ammunition just to try to get that one kill. Now Zed, through the smokes, he's going to go, but again, it's a deep defense there for the players there of Atlanta FaZe. Lovely work onto Abeezy. That's going to be a big check mark next to your name. Oh, Simp from behind. Nice work on a Shocks. Bomb's going to be going down. 20 seconds remain. Simp knows something's up. Atlanta FaZe now completely surrounding the bomb site, encircled it. But Kismet, lovely shots to find one. Simp, though, lightning fast, he goes on towards the bomb. The final kill comes through for Major Maniac. And that is that. What a search and destroy from Atlanta FaZe. 2 back-to-back rounds from Paris Legion to really make things interesting and add a little bit of flavor to what could have been one of the most devastating performances. But hats off to Abizi. That was some special stuff.
Too easy for Abizi. I mean, genuinely, like, Sim just finished the game with 11 kills, and, like, outside of the one round where he's getting the pistol kills off the guy on bomb, like, barely even noticed. That was every single round, hyper-aggression Abizi. Tip in the hat, was able to finish with 14 with maybe 4 or 5 first bloods to his name. Went on a nice little rampage. Tiny tears, that is the classic form. Shades of Black Ops 4.
Truly classic, vintage Tiny Terrors, whether it's Simp sniping folks, whether it's Abizi just being nightmarish. Wow, okay. What a fantastic search that was. That was map 2. That was one for the highlight reel, I'm not going to lie. And again, Jane, sorry, you have to pick one of those insane plays. They're all good, we promise. But dang, what a map that was. 2-0 so far to Atlanta FaZe. I think we've just got it. We've just got what the US Army tactical plays, and it's just Abizi. It's pure, unfiltered, raw Abizi. And I'm not disappointed. I know you aren't either. If you're a Paris Legion fan, maybe, but 2-0 so far. Ladies and gentlemen, US Army tactical play. Give it up for Tyler Farris. Give it up for Abizi.
Nice little round of applause. I mean, again, he genuinely made a montage. It seemed like so many of the kills he was getting, like, it was always the follow-up. I think he's going to have at least 2 clips here in this little montage where, like, he gets the first kill, fairly standard, he gets made 1 shot, and then just obliterates whoever the second person is, doesn't miss a bullet, the snaps on point, the hip fire on point, the ego as big as it could get for the challenges, and just fantastic work. The nice follow-up, every single respawn, Abizi's been tearing it up. This is absolutely MVP form on the weekend for the young man.
Really, really exceptional stuff. I think it was a 10 spree. May have ended at 11, but unbelievable. Truly unbelievable stuff from that superstar of Atlanta FaZe. That was one hell of a performance, man. Really. Like, that's
like, one of the crazier parts about this performance to me is, like, okay, like, how good is Toronto? Because, like, Toronto just came out and beat FaZe in 2 S&Ds. They made, like, the 50-60 point comeback in, like, the Hardpoint. So, like, I don't know. As much credit to Abizi, like, yo, what about Cammy? Like, how good is, like, it's just going to be a fun weekend. We have a ton of Call of Duty left to play, and all these teams are getting so much more competitive with each other. But, of course, sometimes you just have a one-man showcase.
Yeah, it happens from time to time. But Atlanta FaZe on your screen, Major Maniac, Abizi, Selly, and Priestess Sim, one of the few teams to win 2 of the home series so far, trying to make it a 3rd, but they've got some stiff competition ahead of them. If they can get through the next squad on your screen, Paris Legion, they will face the Chicago Huntsmen. And again, one of the favorites, I think, or 2 of the favorites for this entire event, could be going up against each other in the semi-finals unless Paris can do something about it. Luca, Kismet, Shocks, Dens, and Zed. Now their backs are against the wall. They have to win the Domination coming up next, otherwise they will take a departure from the tournament. What a day this has been. I have no more words. I hope you're well rested and very comfortable. See you after the break.
Major Maniac with the play. What a play from Sip. Cillian goes huge. Abizi! Lightning strikes twice. What an individual play from Priest.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless.
In the Big Apple cheering on the Subliners, New York is one of the best food cities in the country, if not the world. So why not pull up Grubhub and call in a supply drop while checking out all the CDL action? If you're in New York, you're gonna want to try their famous pizza. Ask anyone in New York City where the best pizza is, and you're sure to get an opinion. Whether it's the water, the ingredients, or the brick ovens, New York is home to the best pizza in the country. What better way to show your solidarity with the Subliners than chowing down on a few slices? And while you're at it, scroll through Grubhub's perks section to see what savings you can snag. Here's where you can grab some pizza on Grubhub. What better way to start your day than with a big mug of coffee and a New York bagel? Rumor has it that New York has the best bagels in the country thanks to the soft water in the city, making the dough softer and stickier than anywhere else. Whether you get it with cream cheese or as a sandwich, you'd be missing out if you skip the bagels in New York City. In a rush? Order ahead. Have your order ready for pickup as soon as you arrive. Why not pull up Grubhub and order some bagels? Hey, I'm bageling here. While you're ordering up some bagels in the city, you may as well try out a sandwich from one of the hundreds of kosher delis around us. From kippered salmon with cream cheese to pastrami on rye, the delis in New York are famous around the world for their sandwiches. Get your favorite sandwich delivered directly to your door with Grubhub's contact-free delivery. Hey, why not try out one of these locations that are delivered on Grubhub with contact-free delivery? I'm delivering here, no touching. That's your supply drop for New York. Yeah, walk it here. Order your food through Grubhub to make sure you give back to local restaurants that you love, and make sure you make a safe choice by getting it all done through social distancing. Support small businesses in this challenging time. Don't forget that every day from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. you get $10 off orders of $30 or more, so you can save while supporting the restaurants you love. Don't forget to go to the deals in the perks section of the app. Get that Grubhub app, friends, and I hope you enjoyed that voiceover. As much fun as Abeezy's having right now, smiling and laughing his way through this one. And I did receive a tweet during the break about Simp's room and the business that they're trying to run from that one.
Yeah, you're.
I know what I am.
You're a terrible.
I am
person.
merely an observer. I am just a commentator, and we've got me a great game, a great series ahead of us. This has been a real banger. But back to the game. Atlanta FaZe, I mean, after that kind of performance, it's hard to see this series going any other way, but Domination, Gunrunner, Chance, lay it on me, brother.
All right, well, no, I want to talk about something real quick before we get to the Domination Gunrunner. I just wish we could record S&D comms and wait for the good stuff and then just have a segment on it later to talk about it. So we don't give away strats. I want to listen to Abeezy just giggle as he gets his 14 kills. I think it'd be comical. But anyway, for this map, 7-2 record for Paris Legion. It is their best map by a mile. FaZe is 4-1, which is great. FaZe's only loss, though, is to Paris. There it is. That's the whole thing.
That's enough. However, numbers and stats and performances aside, is it enough? Again, a team that seems to be fueled by divine purpose. They're on a mission from Gad. Atlanta FaZe have ripped their way through the competition to get to this point. Except for Toronto. Toronto really foiled them. That was great. Still though.
Those powers don't work on Canadians.
Yeah, it's a very different. Who's the Canadian god? It's either Dan Aykroyd, it might be Ryan Reynolds these days.
I don't know.
We can get back to that. Sasquatch? No, I'm not sure. Sasquatch is a traveling beast.
Maybe.
We've deviated too far, man. It's way too early in our new career to be deviating this hard. Let's get back to the Dom. As Priester now continues to find his way through the members of Paris Legion. And I will say, though, looks like Zed's trying to make something happen. There's a little bit of love going towards the A flag. There's lots of Paris players here able to make this play work out. Major Maniac from behind, though, is going to make the middle of the map a little bit more dangerous. And while B still in the hands of Atlanta FaZe, Den's trying to make something work out there.
honestly just decent pressure coming in from Paris on the flip side. They're just trying to open up the map a little bit. Unfortunately, obviously, they get wiped out over towards the A site, so now they got to double back, hit that reset, and try to work themselves toward B. Of course, Priesta, well, he's set up in and around vents waiting for him, and then you have all of the ARs from FaZe that are working their way towards tracks just to be ready for it. Denz, though, ready for the spot, but Priesta able to pick up 2 through the crack, and he's going to be able to get Denz as well.
Disgusting. All 3 kills worked out. Time keeps on ticking right now. aBeZy takes care of Zed on the hop. It's 2 players with very fancy footwork find the kills there, and once again, aBeZy, this is just ridiculous. All those tweets we've seen about, oh, it's a sub player, you know, living in an AR world. I have absolutely no idea what they're talking about right now. aBeZy is absolutely disgusting, Chance, and you called it earlier, mate. You said you'd love to hear what aBeZy's going through his mind right now. You hear him giggle. Well, we're going to get just that right now. It's time for an Astro Gaming listen-in with Atlanta FaZe.
I spawned P3. Watch you, I needed you. Watch, I need it first. Need short. You guys have all right?
Yo, 3C at least.
No, one's back me. He's one seeker. I'm looking
secret.
I'm in your spot. Secret's in secret right now.
Bathroom's a secret.
I'm gonna go deep right. I have short. Yeah, I have a trophy over you. I have your pipe.
No, you can help him B if you want.
Get me. I'm heading.
Take your time,
Get him out weak.
It can be half wall.
Secret in pipes.
We'll
spawn A, I think.
Yep.
Pipe, one shot. I'm wrapping back A. They're gonna push out boxes, guys. I think.
Got that.
Yeah,
I'm needed. Warehouse got me, Lucas. Take your time, MC.
He's gonna be P3 over there.
Keep finessing, MC. They're gonna be looking for you.
He's gonna be on our line card, I think.
I think he's green, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to stun it.
I smoked it.
I'm trying to push you right.
One more, dead.
Nice, good shit. I have your mid.
I think one was green. I'm helping you.
Yeah. You play that guy green.
I'm back right. Preston.
Dan's dead on my back right. Nothing back right.
Someone needs to back up.
I'm short. Someone's in pipe. Track. Nice.
Nice, Ivy.
Come on, MC.
Spawn day. Yo, rotate over, MC.
MC got me. Luca on C. Trophy.
No, bro. Canadian God is Wayne Gretzky, 100%.
You're absolutely right. It's definitely Gretzky.
Gotta be Wayne Gretzky.
100%. I think we're going to receive a lot of tweets about this one. I would love to know what you think. But for now, Atlanta FaZe, 20-ish point lead right now over Paris Legion. And all things considered, with the final minute closing out, it just goes to show how strong Paris is at this map, man. I mean, Legion are keeping this very, very competitive, all things considered.
Yeah, doing what they can. 45 seconds left. They still got the 2 flags set up, and really it's just Priesta, I think, the only opening to make some magic happen. And actually, Priesta, you see in the feed, at least able to find up 2. He gets that neutral while Shox is trying to pour the pressure on over towards A. So looks like those final 30 seconds, it's almost surely just going to be Paris able to hold that 2 flag cap. So yeah, fairly competitive game. As spicy as it was getting, Paris did a very nice job to stabilize.
Still good. 20 seconds on the clock, still remaining, and Paris will be able to garner somewhat of a consolation points this time. However, a solid push now developing from Atlanta FaZe towards that B flag. Shox on the close defense. Tags up. Den's doing what we can with the AR down range. And again, all good for this point in time. We're going to see the C flag actually change hands. And with that, we'll blow the whistle. And honestly, a very close half, all things considered. Paris Legion again, staring down the barrel of defeat. If they lose this map, it's over for the Legion here at the New York Subliners Game Fuel Home Series. Boy, wouldn't Atlanta love that? A 3-0 with that kind of performance in the search? Like, you go to bed very, very happy.
Yeah, just to get that bounce back, just so they can put Toronto Ultra up on their like kill list sort of thing that they want to get that revenge on. Because of course, this has been a bit of a story for revenge. Of course, though, on the flip side for Paris, really they just need to find a way to pick it up in the slaying category. I think it was a couple players for FaZe that were throwing up about 14 kills at the half. And well, of course, on the flip side, you got Shox only sitting at 5. Just a little bit more, and it'll put him over the edge.
Kismet finds his first kill as we're trying to roll through, can take as much possible control over that B section of the map as they can. Again, pipes and Major Maniac, he saw the crack of that door. He knows someone's around the corner, but he also has full knowledge that that B flag is going to be swarming with Legion players. And now the swarm starts to develop. aBeZy's going to get a bit of a team fire, but nonetheless, the presence is still going to be felt there. Den's trying to take care of the forest. He's going to toe-to-toe with Celium, a man who we find there almost, I would say religiously. He spends a lot of time in the forest. It's just a AR paradise right now. 84. Paris Legion, 90 right now for Atlanta FaZe, but watch that lead slowly but surely change. The pressure mounting towards B, but so far, Legion keeping it together.
Well, the smoke's out right now, just blocking lines of sight, but of course it's really only Celium getting that time, and maybe, well, the nade is going to seal the deal. They should be able to get the B flag, because Celium's going to be nice and safe, even though Major Maniac fell, and he wastes 0 time, sliding straight forward, wants to get that pressure on, and while that's going on, keep in mind, Sim going for spawn kills over towards the A site. Yes, he gets dropped, but look at the pressure that FaZe has bought themselves. Now it's a BZ in prime territory.
This is the scary thing. We talked about, like, the slaying department wasn't so crazy. Luca's obviously a little slow here, 5 and 12. And we look at the other side of the board, Priest, a Simp, a Beezy, 3 names you are not too surprised to know they've all got double-digit kills. Absolutely rolling this one. Now you got C and B control again. Look for FaZe to try to push this one back. Paris Legion seemingly trapped right now, albeit aside from Shocks, who's managed to slither out, but a Beezy looking at 2 kills. Great patience. There's the second, potentially a third. No, the remaining spawn members of Paris Legion going to come up from behind. Celium's going to try to keep that pressure there, but it might not actually be enough. Can Paris Legion get towards the B flag in time?
That's just such a patient play from Celium. Of course, if no one's getting on that B flag, he's not forced to move. So him and Luca had a standoff. Luca does come out on top, but again, you saw Celium was patient just long enough that Major Maniac can come and help his teammate out. And that's another one of those things FaZe is very strong at, Major Maniac especially. Taking your time, don't overcommit. You don't always have to make the hero plays. It's better with your teammates, as exampled by Denz and Zed, the duo right there, getting that B flag.
It seems like no wasted lives at that point. Like, they're not going to make a push just for the sake of making a push. They're going to wait, try to make a play out of it, instead of just throwing a kill to the opposing team. But still, 20 odd points separating these teams right now. And it looks like we may have a trip cap for a few moments at least. We're a neutral C for now.
And this is big.
Potential for damage here. BZ finding a nice kill there, making B a little safer. Now Celium comes through to reinforce. He does have a Simp to back him up. And that's going to be huge. B now goes back into the hands of Atlanta FaZe. Priester may find one with a knife. He makes C all theirs again. And with that, the map has turned on its head somewhat. Not a bad look for Legion for the time being, though.
Still, though, it's actually kind of unfortunate for Paris. FaZe was actually able to put enough pressure up past B that they get the closer spawn to it. If FaZe had spawned a little bit farther away, Paris might have been able to overwhelm them, but now they're going back to the annoying strategy of someone overextending, trying to get to that C flag. Kismet was making the attempt. He does get caught out, and frankly, that might be the situation Paris is just going to be in. This is a lot of pressure that FaZe is able to get over towards tracks. This is a lot of ARs looking down this line of sight, so maybe someone, that errant player, maybe Shocks this time, will try to sneak through and go to C.
He's made it. He's going to run into trouble, and that trouble is a BZ. 22 and 14 finds that kill. C, safe as sound. B, still looking great as well. Paris players now making their way towards it. Go for the full neutral. There's plenty of them there on the point now to try to make a difference here. And oh boy, there's been an awkward engagement on the minimap, and it's not worked out whatsoever. That is terrible luck for Paris Legion. Oh boy, they had a good hold on B there. Simp manages to find 3. I mean, one of the Paris players walked straight past a member of FaZe there just by lockers. Still, we flip. Now it's going to be C in the hands of Paris Legion. Final 45 seconds, and I don't know if it's enough. We need a trip cap at the very least, but this could be it. This could be the 3-0.
Shaping up that way. A BZ in the feed on a 5 spree, gets 3 to his name, and it's just you expect nothing less. Like Zed, I think at one point was leading the lobby with 17 kills when Priest only had 16. All of a sudden you blink, you open your eyes back up, and a BZ has 28 to his name. It takes 5 players basically to cut him down. And again, he's just a player that is seemingly immune from the impacts of the MP5 nerf. All the complaining about it's an AR world, and this man, he just simply does not care.
He does not care whatsoever. And with that, not only is it going to be a 3-0 for Atlanta FaZe, we will say adieu to Paris Legion, but the long-awaited matchup, the most anticipated series in Call of Duty League history, can now officially take place. The Huntsmen will play FaZe tomorrow.
That's going to be quite a battle, quite a sight to see. And, like, I don't even know what predictions for that would necessarily be, because, like, Chicago's S&D has been on point this weekend, and it's their Hardpoint that's been struggling of all things, and then it's FaZe who in their S&D, that's how Toronto took them down. So it is going to be a spicy matchup tomorrow, just to say the least.
Well, in case you weren't looking forward to Atlanta FaZe versus the Huntsmen enough, we do have the Warzone weekend presented by Metro by T-Mobile airing before it, and I can assure you it is as hilarious and ridiculous as they always are. A lot of fun to be had there, but it is fun finally time, friends. You've waited long enough. It's been teased, it's been poked at us, it's been sort of put on a platter, but we finally have a chance. Before we get into that, let's have a quick look at the stats. Again, commiserations to Paris Legion, a long-fought campaign, a great success in finding that first win in such a long time, since April 10th, but alas, they came across a team that was fueled by a little bit more than game fuel, it felt like at this point in time. Atlanta FaZe, truly terrifying stuff.
And again, it's just one of those things where all the criticism and negativity surrounding the FaZe team has effectively been like, hey, they're not as dominant as they should be. And again, the Toronto series is sort of the kink in this entire argument, but their respawn outside of the one Hardpoint Toronto took them down has been on point. aBeZy, I do not think he's had a single bad map this entire weekend. He has been feasting, and just straight across the board, everyone from FaZe has been doing fantastic. We're expecting it to be a heavy hitter Sunday.
I think indeed, a very, very heavy hitter. Our scuff play of the game, it has to be aBeZy. It was just non-stop. It was non-stop. It was aBeZy just doing work. It was exactly what you would expect it to be right now. The man truly had one of the most spectacular series he could have asked for, and they've cemented themselves a spot in Sunday, despite what a few people thought may not have been theirs to be had.
And so I think, what do we have left? It's the Ravens versus Subliners, I believe, in the match following this. The winner of that will play Toronto, and then, of course, the winner of that versus the winner of Huntsman. So, dude, talk about a massive opportunity. I think Toronto is probably in the best spot now. Of they were in the bottom 4. Now they've been able to get 20 CDL points. I think they've jumped over Optic Gaming, and it could realistically be a situation where if they get a couple wins tomorrow, even just the first one would be such a comfort to them to give them that wiggle room. They might just be that team, Miles. You might have called it, to break away from that bottom 4 and make something happen. But of course, it's nice to say it's a lot more difficult to get it done on the day, and they still have a lot of competition, a lot of Call of Duty left to be played.
If the season ended today, again, Ultra sitting in that bottom 4, but you're right, chance. I mean, Legion have got no more opportunities to get points from this event. Ultra still have a chance if they can win the next series. They're basically back up into that winner's bracket, and really, we've got another event for both teams, so there's still a chance to get points, but it's getting very, very, very close. We're really coming towards the end of the season. Cannot believe it. What a long season it's been. What an exciting week. Anyway, enough of that. Let's get on with what the rest of the show. We've still got Warzone weekend coming up again. This is the Duos edition, so this is what we'll be showing tomorrow. You'll see it all play out tomorrow. CDL Sunday at 12 p.m. Pacific. That's 3 p.m. Eastern. This is all on youtube.com/COD League. But you already knew that because you're already here. Again, you're looking at some of your favorite CDL pros playing alongside each other. Zed and Den's Methods Classic. Everyone's being represented, and again, I assure you, it is a ton of fun, as crazy as ever. We've thoroughly enjoyed the Warzone weekend, again presented by Metro by T-Mobile. What a day. What a crazy day. That's all from Chance and myself today. One more matchup left today. We've got an interview now. Rich, I believe, is going to be talking to Simp. We'll see you after the break, friends. What a crazy day today has been.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid. PS4, the official platform partner of Call of Duty Challenges.
TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
Folks, it's time for another instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. I got Simp with me, and I got to start off by just asking. Abizi was laughing like an absolute madman after he started popping off. What was going on in your comms throughout that series?
Honestly, our comms were pretty calm and just like fun. You know, like the atmosphere wasn't tense, it wasn't stressful like it normally is with our matches. Just because we always go to those game 4s, those game 5s, and it just adds on the pressure that we don't need. So. Yeah, we were just having a good time that match.
Yeah, it does seem like it would probably be a little bit more relaxing when you don't have to go all the way to the game 5. But you talk about relaxing matchups. I feel like we might be seeing one pretty soon that's not necessarily going to be relaxing. There's been a matchup that everybody's been waiting for a very long time, and the only equivalent I can think of is Sasuke and Naruto exchanging blows. It's FaZe versus the Huntsmen. What do you think's actually going to go down in a matchup like this?
I think both of our teams right now are at a spot where anything could happen for the most part, and I feel like it's going to be a super close match. So I've been super excited to play them just because, you know, Alec and Preston are my old teammates from last year and we won champs together. So it'll be fun to finally play them and see who the better team is.
What's that dynamic actually like, though, when you're excited about a matchup? Is it just you're fueled by wanting to beat your old teammates? Are you curious about what's going to happen? I feel like very few of us ever have an experience like that. I mean, I have essentially no thumbs. I have no idea what it's actually like to be in a situation like that. So for the folks at home, what is it like to anticipate this matchup?
I mean, I think you just feel a lot of hype about it, you know, because it's been something that we've been waiting for all year. And, you know, sometimes we don't make it to them, sometimes they don't make it to us, and it's just been super unfortunate until now. So to be able to play these guys and this team now at this point in the year, I think it'll be just a really great match.
I do want to ask one more thing. I know that I was supposed to only ask 3 questions, but I really do want to ask right now how you feel with the meta right now. Yeah. Do you feel like you guys are really gelling? I know that you're a team that's very dynamic. You have a lot of different options, and when I had chances to talk to your teammates, it seemed like you had an abundance of options, and almost choosing which one might be the difficulty, not a lack of options. So how do you guys feel now with the meta?
Yeah, I mean, right now we're confident, but I think after this home series, we'll be a lot more confident because we'll have a lot more time to just test out stuff and practice with stuff. The last week, practice has been kind of hard and stressful for us just because the meta's shifted a lot of times. And, you know, me and Tyler and our subs have been using just different guns every other day, so it's just been annoying for the most part. But now that we have a set meta, hopefully, we can just keep practicing with it and just be more comfortable.
Well, Simp, thank you so much for the time. I am definitely going to be looking forward to the matchup when you actually do get to play against the Huntsman. But next up is New York versus London. That's going to be covered by Lottie, Maven, and Merc. So, folks, you don't want to go anywhere. It's coming up right after this.
The US Army. What's your warrior?
Save money at the restaurants you love with Grubhub perks. Use code NYCDL at checkout to get free delivery.
PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
New York, the greatest city in the world.
Welcome to the long-awaited home series. Look how close it is.
New York go up 2-0 over your reigning victors.
Look at that kill feed, man. This is disgusting from Atlanta FaZe.
FaZe, this is their moment.
Huntsman can work on it, they can improve, and they can get back to that level.
Scum finds another one. He's still going. Huntsman, what a round. Props to the Guerrillas. You're going to Sunday, boys.
An absolute rampage from Decimate right now.
No one is untouchable and no one is undefeatable.
It's too quick. It's too clean from the Royal Ravens.
Come in and dominate the respawn. The Røkkr are lighting it up. It's all Minnesota in the kill feed. They've got a home. Røkkr, get it done.
You never know with Paris. If they get back to that form that we saw early in the year, this could go the distance.
Kismet, absurd plays to keep his team going.
Toronto Ultra destroyed them.
Toronto Ultra, get it done.
Champs is not that far away. What will our next home series bring us? We're gonna have to find out. Welcome back, folks, to the New York Subliners Game Fuel Home Series. We are in the last match of knockout rounds here, of course, at the Call of Duty League. And joining me, I have two very special men, two incredible men of the Call of Duty League. I do have Maven and Merc joining me. Gents, I can see the smile. I can see the confusion. I don't know why you're confused about being so special,
Latte.
guys. You're amazing.
Wait, are we getting British Joe or Southern Joe during this?
Yeah, which one, Joe?
Ooh. You won't get me down there by the river, huh?
I'll tell you what, like, I'm just excited for everything right now. We finally get Huntsman FaZe tomorrow. It's all I can think about. I cannot wait. And we still have an exciting match to close up tonight to find our last semifinal. Joe, I'm pumped. I'm ready.
Yeah, you fired up? Me too.
I'm real fired up, Joe.
They're fired up, guys. They're fired. Honestly, you're going to be getting a different level of class this evening from these two. Because trust me, in our little just chat room before we got into this, they're wild, absolutely wild animals right now. So I'm really looking forward to this one. So let's talk about, of course, Zuma of the New York Subliners, our home series team. He had an incredible hardpoint yesterday. We're going to put up some stats for you guys on the board in just a second to talk over. But Maven, what was really standing out about Zuma's gameplay for you yesterday in the hardpoint?
Just the stats. Like, I mean, when Joe and I discussed this coming into today, that like it was like him and Abizi were the two subs that weren't getting destroyed. I mean, so many subs were between like a 0.8 and a 0.9, and we know it's harder with the meta now. You have to pick your fights better. But in the hard point, he still found a way. And you just saw BZ do that in that last series. So it's still possible. It's just harder, but it's going to be difficult to replicate. But I'm excited to see if Zuma can keep that rolling.
Yeah, I mean, with the meta change, and obviously it is harder with subs, are we seeing subs die out a little bit, do you think? Are we going to be seeing a lot more ARs picked up? Are we going to see subs at all by the end of the season?
I think we're at the point we're going to be. I think 3 is probably going to be the magic number for ARs. The question is just, I guess, how quickly can subs adapt to how they need to play the game now? It's different. You can't just map an M4. It's not going to happen. So how quickly they can adapt is going to be exciting to see.
It really is. Now, let's talk about our game fuel keys to victory, because, gents, it is nearly time to get into this matchup. Let's talk about New York Subliners first. Maven, I'm coming to you to start this one off. What have these guys got to do?
Oh, do what they've done basically, all year. Well, okay, I should say over the last month or so, where they've really started to look very, very strong. But they got to close out the search and destroy rounds. They've had times where they've had numbers and they've not been able to lock it down. They need to go clutch, and that's been a weakness for them basically all year. And the 1v1s, yeah, they had, 3 1v1s that didn't go their way. But yeah, the clutch moments and search and destroy in general, I think we need to see improvements.
For sure. Game fuel keys to victory for London Royal Ravens. British Joe, can you take us through this one?
Hello? Sure. No, I'm not going to try it. I'm not going to try it at all. Yeah, I mean, Shawnee is the third flash, needs to be better in respawns. We saw what he was able to do in Search and Destroy. He'll need to match Temp, and yeah, I like that a lot. I think we saw versus Chicago, Temp at times. He started with the MP5 on Ramaz, and he was like, you know what? I'm going back to the M4. I think 3 ARs is going to be what's comfortable for everybody, and I'm sure Temp is happy with that. So Shawnee, yeah, I like that a lot. He needs to be on the same level as Mac and Temp.
I love seeing individual players almost like rotating between their teams, showing exactly what they can do as an individual. I'm absolutely loving that showcase we're seeing this weekend. Just seeing a few new faces popping out from the crowd of their team. Gents, I've been told by the very important people in my ear that the game is starting. So I'm going to leave this one in your very capable hands. I've said that already. They're still capable, gents, confirmed. I have been watching.
Oh, they're no longer strong though, Clint.
No longer strong.
You've grown weaker, you old man.
Thank you, Loy.
Enjoy, fellas. Enjoy.
Thank you, Loy. Appreciate it. But now,
that was horrible. That was so bad.
As we get into it, they played 3 times. The London have won all 3. The only one of real importance is after all these roster changes go down in May.
Bracket.
I'm hitting it, Joe. I hit it, but I was talking about how they've won the 3 matchups. If you're London, can they do it again, man? They've controlled this matchup for sure, but this is a different Subliners team now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a lot of the times when we sort of see revenge matches, they do go in the favor of the player that was dropped, and that's what happened last time. It feels like they play with a little bit of extra motivation, right? And I think that's what we saw from London. You know, they were able to 3-0 New York. What was that, in May? That was that last time they matched up. So it has been some time. The meta change obviously changes a lot, but it feels like London, they are confident in this series.
We'll see if Subliners can get a bit of revenge. So far, it's been all Ravens in the hard point. Nobody in for now. 30 seconds to go. Subliners locking down the right side of the map as we'll get ready to head over to Depot. Working the top side of the map already is going to be, I believe, Zero that's trying to get into position for the pinch when it gets set up. On the opposite side of the map for Subliners, you still have Temp like behind enemy lines. He might be able to get a nice flank in here. Oh, no. Well,
he thought so, but Shawnee, the construction man, able to take him down. But a lot of, I mean, look at the time. Well, this might be the first time we've ever seen that amount on this first hill. 45 points for the London Royal Ravens on that first hill. And now we go into Depot, where New York, they are set up. But there's a very fast contest. Shawnee's inside. Shawnee was great in that game 5, able to find 2 more kills. Going to keep that momentum going. But Zuma going to be able to track back.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Like, Shawnee's numbers have been pedestrian for the most part this year, but there's got to be some momentum off of game 5 like that, right? You put up 14, you clutch up to move on. Can he take that confidence into this? Well, there's a little bunny hop across as he's able to take down Zuma. We'll see what kind of performance Shawnee's going to have through this, but a nice start at 7-3, so 30-point edge for Ravens. As Subliners should be able to secure the rest of this time. Ravens will look to get over towards minecarts. They've got what? Vents locked down, bathroom side locked down. 2 players already backed up towards minecarts in a pretty good position here, but they can't deal with a lot of deaths in transition as Subliners start to surge.
A big kill there by Zero. Quickly going to be traded, but yeah, I mean, look at the arrows right now for London. Just so spread out, and basically New York trying to fight for map control. They're trying to flood them down this minecart lane. You're going to see a few players trying to work inside a vent room now. Weston's going to get taken down, and really what Temp's trying to do is you see that number 3 arrow. He's just trying to get in a position towards the woods area where he can watch them off spawn and call out the crosses, but it only works if his teammates are in the hill. So now he's going to have to decide what he wants to do. He will continue to kill those off spawn.
Well, Subliners now get them out of the hard point, and they'll be able to push forward for the final 20 or so as they still have them pinned in the back of warehouse. Mac's going to rotate over towards cargo containers, but he can't take the gunfight. It's Wuskin with the M4 that's going to take that fight. He'll win a big one out towards Forest. 30 points, still the lead for Ravens. Comfortable, but not that significant. And Subliners now bounce back on this point. Nice win from Shawnee as he keeps it rolling. Trade it out before the trophy gets out.
And you see the setup New York has. So you have attach all the way set up at minecart where we just were. And similar to what we saw Temp doing on the last hill, they just continue to keep them pinned back here, back warehouse. So this is great because they have to focus on this position first. You also have Mac who's pushed up. This is a spawn trap and a half as attacked 14 and 7 on a 5 spree. Finally, it's taken down, but that is 30 clean seconds for the Subliners.
Yeah, it was a 5 spree and a 5 spree in about 10 seconds. I mean, he was just mutilating them as they were trying to work off a spawn. The M4 starting to really click here for the Subliners. You go right over to Temp, and he's got a multi-kill of his own. Attach back in the mix right off a spawn as well. But a great hard point there to now get a lead change over to Subliners. Ravens have everything they want, though, as we look towards warehouse. Zuma. Well, everything going to be gobbled up by the trophy. So the utility not going to provide much, but they are able to push through it regardless. Attach gets one on the cross as well. There's an opening here. They're spotting out bottom for Ravens. You have the numbers right out for a moment if you're Subliners. I like this from Zuma. Before he floods in, he picks up the cross. He's able to get a pick there, and now they soar on in. Him and Mac able to get a nice pinch. Subliners are into the hard point. That was beautiful.
Yeah, nice break by Zuma. But it takes his time, but Zero's still here. He is taken down 4, finally cut down by Zuma, but I think Zero bought enough time. So now his reinforcements are here. Shawnee, another multi-kill for him. And yeah, you thought the final 30 seconds were going to go the way.
I really did.
Yeah, to New York, but yeah, a great individual play from Zuma, a better one by Zero.
I thought for sure they had that break and they had that time, but not going to be the case at all. So Ravens will hold on to this lead. Now on the other side of it, player's just running by Zero as he's tucked away.
Yeah, we don't really see this spot used that often, really. It's all the way back here is what we typically see. But yeah, he's going to basically make it so a 4 versus 5 is on the other side, and he just wants his teammates to spawn by him. This should do it right there. Yeah, as soon as Mac got taken down, I figured it would flip, and it does. So now New York needs to recognize that situation, and, well, they know someone got through.
Heads up play there from Zero. The patience pays off. The route man gets it done yet again. Could be crucial to push out even more extensive lead if they can hold on to those spawns over the next 20 or so seconds, and it looks like that's going to be the case. You saw how far out Attach just spawned, all the way in the deep side of the warehouse, and Wuskin trying to be a thorn in the side of their transition. Oh wait, he just got that kill?
I'm hoping that player was hit by an nade. That's what I'm going to hope. Because that player, I mean, Mac just got 2-3 bullet headshot.
I didn't even realize Wuskin shot at first.
Yeah.
And then I saw the kill pop up, and he's still going. Scraps and him working to hold down this cross. Scraps now getting some information. Some are rotating towards the back. Number 9 and Shawnee's going to have to help him pick that up because they've wrapped all the way through. Dead silence out for Scraps. He tries to flank it. He gets there in time. He can. He knows there's 2, and there's the teamwork to get it done. They lose it for a moment on the front. They haven't got comfortable whatsoever. Player after player after player from Subliner surges on in. It's 6 in a row now for Zuma. Give him the 7th, but no, it is Shawnee with yet another headshot. Nice little jump shot to put him down.
I feel like we haven't seen this Shawnee since like World War II when he would randomly like pull out the bar, remember, and just absolutely fry in certain times. Like he was just a giant X factor for that team. But yeah, it feels like the confidence from that Game 5 is absolutely carried here into this next series. Is London? They're getting that scrap time. They're rotating. Attach, though, is here. And, well, he's frying. 23 and 15 from him in that sub position. Now his team has to fight for the hill.
Just every time I look, it keeps getting back to around that 30-point lead for Ravens. Subliners just struggling to get over the hump and run away with this game.
Zero again, man.
And behind enemy lines. Should be a couple of freebies. First is going to go down. Everyone has to look back at him. That should be the opening for them to hit the front, and that's exactly what it turns out to be. But Mac goes big. There's an opening there created by Zero. But what stops it? A multi-kill. Mac does it.
Mac going big. They call him Big Mac. And he's still alive inside. 4 kills in a row.
I hate that I never thought of that. I said Mac attack. I never thought of Big Mac. That's beautiful, Joe.
Yeah, you like that?
I do.
You,
I do
I'm
like
inspired.
That. I do like that a lot. Big Mac. Now I'm hungry. To be honest, I want a burger.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Well, Big Mac is on 6 in a row. 19 and 18. How high can he push it? 7. 8th to his right. I thought for a second Wuskin was getting absolutely buried, but he finishes the kill. At 30-point lead, though. A distant memory for now. Subliners up a few points, but Ravens trying to bounce back and bounce back with passion. But Subliners fight enough to keep the contest there for a moment. Just a flurry of kills and trades all around the hard point. 175, 175, 30 seconds remaining on the point.
Yeah, this could be big time, but actually 2 nades come in from Mac and accuracy. I was going to say, where New York was set up, they were just making sure that they had warehouse control. Could have been 35 seconds in favor of London. It'd still be about 20. You still have some presence there attached. She's going to get taken down by Shawnee, so all this scrap time going to put them over 200 points. But New York, they have invested in this early setup. And I like this from London. Just slowly moving on up, and once that next hill pops, they're going to fly.
Here we go. Time to fly. Scraps looking to get forward. His wings are shot off as Tim's able to take him down. They still have the close spawn, though. They're trying to get in. One player from Subliner spawns out. That's going to be Temp, but he might actually be able to pick up some kills on the flank, but he's spotted almost instantly from Wuskin. Wuskin able to get the read and take out Temp. So the pressure is still going to be here. Accuracy will fall inside. Last man up is going to be Zuma. Can the Stallion make the play? Able to locate one out back, but he's basically by himself in a sea of white arrows. Picking him apart, but can't take the third. London still inside.
Yeah, they just continue to go big at crucial moments inside these hills. That's now 2 times at warehouse where you think about the Zuma 0 play where London finds the final 20 seconds, and right there they're able to break on through with an early rotation. Out in New York, and you can see the score now 10 points away from closing out map number 1.
They've led it through a majority of the game. Now just need to close it out. Subliners have to somehow keep them out of the point and flip spawns for next. They're relying on a miracle, but maybe they can get it done. Can they at least keep Ravens out to see another hard point? Ravens have now gotten in. Second by second, getting closer to this. Attach, able to get them out of the point for now. They've got to throw bodies at this. Well, the door's closed now, Temp, but he's still able to answer the knock. The white arrows of Ravens still spawning towards Depot. 4 kills through for Ravens. Can they get into the point to slow it or close it out? Temp's not allowing it, though. There's 5 kills through. But now they have to somehow work on the flip. They've got themselves another hard point. But now how do they get this break? And, well, they're MP5 versus M4. You're not going to win that fight.
They're just a little staggered right now. Yeah, Zuma goes. He gets taken down. Temp's got to wait for his teammates here. You basically have one push. He's going to fly on through. Can't win the first gunfight. Where's everybody else? They're just not quite there yet. They're going to try and fly through the front door. There's going to be 1 second too late. In London, with their hot start right out of the gates in that first hill, going to win this one by 35.
Yeah, and I mean, you relied on a miracle or some sort of perfect play, but that was bordering on the improbable, the impossible for Subliners to do it, and they can't just get it done. 30 bomb from Scraps. Shawnee, 28 and 28 with nearly 2 minutes in the hard point. Really balanced effort all around from London. As we'll look at the stats, you guys can check out how it played out. Attach has a big map on the other side of things, but you gotta love what you saw from Ravens. They basically, it was around a 30-point lead throughout most of that game. They just never let Subliners chain together 2 points and really get a big swing.
Yeah, and I think for New York, it's to go back and look at that. Those 2 warehouse setups that they had, or they allow Zuma to make that individual play. Can't let that happen. The second time through, they set up early. London just gets in a little too early. And one thing that we talked about really with the game fuel keys of victory was Shawnee, right? And you get a big performance out of him, 28-28.
Which for him is a great respawn map. That's a great respawn map.
Yeah, and we saw just how many times there's just multi-kill from him. So, again, just keeping that confidence moving forward.
Yeah, and man, it was, well, you said Zuma. You meant Zero? Zero made the play, right? Yeah, he's the one that got like the 3 or 4 kills to keep them alive inside.
Yeah, well, the Zuma play into the Zero play.
Gotcha. We'll take a look at the quick scope now, presented by U.S. Air Force, how these guys stack up. You want to say kind of relatively close, and well, that's why they're sitting in similar spots when you talk about the standings. But both teams have kind of started slow this year and have now started to ramp it up.
And I think for these 2 teams, like what we talk about is like these are probably the 2 teams that are 5-6 right now, right? In terms of power rankings with Minnesota's position. Yes, Minnesota's in 5th, but based off recent performances, we look at these 2 as Can they beat the top 4 teams? We've talked about New York struggles. We've talked about London struggles versus those top teams, and now they're squaring off against each other.
Yeah, one of them's getting to tomorrow, but well, the good thing for them, I guess, is with how it shook out with Huntsman and FaZe, you don't have them on both sides of the bracket, right?
You play Toronto.
You're playing Toronto, which that's a team they can beat, whereas Huntsman and FaZe, they haven't proved they can do it. So it's looking like it's a good chance for one of these squads to get to a final. I mean, Toronto can absolutely do it, but just historically, the conversation with these two squads, it seems like this is your best chance to get to a final. And I know London's been there, but for the Subliners, your home series event, can you do it? As we now take a look at the London Royal Ravens roster.
Yeah, and we're going to St. Petro, search and destroy. This is New York's map pick. They're 4-1. They're 1-0 versus London. On the other side for London, 1-3. So not a lot of repetitions. Not their best search and destroy map, but well, based on what we've seen today, sometimes that just doesn't matter at times.
That is certainly true. And now for your New York Subliners. Max, since he's been added to this roster, has been an absolute beast. We're still waiting to see on how this meta is going to look for a lot of these teams, but the ARs seem to be getting it done. Zuma, one of the few players that seems to be comfortable in that submachine gun role, despite the fact he goes, 21 and 27 in that first map. But still, he's going to be a weapon throughout the course of this series for sure. But now we can kind of shift focus to search and destroy. And one of the keys to victory when you're talking about Subliners as well, I mean, flat out, they haven't been very good in search all year outside of Ramaza. And, we saw them struggle there just earlier today. And it seems like it's the, I don't know, not like the opening to rounds. It's just, sometimes when they have numbers or some of the clutch situations, if they can just make that one big play, they've got a chance. But
it's similar to what we talked about with Chicago. I mean, I think like Senator talked about it. He's like, our search and destroy has been stellar for the most part of the year, but it's been their one key weakness, and a lot of the times what we mean by their struggles is late into rounds. What are your play calls? How much are you switching it up? And that just comes down to that small talk, that communication in rounds. Like, who are we listening to? What do we want to do? So we'll see if New York can continue to get better at that.
Well, that'll be one of the focuses for sure here on Petro. If they can make the improvement. Royal Ravens looking to go up 2-0, take the massive edge here. And when were their other two matches? Like, I know London's 3-0, but the other ones were like, January and February. So
February?
Those are so long ago that it's hard to even count that in this, right? Like, it's only really the one matchup that's crucial just because they've had these rosters. Who can go big? Who's got the ice? Who can step up in the search and destroy? Zuma's going to be a point man a lot of times for this team. His first blood and the impacts they can leave. But they look like they are going straight towards B. Attach a little bit late off spawn, or he was just watching the cross.
Scraps right now just hanging out. We talk a lot about mid-map control on this map, especially for offense, because the sort of worse rotations on the defensive side. But you already have 3 towards B. The only player who might get picked if they wrap back, that would be Shawnee. He's just watching Archway right now and attach. Able to find the first blow with the snipe.
Yeah, not slow off spawn. He was watching the cross, couldn't find the opening shot, but as he moves forward, he's able to find the pick. Dylan, first out of this round 1. Can Royal Ravens do it without the numbers? That shot a little bit shaky, maybe struggling to get aim assist behind that vehicle. He's just going to get out of that fight. Wuskin then evens the odds at 4-4 from the top window. Mac into attack as a trade is through onto Wuskin. Subliners back in control. They're going to wrap this over to A. There's still going to be 2 players there. There's still going to be 2 players there, and like you said, they've got to go.
Great need. Oh, it doesn't connect.
It's like a little too far behind him, maybe. Just a little bit too far behind him.
But they stopped the plant, though. Can accuracy get on it? Can he get on it? Doesn't matter. Okay. So again, it comes down to the clock. It comes down to, that final push. And New York able to find Scraps.
Attached with the first blood with the snipe. We'll try to track the first bloods throughout the course of this. Now let's swap sides. Shawnee and Wuskin really providing the only kills for them in the round 1, while they were the hard carries in that map 5, where they end up with 24 combined, but probably have like their 30, 35 kills, somewhere in that ballpark.
There are a lot of smokes going down. I think that's from the London side, and they're just going to go for it. New York, though, they have 3 bodies here. One, though, is going to be a sniper, and with all those smokes down, Attach's not going to be able to do too much, but they dissipate. Now we can look over his teammates.
Hi.
Well, Zero, hello. Just so sneaky. Okay, and yeah, that works.
His skull is just torn off. Zero's making the play under the car, but Attach answers. Zero gets a kill with the frag grenade as well. 4-3 Royal Ravens. Temp able to get the drop on 1, even it up, and get away with his life. The only person really near the site right now is Mac. They've got to get over quickly. 30 seconds to go. All the way back inside a pool is Dylan, who's waiting to pounce and holding that cross. He's been spotted by accuracy, so it's really a 2v2 on the site for now. How will the 2v2 play out? First is a trade. The trade goes the way of Royal Ravens. All on accuracy now with dead silence. He knows he's got one behind him. The read was perfect, but the timing was not. And he will fall. That'll tie us up at 1-1. God, he holds that for just another second. He's probably still going to lose the round with Scrap's positioning, but maybe he beams him, then reads the chow.
I don't think he has time anyways, but during that 3 versus 3, that just comes down to temp. I mean, he gets the nade, the van blows up, and you have 2 players weak in that area. I feel like it's on him to win just one of those 1 versus 1. Starts the trade a little bit earlier, gives them the man advantage.
Attach watching the cross yet again. We'll see if he can get the opening snipe once he starts to move up the map. Similar setup from the first offense from Subliners. 4 towards restaurant. And Attach holding deep.
Yeah, but you have early presence here from defense. Scraps and Dylan. A couple of different corners. And it looks like Dylan is snuck through somehow. Looks like he's inside. Scraps does get found, but they didn't know where Dylan is. Looks like Dylan is snuck through with dead silence. And really, he's the playmaker. Oh, well, now they know he's there. He finds Zuma. Okay.
And now the gig is up. Dead silence is out, but they still have to worry about him. And it's not the easiest position to pick him off. This bar, and that's a freebie. Accuracy comes flying down. Dylan lying in wait. And Mac knows, like, it's not a fun fight. You gotta hope to get some timing, maybe. Not gonna happen. Dylan with 3. Finally, they just have to swarm him. And Attach is able to trade it out, but it's now just attached to a 1v3. No time to work with.
So how much time Dylan wasted there.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously,
Half
he
the
finds
round.
all of those kills, but he just wastes so much time. And that's why it's so important for offense to control that area, because really what offenses are trying to do in this scenario is just control the rotations out of A. So yeah, the fact that they don't have restaurant control, it's a big deal. And well, it just starts with Dylan.
I mean, between when Dylan got his first kill till they even pushed him the second time, had to have been a good 20 plus seconds.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. I was like, I don't know think they know where Dylan is, but he got the kill on Zuma, and there was just no trade.
And then by the time he died, it was probably like 40 seconds. It was a ton of time. Advantage in the game too. Back to Royal Ravens. Wuskin will have sniper out, and Wuskin with the first blood. No aggression from the Italian Stallion in this one. They still have to wait for round 5. Wuskin looking for a new angle. As you can see on the minimap, no one really for him to spot. Everyone kind of separated between a restaurant and the sites. Plus there's 16 smokes down mid-map.
And we talked about Dylan, but it's temp this time. You know, you get that first blood. Now, what do you want to do with it? What do you want to decide to do? But temp could ruin this round for London. You have to clear this position out. He's getting so much information. We can hear the footsteps around him. Gonna pop dead silence. Just wants to try to find one, maybe get that reset, but nobody is giving him anything right now. There's the first one. Can he find any more? The hip fire connects, and he absolutely melted Shawnee.
He certainly did. You take the 2 for 1, but you're still in a 3 versus 3. The time's the issue. 25 seconds to go. They've got to work towards this plant. Mac's going to be the first point of attack to lock this down. Mac has the window, but Dylan spots him. They've got to somehow get on this. Nades are flying in as well. Dylan desperately trying to work the plant, but he's trying to hunt down the kill. It's not going to happen. Wuskin mid-street, last one up, and Subliners able to close it out. It's another one of those rounds where you don't have a lot of decisions you can make because you just have to try and get the bomb planted.
Well, yeah, and I mean, they obviously Temp makes the big play, but even when they wrap back, I think Attach was all the way back tracks, and I think he sees the rotation back there. Just gives the call out to Mac, and is able to rotate on over. So because there's no smokes down, because we're so late into the round, he gets all that information, but at the end of the day, yeah, it's all due to Temp.
Rough start for Zuma at 0-4, and he just got sniped off the break in the last round. Mac will be the trophy guy, so they can get to some positions. Smoke to work through as well. See if Zuma can find some success, but it's not going to happen. I don't know how somebody dies to a nade when the trophy was there.
Oh, no, it was gone. No, they threw like five.
Okay.
It just went. It instantly went away. There was so many players here from London that they just chucked everything they had, and that's the point.
Well,
you want to get that thing out of there.
I didn't realize how quickly it got taken out.
Yeah, it was gone, bro. It just popped.
Poor Mac. He's the one that gets the trophy down that dies to a Simtex. 3v3 now. Kind of one player rotating in late from each team. Attached still all the way back and worrying about somebody maybe leaking in through Riverside. Zuma's got dead silence up. Can he locate anything? He hears the footsteps near him in the stairwell. One's going to fly out. Able to finally finish the kill. Wuskin, though, gets 2. Gives them numbers. Attached now. 1 versus 2. 20 seconds to go. Bomb was dropped mid-street. Shawnee's just staring at it. Attached pops Deddy, but he just saw his feet.
Saw him. Yeah. He saw his size 10.5s. Well, Attach... He's not going for the plant. He's not going for the plant, so that's going to be the round.
He was so worried he was spotted, or at least spotted the bomb getting picked up and somebody would chase it. Little did he know he had plenty of time to get that bomb planted and maybe work the clutch. But, I mean, I understand it from his position. He's thinking, no way did I pick this up and get away with it.
Yeah, he's probably just hoping there's a double challenge and maybe he can make a play.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, it was the exact opposite.
Yeah, Shawnee's like, I'm out.
Let's see if this trophy survives any longer.
Here, all the smoke's going down again. Looking like an A hit from London. Zero going to be the first one through. They make sure they blow up that van so it doesn't blow up on them. They get in a position. He's just hanging out now.
He loves looking under that fan.
No, why not? The sneaky man with a sneaky plan.
Well, they'll try to sneak the bomb plan in as Dylan works to get it down. Yeah, well, he gets off it and he takes out Zuma. Zuma's woes continue in this game. Now it's Mac's turn to try and shut it down. It is not easy
so close.
or fun to try and plant this bomb. I do not envy the person trying to do that for any team in the CDL.
He was so close to putting that down. Because Zero only has an MP5 here, I don't think he can jump on the boxes and challenge this gunfight, right? Like we typically see. But there's another smoke down. They go for the plant, and there we go. Scraps, guess what? He hops onto the box. He's got the M4. Temp now, he's trying to make the play. He pops that on, he's able to find one. He thought the player was going to be up top, but he was down low. Now it's down to a 2 versus 2.
Wuskin and Shawnee, the heroes of map 5. We know how clutch accuracy can be in these spots, but you can't slow down Shawnee right now. 1 versus 1. 20 seconds to go. 5 in a row for Attach. Some shots into Wuskin. Wuskin just trying to waste time. Just waste as much time as he's got to go, and Attach gets it done. Attach wins the gunfight, and there's the clutch. And the defuse. What a round for Subliners.
I mean, Attach had, what, 31 with an MP5 in map 1, and right now, up to 10-2 with a big 1 versus 2. But I love how patient he is. He's just thinking that, all right, Wuskin probably assumes because I made him weak, I'm going to double sprint at him, right? He might hop the box. Obviously, just try to catch him sprinting. He takes his time, able to win the gunfight.
Then hits him a little slide cancel, and Wuskin did not stand a chance as he tries to peek that box. Great play from Attach, and A little bit of redemption from, I'm sure, his frustrating 1v2 in which he didn't get the bomb down. But yeah, he nailed it 10 and 2. Hell of a map so far. Every bit of utility instantly expended into arches yet again. Shawnee trying to stand tall up top, and he's 8 and 4 in this game thus far. Takes out Zuma. And Zuma just cannot find any success. Well, here's the gunfight you were wondering about. Like, can he just rip somebody out of there?
I think with the old MP5, absolutely. The new one, you probably give the... It's still a very strong spot. Yeah, you're going to put accuracy up there. Yeah.
We hop away for a second. No longer an MP5 there.
Oh, Zero. He just continues to lurk in this position. Finds 2 more. Finds the 3rd. Beautiful shots out of Zero. Plays a little sneaky position. You always got to know he's going to be around this bomb site, and he does it once again.
Oh, lovely shots there from Zero. A huge moment in play. Hey, it's like they're taking turns. Just who's going to make a big play. The clutch from Attach. The triple from Zero. Just throwing haymakers at each other. Who will be the last man standing? 9th now for Shawnee. Attach still in double digits. Seeing if he can push the tempo without any more. Poor Zuma. We'll see if he can survive the opening 30 seconds of a round. There he is! There's a first blood for Zuma. Seeing if he can spot anything else.
Zero just tried to find an opening, switch it up. Well, the nades come in. There was no trophy down, so Attach's nade's gonna hit. And really, what we typically see on this map, at least lately, Clint, is a lot of sort of middle to either A or B, just deciding how the round goes out. But these teams have just been trying to run at each other inside of A.
This is like when we were playing Wagers a week into the game coming out.
Yeah, dude, with the offensive defensive spawns, you just get it free. Yeah,
just going into hey, all utility out, run. That's all it was. Another situation where they've got to get this plant down. They've got to do it quickly. 20 seconds to go. Scraps of Dead Silence is about to run out. Can he get the kill? Not able to take it. It's got to back down. Bomb pushing out to try and get the kills as well. They're just surging on forward. That's going to be bombed down mid-street. Scraps, peekaboo. Here I am through the door. 2 versus 3. No time to work with. Can't find the kills. And that's going to be another round that goes to time.
Yeah, it just feels like once we get into these situations, London at times just doesn't know what they want to do, right? Like they're just sort of like, all right, let's just sort of run and maybe make an individual play, and hopefully there's enough time on the clock where we can get the bomb down.
If somebody have Dead Silence, please just make a play.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sometimes that'll work, but unfortunately, offensively, they haven't found success behind that. Like Attach just put one past someone's head on the cross. Zuma, Dead Silence through the smoke. Can he get another first blood in back-to-back rounds? Takes the shot. Baits out Scraps. They stay alive at the pillar. Just able to get away. Great play there from Zuma. Resets the Dead Silence as well, and he wants to continue to soar. Oh, Shawnee, sorry, bud. You are dead.
Yeah, well, Shawnee at least got 1, but yeah.
Waskin 1v3 should be a 1v2. That's an easy pick onto accuracy.
Got Daddy.
I like this.
Yeah, we saw Zero go for it. Saw Zero go for it last round, this round. I don't think you wanted to flash that, but it happens.
Yep.
Here we go.
Daddy pop. Waskin's going for it. Here's one. Daddy's about to run out. Yeah. Daddy is out. Yeah, can't burn him quick enough. Zuma's able to back down. Now they have the information. Now this just became infinitely more difficult as Zuma repositions. Softened up by a Simtex. Yeah, just doesn't really have a choice.
That is it.
And really, that's just a good shoulder from Zuma, right? Just doesn't get caught. Enough to get the information back down. You know, we've seen players peek a little bit too wide and get caught there. Then suddenly it's a very winnable round for Waskin. But Zuma gets the info. Zuma gets out. Subliners win the round.
Yeah, it just starts with Zuma, and the fact that he's able to stay alive. I mean, he gets that final kill. He stays alive the entire round. He had such good position inside of the apartments, able to stay alive up top, and it closed things out. And you see what it does when he's able to get into that spotlight. It forces Shawnee out of that door, right? He has to worry about the flank.
Well, he was like 0-5 too. 0-4, 0-5, now up to 7-8. So he's definitely rebounded over the course of this. Now they're just one round away. Ravens, can they take this offense to force the final round? Can Zero get into his money spot? Wait, one just went right through. And Zuma, this flies on in. And there's another first blood for Zuma. The trade is there, though, and Zero now into his boxes.
Into his box. You got Construction Man Shawnee.
Yeah. Box Man, like UPS Delivery Man Zero? I don't know. Well, these aren't like package boxes. They're like wooden crates, so that was stupid. But back to the round 10. 4 versus 4. 4 versus 3 as accuracy gets the kill. Dylan now wants to go up top with Dead Silence. Should be able to catch Mac. Nice little slide and challenge, and right out the window he goes. Now to get the bomb planted. Attach just gonna kill the Simtex. Gonna be 2 versus 2. Now over to the Subliners POV. It's Temp and accuracy from mid-street. Can they clutch up? Not gonna have Dead Silence if you're accuracy. He's stomping around like an elephant. Temp has it to use, I believe. But Zero now from this position, so strong. There's the easy pick, and he spots the final player. Accuracy able to make it a 1v1. 20 seconds to go. Zero's gonna chow. Zero's gonna win it. It's his boxes, and he locks it down. 5-5, round 11, and what a big round 11 this is for Subliners, because you're down 1-0 in the series. You gotta tie this thing up.
And that was beautifully done by London. You know, I talked about really the small situations and in the shot calls, and then they had a great one right there. Their teammate dies on the flank. It's a 4 versus 3, but they know there's 2 in that area, so they take the push and take it towards the 2 that are inside apartments, able to find those kills and then get the bomb down.
Well, it's offense for Subliners in round 11. Trophy out, and they are just going, surging on through, and what a big play it is from Timp. 2 are going to drop a Simtex and a headshot onto Zero. Scraps is going to get caught. Timp just picks them apart in round 11. What a play. And in the blink of an eye, it's Wuskin. Last alive in a 1v4. Timp just takes them to Pound Town, beats them down. Oh, Mike Tyson. And gets the final kill. 4 in the round 11, and Subliners get it done.
Yeah, Temp said, I'm not losing this one. Somebody get my smoke. I got Dead Silence. I am flying. He hits the nade, wins the one-on-one, and just continues to go. It was 13 from Attach, but it's Temp in round 11 to tie the series up at 1.
Oh, he's 4 and 10 to that point. he doubles his kills in the final round. What a play from Temp. Such a clutch. And, you know, we were talking about those clutch moments, those big moments for Subliners where they've been falling short. And that round 11, that was not the case. Temp goes a massive, fries them. Woo!
Yeah, I mean, he just hits it. I mean, that is a 50-50 shot call and a half, right? Because, I mean, well, the other side of that is he blows up to a grenade, and
what do we see?
Probably over.
What do we see a lot of times in round 11? Like, the game slows down, like, look for the first pick. Nope, just hits it. And man, it pays off. But now let's look at the U.S. Army tactical play. And it's round 11, but it's going to be the Temp show. Let's watch it one more time. No hesitation through the smoke. And he's got a double so fast.
Let's say, I don't know if he got a good spawn or what. 'Cause, I mean, he's just flying. No, he didn't. The trophy's down. He trusts his teammate. I think he stuck the player up top. That was Shawnee. He wins the one-on-one. Scraps is like, oh, I got to pick up middle. No, you don't. Temp just doesn't care. And then he's like, you know what? We got a 4 versus 1. I know where this guy is. I don't even care. I'm flying.
And he just soars at him and gets the beat down. That was a thing of beauty. Props to you, Temp. One of the best plays we've seen this weekend. One of the best search rounds we've seen all year. Just dismantled them. There's no other way to put it. Like, that was just an individually brilliant play. Whew. You gotta love to see that. Series tied up 1-1. Final series of the night for the Subliners Game Fuel Home Series event. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Mr. Ice in his vein. Bomb go top. He gets the damage in. He can't miss it. It's accuracy. Engage. Here we go. Juma. 1 versus 3.
attaches the man to make the play. It's be attach, locking it down.
And Mac with the snap.
Come in and dominate the respawn.
Thank you to Xperia. Thank you to Xperia by Sony, official mobile partner of the Call of Duty League. The new Xperia 1 Mark II smartphone brings you the ultimate mobile gaming experience, with a cinema-wide 4K OLED display and more technology to enhance your gameplay. Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and pre-order the CDL A40TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League.
I'm gonna call this one down the middle. I'm gonna call this one down the middle.
Oh, no, that means you were up one.
I feel like you guys both argued these points, both sides very good.
No, but you were up one. No!
Which means the winner, yes! Smoked! Joe, you get 60 seconds, man, to go off on the golden headset.
First of all, Maven, I don't even know if this headset would fit your head. It is just, your head's huge. And for as being as big of a head as you have, it doesn't have a lot of Call of Duty knowledge in there. I thought casting together, as long as we have you, would learn some things. I mean, obviously I was the host of Trading Shots. I gave you a lot of pointers before that one. But being on this side of it, man, I was 1 for 1 in Trading Shots. Already here, I'm 1 for 1. This is just a little too easy.
I want to take a deeper look at the bromance and friendship that is Joe and I. As you can see from that damning footage there, Joe just tears me down. Just tears me down and contested a point. And look at the type of friend I am. Look at this Astro social soundboard. I am just gassing up. One of the greatest color commentators of all time. My better half.
Wait, when did you tweet that?
Last night.
Why, you didn't even tag me?
No, look at the response. I responded, I didn't tag Joe because he's weird about compliments.
I just wanted some of your bots to follow me, you know? Like, come on, you gotta give me some love at least.
Oh, man. That's great, though. We have some fun. I hope you guys are enjoying the commentary and enjoying the matches. What a thrilling game 2 that was. But we're all tied up 1-1, and now we're heading to a mode where neither team's great. Like London, we got to cast their Dom last series. Didn't look particularly good. Seemed indecisive at times. Not on the same page. Not hitting stuff together. And then Subliners, it's been okay. Really, their Hardpoint's been what's excelled for them. The Search and Dom have been pretty average. So I'm not sure what my expectations are here. I don't know. I mean, they're neither are very strong Dom teams.
Yeah, I think obviously that round 11 win probably gives a lot of momentum in favor of New York. We're going to Hackney, where we've seen New York have some success, at least this weekend. But what? They've lost, London has lost the last 3 Doms, Dallas, Chicago, Minnesota. I don't know, man. Yeah, this is a game mode where both of these teams have to step up, have to be better if they want to compete.
Yeah, certainly. And yeah, what are they? What did you say? Like 7 and 15 on the year for London, 9 and 15 for New York. So as we take a look more specifically at Hackney, though, 3 and 4 for London, 6 and 9 for New York. So and not terrible by any means. It just hasn't been a super strong mode for them. Let's see who can get the better map this time. Who's hot? Who's got the hot hand? As Subliners and specifically Temp come off a crazy performance to get that round 11 win. All up mid-map for Subliners. Trying to flank on through. Then their next bit of progress will be trying to get the flip towards A. They're going right for it. Mac is just leaking through. Attaches there with him. Shawnee's in trouble. Shawnee's got to back down. 4 kills through for Subliners. And this might be a disaster for Ravens early because they can barely focus on B. They've got 1 player there. The rest of the focus has to be on A. Now, as the London players drop, they should spawn out if the kills come through for Subliners. But it looks like they're going to be able to wrap back. But at least for Subliners, you get B, right? Like, you get that CB control. You don't get the flip, but not a single person could really focus on that B point for Ravens. All the attention had to be on the home cap.
Yeah, that was just one of those moments that London needed to clutch up because that could have just been a game 3 right then and there, right? The start turns into a 3 cap. You lose that A flag and could have been very bad, but now can they bounce back from it? New York still finding some kills, but here comes the push into B. Attach been so good this series. But it's Zero who's working top L, and I mean, we saw it in map 1 where Zero was hitting routes, but especially in Hardpoint's flip and spawn. We saw it in map 2 where he was just so sneaky. He does it there, able to get inside of top L, and that means that, guess what? London, they get that B flag.
Well, Subliners now in a tough spot. The 2 cap is in for the Royal Ravens. They're playing from the less preferred side. They've got to go big. Let's go to an Astro Gaming listen-in with the New York Subliners.
Mid-stack wall, you saw stack wall. You saw stack wall. Jumping top green ledge.
I need a top bell, I need a top AC. Top bell dead.
I'm bringing top AC. Their door,
Stack weak. Ladder. Top AC, 1 shot. Top AC weak. He's laying down, top AC weak.
Hang low well.
Trying to kill, no, their door.
Fire dead.
He's laying down, somewhere nice. I'm coming into B. I'm challenging top AC, ready? I'm challenging.
I'll double chow.
He's weak.
Where?
He's laying down, top AC. He's still up there.
I'm stunned. P1 dead.
Okay, 1 shot top AC.
Get him a top bell. I blew up the trophy. I need a top AC. He has to move. Top AC dead. Nice, 3.
I'm there, get that down.
I'm throwing me. Let's work this. I'll be mid-hop. I'll be guys mid-hop.
Got one in the door. Are you guys trying to push through there?
Quick, I gotta reload.
I'll be guys mid.
Top green, 1 shot. 1 shot top green.
Get another kill, then we can push. Alright. Try to get towards top green.
I don't think anything touched gas.
Top green dead. I'm chowing. Oh, I got killed from their door. They're dead. Wait. Dead. And one more fork. Gap.
Make sure you spawn up in the
He's weak. Low stat. Yes. Johnny was forward.
No one there.
I'm coming in B. I got one.
Another one down.
Trey could be there.
I'll get your stack.
I need the barrel down. I need barrel. Watch out.
I'm putting in. Trying to get your top bell.
Waiting in B1.
Top bell. Okay, I'm looking at it down.
Yo,
he's at the door. I was top AC.
Hit this. Go. Just work this. Climbing out.
I'm just starting to wonder if, there's the kill saves. What's going to have a goose egg in the first half? But there he gets his first 2 kills, like almost 3.5 minutes into the game. But for Subliners spawning C, it's been a fantastic opening half.
Yeah, you heard it there. I thought they were going to be able to get through, but yeah, Weston finally able to get 2 kills, and they were 2 big ones. Yeah, London just hasn't been able to work this B flag and get no momentum. They just been stuck at that doorway, and usually what you're trying to do is, okay, so say maybe slip 1 through C like they're doing right now, but really the control is around top L controls. That just gives you so many angles from inside of B. 3 go down. That might be the option to fly zoom. Some weird movement out of Weskin, but he's able to catch him, but they're going to fly through A.
That ladder got smoked. Unfortunately, the player on the ladder didn't. Just couldn't quite finish it, but attached with a nice one-on-one. There's the A cap. B might get neutral in a moment here unless they can get in and shut it down. That's going to be Zero that's able to get the neutral. You still have Wuskin lurking over towards this A point, being a thorn in the side of Subliners. Just 2 in a row before he's going to drop. They're going to have an AC setup maybe for a moment. As Temp's still lurking here, can he win a gunfight versus Dylan, who's just hopped onto the cap?
Yeah, he's just trying to play his life, and then his teammates can go towards B. And I like this, right? Just switch the angles up and allow his teammates to go. Zuma wins a big one-on-one on Wuskin. They can get on the B flag. Maybe he can try to neutral A. Might as well go for it. Dylan, though, inside, gonna take him down. But still, a very good half for New York, considering they started on that C side. It's not like they flipped to A, right? I mean, for the most part, it was a CB hold. It was very strong.
And we never, well, I won't say never. We very rarely see that. I mean, if we see it, it's maybe a tie game or you're down like 10 and we see it as a success. Being up 15 is incredible. I mean, that's just amazing.
It really is. I mean, they just couldn't get through that doorway. They couldn't get top L control. Hardly any pressure towards the C side. And when there was New York, they got 3 kills. They were able to push out towards A.
I feel like anytime we're talking about the C spawning team having a lead going into the second half, they flipped at some point, right? Like almost always. So the advantage 100% to Subliners here to take a 2-1 edge, but they're not out of it yet. Royal Ravens might be able to make the play in this half, or do the same thing we saw Subliners do and lock down a CB setup. Who is it?
Remember, we saw this a lot. Yeah, we saw this a lot for Chicago.
Look at them backing up, though.
Look at them backing up. Early on. Yeah, you gotta play safety towards A. Johnny and Scraps, this is not good. You cannot all die at this moment. They're gonna make sure they have ace ones, but I guess. I mean, if it pays off, it's a huge win. But the fact is most of the time that we've watched them try this, they're losing B.
What was worse last time is you lost A spawns because no one backed up. This time, it's like they almost backed up too far. Like 3 players backed up, and then you lost B. It's like they're getting closer to making that work, but not quite making it work. Yeah.
I mean, you need a lot of kills behind it. You need a lot of kills behind it. And you're hoping the player at C can buy enough time. He was hunted down. Mac, though, whips out the pistol. They're going to neutral B. You have 1 player bottom L. That's Zuma. On a 4 spree right now. 15 and 11. A great game from him with his MP5.
Well, there's 2 there, but... Oh, it's a team kill somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. A double for Zuma. Make it 3. As you might as well give him the 1 kill. Subliner still holding on now. The AB setup lock. Strong number 5, and Zuma spawns behind him at green. So does Attach. So that push they thought they had towards A becomes less of a push and more just getting shot in the back.
That is absolutely horrendous. I apologize on my behalf. That should not be a thing. And that shouldn't be a thing. They should just spawn back A. I mean, just plain and simple. They should just spawn at A. It makes me want to throw up. But here we are. Okay, 22. Like, come on.
Right back to it we go. The focus on to B is Royal Ravens trying to get in Mac. Holding from top AC, trying to finesse multiple players, trying to take him out. So far, so good. No entry for Ravens. Now behind the smoke, they're going to try and do it. But Mac's still in a very strong position. He's got help low towards the first hard point. Now, well, the trophy's not going to help that, unfortunately. Dylan sneaks up on him and able to pounce. Attach hits everything but Scraps, and Scraps will kill him.
A 32-point game now, and well, London, it's almost desperation time. In New York, you can sort of play this lead, right? You can overextend someone as well. Zuma spawns half wall again. He immediately spawns. He's going to pop dead silence. That spawn's going to allow him to flank B for free. That is... Okay, so they at least get the B flag, but yeah, Zuma's just going to come behind them. All right, so he immediately gets on it.
And you're at a point now, you're going to need a 3 cap. 2 in a neutral, something crazy here to slow this down. The lead just so big, 31 points now for Subliners, and yeah, it's been a good second half, but really it just comes down to that first half, what they were able to do from the seaside spawn. Now you get the flip if you're Ravens, but just too late, right? It's just too late.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to work a 3 cap. And you can already see what New York's doing. Like, Temp's playing back yellow. You got Mac, who's probably up top, just locking down C. They can play around 1. It can still happen, but it's gotta come soon. And you already have a player neutral in B, and that's all Attach has to do. He doesn't even have to capture it. He's out of there.
who had some big maps. Mac just drops on a 4 spree out to 22 and 16. Yeah. Zuma, still one of those few subs that seems to be dropping bombs in the respawns. I know not every game, but he's had some really, really strong hard points, some strong doms. Something about what he is doing is working. For Royal Ravens, no big standout statistically. And it's interesting because usually, man, like we joke about the fact that 80% of your kills usually come from A side, right? Like you see players struggle so bad, you get the flip and then you do so well, but Royal Ravens never really had that chance because even when they had A, they were being 2-capped nearly the entire time, so those easy gunfights go away. That was just it was a really hard game for Royal Ravens. Like we were talking about a gunfight standpoint, like they were not given easy gunfights at any point in that game.
No, yeah, because even going into CB, like you go into a 2-cap setup, like the team's ready for you, right? Like they know where you're going to be coming from. It takes a calculated push, some nice nade usage to get through it, but New York just never allowed it to happen.
Yeah. And that's why you just have nobody really going off. Like none of the ARs were able to dominate like we've seen them, do several times over the course of this weekend because they just couldn't get to those power spots. Nice win from Subliners. That'll be back-to-back. They get the round 11 clutch behind Temp. Now, a great team effort to get the 39-point victory in the Domination. We'll show you the stats we were just kind of loosely talking through. And you can see just how many, it's at the end of that's 4 M4s out, 4 Subliners. And Zuma like the lone MP5, and he's got a great map like 28 and 18.
Well, I think at that point, I think they just pulled out 4 so they could hold 1 flag. That's all that was. All right, all we have to do is defend 1, and they did just that. But yeah, I mean, I think it's difficult, but it feels like when Zuma is in the positions that he wants to be in, when he constantly doesn't have to break 2 caps, he can use that MP5 and roam around and use its mobility, he's making plays with it.
Yeah, no, he certainly is. And that's the example we were talking about with Zuma. Like, almost every single damage leader, every single kill leader in the games has been an M4 for the most part this weekend, outside of a couple maps from Abizi and a couple maps from Zuma. And there may have been a few more, but somehow they're getting it done. I mean, 28-18 leads the way over every single player in the lobby with that MP5 out. So great stuff from him, controlling the series now before we get ready to head over to a hardpoint.
Yeah, and this one's interesting because all the other maps in the series, they've matched up against each other at some point. But for Hackney Yard Hardpoint, both teams 4 and 5, but they have not played each other on it.
Well, now let's talk about the U.S. Air Force 2v2 gunfight. I believe that's been going on all year long. I need to find what I'm supposed to read here as my producers text me all sorts of things. Where is it? Joe, I've got it. No, Joe, I don't have it. I don't know what text chain it's in, Joe. I've got so many. Oh, I found it. We've officially wrapped up the U.S. Air Force 2v2 gunfights for the season. We'd like to thank all of our fans who competed, and a special thank you to U.S. Air Force for sponsoring these tournaments. So you'll take a look at all the winners. We've had 10 tournaments going on, since April. And congratulations to our winners. It's a cool thing we were doing all year long. Apologies as I could not find what I was supposed to say for that, but we got through it, Joe.
Yeah, you see a lot of repeat winners as well. Looks like Scarvin has done it with multiple.
A beast, absolute
duos.
Beast.
He's won 4, Laser and Vector 4. They started off hot. Plusky, I think he had 3 in there. So yeah, shout out to those gunfight winners.
Yeah, congratulations. But now we think about the hardpoint. Royal Ravens. They start out strong. They go out 1-0. Go up 1-0. Now in the hole. Do we have another game 5? I mean, this has been one of those days where it feels like we've had so many. Joe, we've had 2 game 5s. Why not give us a third? Let's have 3 game 5s in one day. I couldn't tell you the last time that happened, Joe, and I want it. I need it. I can taste it. I can smell it. I need another game 5.
I'm just worried about you. Will you be okay?
Yeah, I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
All right.
And will I be okay tomorrow? I don't know. But I'll be okay tonight, Joe. I'm fired up.
I am too. We've had some great games. It just feels like that break was good. It was a nice break and a nice time. But now we got 3 home series in a row.
It's gonna be a blast because it's fun because it's just ramping up. We're so close to champs at this point, right? We're so close to champs. What teams are going to be in their best form? Because we've seen some crazy things over the course of Call of Duty. I mean, none probably crazier than EG, but a team that like struggled all year, struggled up until a couple weeks before it, and then found a form that we didn't expect. And maybe this meta change, maybe something wild's going to happen, and we're going to have some crazy, crazy things happen leading into champs. But I'm just excited. Like, we're getting to that point where the money's about to be on the line. The big bucks, everything these players have worked towards all year, the culmination of it so close. And I love Call of Duty esports, Joe, almost as much as I love you.
I do too. It's just been in my life for so long. And yeah, I can't believe, I mean, I'm just a couple of years just too early. It is what it is, you know? Like, oh well, listen, I get to cast with you all the time, so we get to have some fun. That's what it's about.
Whenever you think about that, think about if you're Ogre too. Now the general manager, you know, of the Mutineers, one of the greatest, if not the greatest console player of all time. Think about it from his POV. Like, he was playing for $5 grand, winning every single tournament.
He sort of hit like the best time for that game, though, right? Oh yeah, I'm just saying.
Well, that's true. That's true for that particular franchise. Yeah, I guess you could look at it that way.
Yep.
Mac with a 3x multi-kill to start things off. Into the Hackney. We get it rolling. Accuracy's POV as he looks to lock down the first point. Royal Ravens, I mean, they've got what they need to win this map and get us to map 5, right? They have the coalition spawn on Hackney Yard. But one thing that stood out the last time we watched Subliners here, it was what, Smokestack? That they were really, really good. So even when they would go down to Tire Shop, they would have such a strong smokestack hold. They were so good at pinning people in Tire Shop.
Well, like, even this, Clint, like, this is enough. Though. Like, this is what you asked for. Yeah. I mean, you're going to get 50 points. Okay, like, beat us by 10 then. Yeah. Like, we'll take that. Like,
but they're one of the few teams where we've seen come away with a lead even after giving up 50 to 60 once you think about smokestack. So, great first hardpoint, but I'm curious if they can do that again. And oh my God, there is already a flood inside. There's already a contest, and it's chaos from the point. Accuracy, 10 Mac finding the kills. They might have the spawns is at least parallel for now, but they're able to fly in. You can see the spawn a little bit deeper for Subliners. The track over to keep the reinforcements here. Not quite as easy, but I mean, the damage has already been done. They've contested some of this time.
They still are. You still have Zuma inside the hill. Zuma's getting kills. He's up to 8-2. Zuma almost finds some more, but okay. We're going to slow down a little bit. I think New York's going to probably get into this setup that we watched earlier as they get it set up from Smokestack. But, I mean, yeah, the fact that you're going to beat them, when they have Tire Shop control, that is a win in itself.
And Zero's 0-9. You don't really see that usually when you have Tire Shop control. That's for sure. Make it 0-10. Zero having a nightmare start to this map. Now, Smokestack, they were so good. Now, the difference we saw is the team they were playing against kept trying to push bottom, right? Through first. It looks like the pressure from Royal Ravens is going to come up towards green. So a little bit different of a break, but for now, still the same result. 15 seconds into the point. No one has been close to it. All just gravy and money time for Subliners.
Yeah, that was versus Chicago. And I personally like it when you break from the office side. That's my personal opinion, but it feels like what Chicago likes to do is get control of top and bottom L, get the players off the hill, and then they had Envoy sort of smoke the cross from office. All that Chicago was trying to do, what it seemed like their objective was getting them off the hill, right? Like just making it a little bit chaotic. But the fact is when you attack it from this office side, not only can you control the hill and control the spawns towards the first side, you can also control for the next hill. So that's why I like attacking it from that one.
Well, it goes a little bit better, I guess, for Royal Ravens, but they still only have 47 points on the board with the coalition spawn. It's not been pretty. Zero's woes continue. Now 1-13. He has to turn it around. If they're going to beat a team like Subliners, he's still got a lot of time to do it. A bloodbath inside of office. Doc spawns. Good for Royal Ravens for now. It feels like they've got to find some good time there. They just have to.
It seems like New York is just okay with contesting this. They're like, all right, we're up 50. We're just going to chill. We'll hang out. You guys hang out. What's up, Dylan? How are you? Relaxing? How's the floor? Pretty comfortable?
Hey, look at Zuma.
All right, I'm finally going to go.
Zuma again gets like a triple inside. He's 17-8, man. Like, we've seen MP5s get torched on this map with the change, and he is just having no issue whatsoever dealing with the Royal Ravens here. Now some key gunfights going in on the next hardpoint. You've still got accuracy in a position. He's going to fall. Royal Ravens seem to be okay for now. The one Subliners player pushing in is going to be Zuma again. This time they're going to slow him down. Now can Royal Ravens and Zero especially get something rolling?
And I like this from Shawnee, trying to get a little bit pushed out. Thatch is going to take him down. One player's going to probably hold top L, just try to get some shots in on those angles. You see the spawns come in, and because they don't have yellow control, I think New York should have close spawns. New York should spawn very close if they get this kill. No, so they're still spawning out middle of the map, and Dylan's going to spawn low L. So still have control, and this was much needed from London. A great hold. You can see all the yellow arrows going to retreat. Going to make sure they hold this brick wall for Tire Shop. But I think when it's all said and done, for New York, you're happy you have the lead after the first rotation. For London, you're happy you're not down 60.
Yeah, that's true. There are some silver linings for both teams. But now, let's see if Subliners can do it from the other side of this, because they got, 45 points without Tire Shop side on the first hard point. Curious how they play it from this side, and if they can do a better job holding Tire Shop than Royal Ravens did. So far, they've got a lot more pressure here, that's for sure. They've got 3 players inside. They've got 1 player in temp playing so deep to make sure no funny business goes down and a push towards Tire Shop. And they're getting all this time again. I mean, your Royal Ravens, you haven't got a second here. You've just been torched on this first hard point. And now it becomes even more terrifying because you have spawns for Subliners at Tire Shop. I mean, this lead that you said you're thankful Royal Ravens aren't having to deal with, it might not be that far out.
Yeah, your accent came out there, Clint. You didn't even practice it so much. You know, terrifying. I was like, oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know.
This guy's a London fan.
I thought for a second I was going to throw up, but I don't know why. I think I've had... I ate too many fajitas earlier, but I got through it.
Okay. I'm just making sure you're okay, but Mac is going to find 2 kills. He's going to get the scrap time with his teammates. They're going to have a 15-point lead, and well, they're finding all the kills over towards that Tire Shop side. Now they can get set up.
And the Zuma and Mac combo keeps it going. 23 and 13 from Mac, 24 and 15 from Zuma. They've got the setup. Now, how much time can they turn this into? So far, so good. Nice little double there from Attach. Give him a third. Shawnee is going to get put to rest as well. Great stuff from Attach, and Subliners to push out this lead. Over to Zuma, right back to Attach. Yeah, he's what?
Poor Zero. It's like, all right, you're 8 and 24, and by the way, now for the next minute, you're going to have to run a Tire Shop. So this isn't going to get much better.
And look at that number 5 already all the way across in Zuma. He takes out Zero. Poor Zero. I think he died to Zuma inside of green, then dies to him on the other side towards Docks. Nothing clicking for him. But they're still in the game. They still have a chance. You can't let Subliners get as much time as they did on Smokestack last time, where you're really, really in trouble. This time, at least Zero in position to pick them out of the point.
As Zero continues to find those routes. Saw him doing it all day long, able to find another one. Gonna get Dylan inside of the hill. Dylan with the M4, able to snap onto one, able to snap onto the second. Accuracy, not very accurate right there. And well, this is big time for London.
Much needed time for London. Way better here at Smokestack. And now they'll get pushed out of the point. Temp. Back-to-back headshots onto Dylan and Wuskin. London trying to scramble and get back in for this bit of scrap time, and it looks like they're going to be able to do that. It'll be darn close to a tie game if they can get the rest of the time, but Temp says no, sir. Continues to hold from second story. Now just straight across the map and right over into office he goes to help Zuma. Does Zuma even need help? He does. There's the trade. 5 in a row for Temp. He is a highlight machine, and it keeps rolling here. Zuma pops right back up, gets back into the action, looking to help Temp as they try to relay across, but Ravens have got the numbers inside for now.
This is big for London. They're also controlling spawns for next. They have bounced back in the second rotation of this game. Zero, able to find 3 kills. I love the composure on 4 in a row.
Yeah, I mean,
going big. A lead change about to come in. New York, they're focused on Docks. They did flip those spawns, but this 30 seconds, they give London a nice lead so they can rotate early if they have to.
You nailed it. Composure from Zero. Just smoked all game long, now on 5 in a row. is Zero's going big down the stretch. What a moment it's been from him, but Doc's now for Subliners. We'll get right over to Zuma's POV as he continues fighting inside. It's going to be attach and accuracy deep, holding spawns for Subliners. Temp once again trying to lock down second story, but Zero now starting to find a little bit of fire, a little bit of wind beneath his wings to make a late surge. It's 7 in a row for Zero. From 8 in 24 to 19 in 29, he has come alive when it matters. But work to do still to get this win.
All right, can they get this big break? New York with a nice setup. The close spawns as well. Here comes the push through low yellow. Accuracy, he's already through the smoke. That's Dylan, he's a ninja, we know it. They're able to find a kill. Scraps now just trying to play his life, wait for his teammates, but he does get taken out. Now watch the mini-map. Look at what New York is doing. That's going to be attach and accuracy, trying to work through all the way around, but Scraps and Shawnee able to pick it up. So they're going to get these 16 seconds.
Well, if you're Subliners, you go for the win at this point. You got it, right? Like, you just have to close out, throw everything at this. Don't care about tire shop. You've dominated this point all game long. Just go for the glory. Go for the win. But
I saw you were going to break the spawn. So
no, exactly. But, like, just go for it. But if somehow Ravens can hold on.
Nope.
Doesn't look like it. There's still enough of a contest. There's one final player there. It is not enough. Subliners take the map 4. Subliners take this series. And that's going to get them to another semifinal. And props to them. I'll tell you what, a lot of the teams for their home series events have not found a lot of success. Like, there's been a lot of top 8s. Not many semifinals appearances, and now they've got a really good chance to get to a final, Joe. A really good chance.
Fired up, baby. I love it. The Italian Stallion, dude, going off, having such a big series. Didn't have the best map 1, but really bounced back after that.
Well, he led all players in kills as an MP5 right now in this meta in 2 of the 3 respawns. Yeah, he had a good series, Joe.
Yeah, and attach was number 1 in the first map, right? Even with the loss, so that's a pretty scary duo. Still is.
Yeah, it has been for quite some time, but a disappointing finish for London. Yes, it's against a good team, but this time they didn't even get to the top teams, right? Like, you wanted to see how they might do if they got to match up against Huntsman, match up against FaZe in a final if they got there, but they can't get past Subliners. Subliners have their number. And wow, just a brilliant win, and Zuma, just shout out to him. Such a good performance over the course of that. But this Subliners team, it is very, very fun to watch.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, obviously that game 2 goes a little bit differently. We're going to a game 5, so big props to Temp as well to be able to close that one out. I just feel like since that moment, it was just all New York.
Yeah, no, that was the biggest play of the weekend so far. Like, that was just incredible from Temp. But the scuff play of the game, obviously going to be from the map 4. We're going to take a look at the final 30 seconds. I thought it was going to be a tough break from for Subliners to try and get in, but man, they make it look easy. They don't want to see tire shop again. They just close it out here.
Yeah, and right here, I thought attach and accuracy were making the heads-up play, but you can see what this does. All of London sort of has to focus on them. You know, this caused them to spawn out a little bit, and it opens up top L, and that's really what you're looking for. Zuma's able to get through. He's trying to just play his life. He waits for his teammates. He knows at this point there is no pressure on them. They're continuing to get that scrap time at the last hill. They're trying to get some positioning inside. And well, ever since that moment, I mean, that's just it. Like, they're able to break through.
Yeah, it's even less about getting the spawns and just being that distraction. Pull them out of B, and they get on in. So, great job there as the play wraps up. And as you see Subliners close it out, let's take a look at the bracket and how it stands. We now have our 4 final teams for CDL Sunday. Our 2 semifinal matchups, Ultra and Subliners, Huntsman and FaZe. Finally, it's July! And now we get Huntsman versus FaZe. I know everyone very excited to see how that plays out. It's just crazy it's taken this long, but now let's take one more look at if the season ended today, where the seeds are going to be. So what I'm understanding is the top 4 seeds now locked in. FaZe, Huntsman, Mutineers, and Empire. they cannot be passed. So they could change like within those top 4, but like no one's passing them. So yes, I mean, Huntsman could hop FaZe, Mutineers could hop Huntsman, but
yeah,
no one else is going to be hopping those top 4.
Yeah, those are our top 4, and I think outside of probably Florida, I think that's sort of what everyone expected between Atlanta, Chicago, and Dallas. But yeah, Florida, they had a great June, and through some roster changes, some young guns, they're up there.
Yeah, it's a surprise for many, but man, they look like the team to beat right now. The question is, can FaZe, Huntsman, Empire get to that level and maybe be able to take them down? I know basically every single one of those teams has pushed them to a game 5, and they've all done it recently. Like, they played them tough in some of these matchups, but they seem to be a step above the rest. But luckily for Huntsman and FaZe, they're not here this weekend, so that's not going to be who they're going to have to go through. The winner of Huntsman FaZe will have to take on the winner of Ultra and Subliners. And Joe, who are you favoring tomorrow?
I picked Chicago to win this event. I don't think there's many moments that I throughout this year that I have picked Atlanta FaZe to lose. I did.
Did you really? Oh.
I did. I thought that this meta was really going to help them. I think it has. And I was hoping that their search and destroy got better. It has. So,
yeah.
We'll see.
No, it should. I mean, they look like they are... Huntsmen are playing some of their best Call of Duty, but take a look at how this is going to start. 3 p.m. Eastern, we've got Warzone Weekend. They've been an absolute blast. Hoping for more fun tomorrow. Warzone Weekend presented by Metro by T-Mobile, and right after that, the matchup we have all been waiting for all year long. FaZe, Huntsman. It better be a great match. I swear to God, if I waited this long and it's a 3-0, I'm going to be pissed. They better, all 10 of those players better come out with a fire, an absolute fire. Oh, yeah. I mean, they've got to. But if it's a 3-0, I'm just going to cry myself to sleep tomorrow night.
No, you won't. At least we got it, right? I feel like that's the toughest part, is to get that first matchup, and then I think from there we'll see it more often. I feel like a lot of the times it's, are we ever going to see it? Are we ever going to see it? We're finally get to see it. That's it, Clint.
Yeah, we're finally going to see it. But that's going to do it for Joe and I and the commentary for our CDL matches. It's the Subliners Game Fuel Home Series event. And to close it out, we've got Rich with a PlayStation Instant Reaction with accuracy.
Thank you to Xperia by Sony, official mobile partner of the Call of Duty League. The new Xperia 1 Mark II smartphone brings you the ultimate mobile gaming experience, with a cinema-wide 4K OLED display and more technology to enhance your gameplay. Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and pre-order the CDL A40TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League.
It's time for a final instant reaction of the night. It's brought to you by PlayStation, and we got accuracy to actually talk about everything that happened in that series and look forward to everything that will come tomorrow for the final day of the New York home series. Let's actually start off by talking about that series, though, and talk about what actually happened when you guys were able to bounce back from that S&D.
The biggest thing was the way we lost to Chicago really killed our momentum in that Game 5, and it showed in that first map versus London. You know, we were coming out slow, and then clutching up in a nail-biter round 2 is something that will really shift the momentum, and we ended up winning that round 11, and we carried it on through the rest of the series.
Now, you talk about a momentum shift. I feel like the CDL's probably had about one of the biggest ones that we could possibly have, and that's just all going to, that fulcrum shift is really going to come from everything that's happened in the meta. I've gotten to talk to pretty much every other team about it so far. For you guys, how has it been adjusting to this huge change and how you guys are playing the game?
The biggest thing was with the old meta, SMGs could basically do whatever they wanted. They could get away with taking any gunfight, taking any route, holding any lane. And in this new meta, SMGs have to play a lot smarter. They have to take a lot safer routes, and they can't just challenge anything they want at any given moment. So that was definitely a little bit of a learning period, but we're definitely picking up on it.
Okay, now I really want to look ahead to who you're going to be playing next. Ultra, and this is a team that I think has impressed a lot of folks this weekend. What are you thinking about that matchup against Ultra?
They've been playing really, really well in this new meta, so we have to come out strong. Can't take them lightly just because they're low in the standings. That has no relevance to it because they've been absolutely frying in scrims and in the matches. So got to do our prep and bring our A game.
All right. I'm very excited to see what you guys can actually bring tomorrow for Sunday, and it was nice to get to talk to you. Congratulations on the victory. I can't wait to see what happens in that matchup between you and Ultra, folks. We are going to be jumping to a quick break, but when we return, we're going to take a look at everything that did happen today in the postgame. You don't want to miss it. It's coming up right after this.
Mr. Ice in his veins. Bongo top. He gets the damage in. He can't miss it. It's accuracy. Engage. Here we go. Juma. 1 versus 3.
Now attaches the man to make the play. It's via attach. Locking it down.
And Mac with the snap. Come in and dominate the respawn.
Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com.
There is strength in numbers. When a group of people united by a common goal come together, by definition, it forms a league. And in the Call of Duty League, that goal is simple: to be the last team standing. With the lights at their brightest, the stakes never higher. A new era begins. Teams will rise. Superstars will shine. It's time to be .12 teams must now answer the call and begin their quest. This is the Call of Duty League.
Hello everyone and welcome to the CDL headquarters post-show. You know how it goes here on the end of a Saturday. A wild ride is always on a Saturday. We do have to break it down for you. Here's the bracket on your screen right now if you're just joining us. I don't know where you've been all day because you're a little bit late, but this is what happened today. We do have our semi-finals lined up, ready to go for tomorrow. What a day it has been. It's been full of upsets, underdog stories accomplished. We've also got the result I think everybody has been waiting for all season long. And our home series team are in the semi-finals. I mean, what more can you ask for from a Saturday, guys? Rich, are you pretty hyped with the results and going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I even picked the Huntsman versus FaZe as one of the things I definitely wanted to talk about. I mean, we've been asking to see this series for so long. We've gotten to talk to the players as well about how they're feeling about it, and you can tell all of them are definitely looking forward to finally going against each other, old teammates versus old teammates. And also, it's always nice when you actually do see the home team making it all the way to Sunday.
Absolutely is. Nameless, how was your Saturday, man? Did you enjoy the games?
Yeah, the games were fantastic. You think back to the start of the day, we had a massive upset. I just wanted it so the next two tournaments, the standings can be shifted a little bit. At least some teams trying to get into that top 8, and Ultra are doing a damn good job of that. They can be in that top 8 when it's all said and done, and that'd be huge for them. And the way that they're doing it right now by taking out FaZe in that game 5, it's very impressive. So today was wild. Saturdays are always wild, and I can only expect tomorrow to be even crazier.
Oh, definitely. I always have my eye on a Saturday, though, because Saturday is where the wild stuff happens. We're going to talk about our biggest takeaways, of course, of the day. So, Rich, I'm going to start with you. What was actually, going on in your head when you were watching the games? What kind of caught your eye?
Yeah, as I just mentioned, the thing that I did pick was ultimately the fact that we finally did get that matchup, and the fact that we're finally going to get to see the Huntsman versus FaZe matchup. And I'm kind of just curious to hear how everybody feels about finally seeing it. Are we going to be able to make that big leap and figure out who the best team really is the second that we see them go head-to-head?
I think Mutineers are probably the best team. I think it'd be tough to call the team that wins this the best team, but you never know because both these, Chicago looks fantastic in the new meta, and it'd just be tough to put one of those teams over Mutineers at this point, especially after how bad the Mutineers beat FaZe in the last final.
I think it's more so for me, not exactly crowning the best team with this result, as Nameless said, but I think a lot of people in the community have wanted to know who actually would win in this matchup. Who is the better team versus Atlanta and Chicago? I think that was more so the question because they're both powerhouses in their own right and different play styles too. So to see those two match up together and find out the end result, I am really excited. I probably can't sleep tonight. So yeah, really, really excited to see that one happen and take place tomorrow. Nameless, I'm going to head over to your takeaway now. So what have you got for us?
I just think today has solidified exemplified the fact that, now that we've seen a meta change, it can completely change the landscape of, Call of Duty competitive for the last few events and going into champs, right? Like, Huntsmen were great. With this new meta, they look even better. You look at teams like New York, who were constantly going to game 5s and not able to close it out versus those top teams. They were 2-9 against the top teams. Like now with Temp using an M4 and performing how he is, and all these teams just having, their rosters built around AR players, and the meta finally benefiting them. Like, it's just changing the dynamic of Call of Duty esports right now. You look at a team like Toronto and how much better they look, and you got to attribute it to that meta change. So I think that the 3AR meta was in full force today, and I think a lot of these teams are benefiting from it tremendously. So the standings could move around a little bit, but what I'm really looking forward to is champs, and to see some of these teams make a miraculous run when you wouldn't expect it based on the standings.
Yeah, I'm really curious as well, though, like what it's going to look like even in the next tournament, right? Because you hear so many of the teams being like, we kind of feel like we had to act on the fly, figure out who was going to do what. We're going off of who feels most comfortable in these positions. And like Nameless already mentioned, with that, we've seen certain teams already thriving with it. Are those teams going to manage to get light years ahead when they have more time to actually refine their tactics? Or are there going to be other teams that come in, pick up, and run away with what we currently have
about it.
for them?
Like, think about a team like Florida, right, who's been dominant, who've looked incredible.
Yeah.
There's a lot of question marks around that team right now because, there's a superstar player in Awakening. Like, he can use an M4, but will that change the dynamic of this team? They were so great in the previous meta. If they get a little bit worse, then our top 4 teams on any given day can just win a tournament. Like, right now we have a clear-cut dominant team if we go based on the last few events, but that top 4, it could really be any of them. When we haven't even seen Empire yet in the new meta, and we know Crim and Clay are insane with M4. So, yeah, man, this is going to be wild going forward. Like, there's just a new storyline. There's a lot of question marks on these teams, and we're going to learn a lot about them in the next 2 tournaments.
We certainly are. And, a lot of teams are actually going to have to go back to the drawing board, in fact, as well, because maybe some of our better sub players who are probably a little bit more discouraged by this meta change.
Like Shotzi, who knows?
Yeah. Having to play a little bit more slow, maybe not as aggressive, and understand, where their placement is on a map again, is going to be a little bit different, a different dynamic going forward. And I'm interested to see how some of the teams that aren't here this weekend and see how they also fare with this new meta change. But saying that, my takeaway, gents, if you guys want to know, is actually aBeZy. I just really want to talk about him with Atlanta FaZe, because I feel like FaZe are kind of giving us a rotation and a taste of their individual skill. I feel like we've seen almost every single one of their players perform so well, whether it be this weekend, previous series, previous events. I just think we're having a full taster of this Atlanta FaZe roster. I mean, aBeZy put up some ridiculous stats this weekend so far and today. I mean, he had 39 bombs going into some of the respawns.
He bullied
Paris. He hit 30 bombs 3 times in a series. I mean, he is insane. He really did bully Paris. You couldn't have put it better there. So for me, he's really standing out, running the show. And I just think it's testament to this team and how incredible they really are if they can rotate like that and kind of allow different players to shine. So I'm super impressed with it.
Well, the thing about aBeZy is, and you can really see how special of a player he is right now, is because the MP5 isn't as good as it once was. And you look at another player like Zuma, who's been improving throughout the course of the year, but it was really hard to tell until now, because he's standing out, right, in a role that is the most difficult to run right now in the game. So you saw Zuma going off in their last series, and that's impressed me a lot. And then aBeZy as well, just standing out like usual, one of the best subs in the game, and he's proven that a meta change isn't going to hold him back whatsoever and propelled his team forward.
It certainly is, and I'm liking the rotation of individual skill putting on show here to show that honestly we have some incredible players on our teams in the Call of Duty League. And talking about incredible teams, we actually have a team of duos tomorrow. We got Warzone Weekend presented by Metro by T-Mobile. It's July 12th, just in case anyone needs to still put it in their calendar. It is tomorrow when you wake up, guys. But 60 of our pros are going to battle for their share of $10,000. So if you guys tune in tomorrow at 12 p.m. PST or 3 p.m. Eastern, depending on where you are in the world, you can see who came out on top. So that's super, super interesting.
They got to watch it because I played in it. So make sure you guys watch that. I am in Warzone Weekend, and no promises there, but
let's go. I know who I'm rooting for now. I can't not, man.
Listen, I don't know if y'all want to root for me, but just go in the chat and just say shout out Nameless, right? Like that's all I want to see. Like you don't have to genuinely root for me though, but I just want to see.
I'm genuinely rooting for you though, mate. I am.
We get some fake love in the chat, all right?
Get some of that fake premium gas, okay? I do it all the time. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm just roasting to end the stream. I'm roasting to end the stream. Let's actually take a look right now at our schedule for tomorrow, because I'm sure everybody's super excited to see exactly where our matchup is going to be. Oh, okay. It's first thing. The US Army schedule does not disappoint. Chicago Huntsmen versus Atlanta FaZe is going to be the first thing we see after the Warzone weekend. Then we've got Toronto Ultra taking on New York Subliners, of course, in our second semi-final. And then at 7 p.m. we do have our finals. It's the CDL game day presented by Game Fuel. Wow. I don't know. What do we think, guys? Is this one of the best kind of lineups we've seen for a CDL Sunday?
I mean, Ultra versus Subliners is a bit weird. It's something that Rich has been waiting for, though, the Subliners. So maybe cool, Rich's wish will come true. Dude, how you feeling about that?
It's the right weekend for it to happen, right? And I feel like they're feeling relatively confident. It's going to be an absolute trek if they're going to try to pull it down there this entire weekend. But I think that this is a pretty good matchup to start things off for them.
Yeah.
It is indeed. Well, gents, it's been an absolute pleasure to have this post-game show with you and to discuss everything Call of Duty and what we've seen so far this weekend. But we do have a full day for you tomorrow. So from all of us here on our desk, our virtual desk at home, we say goodbye. But we will see you, and Nameless will see you at 3 p.m. Eastern or 12 p.m. PST for Warzone weekend. So please root for your boy Nameless, and we'll see you guys then.
Welcome to the long-awaited home series. Look how close it is!
New York go up 2-0 over your reigning victors.
Look at that kill feed, man. This is disgusting from Atlanta FaZe.
FaZe, this is their moment.
Huntsman can work on it, they can improve, and they can get back to that level.
Scum finds another one. He's still going! Huntsman, what a round! Props to the Guerrillas. You're going to Sunday, boys.
An absolute rampage from Decimate right now.
No one is untouchable and no one is undefeatable.
It's too quick. It's too clean from the Royal Ravens.
Come in and dominate the respawn. The Røkkr light it up. It's all Minnesota in the kill feed. They've got a home. Røkkr, get it done.
You never know with Paris. If they get back to that form that we saw early in the year, this could go the distance.
Kismet, absurd plays to keep his team going.
Toronto Ultra destroyed them.
Toronto Ultra, get it done.
Champs is not that far away. What will our next home series bring us? We're going to have to find out.